Chapter 169. A Joint Assault. The demise of Monk Konghai. Jing Wuming's expression remained unchanged, as if he were indifferent to the scars adorning his wrist. His gaze remained steadfastly fixed on Monk Konghai, channeling all his vital energy into the long sword he wielded. Although Monk Konghai had managed to repel Jing Wuming with a single strike, he did not press the attack again. To him, Jing Wuming had transformed into a sword, a blade poised to strike at any moment. He understood that should he initiate an offensive, it would grant his opponent the opportunity to counter. At that moment, Jing Wuming had amassed his energy, ready to unleash a lethal force that could potentially breach Monk Konghai's impenetrable defenses. Suddenly, another figure emerged, startling Monk Konghai. It was A Fei, another master of the swift sword from the Qinglong Society. Like Jing Wuming, he excelled in the art of rapid strikes, or rather, the sword of slaughter. You, Qinglong Society, truly hold me in high regard, sending two of your best. It seems that the esteemed Bai Zhangjiao of the Lingyue Sword Sect has met his fate, Monk Konghai remarked, observing A Fei. A Fei remained silent, his gaze fixated on Jing Wuming's throat, where a faint trace of blood indicated that Jing Wuming had indeed landed a blow, albeit one that had been partially deflected. In contrast to Jing Wuming, A Fei appeared far more proactive. He surged forward, his long sword aimed directly at the same vulnerable spot on Jing Wuming's throat. Upon witnessing this, Monk Konghai's eyes narrowed. He raised his palm, unleashing a torrent of golden energy that erupted from his hand. He then propelled himself forward, colliding with A Fei's sword, the clash resonating with a metallic clang. A Fei's expression sharpened. With a flick of his wrist, the sword's tip redirected its energy towards Monk Konghai. Unfazed, Monk Konghai was enveloped in a radiant golden aura, which shielded him from the oncoming sword energy. He then charged directly at A Fei, his fingers outstretched, aiming to grasp him with a force that could rend the very air. A Fei, seeing this, swung his sword in defense. As he did so, Monk Konghai's other arm manifested a dragon-shaped apparition that roared and lunged towards A Fei. A tempest of force surged forth, enveloping A Fei. His countenance grew grave as he unleashed a barrage of sword energy to cleave through the oncoming waves of pressure. Yet, with every wave he sliced through, an unseen weight bore down upon him. A Fei pivoted, attempting to dissipate some of the pressure released by Monk Konghai's assault. With a thunderous crash, Monk Konghai clenched his fist, delivering a blow akin to a dragon's tail aimed at A Fei. A Fei's expression shifted as he hastily evaded, but the force of the punch sliced through a lock of his hair and left a crimson mark upon his cheek. The punch ultimately struck the ground with a resounding impact, shattering the earth and sending dust spiraling skyward. In an instant, the courtyard appeared devoid of figures. Following his strike, Monk Konghai refrained from attacking A Fei further and instead turned his attention back to Jing Wuming, who had been silently gathering his sword energy. Once a certain momentum is achieved, the adversary may find it impossible to withstand this sword strike from A Fei. Kill! A Fei, sensing the opponent's intent, uttered a sharp command as the long sword in his grasp erupted with a fierce sword aura, followed by a downward slash. The sword energy surged like a tempest. At this moment, Jing Wuming also drew his sword. The sword light appeared gray, seemingly blending seamlessly with the surrounding dust, rendering it indistinguishable. Boom! Konghai, the monk, had been intently observing Jing Wuming, and as the latter began his movement, he focused intently. First, he redirected a punch to shatter A Fei's sword energy. Meanwhile, his other fist surged toward Jing Wuming's blade, radiating brilliance. The formidable energy collided with the opponent's long sword, and a grimace contorted his face. I will kill you first. A terrifying force erupted from his fist, surging into the long sword as it thundered toward Jing Wuming. However, at that moment, A Fei, who had previously launched his attack, moved like lightning, appearing before his opponent. The long sword pierced forth in an instant, moving with the swiftness of a fleeting ray of light, leaving no opportunity for Konghai to react. The sword was at his throat in a flash. Konghai's expression turned to one of alarm as a golden aura surged around his neck, attempting to deflect A Fei's strike. Yet, A Fei's speed was not inferior to Jing Wuming's. In fact, it was subtly faster. The moment he unleashed his sword, it was meant to close the distance. And Jing Wuming's strike was, in truth, a complement to his own. Swoosh! The long sword pierced through Konghai's throat, and at that instant, the surrounding energy dissipated. Meanwhile, Jing Wuming coughed up a mouthful of blood. The previous onslaught aimed at him had been a desperate attempt, unleashing an immensely powerful force. After blocking that sword, he had sustained injuries from the energy shock. At this moment, voices began to emerge from within the Lingyue Sword Sect. The discovery of the sect leader's corpse prompted several individuals to rush toward this direction. "Let's go," A Fei urged, assisting Jing Wuming as they swiftly departed. Not far away, Xiao Qiushui observed the departing pair, his gaze directed toward a nearby chamber. Inside, four high monks from the Qinglong temple lay unconscious. With a decisive swing of his long sword, he cleaved downward. Swoosh! The room was sliced cleanly in half by the sword energy, splitting the four corpses within asunder. Xiao Qiushui, though hailed as a hero, was indeed a person of formidable lethality. Having declared enmity with the Qinglong temple, there was no need to spare these four monks. As for whom the Qinglong temple might pursue, whether it be the Qinglong Society or the individuals who had called upon them, Xiao Qiushui was indifferent. As a group arrived at the courtyard, they beheld Master Konghai lying on the ground, alongside the collapsed building. All faces turned pale in shock. They had not anticipated such a turn of events. Leading the group was a young man who had previously been with Bai Zhangjiao. He was Bai Zhangjiao's second disciple. Qinmu, quickly, summoned the Grand Elder. He shouted to those nearby. The others hastily departed, while he examined Master Konghai's wound. Noting a sword mark identical to that on his master's throat, both had been silenced by a single, lethal stroke. The swift sword must have been wielded by someone from the Azure Dragon Society. Neither the ghost-killing manor nor the Paradise Tower possesses such skilled swordsmen, Qinmu mused. As a practitioner of the sword himself, he immediately recognized the formidable nature of this swordplay. It was not the handiwork of the seasoned assassins from the northern provinces. Thus he concluded it was the work of the Azure Dragon Society. He speculated whether it was Jing Wuming or A Fei behind this act. He then made his way toward the collapsed building, where he discovered four corpses severed at the waist. A single sword strike had shattered the structure and subsequently cleaved through the bodies of the four individuals. Qinmu could not help but take a sharp breath, and his expression grew grave. The Azure Dragon Society is a mercenary organization motivated solely by monetary gain rather than personal vendettas. It was imperative to ascertain who had commissioned their services. Moreover, this matter needed to be reported to the elder brother at once. Additionally, the demise of Master Konghai and his companions must be swiftly communicated to the Azure Dragon Temple, so that their members could investigate the bodies. As night deepened, the sky remained eerily silent, yet the inhabitants of Lingnan Prefecture were anything but tranquil. The murder of Bai Zhangjiao, the leader of the Lingyue Sword Sect, alongside Master Konghai and his entourage, had sent shockwaves through the region. The perpetrators were suspected to be from the Azure Dragon Society. Although this suspicion was tentative, it had already been corroborated by various parties. The injuries sustained by Bai Zhangjiao and Master Konghai clearly indicated the involvement of the Azure Dragon Society. Initially, the presence of Master Konghai had deterred any hostile actions against the Lingyue Sword Sect, but with his assassination, the opportunity for attack had arisen. In the northern garrison of Lingnan Prefecture, Helian Xiaoyao, or rather the true Helian Qiushui, had intended to retire for the night. However, upon receiving the news, sleep eluded him completely. "Are you telling me that the head of the Lingyue Sword Sect was killed by the Azure Dragon Society so swiftly?" Helian Qiushui inquired, gazing intently at the burly man delivering the report. Indeed, not only did the Azure Dragon Society slay Bai Zhangjiao, but they also took the lives of Master Konghai and his companions. The man replied in a hushed tone. "This is troubling." Helian Qiushui furrowed his brow slightly. He had only requested the Azure Dragon Society to eliminate Bai Zhangjiao, not to assassinate members of the Azure Dragon Temple. "Relay the details of the situation to me in full," he commanded. The man recounted the information meticulously, sparing no detail. Bai Zhangjiao was first pierced through the throat by a single sword strike, and then they turned their attention to Master Konghai. Helian Qiushui pondered. It appeared that not only had they engaged the Azure Dragon Society, but others had also sought their services. Who could this other party be? Keep a close watch on the Azure Dragon Temple and the Lingyue Sword Sect. Notify me immediately upon receiving any updates, Helian Qiushui instructed. Though the identity of the individual wishing for Master Konghai's demise remained unknown, his death could potentially ignite a fire that would consume him as well. He had to remain vigilant. Yes, the burly man quickly exited the room, leaving Helian Qiushui alone with his thoughts. Of course, it was not just Helian Qiushui who found it difficult to sleep. Many others were equally restless. within a concealed chamber of the Lingnan prefecture. Apart from the prefect Wen Yifan and the elegantly robed Lu Chun, the right minister Zhai Tianyun, who had previously intended to enter seclusion, was also present. The Qinglong Society has indeed eliminated Konghai and Bai Zhangjiao, Wen Yifan stated in a solemn tone. Initially, he sought merely to gauge the Qinglong Society's capabilities. But he was unprepared for their decisive action in swiftly executing the task by taking the lives of Konghai and Bai Zhangjiao from the Qinglong Temple. It seems that the strength of the Qinglong Society surpasses my expectations. With the demise of Bai Zhangjiao and Konghai, I suspect the Qinglong Temple will not remain idle and will dispatch individuals to Lingnan Prefecture. However, those they send may not return. Tianyun, you should retreat for now and enter seclusion. Avoid any appearances to prevent detection by the Qinglong Temple. We must not allow them to scrutinize us at this critical juncture. As we are not the primary force against the Qinglong Temple, Wen Yifan advised Zhai Tianyun. Understood. Tianyun did not linger and swiftly departed from the shadows. Only the prefect and the robed Lu Chun remained in the chamber. Things are unfolding rather swiftly. Have the people of the seventh prince arrived? Wen Yifan inquired gravely. They should have arrived, and I have discerned that among them may be the nine nether deity. Lu Chun's eyes filled with trepidation and fear as he mentioned the nine nether deity. The prefect Wen Yifan was taken aback by this revelation. He had not anticipated that the seventh prince would send the nine nether deity. It seems the forces controlled by the Qinglong Temple within Lingnan Prefecture are in for a tumultuous time. Do you know where they are? Wen Yifan subsequently asked. I truly do not, Lu Chun replied, shaking his head. You do not? Nonetheless, the news of the nine nether deity's arrival in Lingnan Prefecture must be disseminated. Wen Yifan declared, I will find a way to release that information. By the way, what is your assessment of the Jin Feng Shiyu? Could it be of use to the third prince? Lu Chun regarded Wen Yifan thoughtfully. It can engage in intelligence transactions, but controlling the Jin Feng Shiyu may prove challenging, Wen Yifan countered. Recently, is not Shuiguan from the Blood Flag sect targeting the Jin Feng Shiyu? If we were to assist the Jin Feng Shiyu in suppressing Shuiguan, they would likely recognize our strength and consider an alliance, Lu Chun suggested. As a confidant of the third prince, he understood the significance of aligning with formidable factions. If such powerful forces could be swayed to the third prince's side, it would undoubtedly be a notable achievement worthy of reward. The Jin Feng Shiyu is backed by the Tianya Pavilion, so they should not fear the money gang. It is prudent for us to wait until after their confrontation before making contact. If they eliminate the Blood Flag sect, we can approach the Jin Feng Shiyu. Wen Yifan articulated. Very well, I shall keep a close watch. Lu Chun nodded in agreement. Despite Wen Yifan's unassuming demeanor, resembling an ordinary person, he was well aware that his counterpart was a formidable force, a master who had achieved a unity of spirit and essence. Moreover, it has been many years since he entered the realm of the unification of spirit and soul. Outside the Lingnan Prefecture, within a small village, the enigmatic Lord of the Nine Hells, shrouded entirely in a black robe, spoke gravely upon receiving the report from Zahanyu. Do you possess any information regarding the Qinglong Society? Reporting to the Lord, Zahanyu replied, the Qinglong Society has made its appearance only briefly, and the available information comprises merely 3 individuals. She then presented the profiles of Xiao Qiushui, A Fei, and Jing Wuming to the Lord of the Nine Hells. After glancing at the documents in his hand, the Lord remarked, it seems there are those who are displeased with our pace. Since the Qinglong Society has paved the way for us, we shall proceed to purge the Lingyue Sword Sect tonight and await the arrival of Qinglong Temple within their ranks. At that moment, we shall ambush those who come from Qinglong Temple. The Lord's voice was laden with foreboding. Inform the others. Upon hearing this, Zahanyu's eyes brightened, and she promptly took her leave. Once Zahanyu departed, the Lord of the Nine Hells rose and murmured to himself, the Qinglong Society. Are you a force from the capital or something else? Meanwhile, within the Shanhua sect, Su Chun had yet to succumb to slumber as Li Tianqing rushed to his side. Peak Master, there has been a calamity at the Lingyue Sword Sect. The sect leader, Bai Zhangjiao, along with Master Konghai from Qinglong Temple, have been slain by members of the Qinglong Society. Should we still compete for the position of sect leader? Li Tianqing spoke urgently. He was concerned that Su Chun might face assassination should he ascend to the position. After all that has been done, why abandon our efforts? As for preventing any assassins from being hired, once I become the sect leader, I will eliminate those with ulterior motives. Su Chen replied, his tone calm, yet imbued with a chilling resolve. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Li Tianqing was momentarily taken aback, yet his expression soon brightened. Indeed, Su Chen's reasoning was sound. Chapter 171. The Social Butterfly, Little Fatty, unveils the clue as dawn broke. Su Chen stepped out of his cave dwelling. Noticing the branches outside were adorned with a layer of frost. Overnight, winter had arrived sooner than expected. Just days prior, Su Chen had not felt the shift in climate, only to find frost blanketing the surroundings within a single night. Taking a deep breath, he sensed the crispness in the air, while the circulation of his own vital energy remained unaffected by the slight chill. As usual, he made his way to the main hall of Tianluo Peak. Having recently assumed control of Tianluo Peak, Su Chen needed to remain vigilant and informed about the happenings within and beyond the peak. Upon entering the main hall, Little Fatty immediately approached him from outside. Boss, the Lingyue Sword Sect has been obliterated, and the premises are now littered with corpses. Should we send someone to investigate thoroughly? Little Fatty inquired. Upon hearing this, Su Chen's expression sharpened. Last night, members of the Qinglong Society had attacked the Lingyue Sword Sect but refrained from annihilating them. Now, however, it appeared that someone had indeed executed a massacre. Was it a frame-up or something else? Su Chen pondered. At that moment, a disciple from Tianluo Peak entered the hall. Master Peak, the disciple who entered, spoke. This is the account of the events that transpired last night at the Lingyue Sword Sect. We have already organized the information received from within the sect. This was a request made by Su Chen earlier. It was imperative that any occurrences in Lingnan County be reported the following day. Su Chen took the documents and began to peruse them, his expression growing serious. Most of the victims had their blood drained. Some had been brutally slain with a single strike, leaving a gruesome scene of carnage. Furthermore, the treasures of the Lingyue Sword Sect had been completely looted. It appeared that someone had seized the opportunity to act after A Fei and his companions had killed Bai Zhangjiao and Konghai. Su Chen mused silently as he examined the information. You may leave now. He gestured for the disciple to withdraw. What news from the main peak and Tianqi Peak? Su Chen inquired of the portly figure beside him. Important updates from within the peaks were reported to him nightly by Li Tianqing. Yet Su Chen sought to uncover more clandestine information, prompting him to send the rotund man to gather intelligence. I have received word that Tianluo Peak may endorse Elder Lin as the new peak master. The portly man relayed. Elder Lin Tianqing, Su Chen recalled. Recognizing that the only prominent elder by that name from Tianqi Peak was indeed Lin Tianqing. It seemed that his cultivation was only at the initial stage of soul refinement, making him the weakest among the three in that realm. How could he possibly ascend to the position of peak master? Su Chen was puzzled. Boss, you instructed me to keep an eye on the main peak and Tianqi Peak, didn't you? While I cannot access the high-ranking figures directly, I do have connections with their offspring and disciples. The portly man continued. With some silver notes as incentive, I quickly made contact with the third son of Elder Lin. Yesterday, while we were descending the mountain to enjoy some festivities, he inadvertently mentioned that once his father becomes peak master and assumes the role of sect leader, he would certainly look after me. Though many from Tianqi Peak aspired to become peak master and, consequently, sect leader, the veracity of such claims was often indistinguishable. However, the portly man sensed a confidence in the words of the elder's son, compelling him to share this information with Su Chen. Is that so? I shall have someone keep watch. Su Chen nodded thoughtfully. The previous peak master and the grand elder of Tianqi Peak had plotted against the sect leader of Shanhui Min. It was likely that they had backing from a powerful entity. If a new peak master were to be chosen, it would probably be determined by those behind the scenes. Perhaps through Elder Lin, they could discern the identity of the one orchestrating schemes against Qian Tianxin. Su Chen contemplated these matters. What developments have emerged from the main peak? He asked. The main peak has always looked down upon our two peaks, so my interactions have been limited. However, I have recently been courting the youngest son of the fifth elder from the main peak, and I am close to success. The portly man replied. Excellent. Here are some silver notes for you, Su Chen said, retrieving 1,000 taels from his robe and handing them over. Thank you, boss. I shall set to work immediately. The portly man beamed as he exited the hall. He felt grateful that his superior understood his intentions. Previously, he had been spending his own money, but the expenses had become overwhelming, leaving him feeling financially strained. He was pleasantly surprised by the generous sum given to him by Su Chen. After the portly man departed, Su Chen instructed, please summon Elder Chui. I have matters to discuss with him. Su Chan instructed the disciples outside the hall. After the last encounter, Chui Wuhu had pledged his loyalty to Su Chan, thus becoming one of the few individuals Su Chan could rely on within the Shana sect. As for Murong Qingchen, Su Chan had chosen to keep a certain distance and had refrained from utilizing her assistance for the time being. Following his defeat at Su Chen's hands, Chui Wuhu had successfully entered the soul refinement realm with the aid of Su Chen's elixir, earning him the title of the fourth strongest on Tianluo Peak. Before long, Chui Wuhu, clad in robust attire, appeared before Su Chen. Greetings, Peak Master. He saluted. Despite having ascended to the soul refinement realm, he felt an undeniable pressure in Su Chen's presence. The aura of the Peak Master had grown increasingly formidable, he realized. Elder Chui, you are likely aware of the matters concerning the Lingyue Sword Sect. I need you to investigate further. I require more detailed information. If your inquiries yield insufficient clarity, you may procure specific news from Hefeng Hall or the Jinfeng Shiyu Pavilion below the mountain, Su Chen commanded. At once, I shall descend the mountain to gather information. Chui Wuhu bowed and exited the grand hall. In the Tianxue courtyard, Kaiwei appeared before Murong Qingchen. Miss, the Lingyue Sword Sect was annihilated overnight. The assailants are likely the Jiuyo Divine Monarch, who has just arrived from the capital, Kaiwei reported. The Qinglong Society acted first, and they followed suit. Could it be that they hired someone to eliminate Bai Zhangjiao and Konghai? Yet, the Jiuyo Divine Monarch possesses the power to achieve such ends without assistance, Murong Qingchen remarked, her brow furrowed in contemplation. Miss, upon learning of Konghai's demise, the Qinglong Temple dispatched a high monk from the Xian generation to the Lingyue Sword Sect, Kaiwei continued. A high monk from the Xian generation? Do you know who it is? Not yet. It seems they have come in secrecy. Is that so? Keep a close watch on this matter. The fuse has been lit in Lingnan County. I wonder how significant the losses for the Qinglong Temple will be. If they are minimal, their foundation will remain intact, and the impact on the capital will be negligible. Miss, although the Jiuyo Divine Monarch is formidable, it seems improbable that he alone could contend with the Qinglong Temple. Kaiwei replied. The northern 9 provinces are not solely represented by the Qinglong Temple. Numerous forces await their opportunity. Should the Qinglong Temple show even a hint of weakness, those factions will ravenously encroach upon their influence. Has the Qinyin demon from the Changhen Palace arrived in Lingnan County? Murong Qingchen inquired. After leaving the capital, there has been no news of her. Logically, she should have reached Lingnan County by now, yet it is unclear why she has not revealed herself. Miss, do you think the person who contacted Su Chen earlier could have been the Qinyin demon? Kaiwei asked. Unlikely. Speaking of which, what has Su Chen been occupied with these past few days? Murong Qingchen questioned. He has been distancing himself from us while cultivating his own power. Miss, Su Chen's ambitions are vast. Should we not take measures to curtail them? Kaiwei suggested. If he possesses the capability to eliminate all the other elders, it would indeed reflect his prowess, and we shall refrain from intervening. This is the Wujiden sent by my fourth brother. Please deliver it to Su Chen, Murong Qingchen instructed. Chapter 172, Shangwan Jinhong, Oppression by Might at Tianluo Peak. Within the Peak Master's Hall, Kaiwei extended a brocade box to Su Chen. This was given to you by the young lady. I cannot fathom why she holds you in such high regard. The infinite pill is a treasure of the royal family, one that even the young lady finds difficult to acquire. Possessing this infinite pill should enable you to step into the realm of soul refinement, remarked Kaiwei. As she handed over the exquisite box, her expression tinged with envy. Su Chen stared at the ornate container in his hands, momentarily lost in thought. Recently, he had begun to marginalize those who aligned themselves with Murong Qingchen within Tianluo Peak, partly as a test. It seems she does not oppose my leadership over Tianluo Peak. Su Chen mused. Upon opening the box, a fragrant aroma wafted forth, allowing Su Chen to discern the medicinal properties of the pill. He promptly closed the box, exclaiming, "Please extend my gratitude to senior sister." Accepting a gift from Murong Qingchen signified his acknowledgement of her character and implied an indebtedness to her. Although the young lady has said nothing about your actions, I must advise you to act within your capabilities, Kaiwei cautioned before turning to leave. Isn't that precisely what I am doing? Su Chen shook his head in response. For quite some time, the position of sect leader remained unchallenged. What are they waiting for? Su Chen felt a sense of urgency. Naturally, he was anxious to ascend to the position of sect leader, yet the elders around him were mere figureheads, rendering the competition for the position somewhat challenging. However, he knew he had to incite some action. At that moment, a disciple entered. Peakmaster, a letter has arrived from the mountain, the disciple announced, handing Su Chun an envelope. The letter bore the name Xuemuxing. Why is she writing to me? Su Chun was taken aback, recalling Caiwei's earlier mention that someone from Zetan Palace would be visiting Lingnan County, suggesting he meet with them on behalf of Murong Qingchen. Could it be that Mu Qingxue is involved? He speculated as he opened the letter. Upon reading, his expression turned serious. Zetan Palace had sent two groups, one joining forces with the Cold Moon sect, while the other was on its way to meet Murong Qingchen. Furthermore, Mu Qingxue mentioned the destruction of the Lingyue Sword Sect, carried out by the Ninth Prince's subordinate, the Lord of the Nine Nether, who had participated alongside members of Zetan Palace. The Lord of the Nine Nether? Su Chen's brow furrowed slightly. From the letter, he learned that the Lord of the Nine Nether was one of the main forces behind this event. It seems I must gather more information about this lord, he thought, as he crumpled the letter into dust. Meanwhile, Bai Fei, Shengwan Jinhong, and Lung Huishan from the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower made their way to the Blood Flag sect. The Blood Flag sect had extended an invitation to Bai Fei, the master of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower, to attend a gathering. How could Bai Fei refuse? Unlike other sects, the Blood Flag sect's location was not atop a mountain, but sprawled across a vast area below it. At the entrance of the Blood Flag sect, Bai Fei, Lung Huishan, and Shengwan Jinhong disembarked from their carriage, casting a glance at the gate inscribed with the characters of the Blood Flag sect before stepping forward into the sect. Within the Blood Flag gate, an atmosphere thick with sanguine energy lingered, suggesting that many lives had been claimed within its confines. Such a pervasive aura of bloodshed could only be cultivated through prolonged acts of violence. Inside the grand hall of the Blood Flag gate, 6 individuals convened. To their astonishment, news had arrived that the Lingyue Sword Sect had been utterly annihilated, no survivors left behind. One among them, who had previously been referred to as Brother Situ by Lu Wenyu, inquired if the latter had any knowledge of the assailants. This individual was Situ Ming, the 9th head of the Qingfeng stronghold, the foremost stronghold in the northern 9 provinces. I truly do not know, Lu Wenyu replied. But I am aware that both the sect leader of the Lingyue Sword Sect and a high monk from the Qinglong Temple perished at the hands of members of the Qinglong Society. The Qinglong Society's reputation has become quite formidable in the northern provinces, nearly overshadowing your ghost slaughter manor, remarked a woman seated beside Situ Ming, addressing a man across the room. The man, robust and imposing with flowing black hair, emanated an intimidating presence. He was Nie Chaos Hen, the 4th lord of the Ghost Slaughter Manor, the preeminent assassination organization in the northern 9 provinces. Nie Chaos Hen turned his gaze to the woman, saying, Lu Sanyang, the head of the Qinglong Society's January Hall, Xiao Qiu Shui, is a formidable entity, possessing the strength of a God-Spirit unification realm. It is not unusual for them to rank above our Ghost Slaughter Manor. Exercise caution when speaking ill of them, lest your words be overheard and provoke retaliation without regard for compensation. His tone was chilling, underscoring the gravity of the situation. The atmosphere in the hall grew increasingly animated. At that moment, a Blood Flag Gate disciple burst into the chamber, urgency written across his face. Gatemaster, Bai Fei has arrived, he announced promptly. At last, the eyes of those present brightened with anticipation. They had been awaiting Bai Fei's arrival, initially doubting he would attend. How many have come? Inquired Shengwan Shui. 3 have arrived, Bai Fei, Lung Huishan, and a middle-aged man who has not been seen before, the disciple reported. An unfamiliar presence. The mention of an additional individual caused the 6 to exchange wary glances. An elder with graying hair and a pale visage, who had remained silent until now, spoke up. What position does this newcomer occupy? He sought to ascertain the identity of the unknown. Like Lung Huishan, he follows closely behind Bai Fei, the disciple replied. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the 6 relaxed slightly. The newcomer was likely of comparable strength to Lung Huishan. Bring them in, commanded Shengwan Shui, showing no intent to extend a personal welcome. At that moment, Nie Chaos Hen and Lu Wenyu rose from their seats, joining Situ Ming in a line, awaiting the arrival of the guests from the Jinfeng Shiyu building. Before long, Bai Fei and his companions were ushered into the grand hall. Shengwan Shui arose to greet them. I did not expect you, Lord Bai, to honor my invitation to the Blood Flag Gate. It appears you have given considerable thought to the mines outside the city. Are you prepared to present them as a gift to us? Shengwan Shui addressed Bai Fei, who remained silent. he strode directly into the grand hall. Though his pace faltered slightly after taking a step, Su Guanjin, who had been trailing behind, stepped forward. Casting a glance at the interior of the hall, Su Guanjin made his way to the main seat, where the leader of the Blood Flag sect sat, and promptly took a seat. Then, fixing his gaze upon the gathered assembly, he coldly declared, "I am Su Guanjin from Tianya Pavilion." As he spoke, the aura of the Soul Unity realm emanated from his being, and an overwhelming presence surged forth, enveloping the hall. The previously overlooked Su Guanjin, who had just been conversing with Bai Fei, found himself ensnared by this immense force upon turning around. It felt as though he were being crushed by towering mountains. With a thud, his knees buckled, and he knelt upon the ground, causing the stones beneath him to shatter. Su Guanjin had not come here to engage in dialogue, but to assert dominance. Chapter 173. Overwhelming Power, Secrets Revealed Within the Palace of the Blood Flag Sect. A group of individuals stood transfixed, their eyes wide in disbelief at the unfolding scene. They had not anticipated such a display of power from the arrival of the people from Jin Fengshiyu Lu, who were so brazenly asserting their authority over them. As the crowd regained their composure, Su Guanjin raised his hand, and a potent force erupted from his palm. Su Guanjin, who had fallen to his knees, found his body drawn inexorably towards Su Guanjin's grasp. In response, he summoned his inner strength, striving to break free from this binding force, and let out a fierce roar, blood sea frenzy. Instantly, the air around Su Guanjin surged with his blood energy. After all, he was a peak practitioner of the refining soul realm. Even if his opponent was in the soul unity realm, such indignity could not be tolerated. His eyes glowed crimson, filled with fury, as he harnessed Su Guanjin's pull to deliver a punch. Meanwhile, Lu Wenyu, observing the situation, felt his expression shift. He conjured a judge's pen, charging it with energy as he aimed at Su Guanjin. The oppressive force exerted by Su Guanjin was not one intended for negotiation. He had come to establish his authority. As Su Guanjin was the senior brother of Su Guanjin, it was certain that he would turn his attention to Lu Wenyu after dealing with Su Guanjin, compelling him to ally with Su Guanjin. The other four, witnessing this, exchanged glances, revealing no intent to intervene. They recognized that against the Soul Unity realm, they were no match. A misstep could lead to their demise, so they resolved to observe the unfolding events. "Kill!" Su Guanjin bellowed, as a torrent of blood energy surged from him, unleashing a suffocating wave of power. The chairs unoccupied by the assembly shattered into pieces. Su Guanjin regarded the impending attacks with a cold glint in his eyes, while his other hand pointed, colliding with the judge's pen. A tremendous force erupted from his fingertip, surging into Lu Wenyu's arm. The strike left Lu Wenyu feeling a violent energy erupting from within his arm. With a crash, his sleeve was torn apart, and cracks appeared upon his skin. Meanwhile, Su Guanjin's fist met the swirling palm of Su Guanjin, resulting in a fierce collision. A muffled groan resonated within the grand hall. Subsequently, Shangguan Shui's entire body was hurled backward, colliding violently against a stone pillar. A mouthful of fresh blood was ejected as he coughed and staggered to his feet. Fixing his gaze upon Shangguan Jinhong, "I am a disciple of the Golden Money Gang. Should you slay me, you declare enmity against the gang," Shangguan Shui proclaimed to Shangguan Jinhong. The mere mention of the Golden Money Gang caused a slight pause in Shangguan Jinhong's eyes, a flicker of nostalgia surfacing. However, this was a new world, and the Golden Money Gang was no longer the same entity he once knew. With a swift motion, he raised his palm, conjuring a formidable force that emanated from his hand. This time, Shangguan Shui could not withstand the pull and found himself ensnared by his adversary's grip around his neck. To dare strike at the gentle breeze rain pavilion, no one can come to your aid. Crack! As Shangguan Jinhong spoke, he brutally crushed Shangguan Shui's neck, his gaze shifting toward Lu Wenyu. Prior to arriving, he had already been apprised of the situation. The mastermind behind this incident was none other than Lu Wenyu. Upon noticing Shangguan Jinhong's piercing stare, Lu Wenyu's expression changed drastically. He understood the gravity of Shangguan Jinhong's strength and recognized that escape was futile. His eyes darted towards the other four individuals in the hall. "For esteemed ones, I am willing to offer 5 times the price for your assistance in my escape." The four within the hall were taken aback, a hint of internal struggle flickering in their eyes. They had initially hesitated to intervene, but the lucrative offer from Lu Wenyu was tempting, especially since it merely involved aiding in his escape. "Esteemed Shangguan, I am the 9th head of the Qingyun stronghold. As the saying goes, it is better to resolve grievances than to deepen them. You have already eliminated Shangguan Shui. The necessary explanations have been rendered. Why not allow me, as a mediator from the Qingyun stronghold, to facilitate a reconciliation in this matter? I, Nie Chaosheng of the Ghostly Fiend Manor, also hope that you, esteemed Shangguan, will consider this proposition. The other elder and Lu Sanyang remained silent, unlike the two, as they lacked any backing and were solitary wanderers. Do you wish to meddle in affairs that do not concern you? Shangguan Jinhong's gaze turned icy as he regarded the two. If you wish to assist, then first withstand my palm. As he spoke, Shangguan Jinhong's right hand shot forward, unleashing two swift strikes that were so rapid the two speakers could hardly comprehend them. Yet, they sensed the immense pressure emanating from the two powerful forces directed at them. The two felt the weight of the onslaught. Their internal energies surged as they simultaneously launched a punch to counter the impending blows. Bang! Bang! The collision of their palms with the forces sent their bodies, along with the chairs they occupied, flying across the room. Both spat blood simultaneously, their eyes wide with horror as they stared at Shangguan Jinhong, astonished that he would so readily engage. Those lacking the strength should refrain from meddling. Shangguan Jinhong dismissed them, turning his attention back to Lu Wenyu. Tell me, what lies within the Shishan minds that warrants such considerable effort on your part? Shangguan Jinhong inquired, his gaze fixed intently on Lu Wenyu. The Shishan mind contains gold. Lu Wenyu finally responded, and the revelation hung in the air. The expressions of Shangguan Jinhong and the others momentarily froze in disbelief. They had not anticipated the existence of a gold mine within the Shishan mining site. No wonder Shangguan Shui and Lu Wenyu were so eager to acquire that mine. While Shangguan Jinhong and his companions were taken aback, the countenances of the other four individuals in the hall shifted dramatically. With Lu Wenyu revealing such a significant piece of information, their chances of escape dwindled. The four glared at Lu Wenyu with resentment. Only my disciple and I are aware of the gold mine. No one else knows. Now that you four are privy to this information, you will not be spared. Lu Wenyu stated. Our only path to survival is to unite and break through together. He gazed at the four, knowing that by divulging the existence of the gold mine, he aimed to rally them against Shangguan Jinhong. Alone, he had no chance. However, with five united, there might be a glimmer of hope for his escape. Upon hearing this, although the four harbored animosity towards Lu Wenyu, they recognized that collaborating against Shangguan Jinhong was their only option. How intriguing. I never anticipated that this outing would yield such valuable information. Shangguan Jinhong's face broke into a smile, which soon morphed into a sinister grin as he rose from his seat. With a swift motion, he vanished and reappeared before Lu Wenyu. Startled, Lu Wenyu reacted instantaneously, thrusting his judgment pen with lightning speed, while a surge of chilling energy erupted from his left hand, striking towards Shangguan Jinhong. The torrent of cold energy surged towards Shangguan Jinhong's abdomen. Within him, a tumultuous force erupted, suppressing the oncoming icy blast. With a serpent-like motion, Shangguan Jinhong seized Lu Wenyu's wrist with one hand. Crack! The wrist was crushed, and with a sudden strike, his palm slammed against Lu Wenyu's chest. Boom! Lu Wenyu was hurled back, colliding against a stone pillar. Chapter 174. Seizing the Blood Flag Sect, gaining momentum flee. At that moment, the other four turned towards the Grand Hall's entrance. They were no match for their opponent and could only escape. As their adversary focused on Lu Wenyu, they moved in unison. However, upon reaching the entrance, Shangguan Jinhong had already appeared before them. Channeling his energy between his palms, he unleashed a powerful strike. The immense shockwave sent the four reeling back into the hall. At this juncture, Bai Fei, who had presumably been inside the hall, strode in from outside. He had dealt with the disciples of the Blood Flag Sect surrounding the hall. When Shangguan Jinhong launched his attack, Bai Fei had already exited the hall to confront those outside, preventing any awareness of the conflict within from spreading. The four, now pushed back, gazed at Shangguan Jinhong and Bai Fei at the entrance, their expressions grim. Charge forth. Ghostly Fiend, True Fist. Crimson, Sun, Blazing Palm. C2 Ming and Nie Chaos Hen roared in unison, launching their assault against Shangguan Jinhong. Meanwhile, Lu Sanyang and the elder beside her exchanged a glance and chose to remain still. To act now would surely lead to a swift demise. One can only hope to seek a glimmer of hope from alternative avenues. Two individuals advanced. One exuded a chilling aura from his palm, while the other radiated a furnace-like warmth. Humph! A moment of surprise flickered in Shangwan Jinhong's eyes as he simultaneously struck with both palms. The force was tremendous, piercing through the powers of the two assailants, resulting in a collision of hands. Bang! Bang! The three palms met with a resounding impact. Shangwan Jinhong's surging energy surged into the bodies of the two adversaries, penetrating their heart veins. Boom! Their heart veins shattered instantly. With a spurt, both standing figures coughed up blood, their once fierce gazes fading, and their bodies collapsed to the ground, breathless. In an instant, among the six, only two remained standing. Alongside the fallen Lu Wenyu, who was spitting blood, Bai Zhangjiao approached Lu Wenyu, pointing a finger that unleashed a force directly into his heart vein. Lord Shangwan, I am a wanderer of the Jianghu, without sect or faction, willing to join the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion and serve at your command. At this moment, the elder spoke up. Upon hearing him, Lu Sanyang quickly chimed in. My lord, I, Lu Sanyang, also wish to join the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion. Shangwan Jinhong turned his gaze toward Bai Zhangjiao, who narrowed his eyes. Why did Shangwan Jinhong refrain from eliminating the two during the conflict? There was indeed a rationale behind it. The identities of these four had already been thoroughly investigated before Bai Zhangjiao's arrival. Nye Chaos Hen and Situ Ming, belonging to the Ghost Sha Manor and Qingyun Stronghold, were naturally deemed unusable. However, the other two still held potential. Bai Zhangjiao retrieved a vial of elixirs from within his robe. These are 2 pills. Consume them. After a year, based on your performance, I shall provide you with the antidote. He tossed the 2 black pills to the pair. They, seeing this, dared not entertain any hesitation and promptly ingested the pills, fearing that a moment's indecision might lead to their demise at the hands of their adversary. Follow me. We must eradicate the members of the Blood Banner sect and seize control. Bai Zhangjiao commanded the 2. Yes, Pavilion Master. They bowed and followed him as they proceeded out of the hall. I shall also join the fray, Lung Huishan declared as he exited the grand hall. Soon, the Blood Banner sect was engulfed in a miasma of blood, with several elders being slain, while the ordinary disciples were conscripted into the ranks of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion. Before long, news of the Blood Banner sect's downfall spread throughout Lingnan County. Just as the Lingyue Sword Sect had been annihilated, the Blood Banner sect now faced the same fate. Such tidings were fervently discussed among the Jianghu wanderers in tea houses and taverns. The Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion is truly formidable, having decisively obliterated the Blood Banner sect. One remarked, "What misfortune has befallen the Blood Banner sect, provoking the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion?" I hear they even extended an invitation to Bai Zhangjiao from the pavilion. Little did they anticipate that he would lead an assault, annihilating them, and seizing control of the Blood Banner sect. Now, the Blood Banner sect has become a stronghold for the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion. How tragic. Another echoed, "Though the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion is powerful, do you know who Shangwan Shui is?" Shangwan Shui is a disciple of the leader of the Money Gang. Moreover, this time, it is not only Shangwan Shui who has perished, but also his senior brother Lu Wenyu, as well as Situ Ming, the 9th chief of Qingyun village, and Nye Chaos Hen, the 4th master of the ghostly Shura Manor. The Jin Feng Shiyu building has indeed stirred a great storm. I cannot believe that the Jin Feng Shiyu building can withstand these 3 formidable forces, someone remarked. Whether they can withstand it or not remains uncertain. However, this time the Jin Feng Shiyu building has dispatched a powerful being at the God-Soul unification realm. They have the backing of the Tianya Pavilion, and I foresee that this spectacle has only just begun. Enough of the theatrics. I feel that the martial world of Lingnan Prefecture is about to descend into chaos. Let us not inadvertently become embroiled in it. At this moment, someone expressed their concerns. A profound silence enveloped the crowd. Indeed, the martial world of Lingnan Prefecture is currently in turmoil. When the martial world is in disarray, other matters will inevitably follow suit. For them, there exists a possibility of being affected as well. Meanwhile, at the Jin Feng Shiyu building, news of a gold mine within the West Mountain mine site reached Nailan Rongyan, leaving her momentarily stunned. A gold mine. The court prohibits private extraction and mandates collaboration with the government for mining operations. What shall we do, master of the building? Nailan Rongyan inquired, gazing at Bai Zhangjiao. We are unaware of any gold mine. The West Mountain site is merely an iron mine. You should discreetly gather some individuals to commence extraction and once mined, immediately refine and transport it. Place it in the designated location, and at that time, someone will take it away. Bai Zhangjiao replied. The Qinglong Society building seeks expansion and requires funds. The emergence of this gold mine could entirely fulfill that need. As for the court's prohibition against independent mining, Bai Fei paid it little heed. Are there not numerous forces within the great Zhou dynasty that secretly exploit gold mines? Master of the building, I will arrange for people to quickly locate the gold mine and begin extraction. Nailan Rongyan knew that Bai Fei would not relinquish the gold mine. He had merely shared some circumstances. They had just joined the Qinglong Society building and would temporarily follow his lead. Bai Fei addressed the two individuals standing in the hall. These two were indeed Lu Sanyang and the elder, whom he had brought back from the Blood Banner sect. The elder, named Mo Yibi, was a peak master in the refining soul realm. As for Lu Sanyang, her strength lay in the late refining soul realm, but she excelled in the art of seduction. They greeted Nailan Rongyan with a bow, having returned to the Qinglong Society building after being subdued by Shangguan Jinhong. Upon encountering Guanxi, they felt a wave of terror. In comparison to the oppressive aura of Shangguan Jinhong, they felt like mere ants before Guanxi. A sense of panic gripped them, knowing that Guanxi was undoubtedly a transcendent being who had stepped into the God-soul unification realm. The Tianya Pavilion, which stands behind the Qinglong Society building, has dispatched a master of the heavenly being realm to oversee matters. The might of the Tianya Pavilion is indeed formidable. Even without the control of poison, they would not dare to entertain any thoughts of rebellion. Chapter 175, The Ruthlessness of Li Tianqing and the Reinforcement of the Wujiden. At the Mountain River sect, within the main peak, numerous courtyards and buildings stood in succession. Du Hongtao found himself within one of the edifices, his expression marked by gravity. It appeared that only a handful of elders within the main peak supported his master. These old men, lacking any incentive, remained utterly noncommittal. What was to be done? Should he first release his master from seclusion? Du Hongtao pondered. Over the past few days, he had reached out to several elders at the main peak, only to find them rather ambiguous, neither offering support nor outright rejection, simply stalling. From their conversations, he discerned that these elders were hoping to gain something from his master before they would lend their assistance. Clearly, a visit to his master was in order, he thought. At that moment, a figure silently emerged within the courtyard, approaching Du Hongtao. Engrossed in thought, Du Hongtao sensed someone was observing him. Upon lifting his gaze, he saw Nangong Wu standing before him. Master, let us speak indoors, Nangong Wu suggested as he stepped into the hall of the courtyard. Du Hongtao promptly followed and closed the door behind them. Master, you have emerged from seclusion. Du Hongtao's face brightened with joy. If I do not emerge, it seems you will make no progress here. What is the current situation? Are you aware of who is vying for the position of the sect leader? Nangong Wu inquired. Lin Tianqing, the elder of Tianqi Peak, and Mu Tianyun, the former leader of Tianluo Peak, Du Hongtao replied. Lin Tianqing possesses the weakest strength among the refining soul realm at Tianqi Peak. It seems he has garnered the support of the elders behind the scenes. Nangong Wu spoke in a somber tone. He was not surprised by Mu Tianyun's ambition for the leadership position, but Lin Tianqing's involvement was unexpected, indicating that he had been chosen by others. You must inform Elder Tang and Elder Tong within the peak, tonight. I shall meet them at the bamboo pavilion on the back mountain, Nangong Wu instructed. After emerging from his secluded state, he had observed the circumstances of the Shanhua sect for several days and found no imminent danger, which prompted him to seek out Du Hongtao. He also assessed Mu Tianyun's injuries and concluded that he was not a formidable opponent, thus preparing to make his official entrance. Naturally, he aimed to become the sect leader, solidifying his authority. Understood, Du Hongtao acknowledged, departing swiftly. Meanwhile, Nangong Wu did not linger and turned to leave. On another front, Su Chun had learned of the successful acquisition of the Blood Flag sect by the Xishan mine and the Qinglong Society building. Shangguan Jinhong and a hidden figure. The celestial realm expert Guanxi had made the takeover of the Blood Flag sect a straightforward endeavor. However, he was taken aback by the discovery of a gold mine within the Xishan mine. What fortuitous luck, Su Chen murmured to himself. The development of both the Qinglong Society building and the Qinglong Society depended heavily on financial backing. With the presence of a gold mine, these two factions could firmly establish themselves in the northern 9 provinces. Yet, he wondered how much gold could be extracted from this mine. At that moment, Li Tianqing entered the grand hall. Greetings, Peak Master. Li Tianqing first offered his respects, then spoke. Peak Master, Nangong Wu has emerged from his place of seclusion. Has he appeared at the main peak? Su Chun inquired, his brow furrowing slightly, though he had not made an appearance. I have discreetly arranged for someone to deliver meals to Nangong Wu, and it has come to my attention that the meals delivered 3 days prior remain untouched. He must have secluded himself. Master Feng, while on the surface, Nangong Wu appears indifferent to power. I am aware of his deep fascination with it, and he is known for his ruthless methods. His prior retreat was a consequence of being suppressed by Qian Tianqin and the Grand Elder, resulting in a lack of power. Now that he has secretly emerged from seclusion, he must have ulterior motives. To prevent any unforeseen events, I suggest eliminating Nangong Wu, Li Tianqing stated solemnly. Now that Nangong Wu has left his place of seclusion, can you track him down? Su Chen inquired. I have already ascertained the whereabouts of Nangong Wu. He has been residing in an abandoned bamboo house on the back mountain these past few days. Master Feng, with my ascent to the pinnacle of the soul refinement realm, alongside you and Chui Wuhu, the 3 of us should be capable of vanquishing him, Li Tianqing asserted. Upon hearing Li Tianqing's words, Su Chen mused to himself, Li Tianqing is undeniably ruthless. Yet, he found himself in agreement with Li Tianqing's perspective and nodded in acknowledgement. Elder Chui should be returning shortly. Once he arrives, we shall proceed to the back mountain and take action against Nangong Wu. Since Su Chen harbored ambitions of becoming the sect leader, he recognized the necessity of eliminating all potential threats. As for whether Nangong Wu was innocent, in the world of martial arts, there has never been any true innocence. His emergence from seclusion signifies his awareness of the danger he now faces. I shall keep a close watch on Nangong Wu's movements. Li Tianqing bowed and exited. Observing Li Tianqing's departure, Su Chen narrowed his eyes. After reaching the pinnacle of the soul refinement realm, Li Tianqing's murderous intent had intensified. However, with an increase in bloodlust, there lies the risk of losing control. Tonight, I shall demonstrate my strength, Su Chen contemplated. At times, it is essential to showcase one's prowess to instill fear in others. He then retrieved the infinite pill previously bestowed upon him by Murong Qingchen. Su Chen had discreetly sent it to the Jinfeng Shiyu building for inspection and found no issues. Consequently, he intended to utilize this infinite pill to advance into the soul refinement realm. With his realm elevated, combined with the skills of the soul refinement realm and the rainfall blade, what could hinder him at the pinnacle of soul refinement? Turning around, he entered a small secluded chamber behind the main hall, designated for brief breakthroughs. Inside the chamber, Su Chen extracted the infinite pill, which emanated a regal purple glow, with its interior crystalline and translucent, exuding a rich medicinal fragrance. As he inhaled deeply, he felt a surge of medicinal energy coursing through his body, igniting his internal energy into a fervor. Not only his energy, but even his blood vitality began to stir in response. Gazing at the infinite pill, Su Chen suddenly recalled the 2 basic enhancement cards he had previously acquired but had yet to use. He wondered if they could be applied to the infinite pill. If so, enhancing the pill would undoubtedly amplify its potency. Ensuring his transition into the soul refinement realm would not only be stable, but would also allow him to swiftly overcome the initial instability of the soul refinement stage. With this thought in mind, Su Chen held the pill in his hand and promptly activated a basic enhancement card. As one enhancement card vanished, the elixir in his hand began to transform. The previously violet luminescence morphed into an amber hue, releasing an increasingly potent aroma. The Wuji pill also emanated a wave of warmth, circulating within his palm, imparting a gentle heat. Given Su Chen's formidable physical prowess, the warmth signified the elixir's extraordinary nature. After a brief moment, the sensation of warmth dissipated, revealing intricate patterns on the pill's surface. Intrigued, Su Chen's gaze sharpened. Although unfamiliar with alchemical concoctions, the potent energy radiating from the pill suggested its remarkable quality. Without a moment's hesitation, he consumed the pill. Boom! Mere moments later, a surge of primordial energy coursed through Su Chen's body, accompanied by a fierce tumult of vital essence. Chapter 176, Stepping into the Refining Spirit, Surrounding Nangong Wu. As the elixir's power manifested, a layer of crimson mist enveloped Su Chen, beneath which an invisible torrent of energy swirled, producing a cacophony of rushing air. This amalgamation of blood essence generated an overwhelming heat wave, rendering him akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. In this state, Su Chen activated the Shanhe Gong, immediately drawing in the flowing energy produced by the elixir. His physical form underwent continuous transformation under the refining influence of the blood essence. The diamond-splitting demon technique flowed ceaselessly within him, invigorated by this essence. Concurrently, the blood-eating flood dragon diagram he had previously acquired materialized, manifesting as a spectral blood dragon that surged into Su Chen's body. As this dragon apparition emerged, the preceding crimson mist coalesced, forming a blood dragon that integrated with Su Chen's vital essence, rendering it as potent as a dragon. In this moment, Su Chen sensed that the ethereal dragon image from the blood-eating flood dragon diagram had disintegrated into mere dust. At that instant, the vortex within his dantian accelerated abruptly. With the intensification of the vortex, his primordial energy surged exponentially. Boom! Upon reaching a critical threshold, a thunderous roar erupted from within, as if he had broken free from a self-imposed shackle. With the dissolution of this shackle-like force, the external blood essence and primordial energy reverberated within him. This transformation unfolded swiftly as Su Chen remained seated, immobile, his aura burgeoning. Unbeknownst to him, the night deepened. Outside the secret chamber, Li Tianxing and Cui Wu Hu had been waiting. Elderly, is there no one else around Ningong Wu? Cui Wu Hu inquired softly. Before my arrival, he had just engaged in a discussion with Tang Rukin and Tong Haitao from the main peak. Now that they have departed, only he and his disciple, Du Hongtao, remain in the bamboo grove, Li Tianxing replied. As they conversed, Su Chen slowly opened his eyes and stood up, assessing the strength within him. If he did not restrain his vital essence, the sheer surge of bloodlust and the fluctuations of his physical form generated an overwhelming pressure. Beyond this pressure, he felt as if his very being had undergone a profound baptism. The diamond-cracking demon body had ascended once more. At present, his strength was such that vanquishing those in the mid-stages of soul refinement would be a trivial task. Moreover, the innate energy within him had expanded tenfold. As far as he knew, most who entered the soul refinement realm typically experienced an increase of 3 to 5 times, yet he had achieved a remarkable tenfold enhancement. Indeed, it was extraordinary. After the fortification, the infinite pill exhibited a distinct difference. He contemplated investigating the significance of the additional pattern on the pill later. With that thought, he reined in his bloodlust and internal energy. The drizzle blade materialized in his grasp as he proceeded towards the exit of his secret chamber. Upon opening the door, Li Tianxing and another person simultaneously bowed to Su Chen. As Li Tianxing saluted, he sensed the aura emanating from Su Chen and was momentarily taken aback. The peak master's strength had evidently increased. It seemed he had entered the soul refinement realm, and to exude such pressure upon just entering the realm was remarkable. He mused. What about Ningong Wu? Su Chen inquired. He remains in the bamboo pavilion on the back mountain. I previously encountered the main peaks Tang Rukin and Tong Hai. Ningong Wu replied. Very well, let us proceed to confront him. Su Chen nodded. The three swiftly departed from the Tian Luo Peak Master's Hall. In the back mountain, amidst a grove of bamboo, stood a small pavilion, illuminated by a faint glow. Master, now that you have officially emerged from seclusion, why linger here? We can return directly to the main peak. Du Hongtao suggested. This place is serene, allowing me to engage with certain individuals. If I were to reveal myself, many would fixate on me, particularly my senior brother, Mu Tianyan. Although he is injured, his disciple, Murong Qingchun, is accompanied by formidable protectors and poses a significant challenge. Ningong Wu explained. Master, who exactly is Murong Qingchun? Du Hongtao inquired. She is a noble lady of the royal family, someone we cannot afford to offend. And she is protected by a powerful expert at the spirit unity realm, Ningong Wu responded gravely. After years of seclusion, he had yet to touch upon the spirit unity realm, which frustrated him considerably. However, upon exiting seclusion, the ambition to vie for the position of sect leader ignited within him, and he felt an inexplicable conviction that he would soon attain the spirit unity realm. He understood, of course, that perhaps becoming the sect leader was the crux of his aspirations. If he were to ascend to the position of leader of the Shanhua sect, it might just facilitate his entry into the spirit unity realm. You should return for now. Many are watching you. Their attention on you will afford me greater maneuvering space. Ningong Wu advised. The disciple comprehended. Du Hongtao nodded, bowed to Ningong Wu, and exited the room. As he stepped out of the bamboo pavilion, a figure suddenly materialized before him. The instant the figure appeared, a fist, fierce as a tempest, surged towards him without granting him a moment's reprieve. The fist struck directly at his throat. Crack! In a moment of shock, his throat was shattered by the assailant's blow. with the spark of life extinguished within him. He collapsed to the ground. Who is this? Within the bamboo house, Nangong Wu sensed a disturbance. He descended directly, and upon seeing Du Hongtao sprawled on the ground, his expression shifted, his gaze fixed upon the assailant clad in the elder's robe of the Tianluo peak of the Shanhua sect, Cui Wuhu. Recognizing the identity of his opponent, he recalled having reviewed the information on all the elders of the Shanhua sect over the past few days. Thus he knew he was facing Cui Wuhu. His eyes darted to the distance, where Su Chun had arrived at the bamboo house accompanied by Li Tianxing. The presence of Su Chun, the leader of Tianluo Peak, and Li Tianxing made Nangong Wu's countenance harden. Has your master finally lost patience? Yet, have you come merely to test my strength with your lives? Nangong Wu said coldly, convinced that Su Chun was sent by Mu Tianyun to gauge his capabilities. My presence here is entirely unrelated to my master. He has grown old and should retire. I am here to eliminate you, paving my path to become the leader of the Shanhua sect, Su Chun replied with an unsettling calmness. Upon hearing Su Chun's words, Nangong Wu's eyes narrowed as he retorted, You? A mere puppet elevated by others? Kill. At that moment, Li Tianxing, standing beside Su Chun, stepped forward as Nangong Wu spoke, his aura swirling around him. The formidable power of the peak of the refinement realm erupted from him as he raised his fist, a dark radiance pulsating within. He then propelled himself off the ground, stomping down on the soft bamboo forest floor, which instantly yielded beneath him, creating a deep crater as dust erupted into the air. He launched himself forward, his fist aimed at Nangong Wu, a colossal gust surging towards him. Just because you've reached the peak of the refinement realm, do you think you can contend with me? Nangong Wu retorted coldly, raising both palms as a chilling and a searing force erupted from them. Chapter 177. Unexpectedly. A slash to the throat, ice, fire, and innate energy. Observing Nangong Wu's actions, Su Chun felt a flicker of surprise. He had not anticipated that Nangong Wu had mastered two highly conflicting forms of martial innate energy. Meanwhile, Li Tianxing felt a palpable pressure as the frigid and fiery fist energies coalesced into a violent wave, colliding with his own punch. Bang! The force of the impact sent Li Tianxing staggering back several steps. Frost formed on his fist, followed by an intense heat. Boom! The alternating temperatures emitted a cracking sound, and a bloodline appeared on his fist, a trickle of blood seeping from the wound. With such meager strength, you dare to kill me? Nangong Wu growled, as the chilling and fiery true energy surged within him, creating a terrifying wave of power. The ground beneath him was divided, one side encased in frost, the other scorched. He then unleashed a formidable palm strike, the mixed energies of ice and fire hurtling towards Li Tianxing. At that moment, a fierce expression emerged on Li Tianxing's face, his gaze turning savage as he clenched his fist tightly, disregarding the blood trickling from his arm. Ancient demonic Buddha fist. He launched his fist forward with determination. A layer of sanguine malevolence enveloped his fist, within which seemed to sit an ancient blood-red Buddha in meditation. With a resounding impact, their fists collided, unleashing ripples through the air akin to surging tides, forming a tempest that swept in all directions. The two figures separated. Li Tianxing staggered backward, a massive gash tearing open the previously wounded arm, blood streaming forth and staining his fist. Meanwhile, Nangong Wu advanced menacingly toward Li Tianxing, his gaze fierce. Eliminate them first. Then you, he coldly remarked, casting a glance at Su Chun, who stood a short distance away. Kill. As he spoke, Li Tianxing let out a low growl and surged forward, delivering a powerful punch. Just as he acted, Cui Wuhu, who had previously slain Du Hongtao, suddenly struck, his hand morphing into a claw that sliced through the air toward his opponent's head with astonishing speed. Unfazed by the dual assault, Nangong Wu remained composed, first intercepting Li Tianxing's punch with a palm strike. He then swiftly aimed a second palm at Cui Wuhu, unleashing a chilling frost energy that cascaded toward him. With a resounding thud, frost enveloped Cui Wuhu's hand, causing his expression to shift drastically as he hurriedly summoned his inner strength to counteract the bone-chilling force. As he shattered the icy sensation, Nangong Wu did not pursue Li Tianxing. Instead, he pivoted to attack Cui Wuhu, the earlier frost dissipating, leaving him ablaze with fervor. Within him, a powerful energy surged, and if he could truly harmonize the two forms of true energy, he would ascend to the unity of spirit and soul. Endless arduous training alone could not achieve this. At that moment, Nangong Wu felt a rush of exhilaration, the flow of energy within him quickening, affirming the correctness of his recent breakthrough. With a mighty strike, he aimed to obliterate Cui Wuhu with a single blow. Suddenly, a rapid flash of blades hurtled toward his face. The speed of the blade was unmatched, forming a whirlwind that carried an intense chill. Su Chen had made his move. He did not employ the drizzling blade technique, but instead harnessed the frosty energy, combined with a fierce swiftness, rendering this strike extraordinarily potent. In that instant, Nangong Wu was seized by a wave of fear. He retreated hastily, unleashing a fiery energy with a palm strike. The flames were cleaved in two by the frigid blade. Yet at that moment, Nangong Wu managed to evade Su Chen's onslaught. He turned to regard the assailant, astonishment etched across his features. Your strength, your swordsmanship. A glimmer of disbelief flickered in Nangong Wu's eyes, as Su Chen's prowess utterly surpassed his expectations. On the other side, both Li Tianqing and Cui Wuhu wore expressions of surprise. Li Tianqing, having previously clashed with Su Chen, was aware of his formidable physique, yet the recent strike's speed, force, and the chilling aura it emitted were anything but ordinary, achievements not easily attained through mere practice. The two individuals exchanged a glance, realizing that they had underestimated Su Chen. Kill! Su Chen uttered in a low voice, his foot striking the ground with a force that propelled him forward like a wraith, charging once more towards Nangong Wusha. Upon witnessing Su Chen's attack, Cui Wuhu's gaze turned icy, and his aura surged with unrestrained intensity. He swiftly drew a slender soft sword from his waist and launched it towards Nangong Wusha. The soft sword clashed with the air, producing a piercing sound. Meanwhile, Li Tianqing let out a low growl as his ferocious energy erupted. His blood-stained fist brimming with the essence of bloodlust, he unleashed another powerful punch towards Nangong Wusha. Observing this scene, Nangong Wusha hastily retreated. Although the three acted sequentially, they seemed to have reached an unspoken understanding, striking in unison. What posed the greatest threat to him was the blade in Su Chen's hand. As he withdrew, a fierce glint reflected in his eyes. Clenching his fists tightly, he retaliated with punches that were as fierce as spears, determined to use his immense energy to counter the trio's assault. Boom, boom, boom. The clash of energies echoed as Li Tianqing's and Cui Wuhu's attacks were thwarted. Yet, the blade in Su Chen's hand shimmered with deadly light, slicing through the energy and aiming directly for Nangong Wusha's face. A chilling radiance emanated from the blade, causing Nangong Wusha's heart to leap in surprise, and he exclaimed, "Is that a weapon of legendary grade?" As he spoke, a greedy glint flashed in his eyes. Instead of retreating, he advanced, channeling his energy rapidly into his arms. Summoning a wave of icy force that he swung like a dragon towards Su Chen's wrist. Su Chen's gaze sharpened, and he swiftly altered his grip, transforming his blade's technique in an instant. The once fierce longsword now flowed like a gentle rain, evading his opponent's line of sight. This startled Nangong Wusha, who grasped at thin air. Yet, in that fleeting moment, an arm unexpectedly emerged, seizing Nangong Wusha's arm. With an explosive surge of vitality, it yanked him forcefully towards Su Chen. Boom! The immense force erupted from Su Chen's body, resembling a mighty gorilla as he charged forward. Unprepared for Su Chen's rhythm, Nangong Wusha was caught off guard by the overwhelming energy, which shattered his protective aura. As it crumbled, he saw Su Chen's fist morph into a shadowy hue, striking directly at his chest. Crack! He felt his ribs fracture under the impact of the blow. A cry of agony escaped his lips. Yet, the previously vanished blade returned, like flowers blooming in the rain, slicing across his throat. With a soft hiss, blood flowed from his neck. Chapter 178. The Scapegoat. Lin Tianqing's bloodthirst thud. Nangong Wusha's lifeless body collapsed onto the ground. Remove their bodies and dissolve them with the corpse disintegrating powder, Su Chen instructed. Understood. The two, still in shock, quickly regained their composure, with one of them swiftly carrying a corpse away from the bamboo house. Soon, the three found themselves in a deep valley. Li Tianqing retrieved the powder from his bosom, preparing to dissolve the corpses. Wait! Su Chen waved his hand. He had forgotten to search the bodies. He swiftly began to rummage through them. Du Hongtao had 300 taels of silver on him, a sum that could only be described as meager. In contrast, he discovered 3,000 taels in banknotes and a manual titled Ninefold Ice and Fire Strength on Du Hongtao. Observing Su Chen's familiar actions, Li Tianqing and Cui Wuhu exchanged glances. Their peak master was indeed extraordinary. Dispose of them, Su Chen gestured. The powder fell upon the two bodies, which quickly dissolved into liquid, their garments vanishing without a trace. Let us depart. The trio hastily left, each returning to their own abodes. The next day, all was calm, as if no one was aware of Du Hongtao and Nangong Wu's disappearance. However, within a secret chamber of Tianqi Peak, 4 figures gathered. 3 of them were formidable alchemists from Tianqi Peak, including Elder Lin, while the 4th was an elderly man clad in a yellow robe. Tonghai has contacted me. Nangong Wu has emerged from seclusion and wishes to become the sect master of Shanhua sect. We must act preemptively, otherwise, we will lose our advantage, the elderly man remarked, casting a glance at Lin Tianqing. Lin Tianqing, a middle-aged man with a somewhat scholarly demeanor, exuded the aura of a sect leader. In that case, let us proceed without delay. Today, I will become the master of Tianqi Peak and propose the swift selection of the Shanhua sect's master, he declared. Very well. I have already arranged for the 3 elder masters of the main peak to support you, with the assistance of Tianqi Peak's elders. You will undoubtedly be capable of becoming the sect master, though do remain cautious of Mu Tianyun, the elderly man advised. Do not worry about Elder Wang. I have also secured the allegiance of several elders within Tianluo Peak, Lin Tianqing replied softly. Excellent. Then I shall take my leave, awaiting the day when Elder Lin ascends to the position of sect master, overseeing the main peak. The elderly man bid farewell with well wishes. The 3 bowed as they saw him off. After the yellow-robed elder departed, Lin Tianqing turned to the 2 elders beside him and said, The forthcoming matters will require your assistance. It is our duty, they replied with nods before leaving. They would rally the elders of Tianqi Peak to ensure Lin Tianqing's ascension as peak master and facilitate the election of a new sect master for Shanhua sect starting today. Before long, news of Lin Tianqing becoming the peak master of Tianqi spread throughout the Shanhua sect. This revelation astonished many disciples, yet for others, it elicited a calm composure. Upon assuming his role as peak master, Lin Tianqing summoned all the elders from the 3 peaks to the sect master hall at the main peak of Shanhua sect. In the secluded cavern of Tianluo Peak, Murong Qingchen stood before Mu Xianyan. Master, there has been movement on Tianqi Peak. Elder Nangong has also emerged. Yet I have not been able to locate his whereabouts, she stated. Nangong Wu is my junior disciple, and he has always harbored great ambition. His emergence indicates he is undoubtedly preparing for something significant. It seems Lin Tianqing is not allowing him the opportunity to prepare, which is why today we shall select the new sect leader. Mu Xianyan replied, Is that so? Then, Master, do you intend to support the selection of a new sect leader today? I am curious about how many elders you have managed to rally at the main peak. Murong Qingchen inquired. She was confident that the elders she had aligned with at Tianluo Peak would not pose an issue, but she needed to know if Mu Xianyan had secured more support. There are 5 elders, all of whom hold considerable power within the main peak. When they endorse me, others will likely follow suit, Mu Xianyan explained. Upon hearing this, Murong Qingchen nodded. In any sect or faction, it is the influential elders who wield the most power. Many of the others merely cling to their coattails. Suddenly, Murong Qingchen's thoughts drifted to Su Chun, who had previously expressed his desire to become the sect leader. He stands no chance, she sighed inwardly. Qingchen, let us proceed to the sect leader hall. Mu Xianyan's face radiated with joy. After today, he would assume the role of the new sect leader. The 2 exited the cave, and at that moment, white snowflakes began to fall from the sky. It is snowing. This year's snowfall has come rather early. It seems my return to the capital is drawing near, Murong Qingchen remarked, a hint of melancholy gracing her features. The Mountain River sect is also your home. You may return any time, Mu Xianyan reassured her. By the way, have you called Su Chen? Is he not joining us at the sect leader hall? He inquired, as Su Chen was his disciple. Though he had not formally taught him much, Su Chen still held that title. Master, I have not mentioned your affairs to him. He likely made his own way to the sect leader hall, Murong Qingchen replied, uncertain of how to express herself. If Mu Xianyan were to learn that Su Chen also aspired to the position of sect leader, he would likely strike him down without hesitation. Meanwhile, Su Chen was making his way towards the sect leader hall alongside Cui Wuhu. Li Tianqing, however, did not accompany them, as he needed to confer with other elders he had previously contacted to confirm certain matters, ensuring there would be no unforeseen complications. Upon arriving at the sect leader hall, Su Chen took his place as the peak master of Tianluo. Lin Tianqing, who had already arrived, looked at Su Chen and said, Peak Master Su. Elder Muxing will be arriving today. You should yield your position to him. Hearing Lin Tiancheng's words, Su Chen's brows furrowed slightly. He had not provoked this individual. Yet here he was, stirring trouble. My master's position as the sect leader is assured. He rightfully deserves to occupy that esteemed role. Lin Feng, despite having supporters, your strength pales in comparison to my master's. Individuals of your caliber are simply unfit to become the sect leader. Su Chen spoke softly to Lin Tiancheng. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, a glimmer of cold light flashed in Lin Tiancheng's eyes. Nangong Wu and Mu Tianyun are both formidable adversaries to him. However, on the day he convened the elders to elect a new sect leader, he received troubling news from the elders stationed at the main peak. Nangong Wu had vanished, with signs of a struggle discovered in the bamboo grove, suggesting he may have been killed. Lin Tiancheng suspected Mu Tianyun's involvement. Thus, he engaged Su Chen in conversation, primarily to gauge Su Chen's reaction. To his surprise, Su Chen's unwavering confidence that Mu Tianyun would ascend to the position of sect leader transformed Lin Tiancheng's skepticism into certainty. Mu Tianyun had indeed slain Nangong Wu. Contemplating this, a chilling glint flashed in his eyes. Mu Tianyun must not survive, for otherwise, the leadership position may slip from his grasp. Then allow me to extend my congratulations to Elder Mu, Lin Tiancheng remarked, turning to depart. As he pivoted, his gaze fell upon an elder clad in black robes within the hall, his palm gesturing subtly, a signal of assassination. Unbeknownst to Su Chen, his words had ignited a murderous intent within Lin Tiancheng towards Mu Tianyun. Chapter 179. The leadership position is beyond your grasp within the main hall. Several elders observed the unfolding situation and began to murmur quietly among themselves, particularly those seated in the front rows. The elders in the back merely glanced at Su Chen, who occupied the peak master's chair, and fell silent. Su Chen is favored by Li Tiancheng, the very person they support. They remained unaware of the reasons behind Su Chen's backing by Li Tiancheng, but they recognized Li Tiancheng's current prowess. Having reached the pinnacle of the soul refinement stage, fully qualified to nominate someone to assist in becoming the sect leader of the Mountain River sect. Whether Su Chen would ultimately be under Li Tiancheng's control was not their concern. At that moment, two sets of footsteps echoed from outside, heralding the arrival of Mu Tianyun and Murong Qingchen. They have arrived sooner than expected, Su Chen thought, his gaze sharpening slightly upon seeing Mu Tianyun. Although he possessed little awareness of his master, Mu Tianyun still held the title, and appearances must be maintained. He rose to approach Mu Tianyun. Greetings, master. Greetings, Sister Murong, he said, bowing respectfully. Mu Tianyun nodded, seemingly indifferent towards this disciple, aware that Su Chen was merely a puppet pushed forward by Murong Qingchen, lacking true authority. Noting Mu Tianyun's silence, Su Chen withdrew and returned to his seat. Upon seeing Su Chen resume his place, Mu Tianyun's expression momentarily faltered, followed by a flicker of anger that was swiftly subdued. His gaze shifted towards Murong Qingchen. Murong Qingchen furrowed her brows slightly, taken aback by Su Chen's actions. Within the grand hall, several elders observed the unfolding situation, their expressions betraying a hint of disquiet. Particularly, Lin Tiancheng, who had conversed with Mu Tianyun earlier, cast a glance at Su Chen. He surmised that there was an underlying intent to prevent Mu Tianyun from ascending to the position of sect leader, and he reflected that their previous conversation was likely a lamentation of sorts. Fearing the escalation of the situation, Murong Qingchen discreetly signaled to a nearby elder. The elder promptly rose and moved his chair to the forefront. Please take a seat, esteemed elder, he said, bowing slightly. Mu Tianyun, suppressing his simmering anger, took his place upon the chair designated by the elder. I wonder if old Peak Master is aware of Elder Nangong's return. However, given that Elder Nangong has remained absent for such an extended period, should we wait or proceed? Lin Tiancheng inquired, directing his words to Mu Tianyun. Since Elder Nangong has chosen not to appear, we need not wait for him any longer, Mu Tianyun declared. In his heart, Mu Tianyun harbored trepidation regarding Nangong Wu, which prompted his desire to secure the position of sect leader before Nangong Wu's arrival. Yet, Lin Tiancheng interpreted Mu Tianyun's statement as an indication that Nangong Wu was likely deceased, rendering the need for waiting moot. Such implications suggested that Nangong Wu's allies might have already shifted their allegiance to him. My odds of success seem to be dwindling. It is imperative that Mu Tianyun meets his end, Lin Tianqing mused internally, maintaining a facade of calm as he engaged Mu Tianyun in conversation. At that moment, an elder from the Tianqi peak rose slowly, his gaze fixed upon Lin Tianqing. As he passed by Mu Tianyun, a dagger materialized in his palm. Swiftly, he pivoted towards Mu Tianyun, moving with astonishing speed. Before the assembly could comprehend the unfolding drama, the dagger plunged directly towards Mu Tianyun's heart. Perhaps sensing the imminent danger, Mu Tianyun's aura surged, deflecting the dagger's trajectory. However, it still managed to pierce his skin, drawing forth a drop of blood. Enraged, Mu Tianyun retaliated with a forceful strike, and his assailant responded in kind. The clash of their energies resonated through the hall, resulting in a muffled thud as the attacker was sent hurtling back, crashing against the grand hall's entrance. Yet, in a seamless motion, he regained his footing and swiftly exited the hall. In the aftermath of the confrontation, Mu Tianyun's countenance shifted dramatically. The wound inflicted upon him became a conduit for a dark, venomous liquid that surged into his body. "It's poisoned," he gasped, collapsing to the ground, his eyes filled with disbelief and resentment. This shocking scene left the elders of the Shanhua sect in a state of profound astonishment. They had not anticipated such a turn of events. Mu Tianyun had been slain within the very hall. Words escaped them, as they recalled the previous sect leader meeting where Mu Tianyun had sustained injuries at the hands of the sect leader, only to now be assassinated outright. Seated upon a chair, Lin Tianqing promptly descended to stand before Mu Qinyun. The ghostly death manor, the thousand poisons ghostly death. That individual was an assassin from the ghostly death manor, exclaimed Lin Tianqing. As he uttered these words, he began to sense Mu Qinyun's heartbeat, only to discover that it was entirely absent. At this moment, Murong Qingshan also approached Mu Qinyun's side. Upon hearing Lin Tianqing's declaration, she let out a sigh. The thousand-year ghostly death poison is the most lethal toxin of the ghostly death manor, sealing one's fate upon contact with blood, should one be struck. If they do not utilize their true energy to protect their vital channels and expel the poison immediately, there may still be a chance for survival. However, with my master having acted just now, the potent toxin has swiftly infiltrated his organs through his blood. Thus, it led to my master's sudden demise. Her gaze involuntarily shifted towards Su Chun. At that moment, Su Chun's expression hardened. He had not anticipated that someone would strike against Mu Qinyun, let alone with such deadly precision. Observing the gravity of Su Chen's countenance, Murong Qingshan's eyes turned towards Lin Tianqing, who was inspecting Mu Qinyun's lifeless body. Lin Tianqing feigned a visage of sorrow, yet within the depths of his eyes, a glimmer of delight emerged. Mu Qinyun, this fool, had ventured out before fully recovering from his injuries. Was he not courting death? The situation was unfolding even more favorably than he had envisioned. Now, no one was contesting the position of the sect leader of the Mountain River sect. Place the body of Elder Mu Qishan to one side of the main hall. He commanded 2 elders from the Heavenly Pool Peak nearby. The 2 elders swiftly complied, laying Mu Qinyun's body aside. Esteemed elders, our Mountain River sect has endured great tribulations. The position of sect leader remains vacant, causing various factions to disregard us. Therefore, we must elect a new leader today. I, a humble person, currently the head of the Heavenly Pool Peak, am willing to assume the role of the Mountain River sect leader at this critical juncture and guide our sect through these adversities. Lin Tianqing proclaimed with great righteousness. If you assert this, then I, as the leader of the Heavenly Luo Peak, may also contend for the position of sect leader of the Mountain River sect. In that case, I shall take the place of my deceased master and compete for the role of sect leader. Upon Lin Tianqing's words, Su Chun stood up and declared. Seeing Su Chun rise, Lin Tianqing's expression tightened. Su Chun, you are still young. The position of sect leader of the Mountain River sect is beyond your grasp. Moreover, I doubt any elders within the sect would support your candidacy, Lin Tianqing remarked, regarding Su Chun as unworthy of competing against him, believing the elders would not back Su Chun. Chapter 180, Ruthless Slaughter. Is there any opposition? I support Su Chun as the sect leader of the Mountain River sect. At this moment, Murong Qingshan spoke up. With Mu Qinyun deceased, she could only lend her support to Su Chun. Fearing others might hesitate, she decided to voice her support for him first. We too support the Peak Master as the sect leader of the Mountain River sect. Several elders from the Heavenly Luo Peak, following Murong Qingshan's lead, promptly expressed their agreement. Upon witnessing Murong Qingshan's endorsement of Su Chun, Lin Tianqing's expression darkened considerably. Yet he understood the weight of Murong Qingqian's status and dared not speak against her. In that case, let us proceed with the nomination. Those in favor of Lin Tianqing as the sect leader of the Mountain River Sect, please raise your hands. As Lin Tianqing spoke, he raised his hand first. He sought to deny Murong Qingqian the opportunity to respond, thus directly initiating the elders' vote. Upon witnessing this, Murong Qingqian's gaze sharpened. Lin Tianqing was indeed calculating deeply. By not allowing her side any chance to react, he commenced the nominations. Consequently, she was rendered unable to maneuver and secure more elder positions. A cunning ploy. At that moment, nearly 20 elders promptly raised their hands. Among them were those who had previously supported Lin Tianqing, as well as some who had shifted their allegiance from Mu Tianyun to Lin Tianqing. Observing the remaining elders who refrained from voting, Lin Tianqing's expression darkened. These individuals lacked the discernment of the situation. How could they not raise their hands in support of him? Those elders who agree to my ascendancy as the leader of the Shanhua sect, please raise your hands. Su Qinshan then interjected. I support the Peak Master to become the leader of the Shanhua sect. Li Tianqing proclaimed, raising his hand. With this gesture, nearly 30 additional hands were lifted. Adding Murong Qingqian's supporters into the mix, the total swiftly surpassed 40. Some among them, having initially hesitated, quickly raised their hands upon witnessing the overwhelming support. Under the elders' election, Su Chun decisively overwhelmed Lin Tianqing. Peak Master, I did not anticipate such extensive support from the elders. Su Chun declared, as he seated himself in the leader's position. Lin Tianqing, taken aback by the unexpected turn of events, wore an expression of fury. Murong Qingqian, on the other hand, was astonished. She had not foreseen Su Chun garnering such a multitude of endorsements. Even without her faction's backing, Su Chun could still ascend to leadership. Su Chun, I have underestimated you once again, she mused inwardly. Su Chun, you are merely a junior disciple. What qualifications do you possess to become the leader of the Shanhua sect? Lin Tianqing glared at Su Chun, his demeanor darkening as he exuded a formidable aura aimed at instilling fear in Su Chun, compelling him to retreat to his place. Yet, his oppressive presence bore no effect on Su Chun. What is this, Peak Master Lin? Are you rejecting the collective will of so many elders of the Shanhua sect? Su Chun remarked coldly, his voice laced with a chilling undertone. You, a mere junior, are unworthy of occupying this space. Lin Tianqing approached Su Chun step by step. His intent clear. What is this, Peak Master Lin? Are you planning to take action against me? Su Chun retorted coolly as Lin Tianqing advanced. At this juncture, Li Tianqing stepped forward, eager to assist Su Chun, yet was obstructed by two elders from Tianqi Peak. Indeed, I intend to take action against you. The one who plotted against my master. It would be entirely reasonable to eliminate you, Lin Tianqing coldly asserted. He had already resolved to attribute Mu Tianyun's demise to Su Chun, indifferent to whether anyone believed him or not. The truth lay firmly in the hands of the victor. Now, he merely needed to eliminate Su Chun. Sensing the murderous intent emanating from Lin Tianqing, Su Chun's gaze sharpened, yet he remained motionless. He intended to wait until Lin Tianqing drew near before employing brutal means to slay his opponent, thereby demonstrating his prowess to the elders within the Mountain River sect and instilling fear of his cruelty, ensuring they would think twice before defying his commands. He remained seated, his internal energy undisturbed, biding his time for Lin Tianqing's approach. At that moment, Murong Qingqian grew anxious, wishing to assist Su Chun. The reason she refrained from allowing her nearby protectors to intervene was that they would only act if she were directly threatened. As she stood before Su Chun, Lin Tianqing would undoubtedly hesitate to strike. However, several elders from the main peak stepped forward, blocking her path without uttering a word. Murong Qingqian attempted to push past them, but found herself momentarily hindered. Meanwhile, Lin Tianqing's hand shot towards Su Chun's head, the energy swirling within it menacingly. A single strike would surely leave fatal wounds upon Su Chun. Su Chun, your foolish aspirations will cost you your life. Do not repeat such folly in your next life. Lin Tianqing declared coldly, his hand rapidly approaching its target. At that instant, a faint smile of contempt appeared at the corner of Su Chun's mouth. Boom. He raised his palm, forming a fist that struck out with astonishing speed, colliding with Lin Tianqing's hand and thwarting the attack. With such meager strength, do you truly believe you can kill me? That is but a delusion. Su Chun's fist swiftly transformed into a grasping hand, seizing Lin Tianqing's attacking arm. With a surge of immense power, he tore Lin Tianqing's arm clean off. Ah! Lin Tianqing screamed in agony as blood spurted from the severed limb. Boom! At that moment, Su Qian's internal golden demon split energy surged forth, unleashing a terrifying force that enveloped him. Some of the weaker elders broke into a cold sweat under the pressure of his aura. Bang! Su Qian propelled himself off the ground, hurtling towards Lin Tianqing. His palm rose, resembling a fist forged of steel, and struck Lin Tianqing squarely in the chest. Crack! In excruciating pain, Lin Tianqing had no opportunity to retaliate, his chest receiving the full brunt of the blow. His eyes bulged, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood, his ribcage visibly crushed. Boom! His body, akin to a broken kite, collided violently with a nearby pillar, causing it to sway. He then collapsed to the ground, blood streaming from his arm, curled up, gasping for breath. This sight astonished the elders in the hall, their expressions a mix of shock and horror. Many had not anticipated such a turn of events. Lin Tianqing, who had struck first, was ultimately felled by Su Qian's decisive blow, including those elders who had supported Su Qian. As the crowd remained in disbelief, Su Qian flashed forward, appearing before Lin Tianqing and grasping his head. He whispered softly in his ear, "Thank you for helping me eliminate Makita Yun. And it was I who killed Nan Gongwu." Upon hearing Su Qian's words, Lin Tianqing, who was barely clinging to life, instantly spewed forth a mouthful of blood, and then his breath ceased. At that moment, Su Qian turned to the elders present in the hall and coldly declared, "Now, I trust there is no opposition to my ascension as the leader of the Shauna sect." Chapter 181. A bloody suppression, denying any chance of rebellion within the Grand Hall. Silence enveloped the atmosphere as the crowd gazed in shock at the menacing figure of Su Qian. "We pay our respects to the leader." At this moment, Li Tianqing and Shui Wuhu swiftly bowed to Su Qian, with their voices echoing. Those whom they had previously won over quickly followed suit. As for the reluctant ones, realizing the tide had turned, they could only begrudgingly acknowledge Su Qian's position as the leader of the Shauna sect. After the crowd had paid their respects, Su Qian took his seat in the leader's position. "Congratulations to the host for becoming the leader of the Shauna sect. Reward: 1 orange lottery ticket, 5 blue lottery tickets." The rewards of 1 orange and 5 blue tickets were rather impressive, Su Qian mused to himself. He then addressed the assembly below him. "From this day forth, the 3 peaks of the Shauna sect shall unite, with the leader holding the highest authority. A council of 13 elders will be established to manage the daily affairs of the sect. Additionally, a battle hall and a law enforcement hall will be formed, with Li Tianqing as the head of the battle hall and Shui Wuhu as the head of the law enforcement hall. Among the 13 elders, Li Tianqing and Shui Wuhu will serve, while the remaining members will be arranged separately. That is all. You may take your leave now. Shui Wuhu and Li Tianqing, please stay." Su Qian gestured for the crowd to disperse, leaving only Shui Wuhu and Li Tianqing behind. In the hall, Murong Qingquan regarded Su Qian with a mixture of surprise and confusion. She was astonished that Su Qian emerged victorious in the contest for leadership of the Shauna sect. However, she was perplexed by his immediate consolidation of power, which could easily offend many. The Shauna sect, while not excessively large, certainly held significance. Thus, she questioned the wisdom of Su Qian's actions. She wished to inquire further but was not invited to stay, and feeling awkward, she departed with her entourage. As Murong Qingquan exited, the other elders quickly followed suit, some wearing expressions of excitement, while others bore looks of concern. The excited ones were those who had backed the right horse, their minds already racing to fill the remaining 11 slots among the 13 elders. Conversely, those with furrowed brows harbored ulterior motives, some with glinting eyes and murderous intent, others eager to vie for a position among the 13 elders. Once the crowd had vacated, Su Qian retrieved a list from his pocket. "We must deal with these individuals from Tianqi Peak, the main peak, and our Tianluo Peak," Su Qian commanded. Li Tianqing glanced at the list, his expression shifting dramatically. Many on that list were supporters of Lin Tianqing, and some held crucial positions within the Shauna sect. The leader was intent on a bloody purge. Li Tianqing thought to himself, and he and Shui Wuhu immediately bowed in submission. "Select a few individuals to assist you in your endeavors, ensuring that we do not afford our adversaries an opportunity for counterattack," Su Qian declared. The brutal slaughter was merely the beginning. He aimed to instill a sense of hope among the other elders. Moreover, when one strikes, it must be with thunderous force, leaving no chance for retaliation. While a counterattack could indeed be resolved, it would come at the cost of many lives, a scenario Su Chen wished to avoid. Indeed, the two responded with delight, swiftly exiting the Grand Hall. Meanwhile, within the Mountain River Sect, news of the events in the Hall of the Supreme Master had rapidly circulated. The disciples of the Mountain River Sect wore expressions of astonishment. Su Chen, once an inconspicuous figure, had ascended to the position of Peak Master and now claimed the title of Supreme Master. This was nothing short of a remarkable turnaround. Su Chen is extraordinary, having broken through to the soul-refining realm, and his physical prowess is formidable. Lin Tianqing fell under his hand in mere moments. Some remarked, "Can Su Chen truly endure? I wonder how our sect will transform under his leadership." Others expressed their concerns. The three-peak system is destined for change. Su Chen's first decree as Supreme Master will unify the peaks under his authority. He also plans to establish a council of 13 elders, a war hall, and a law enforcement hall, they noted. Particularly when the notion of supreme authority was mentioned, some could sense a prevailing aura of dominance. At that moment, within the Tian Snow courtyard, Kai Wei's expression was far from pleasant. "Miss, Su Chen is indeed remarkable. He has quietly garnered the support of so many elders. Even if Peak Master Mu were not slain by Lin Tianqing, they would still be unable to become the Supreme Master," Kai Wei remarked, her apprehension towards Su Chen palpable. Unbeknownst to them, Su Chen had allied with a significant number of elders. Even in a standard election, Su Chen would have emerged as the most favored candidate. "He is exceedingly cunning. I suspect that the death of our master may have been part of Su Chen's scheme," Murong Qingshun interjected. "What?" Upon hearing this, Kai Wei was taken aback, her confusion evident. Logically, Lin Tianqing should not have been so hasty in taking action against our master. Yet today, Su Chen occupies the position of Peak Master. Prior to our arrival, they must have discussed matters that led Lin Tianqing to believe victory was assured for our master, prompting him to act against our master before the vote. Kai Wei was stunned, yet soon her brow furrowed. She had not anticipated Su Chen's depth of cunning. A shiver ran through her. "Miss, how should we deal with such a person? A person like him may prove more beneficial to me. I am eager to observe his subsequent actions. He has boldly proclaimed the supremacy of the Supreme Master, a declaration that undoubtedly impacts many interests," Murong Qingxin replied. As they conversed, Li Tianxing and Cui Wuhu, accompanied by a group, arrived at the residence of an elder from the Heavenly Pool Peak. This elder possessed strength in the later stages of the soul-refining realm, and within the residence, nearly 10 elders had gathered. "Kill!" Li Tianxing rushed into the residence, without uttering a single word, and immediately launched a deadly assault. An elder below the realm of spirit refinement, caught unaware, had his head severed before he could comprehend the situation. "Li Tianxing, how dare you!" exclaimed the leader, a powerful figure at the late stage of spirit refinement, witnessing the gruesome act. Yet, after striking down his foe, Li Tianxing propelled himself towards the adversary, unleashing a barrage of ferocious punches that left no room for response. The speed of his assault was such that the leader could only defend himself, but within moments, Li Tianxing struck his heart, sending him hurtling backward. With a spurt of blood, the fallen leader gasped. On the other side, Li Tianxing swiftly kicked a chair that had been shattered during their confrontation, sending it flying into his opponent's chest. Gasps of shock filled the air. Those who accompanied Li Tianxing, aside from Cui Wuhu, were equally taken aback. "Follow the command of the sect master to kill," shouted Cui Wuhu, his voice firm, as he rallied the others, their expressions stealing with resolve as they charged forward. In a matter of moments, all the elders gathered within the courtyard were ruthlessly slain. "You shall remain to deal with his offspring, eradicate the roots, leaving no chance for vengeance," Li Tianxing instructed Cui Wuhu. Chapter 182, Lingnan Prefecture, Intelligence First, Golden Wind, and Drizzling Rain Pavilion. The bloody carnage erupted within the Shanhua sect. Li Tianxing acted swiftly, first eliminating the strongest individuals from the main peak and Tianqi Peak before methodically addressing those of lesser strength on the list. His targets were primarily elders and their blood relatives. Ordinary disciples remained oblivious, yet a sense of panic enveloped them. Within the Tian Snow courtyard, Qiu Ling entered with a tense expression. "Miss, chaos reigns outside. Li Tianxing and Cui Wuhu have slain numerous elders." Upon entering, she immediately reported. Upon hearing her words, Murong Qingxin and Kai Wei exchanged glances. "Miss, who would have thought that Su Chen could be so ruthless, directly eliminating those who could not be of use to him? His decisiveness is unparalleled." Kai Wei remarked. Indeed, I never anticipated encountering such a person. I was previously concerned about how he would deal with these individuals, yet he has proven to be remarkably resolute. A day later, Su Chen sat upon the sect master's chair, surveying the hall below. Presently, only 13 individuals stood in the grand hall, newly appointed elders. Some among you have yet to break through to the spirit refinement realm. I grant you 6 months to ascend. Should you fail, your positions as elders will be revoked, and others will take your place. Su Chen addressed the 13 below. Among these 13 were those who had pledged allegiance to Su Chen early on. As he ascended to the role of sect master, he offered them an opportunity, though he made it clear that such chances would not be indefinite. The impetus behind Su Chen's insistence on their advancement was the recent purging of the Shanhua sect, which had seen the majority of its spirit refinement experts eliminated. Now, aside from himself, only 8 remained, with Li Tianxing standing at the pinnacle of the realm. Understood, sect master. The 13 responded promptly, bowing in unison. Despite his youthful appearance, Su Chen's ruthlessness is unparalleled, instilling both fear and respect, thereby solidifying his undeniable authority. In the residence of Zhai Tianyun, the right minister of Lingnan Prefecture, a sense of confusion enveloped him as he pondered the recent developments. Has Su Chen truly ascended to the position of leader of the Shanhua sect? He had never heard of this individual before. It was Murong Qingchun who had nominated Su Chen to become the sect's master following the demise of Mu Tianyun. An elderly steward, resembling a traditional housekeeper, spoke up before him. What do we know of this man? Previously, he was the young master of the Jinfeng, Shiyu Tower in Qingqing. However, after the tower changed hands, he returned to the Shanhua sect and revealed his prowess, catching Murong Qingchun's attention. Now, in the absence of opportunity, she has put him forward as the sect's leader, the steward replied. What of Nangong Wu? Why has he not made an appearance? Zhai Tianyun inquired. He is likely dead, probably at the hands of someone close to Murong Qingchun, came the response. It is astonishing that, amidst this fierce competition among 3 factions, this young man has come out on top. If the opportunity arises, arrange for someone to make contact with him and explore whether he can be of use to us, Zhai Tianyun instructed. Yes, I shall see to it that someone engages with him. But if he proves uncooperative, should we proceed with? The steward gestured delicately. Given the numerous casualties among the Shanhua sect's elites, it no longer warrants our attention. Eliminating him might provoke Murong Qingchun's wrath, which could yield more harm than benefit. Moreover, even if we refrain from action, others may take the initiative. The current strength of the Shanhua sect cannot contend with the top 10 powers of Lingnan Prefecture. Zhai Tianyun remarked softly. Understood, the steward replied, bowing as he exited the hall. Is Murong Qingchun's control over the Shanhua sect a prelude to further action? This matter requires communication with the esteemed lord, Zhai Tianyun mused as he donned a set of martial attire and departed the residence. The upheaval within the Shanhua sect had indeed stirred considerable commotion in Lingnan Prefecture. However, it paled in comparison to the Blood Banner sect and the Lingyue Sword Sect, resulting in limited discourse on the topic. After all, the strife within the Shanhua sect was an internal affair. At the Jinfeng Shiyu Tower, Helian Xiaoyao appeared before Bai Fei. Master Bai, your Jinfeng Shiyu Tower truly excels. When you choose to act, you do so with astonishing effect. Directly seizing the Blood Banner sect. I am thoroughly impressed, Helian Xiaoyao remarked. Commander Helian, our creed has always been, do not offend me, and I shall not offend you. Should you provoke me, I will strike you down without hesitation, Bai Fei replied, his tone laced with authority. Upon hearing Bai Fei's resolute words, a glimmer of admiration shone in Helian Xiaoyao's eyes. Commander Helian, perhaps you might elucidate the purpose of your visit today? Bai Fei inquired. The capital's envoy has arrived. Their intention is to take action against the Qinglong Temple. It is expected that the eminent monks from Qinglong Temple will arrive at the Lingyue Sword Sect today. I wish to request the assistance of Senior Shangwan, Helian Xiaoyao explained. To enlist Lord Shangwan's aid against the eminent monks of Qinglong Temple? Commander Helian, you truly are indulging in fanciful thoughts, Bai Fei retorted. While collaboration is essential, it would be ill-advised for you to set traps for us. A glint of cold light flashed in Bai Fei's eyes. Bai Luzhu, you seem to have misunderstood my intention. Senior Shangwan is merely accompanying me. His involvement may not even be necessary. We have professionals ready to act. This is merely a precaution, Helian Xiaoyao remarked. Upon hearing her words, Bai Fei slightly furrowed his brow. Are you suggesting that the one from the capital, the Jiu Divine Lord, will take action? He inquired. Bai Fei was aware from Su Chun that the visitor was indeed the Jiuyou Divine Lord, hence his direct mention. In response, He Lian Xiaoyao nodded slightly. The primary executor this time is the Jiuyou Divine Lord and his team. We are merely here to assist. I wonder, how much can you offer, Lord He Lian? Recently, having taken down the Blood Flag sect, we have garnered substantial gains. If your contribution is insufficient, it may not sway me, Bai Fei stated. From the information we currently possess, the Jiuyou Divine Lord's strength undoubtedly surpasses that of the Spirit Refinement realm. Shangguan Jinhong's participation in this matter may yield some advantages, allowing us to gauge the power of those above the Spirit Refinement realm in this world. Recently, we discovered a silver mine near Beishan outside the prefectural governor's estate. I can facilitate a collaboration between the Bizenfu and the Jinfeng Shiyu Tower. We shall split the profits 70-30, with us receiving the larger share. Are you intending to bypass the prefectural governor's administration, my brother? Bai Fei queried. Do not worry. I have already made arrangements for everything else. I will procure the necessary documents from the capital, He Lian Xiaoyao assured him. Very well. May our collaboration be fruitful, Bai Fei nodded in agreement. As of now, Bai Luzhu, your influence has established you as the foremost intelligence force in Lingnan Prefecture. When do you plan to resolve matters with the Fengtang and Baiyun Pavilion? I have heard that the two intend to join forces against you, He Lian Xiaoyao remarked. A union? Then we shall eradicate them together. Bai Fei retorted coldly. With the acquisition of the Blood Flag sect, Jinfeng Shiyu Tower's strength has surged, and he is also preparing to confront these two factions. By merging these two entities, Jinfeng Shiyu Tower would dominate the intelligence realm in Lingnan Prefecture. Chapter 183. The Ghostly Manor, the Blissful Tower, collaboration outside Lingnan Prefecture, within a dimly lit cave. A man clad in a black robe stood at the center, his eyes narrowed, as if awaiting someone. The silver emblem of a small tower on his sleeve was particularly conspicuous, representing the Blissful Tower, an assassin organization from the northern 9 prefectures. Suddenly, the man in the black robe opened his eyes and spoke. Old Ghost Lin, you summoned me here, yet you make me wait. Is this the hospitality of your ghostly manor? Deputy Luzhu Duan, please do not be angered. I encountered a minor setback on my way here, which caused the delay. An elderly voice emerged as an old man entered the cave. The old man appeared emaciated, as if his vitality had waned. And behind him followed a young man clad in a brocade robe. The youth exuded a robust aura of vitality and malevolence, akin to a furnace. I did not expect the young master of the ghostly manor to accompany you. Are you not afraid that I might slay him? The man in black questioned, eyeing the young man beside the elder. The deputy master of the building, let us engage in a meaningful discussion without digressing. Do you dare to harm the young master? He is the sole descendant of Lord Ghost King, and should you take his life, I surmise that Lord Ghost King would not hesitate to invade your blissful pavilion. The gaunt elder spoke coldly, his tone laced with an undercurrent of menace. The elder, who addressed the deputy master, was Lin Zhong, the right guardian of the ghost-killing manor, holding a status comparable to that of the second master of the manor. The individual he conversed with, clad in black robes, was Duan Qingya, the foremost of the 4 deputy masters of the blissful pavilion. I shall indeed witness this, Duan Qingya retorted, his gaze igniting with a fierce brilliance. As an overwhelming aura surged from his being, pressing against the youth who accompanied the elder, the young man, sensing the sudden rise in pressure, countered with a formidable bloodthirsty dragon roar emanating from within, shattering the oppressive force. Deputy Master Duan, my intention in summoning you here is straightforward. We now face a common adversary, and the past grievances between the blissful pavilion and my ghost-killing manor can be temporarily set aside. The youth, who had managed to withstand Duan Qingya's overwhelming presence, spoke with confidence. This young man was Nia Kunlun, the young master of the ghost-killing manor, and the son of the manor's lord, Ghost King Nia Fenghan. It was indeed remarkable for one so young to possess such formidable strength. Upon realizing this, Duan Qingya retracted his imposing aura, acknowledging that Nia Kunlun's prowess was extraordinary, effortlessly countering his pressure. Further probing would yield no benefit. As for taking a life, as the gaunt elder had pointed out, he was indeed reluctant to eliminate the young master of ghost-killing manor at this moment. The ghost king of the manor was significantly more powerful than their own master at Blissful Pavilion. Otherwise, they would not be under such duress. Deputy Master Duan, let us dispense with superfluous words. The emergence of the Qinglong Society in Lingnan County poses a substantial threat to our standing, and thus, it is imperative that we eradicate them promptly, Nya Kunlun declared. Young Master Nya, I had presumed your visit was motivated by the actions of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion, given that their members have slain your 4 manor masters. A vendetta that surely demands retribution. Is it not true that you still refer to Nya Chaosheng as your 4th uncle? Duan Qingya inquired, casting a glance at Nya Kunlun. That was a matter of his own folly. His demise is inconsequential. The Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion is backed by formidable forces, for the time being. We have yet to discern their true strength, making them a daunting adversary, Nya Kunlun replied coldly. Upon hearing this, Duan Qingya's expression shifted slightly. It is rumored that the Qinglong Society boasts 7 dragon heads and 12 hall masters. Such might would extract a considerable cost from us should we attempt to confront them. He redirected the conversation towards the Qinglong Society. Rumors are merely whispers. If we were to concede the northern 9 counties based solely on hearsay, our 2 factions would likely fall into obscurity and cease our dealings in assassination. Nya Kunlun addressed Duan Qingya firmly. Young Master Nya, the northern 9 counties are the foundation of our blissful pavilion. We cannot permit the Qinglong Society to rise. Furthermore, our master has stated that having one opponent like your ghost-killing manor is sufficient. We cannot afford another, Duan Qingya asserted. In that case, let us wish for a fruitful collaboration this time, Nya Kunlun concluded. Uncertain, Master Nya Xiaofu, what is the plan this time? Duan Qingya gazed at Nya Kunlun. The current turmoil in the capital is entwined with the unrest in the 9 northern prefectures. The origin of this upheaval is likely the Lingnan prefecture, where the Qinglong Society has emerged, presumably seeking to seize this opportunity to engulf the entire northern region. Thus, we must not allow them to gain excessive ground here. My ghost-killing manor will redirect most of its forces to Lingnan Prefecture to suppress the momentum of the Qinglong Society. I hope that your blissful pavilion will do the same, Nya Kunlun stated. You intend to first suppress them and then deal with them. But can you locate the Qinglong Society's stronghold in Lingnan Prefecture? We at the blissful pavilion have searched for a long time without uncovering their true base. Duan Qingya inquired solemnly. Currently, the strongholds used by the Qinglong Society are merely those of subordinate forces. The actual stronghold of their branch remains elusive, with not a single clue in sight. Of course, it's not that they lack a stronghold. It's that the true stronghold simply does not exist. We have investigated extensively and found nothing, so I have abandoned the pursuit of locating their base. As long as we suppress their momentum, I believe they will eventually take action against us. Once they do, we can ensnare them all at once, Nya Kunlun declared. Master Nya Xiaofu, your plan is quite thorough, yet it seems you do not require our blissful pavilion to do much, Duan Qingya remarked. The hall master of the Qinglong Society, Xiao Qiushui, is a formidable practitioner at the realm of spirit unification. This is what we know, but we are unaware if any other hall masters have arrived. Therefore, to ensure absolute certainty, we should collaborate to eliminate them, Nya Kunlun suggested. If your ghost-killing manor deals with the Qinglong Society alone, would that not benefit the blissful pavilion? Thus, the blissful pavilion must join the fray, Duan Qingya responded. In addition to Elder Lin on my side, the 3rd manor master, Nu Kuangtao, has also come, and he is currently at the ghost-killing manor branch in Lingnan Prefecture. Nya Kunlun introduced the forces on his side. I hadn't anticipated that you would deploy 2 practitioners of spirit unification. Aside from myself, I also have the 3rd deputy master, Lu Fuming. Duan Qingya replied. With such strength, capturing Xiao Qiushui should pose no issue. I hope for a harmonious collaboration. This is where I reside, after the 2 of you meet. I look forward to a discussion. Nya Kunlun tossed a note to Duan Qingya, and then turned to leave. Outside the cave, Elder Lin. Investigate the recent activities of the other deputy masters of the blissful pavilion. I sense there are others approaching, Nya Kunlun instructed. Lu Fuming's strength is merely at the pinnacle of the spirit refinement realm, and has yet to step into spirit unification. One at the spirit unification level, and one at the pinnacle of spirit refinement may not pose a significant threat to the Qinglong Society. Hence, he speculated that there were additional members of the blissful pavilion en route. Within the cave, a shadow slowly emerged. I greet the envoy. Duan Qingya addressed the figure. The shadow was cloaked in a black robe, its face concealed by a pitch-black mask, revealing only a pair of chilling eyes that instilled dread. Chapter 184. Murong Qingchen's departure. To everyone's astonishment, it was Nya Kunlun who had arrived this time. The ghostly shape-shifting manner appeared to be exceedingly confident, seemingly unconcerned about the potential demise of their young lord in this place. The figure that emerged spoke, its voice deep and somewhat hoarse. I surmise that the ghostly servants accompanying the Ghost King are nearby to safeguard him. Otherwise, Nie Kunlun would not have made an appearance. However, what is the envoy's perspective on this matter? Duan Qingya inquired. Vice Master Duan, I have come solely at the behest of the master to assist you. I shall heed your every command, the masked figure replied. Then let us join forces with the ghostly shape-shifting manner to first address the Qinglong Society in Lingnan Prefecture. Please convey this message to the master, Duan Qingya stated. Very well. The shadow nodded and swiftly departed the cave. Following this, Duan Qingya also exited, gazing at the vanishing figure with a flicker of something unusual in his eyes. Everything shall be determined by me. Why then was I sent here? He murmured to himself. Despite being the first vice master for many years, he still had not garnered the master's trust. In light of this, perhaps I should consider alternative options. Duan Qingya continued as he hastened towards another location. Shanha sect Su Chun stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the distant mountains. I did not expect, junior brother, that you would so swiftly consolidate the Shanha sect. I truly admire your capabilities, remarked Morong Qingshan from atop a high tower, observing Su Chun. The Shanha sect is not large, and it is not difficult for the master to govern. From your aura, sister, it seems you have broken through to the spirit refinement realm. I wonder what prompted your advancement at this juncture. Su Chun turned to Morong Qingshan. Long before, he had sensed Morong Qingshan's potential to enter the spirit refinement realm, yet she had hesitated to take that step. Now that he had ascended to the master's position, her breakthrough sparked his curiosity about whether it was intentional or coincidental. I must take my leave. After today, Lingnan Prefecture is bound to descend into chaos, Morong Qingshan declared. Lingnan Prefecture is to descend into chaos after today? Su Chen's brow furrowed slightly, his heart racing. What could transpire today? If anything were to occur, it would likely align with what Helian Xiaoyao had mentioned about someone planning to strike at the Qinglong Temple. Furthermore, Shangwan Jinhong had been summoned to assist. It seemed Morong Qingshan was aware of these developments, hence her assertion regarding the impending turmoil in Lingnan Prefecture. With numerous high monks having perished at Qinglong Temple, it was certain they would not rest until they exacted vengeance, potentially impending Lingnan Prefecture. Observing Su Chun in contemplation, Morong Qingshan took a step closer. Do you not wish to inquire further? You are now the master of the Shanha sect. The chaos in Lingnan Prefecture is hardly favorable news for you. Do you know why I refrained from supporting you for the master's position earlier? It was because chaos was looming in Lingnan Prefecture, and the Shanha sect requires a formidable presence to maintain stability, she elucidated. In recent times, Su Chun had thoroughly solidified his position within the Shanha sect, beginning to elevate the younger generation, infusing the sect with a renewed vigor and bravery compared to before. Yet, the timing was still not right. Sister Morong, regardless of the circumstances, I owe you two favors. One is your assistance in securing the position of sect leader, and the other is the gift of the Wujiden. Under certain conditions, you may call upon these favors. You must understand, being the leader of the Shanhua sect is not my starting point, Su Chen remarked. Gazing at Morong Qingshan, the position of Shanhua sect leader is not your starting point? Morong Qingshan looked at Su Chun, perplexed by his depth, and at that moment, she too did not grasp the significance of his words, unaware of the weight of these two favors. By the way, someone from the Eternal Sorrow Palace wishes to see you. If you prefer not to meet, I can send her away, Morong Qingshan stated. The newly appointed lord of the Eternal Sorrow Palace, the melody demon Mei Xuanshuang, wishes to see me? Su Chen inquired. The new lord of the Eternal Sorrow Palace in Lingnan has indeed arrived. However, this matter has been overshadowed by other events, which is why it has not drawn much attention. Yet, I am aware of this. Su Chen knew that since her entry into the Eternal Sorrow Palace, she had seemingly vanished without a trace. No, it is Meng Shintong, one of the two elders of the back hall of the Eternal Sorrow Palace, who wishes to see you, Morong Qingshan clarified. What is Meng Shintong's strength? Su Chen asked. Meng Shintong's strength is at least at the level of spirit and soul unity, with the potential to reach the celestial realm. Beyond that, I cannot say, Morong Qingshan replied, shaking her head. Such a formidable figure. What could he possibly want to see me for? Su Chen questioned, somewhat bewildered. It is likely the will of the melody demon. Meng Shintong is one of the two elders of the back hall, and has come to Lingnan, presumably to protect that Mei girl, Murong Qingchen explained. There was a noticeable weight in her tone when mentioning Mei Xuan, suggesting some underlying discord between them. If he might be a celestial realm expert, then I must meet him. A glint of determination flashed in Su Chen's eyes. He needed to ascertain whether Meng Shintong had indeed reached the celestial realm. At this moment, a person of such caliber arriving in Lingnan was something he could not overlook. A celestial realm expert has indeed come to the capital, but you would be wise to avoid that individual. Their methods are ruthless, Murong Qingchen advised. Sister, the celestial realm expert you mentioned is the Nine-Nether God? Su Chun had previously learned of this figure from Murong Qingchen. Murong Qingchen nodded in acknowledgement. Thank you for the warning, sister. When do you plan to depart? Today? Murong Qingchen replied. Such haste? Su Chen was taken aback. My fourth royal brother fears that my presence here could embroil me too deeply in matters. I must keep my distance, Murong Qingchen said solemnly. In truth, she was reluctant to return, as the infighting within the royal family was too fierce. This is my waist token. When you go to the capital, you can use it to find me, Murong Qingchen said, retrieving a jade waist token from her robes and handing it to Su Chun. Thank you, sister. I do intend to visit the capital. Su Chun accepted the waist token and tucked it into his robes. I shall await you in the capital. With that, Murong Qingchen turned and departed. Even the royal family is leaving. It seems this entanglement is vast. Su Chen silently mused as he watched her figure fade away. The figure of Li Tianxing appeared within the tower. The sect leader and members of the Tianhe sect have shown up around Arshana Gate. Li Tianxing spoke with a grave expression. The Tianhe sect is adjacent to us, and there have always been frictions. Their presence now indicates a clear intent. Who from the Tianhe sect has arrived? Su Chen inquired. For the moment, only ordinary disciples have shown up. No notable masters from the Tianhe sect are present. Li Tianxing replied. Let us monitor their movements for now. Additionally, send someone down the mountain to acquire intelligence on the high-ranking members of the Tianhe sect from the Jinfeng Shiyu building. Should any significant movement occur, we will not hesitate to strike first, Su Chen said coldly. Although the Shanhe Gate's strength may be somewhat lacking, as long as he is strong, that suffices. Chapter 185, Qinglong Temple, one of the 5 great monks, Master Xuanjin. At the rocky steps below the mountain, a group was making their way upward. Leading the procession was a white-browed monk, accompanied by Master Kongwan of the Shangzhen Zen Temple. The 5 individuals behind them were cloaked in gray robes, obscuring their features. The group moved swiftly. Not far away, by a boulder, Shangwan Jinhong, Bai Fei, and Helian Xiaoyao were observing the procession on the steps. They were taken aback to discover that the leader of the group was Master Xuanjin, one of the esteemed monks from the Qinglong Temple's Xuanji lineage. Master Xuanjin ranks first among the 5 prominent monks, rumored to have reached the realm of Tianren. Helian Xiaoyao remarked, if Master Xuanjin has indeed attained the Tianren realm, the strength of the Qinglong Temple would be exceedingly formidable. The Qinglong Temple comprises 5 major halls and 3 Dharma kings, culminating in the abbot of the temple. If a monk from the Xuanji lineage can reach the Tianren realm, then the abbot and the Dharma kings must also be at least at that level. This implies that the Qinglong Temple possesses no fewer than 10 Tianren realm experts. This is merely the visible strength, excluding those hidden monks who practice in seclusion. Truly, the representatives of the Tantric and Vajrayana sects can only be described with one word: formidable. Continuing, Helian Xiaoyao observed Shangwan Jinhong and Bai Fei, noting their astonishment at the possibility of Master Xuanjin being at the Tianren realm, though they soon regained their composure. How powerful must the Tianya Pavilion, behind the Jinfeng Shiyu building, truly be? Helian Xiaoyao pondered. Even if Master Xuanjin has reached the Tianren realm with the strength of the Nine-Nether God, capturing him should pose no problem. We might not even need to intervene, Bai Fei whispered. If the Qinglong Temple dares to come, they must have some assurance. Helian Xiaoyao suggested. Then let us proceed as well. I am eager to witness a contest between experts of the Tianren realm, Shangwan Jinhong asserted. His strength lay in the realm of the unity of spirit and soul, and observing the duel of Tianren realm masters would be highly beneficial for him. Let us go. Helian Xiaoyao led the 2 onward. Within the Lingyue Sword Sect, some corpses have been arranged by the monks of the Shangzhen Zen Temple, placed in a secluded hall. As winter has now set in, the cold weather has not posed any issues for the bodies that have remained here for several days. A group soon arrived at the Lingyue Sword Sect. The temple remained unscathed, indicating that during the previous battle, the Lingyue Sword Sect was among those who were massacred. Upon a towering platform, The dark-robed Jiu Shinjun gazed towards the main hall. Zihanyu, similarly clad in black robes and veiled by a black gauze, stood nearby, accompanied by an elderly servant in a gray robe, who leaned on a cane. Behind Jiu Shinjun stood several individuals, among them the notably stout Qinglong Society. The four members from the Zitan Palace bore solemn expressions as they observed the group entering the plaza before the Lingyue Sword Sect. The old bald monk, Xianjun, was rumored to be on the verge of reaching the celestial realm. Zitan Palace, your adversaries have arrived. It is time for action. Surely, you will not allow the Lord Shinjun to intervene, spoke Qinglong Society. The leading man from Zitan Palace narrowed his eyes and nodded to the three companions beside him. Let us first assist the Lord Shinjun by probing the depths of the Qinglong Temple. As he spoke, the four from Zitan Palace surged forth from the pavilion, revealing their identities. The Qinglong Temple monks, who had remained vigilant, were taken aback by the sudden appearance of the four. Among them, Master Kongwen's gaze hardened. He had not anticipated that the Zitan Palace, concealed beyond the borders, would dare to involve themselves in this matter. Such recklessness was tantamount to courting death. Kill! The leading man commanded sharply, raising his hand as a multitude of chilling stars erupted forth. In the midst of this onslaught, one man advanced toward the formidable Xianjun. Their primary objective remained the defeat of this monk. As the assailant extended his hand, a malevolent aura coalesced within his grasp. The Zitan Palace, being a sect of demonic practitioners, employed ruthless techniques, exuding an overwhelming wickedness. Devilish creatures seek their demise. At that moment, a towering figure stepped forward, positioning himself before his comrades. The oncoming icy brilliance collided against him, producing a resounding metallic clang. His monk's robe tore away, revealing golden skin beneath. Boom! In that instant, the monk unleashed a powerful punch, his fist glowing gold as it met the incoming strike. Both combatants were propelled backward. Under the Qinglong Temple, Master Xianjun has come forth to annihilate the wicked of Zitan Palace. As Kongming spoke, he had already leapt into action, his palm striking out, with a golden primordial energy swirling within. This energy took the form of a golden dragon. With a single move, the dragon roared, resonating like a tidal wave as it surged towards the Zitan Palace warrior. The force was profound, akin to a colossal wave crashing through the air. The Zitan Palace man's expression shifted as he abruptly pivoted, evading the attack, before striking back with a palm-edge slash. The air was thick with the ominous presence of bloodshed. Die! The monk Kongming, remaining motionless, radiated a golden light that enveloped his form, resolutely withstanding the strike. Clang! The blade infused with murderous intent collided with his body, producing a resonant sound. Be careful! Exclaimed the leader of the Zitan Palace, his expression shifting with concern. Beside him, another member of the Zitan Palace swiftly leapt into action, brandishing a long knife that emanated a searing energy. With a single stroke, the blade sliced through the air, aiming to pierce through the void towards Kongming. At that moment, the monk Kongwen retaliated. His palm took on the shape of a dragon, and he unleashed a burst of energy from within. He grasped at the incoming knife, which, under the force of his energy, could only be redirected back towards him. Meanwhile, Kongming, who had initially absorbed the blow, revealed a sinister expression. Vajra's wrath. His robust physique surged with power as he seized the attacking hand of his opponent. Crack! In an instant, he exerted force, tearing the adversary's arm asunder. Blood sprayed forth, accompanied by a wretched scream from the Zitan Palace member. Unyielding, Kongming pressed the advantage, bringing his palms together and striking downward with tremendous force. Boom! Blood and brain matter erupted forth. In this fierce engagement, the Zitan Palace suffered its first casualty. The clash is intense, remarked Helian Xiaoyao, who had been observing from the shadows. Bai Fei's gaze sharpened, while Shangwan Jinhong remained impassive. The combatants, all in the refinement realm, held little intrigue for him. Within the pavilion, the nine nether god exhibited no discernible reaction. It appeared that the 5 individuals accompanying him were disciples from the Qinglong Temple, specifically those of the Kong lineage in the refinement realm. Were the people of Qinglong Temple unconcerned about their potential demise? Yet the Zitan Palace members are inept. Being overwhelmed in a contest of equal standing, sneered the corpulent dragon venerable. Zahanyu's expression grew grave as she addressed the 9 nether god. Lord God, it is rumored that the Xianjun monk has ascended to the celestial realm. Can you sense his power? Indeed, he has reached the celestial realm. Yet he has yet to overcome the first trial, rendering him negligible. Should the 3 Grand Law Kings arrive, I might harbor some trepidation. The 9 Nether Gods' chilling voice echoed in their ears. Boom. As the knife-wielding man continued his fierce exchange with Konghai, resounding crashes reverberated through the air. Violent energy swirled as both parties recoiled. On the other side, the knife-wielding man's hand trembled slightly, his gaze grave as he regarded Konghai, who maintained a calm demeanor. Boom. Just as they paused, Kongming pressed on with his fists aimed at the leader of the Zetan Palace. Kill. In response, a man from the Zetan Palace stepped forward. His entire being suffused with a draconic vitality, his muscles and bones clashing, the aura of bloodshed swelling around him, causing his garments to burst with the intensity of his energy. Revealing a body of bronze, footsteps struck the ground, shattering the rocks and emitting a clash of blood energy against the air, exuding an awe-inspiring aura. It appeared as if he were a warrior of the spirit refinement realm, possessing both formidable physique and skill. Boom. The monk, Kongming, turned around, his entire being swelling with golden energy, resembling a resounding golden bell. Bang! The 2 figures collided, their robust forms erupting in a thunderous sound. Roar! Simultaneously, both unleashed a low growl, one radiating a dense bloodthirsty aura, while the other shone with brilliant golden light. With all their might, they clashed once more, only to be sent reeling back by the shockwave of their own energies. Meanwhile, the man who had previously drawn his blade revealed a ferocious glint in his eyes, striking again. This time, the bloodlight upon his blade vanished, transforming into a crimson thread. The surrounding air warped under the swift strike. Konghai, the monk, changed his expression, swiftly retreating in an attempt to evade the blow. However, the speed of this attack was unparalleled, outpacing him with its violent bloodlight. Behind Konghai, another individual leapt into the air, brandishing a demon-slaying staff, aiming directly at the bloodlight. Yet, this assailant suddenly dipped low, transforming into a streak of bloodlight, appearing before the retreating monk. Swoosh! After the blade's light passed, Konghai was cleaved in 2, blood splattering everywhere. In this renewed encounter, the monk faced utter defeat. The tactics employed by the disciples of the Zetan Palace were cunning, having lulled Konghai into a false sense of security with their initial feint, only to strike decisively and eliminate him. In the distance, Helian Xiaoyao remarked, "In this world, there is no absolute righteousness or evil, only strength and weakness." To which Shangwan Jinhong coldly replied. Upon hearing this, Helian Xiaoyao ceased to speak further. Seeking death, the monk wielding the demon-slaying staff seethed with rage, summoning a whirlwind of energy as he charged toward his opponent. The air in the square crackled with energy. At that moment, 3 cloaked figures emerged, discarding their outer garments and rushing forth. This was not a time for solitary combat. The 3 monks moved in unison, advancing towards the swordsman, intending to coordinate with the monk who had previously wielded the demon-slaying staff to eliminate the blade wielder. Boom! Just then, 4 imposing figures appeared on the ground, each wielding an axe, charging violently toward the 3 monks. One among them suddenly broke from the group, launching an attack against the 4. His aura surged, transitioning from the spirit refinement realm to the unity of spirit and body. Kongxing, the foremost expert of the Kong generation from the Qinglong Temple, a master of the unity of spirit and body, Helian Xiaoyao exclaimed. Kongxing shaped his palm into a fist and struck towards the 4, unleashing a ferocious wave of energy that enveloped them in a massive energy shield. The 4 attackers were halted, suppressed beneath the force of this onslaught. "First, I shall eliminate you, and then the fat dragon," declared Kongxing. After blocking the 4 with a powerful punch, he propelled himself forward, hand outstretched, delivering a strike of the Prajna diamond palm. Boom! The golden handprints surged towards the 4 attackers. Bang! The force sent them flying, blood spewing from their mouths. "Fat Dragon Elder, if you do not intervene, your 4 subordinates may very well perish." Purple Cold Moon addressed the Fat Dragon Elder. "For useless fools." The Fat Dragon Elder, with his rotund figure, suddenly charged forward, his energy condensing around him. The excess fat that once adorned his body rapidly dissipated, revealing muscles that bulged like the gnarled roots of an ancient tree. His surrounding energy became tempestuous, forming a whirlwind. "Kongxing, you boast with great audacity. Let us see how you intend to kill me." Boom! He threw a punch. In response, Kongxing let out a fierce roar. Lion's roar. The tremendous sound coalesced into a massive sonic wave directed at the Fat Dragon Elder. The airborne Fat Dragon Elder's fist shattered the sound wave before delivering a counterstrike. The collision of the sound waves created a shockwave that obliterated the tiles of the Lingyue Sword Sect's palace, leaving deep craters in the ground. Seeing the Fat Dragon Elder's fist, Kong Xing and the monks swiftly shifted their stances, charging forward. Kong Xing's palm narrowly missed the fist, transforming into a claw. His 10 fingers, sharp as steel needles, aimed for the wrist of his opponent with lethal precision. Boom! The energy within the Fat Dragon Elder's wrist surged, his fist colliding with the clawed hand. Both combatants were forced to retreat. Fat Dragon Elder, I never expected you to dare show your face in the northern 9 prefectures. You were once chased out by my Azure Dragon Temple, Kong Xing coldly remarked. Whether your Azure Dragon Temple survives this encounter remains to be seen. However, your demise today is assured. The Fat Dragon Elder glared icily at Kong Xing. Meanwhile, the injured forehead blocked the advance of the 2 monks. Only Master Xianjun and the leader of the Zetan Palace remained on the scene. Master Xianjun, we clashed 20 years ago, when you reached the unity of spirit and soul. Today, I wish to see if you have attained the celestial realm, the leader of the Zetan Palace spoke. Their prior encounter was evident in their words. Xiao Mufan, you managed to escape from my grasp back then, but today you shall not leave. I am curious to know who has come from the capital, Master Xianjun replied, his gaze directed towards the location of the 9 nether deity and his companions. Hehe, are you eager to learn who has arrived? At that moment, an eerie voice echoed throughout the plaza, followed by a blood-red shadow shooting forth. The overwhelming aura of blood suppressed everyone present. Upon witnessing this, Master Xianjun's expression shifted dramatically. He immediately channeled his energy and struck out with a palm. A ferocious dragon's roar erupted from his hand, and with it, a massive dragon, exuding a wild energy, soared skyward. Vajra Dragon subduing palm, exclaimed the observing Hellion Xiaoyao, her pupils narrowing in shock. Chapter 187. The Azure Dragon's 3 Crossings. Shall we eliminate this Master Xianjun? The 9 nether deity has arrived. The enigmatic monk Xianjun erupted forth, delivering a powerful strike, as a golden dragon form extended its claws. Propelled by an overwhelming surge of energy towards the attack of the 9 nether god. Boom! The 9 nether god retaliated with a palm strike, shattering the dragon's claws and gracefully landing beside it. However, the force of the backlash caused Xianjun to stagger back several steps. A muffled groan escaping his lips as veins in his outstretched hand burst, blood seeping forth. Yet, it quickly coagulated. To think it is you who has come, Xianjun remarked, his eyes reflecting a profound wariness as he regarded the 9 nether god. Did you not wish for me to emerge? Here I am, ready to meet you. The power of your blood is commendable. Absorbing it may enhance my own strength. The 9 nether god regarded Xianjun with a frigid glare. Xianjun raised his white eyebrows, and with a forceful stomp, he created a deep pit in the stony ground beneath him. Drawing in a deep breath, an immense wave of energy surged within him, his eyes blazing with intensity as he let out a low growl. Indestructible Vajra fist. Boom! The ground beneath him crumbled as he surged forward, his fist transforming into a golden imprint of power, exuding a ferocious aura. The fist hurtled towards the 9 nether god. This strike may reach the level of an ordinary celestial challenge, yet to me, it is utterly trivial. The 9 nether god retorted coldly. With an ethereal grace, he vanished beneath the fist imprint, and a blood-red hand emerged from another direction, aiming directly for Xianjun's head. The speed was blinding, a mere flash of crimson light. Unfazed, Xianjun shifted the trajectory of his fist imprint, as if anticipating the descent of the blood-red claw. Bang! The 2 forces collided, creating a vortex of power accompanied by the sound of air exploding. The 9 nether god reappeared, astonished. An ethereal sense. I did not expect you, just entering the celestial realm, to grasp such an understanding and perceive the trajectory of my strike. At that moment, atop the pavilion, Zihanyu, upon hearing this ethereal sensation, turned her gaze towards the elder Longpa behind her. Miss, the ethereal sense allows one to reach a state of profound perception, enabling the practitioner to discern the traces of an opponent's moves in a fleeting moment. It is said that even those who have entered the celestial realm might not attain this understanding, Longpa explained. Is that so? In that case, Qinglong Temple must not have sent him alone. There should be other experts as well. Perhaps this is a trap they have set for us. Zihanyu surmised. They can scheme against Qinglong Temple, and Qinglong Temple can certainly devise schemes against them, Long Po replied, her gaze sharpening. If the arriving experts can hold back the 9 Nether God, I fear that neither I nor Xiao Mufan can withstand this Xianzhen. Long Po expressed her concern. Meanwhile, from the shadows, Shangwan Jinhong, who had been following He Lian Xiaoyao, gazed intently at Xianzhen and the 9 Nether God. A fervent light igniting in his eyes as his hands clenched involuntarily. If he were to possess the dragon and phoenix golden rings, he might have a chance to engage in battle. Yet, the dual rings he currently bears are merely tangible forms devoid of true essence. The authentic dragon and phoenix golden rings are a unique pair of mother and child rings, ranked second on the list of weapons in the martial world, which attests to their formidable power. He Lian Xiaoyao sensed a shift in the aura emanating from Shangwan Jinhong. This Shangwan Jinhong seemed intent on confronting his opponent, despite being merely at the spirit unification realm, which was a considerable disparity. He Lian Xiaoyao mused silently, excluding the 9 Nether God monarch. Even the Xuanzhen monk had attained an understanding of ethereal sensations. It was utterly implausible for Shangwan Jinhong to challenge the Xuanzhen monk with his spirit unification level. He chose to disregard Shangwan Jinhong and directed his gaze towards the battlefield. The Xuanzhen monk was not engaging the 9 Nether God monarch. Despite his grasp of the ethereal, he knew he stood no chance against the 9 Nether God monarch. Old monk, I may not be your match, but do you think I, the Qinglong Temple, have come alone? He declared, retreating. At that moment, 3 figures surged swiftly from the mountainside. The 3 figures, all with white hair and beards, donned gray monk robes and bore distinct expressions, each wielding a black whip. Amipa. Upon their appearance, the 3 simultaneously clasped their hands in greeting. Qinglong Sendu. The sight of these 3 figures caused the 9 Nether God monarch's expression to harden. The Qinglong Sandu were esteemed monks from the Qinglong Temple. Long absent from the scene, their strength had reached the realm of transcending mortal bounds. However, these 3 had spent years together, honing their skills in the Qinglong Temple's demon suppression techniques, excelling in a combined whip technique known as the Vajra Demon Suppression Circle. Together, they could contend with beings of the 3 tribulations of heaven and man unexpectedly. It was these 3 who had arrived, complicating matters. Their combined prowess could stifle even the 9 Nether God monarch's strength, which was already formidable within the 3 tribulations. This is quite troublesome, He Lian Xiaoyao remarked gravely. The arrival of these 3 had entirely stripped the 9 Nether God monarch of his advantage. Is there truly no one else on your side? Shangwan Jinhong inquired, casting a skeptical glance at He Lian Xiaoyao. How can such meager strength contend with the Qinglong Temple? Surely there must be others, though I am unaware of who they might be. However, it is certain that no one of the heavenly realm resides here. It is prudent for us to refrain from intervening, He Lian Xiaoyao replied. Given the current circumstances, their position was exceedingly precarious, and abstaining from action was their wisest choice. As the Qinglong Sandu confronted the 9 Nether God monarch, the Xuanzhen monk's gaze fell upon Xiao Mufan. Under the Xuanzhen monk's penetrating gaze, cold sweat trickled down Xiao Mufan's forehead. Although the Xuanzhen monk was injured, he was still a being of the heavenly realm. The chasm between the heavenly realm and spirit unification, though seemingly a mere level apart, was an insurmountable gulf. His body trembled slightly as he felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Long Po, assist Xiao Mufan. We cannot allow him to perish here, Zahanyu urged from the pavilion. In an instant, the hunched figure of Long Po ascended into the air. On the other side, a melodious call akin to a warbler's song escaped from Zahanyu's lips. The gaze of He Lian Xiaoyao sharpened, realizing that this song served as a signal to initiate action, ensuring the safety of Xiao Mufan from the Zitan Palace. Bai Fei, observing the change in He Lian Xiaoyao's expression, also noticed the emergence of Long Po from another direction. This indicated an intention for you to engage. Bai Fei declared, Indeed, I wonder if Senior Shangwan could lend assistance in restraining the Xuanzhen monk. If we can hold him off for a moment, it would facilitate our withdrawal. I shall honor the agreement made earlier and provide the promised rewards to your esteemed establishment. He Lian Xiaoyao addressed Shangwan Jinhong. Hearing He Lian Xiaoyao's words, Shangwan Jinhong replied, What if I were to assist you in eliminating the Xuanzhen monk? Chapter 188. Shangwan Jinhong's aspiration to break through He Lian Xiaoyao was taken aback, not anticipating such a proposition from Shangwan Jinhong. If Senior Shangwan can help us slay the Xuanzhen monk, I shall offer threefold the initial promise, He Lian Xiaoyao asserted. Excellent. Shangwan Jinhong nodded in agreement. The The Xuanzhen monk had yet to complete the first trial of the celestial realm and was already wounded. If he, Shangwan Jinhong, could not defeat the opponent, he would not deserve the name Shangwan Jinhong. Moreover, he had his own ulterior motives. With a sudden rush, he sped toward the plaza. In the plaza, the Xuanzhen monk held Xiao Mufan of the Zitan Palace in check, yet he refrained from striking. Upon seeing Long Po and Shangwan Jinhong appear, a glimmer of light flickered in his eyes as he surveyed them. Long Po of the Cold Moon Sect and Shangwan Jinhong of the Golden Wind and Fine Rain Pavilion. While I comprehend the presence of the Cold Moon Sect, what brings you from the Golden Wind and Fine Rain Pavilion into these murky waters? The Xuanzhen monk's gaze finally settled on Shangwan Jinhong, revealing a hint of astonishment. The tale of Shangwan Jinhong single-handedly annihilating the Blood Flag sect had spread throughout Lingnan Prefecture. We, from the Qinglong Temple, have come to Lingnan Prefecture, and naturally, we must familiarize ourselves with the local circumstances. An irresistible offer was presented to us, Shangwan Jinhong stated. Upon hearing his words, the Xuanzhen monk's expression hardened, and he fell silent. His aura surged around him, a testament to the unwavering resolve required to cultivate to the realm of the unity of spirit and soul. Once a decision was made, it would remain unchanged. After a brief skirmish, a swift retreat was imperative. At that moment, Long Po's voice resonated in Shangwan Jinhong's ear, indicating that their trio could only withstand a few blows, thus necessitating a rapid escape. Boom! The Xuanzhen monk inhaled sharply, and a roar akin to a dragon's and a tiger's echoed within him. A terrifying force emanated from his mouth, causing the surrounding air to whirl into a massive vortex, drawn inexorably towards him. As his body began to rise, the sound of dragon roars grew increasingly thunderous within him, reminiscent of a tempest. The diamond tiger form. Witnessing this, Xiao Mufan's expression turned grave. This was a technique that combined offense and defense. Under such circumstances, attacks from the spirit realm might not even leave a scratch on the Xuanzhen monk, and the power of his fists could potentially injure them all. Boom! At this moment, the enigmatic monk Xianzhen unexpectedly charged not at Xiao Mufan, but rather at Shangwan Jinhong. With a sharp gaze, Shangwan Jinhong summoned the energy within, unleashing a powerful punch. A surge of force surged forth like a tidal wave, aimed directly at the opponent. Both Xiao Mufan and Long Po were taken aback, their expressions tightening. They had not anticipated that Xianzhen would first strike at Shangwan Jinhong. Exchanging a glance with Long Po, Xiao Mufan turned to flee. Witnessing this scene, Long Po's pupils dilated in shock. She had not expected Xiao Mufan to act in such a manner. However, as Xiao Mufan retreated, Xianzhen abruptly altered his trajectory, evading Shangwan Jinhong's attack and instead directing his assault towards Xiao Mufan, his speed surpassing that of before. Recognizing that defeating Shangwan Jinhong in one fell swoop was unattainable, Xianzhen resolved to eliminate Xiao Mufan first with overwhelming force, before turning to deal with Long Po and Shangwan Jinhong. Unprepared for Xianzhen's assault, Xiao Mufan realized that despite his attempt to escape, the monk's speed and strength were formidable. Should he continue to flee, he would surely be struck down. He had no choice but to halt, planting his foot firmly on the ground. Heavenly Demon Technique, Chaotic Star Fist. Xiao Mufan shouted as he launched a punch, his demonic energy coalescing into a star that collided with the incoming palm. Bang! The clash of palm and fist erupted in a violent explosion of force, sending shockwaves through the air and stirring up a tempest. Debris flew from the ground like bullets, scattering in all directions. Crack! Amidst the cacophony of destruction, the sound of shattering bone resonated, followed by Xiao Mufan's agonized scream. Xianzhen's palm had shattered his arm. Without pause, the monk's hand transformed into a claw-like grip, seizing Xiao Mufan's head. With a swift motion, he tore the head from its body, casting it aside as blood sprayed from the severed neck. In the shadows, Bai Zhangjiao observed the scene, his voice cold. Such a death is no great loss. Beside him, Helian Xiaoyao's expression mirrored his discontent. Indeed, as Bai Zhangjiao noted, while others endeavored to rescue him, he chose to flee, evoking little sympathy. Boom! At that moment, Xianzhen extended 2 fingers, and the remaining 2 soul refinement realm experts from the Zitan Palace were caught off guard and swiftly dispatched by the 2 monks from Qinglong Temple. In an instant, Qinglong Temple gained the upper hand. Everyone, attack together. Prepare to retreat. Long Po commanded, her iron staff lunging towards Xianzhen. Yet, at that moment, Shangwan Jinhong appeared before her, halting Long Po in her tracks. Leave Xianzhen to me. You handle the others, Shangwan Jinhong declared. What? Long Pe, momentarily stunned, had not anticipated Shangwan Jinhong's intention to confront Xianjun alone. As she stood there in disbelief, Shangwan Jinhong had already charged forward. The recently forged golden ring, a mere imitation, remained untouched, for it could unleash only a single strike before succumbing to damage. Thus, it was only when the opponent revealed a flaw that he would employ it, ensuring a decisive blow. Boom! An immense surge of energy erupted within Shangwan Jinhong, ascending like a colossal wave crashing upon the sea's surface, tumultuous and unmatched. Under this overwhelming aura, Shangwan Jinhong propelled himself forward, extending his palm. The Xuanzhen monk's gaze sharpened, and he retaliated with a punch of his own. Shangwan Jinhong's focus shifted, altering the trajectory of his palm strike. Yet, the monk's fist collided with his hand nonetheless. Bang! The clash of energies reverberated, sending Shangwan Jinhong staggering back. In terms of raw power, he found himself outmatched. Boom! The Xuanzhen monk unleashed a barrage of strikes, leaving Shangwan Jinhong with no choice but to defend for the time being. Meanwhile, the dragon matriarch advanced towards the two high monks of the Qinglong temple, her presence ghostly and swift. In an instant, her staff vanished, and she struck at one of them with both palms, carrying a chilling wind that pierced through their defenses, imprinting upon their chests. Bang! Bang! The two were flung backward, bruises blooming on their bodies. The dragon matriarch's palms bore poison. Upon impact, the toxins entered their systems, compelling them to utilize their energy to fend off the venom. At that moment, the dragon matriarch reappeared before them, her staff manifesting once more like a shadow, swiftly piercing their hearts. Subsequently, she merged with the corpulent dragon venerable, both converging upon the void. Outnumbered, the void could only defend, and it seemed a matter of time before he would be slain. The Xuanzhen monk, facing Shangwan Jinhong, seethed with rage. The figure of a dragon and tiger materialized within his clenched fist, aimed directly at Shangwan Jinhong. He sought to eliminate his opponent swiftly. Shangwan Jinhong parried with blow after blow, feeling his palms crack under the pressure, the bones in his arms protesting with a cacophony of strain, as if they might shatter at any moment. Unbeknownst to others, however, Shangwan Jinhong's internal power was being tempered with each relentless assault, instilling within him a sense of impending breakthrough. His desire to confront the Xuanzhen monk stemmed from his wish to take that crucial step forward. Chapter 189, The Celestial Realm. Xuanzhen monks' demise. The overwhelming pressure served as the primal impetus for a warrior. Shangwan Jinhong, having founded the Golden Money Gang and once reigning supreme in the martial world, was unwilling to lag behind in this new realm. This time, he aimed to leverage the Xuanzhen monk to penetrate the first threshold of the celestial realm. Rumble. Amidst the frenzied energy, Shangwan Jinhong employed his agility while continually striking out to counter the monk's ferocious force. He utilized the swirling energy to diminish the impact on his body. Yet, in the face of the monk's fury, blood erupted from his mouth. However, Shangwan Jinhong's blood shimmered brilliantly. He was so close, just a hair's breadth away. In his heart, Shangwan Jinhong silently chanted, disregarding his wounds, and gathered all the power within him into his palm, exhausting the last remnant of his internal energy. With a decisive strike, he unleashed a powerful blow. The Xuanzhen monk did not hesitate either, aiming to send Shangwan Jinhong to his demise with a single strike. Such was the only means to assist the Kongxing monk. While the Qinglong Sandu was wholly restrained by the Jiao Yu Xinjun, unable to provide support. Originally, the Qinglong Sandu was intended to hinder the Jiao Yu Xinjun. Now, the tables had turned. In the shadows, Helian Xiaoyao's expression grew grave. If this continued, Mr. Shangwan might be in peril. He did not complete his thought. Yet the implication was clear. His gaze shifted to Bai Fei, who was intently focused on the explosive strike of Shangwan Jinhong. Bang! The clash of palms erupted, causing blood to spurt from Shangwan Jinhong's arm as his body was sent flying. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, kneeling on the ground, his complexion as pale as death. It appeared that Shangwan Jinhong had failed to defend against this blow. Helian Xiaoyao, witnessing this, felt a shift in his expression. At a loss for words, Shangwan Jinhong had been invited by him, and now the situation had turned dire, jeopardizing his cooperation with the Jinfeng Shiyu Tower, which was crucial to his plans. Was he to shift his allegiance to the Qinglong Society? The thought crossed Helian Xiaoyao's mind, but he quickly dismissed it. Recognizing the connections between the Jinfeng Shiyu Tower and the Qinglong Society, His intention in contacting the Jinfeng Shiyu Tower was to forge a closer relationship with the Qinglong Society. The Xuanzhen Monk S strike severely injured Shangwan Jinhong, sending him reeling. As he soared into the air, his palm descended towards Shangwan Jinhong's head, intent on delivering a fatal blow. Roaring in defiance, Shangwan Jinhong, still half kneeling, unleashed an overwhelmingly powerful energy from within, a force that exuded vitality and swiftly replenished the energy he had just expended. Perceiving the resurgence of energy within Shangwan Jinhong, the Xuanzhen monk's expression shifted dramatically. His gaze hardened as he intensified the force in his palm, conjuring an immensely concentrated vortex of energy that morphed into a Vajra palm print, crashing down with thunderous fury. Boom! The Vajra imprint descended like a mountain, its speed and might formidable. Yet, in the fleeting moment before the imprint struck, Shangwan Jinhong transformed into a shadow. Evading the blow and reappearing elsewhere, his energy surging, a celestial aura emanating from him. Witnessing this, the Jiuyu Shenjun and the Qinglong Sandu shifted their stances, their gazes locking on to Shangwan Jinhong, revealing sinister smiles. Truly, man's calculations fall short of fate's design. It seemed they were all destined to remain here today. His chilling voice sent shivers down the spine. Upon the pavilion, Zihanyue's eyes narrowed at the unfolding scene. Initially, she believed that Shangwan Jinhong was destined to be struck down by the Xuanzhen monk, yet unexpectedly, he had broken through. With the pressure exerted by the monk Xianzhen, Shangwan Jinhong ascended to the realm of transcendent beings, a truly remarkable feat. Zihanyue murmured softly, "It takes extraordinary courage to face formidable opponents head-on. The Jinfeng Shiyu Tower and the Tianya Pavilion now warrant serious consideration," Zihanyue pondered internally. On the other side, Helian Xiaoyao's eyes widened in astonishment. Just moments ago lost in thought, he now found himself transfixed by Shangwan Jinhong's audacity. He understood why Shangwan Jinhong chose to confront the monk Xianzhen alone, to seize this opportunity for a breakthrough. Such a bold individual. One misstep could lead to demise. His gaze shifted to Bai Fei, who likely had foreseen Shangwan Jinhong's intentions long ago. Standing resolutely, Shangwan Jinhong exuded an air of unwavering confidence and a commanding presence that seemed to overlook the world. "I must express my gratitude for your assistance in helping me take this crucial step. Now that our strengths are comparable, I wonder if you can prevail against me." Shangwan Jinhong addressed the monk Xianzhen coldly. In an instant, he propelled himself forward, appearing before the monk with blinding speed. His palm struck out with lightning swiftness, conjuring dozens of shadowy palm strikes that surrounded Xianzhen. Having reached the realm of transcendent beings, Shangwan Jinhong's speed had significantly increased. "Even if you have taken this step, you shall still meet your end," the monk Xianzhen retorted coldly, raising his right hand, a golden light swirling within his palm. In an instant, he pierced through the palm shadows and launched an attack at Shangwan Jinhong. The monk possessed an understanding of the ethereal. He could discern which of the palm shadows was genuine. His hand penetrated the illusions, aimed directly at Shangwan Jinhong's body. The force within his palms surged like a vortex, crashing down upon Shangwan Jinhong. Boom! A powerful force erupted within Shangwan Jinhong, countering the monk's strike. However, the energy still surged into him. "Die!" Xianzhen's face contorted with malice as he aimed to shatter Shangwan Jinhong's chest. Yet, at that moment, Shangwan Jinhong's expression remained unyielding. In his other hand, a set of golden rings materialized. The rings flew forth like lightning, targeting Xianzhen's throat. Given their proximity, the golden rings pierced through the energy, striking the monk's throat. The first ring connected, and Xianzhen felt as if his throat were shattering. Despite his attempt to brace against the energy, another ring followed, colliding with the first. Crack! The energy dissipated, and the formidable force struck his throat, severing his windpipe. As the monk's attack began to weaken, Shangwan Jinhong surged forward. Xianzhen, barely maintaining his balance, looked at Shangwan Jinhong and said, "You had plotted this all along. Indeed, it was a calculated move, otherwise. How could I have known you had comprehended the ethereal, yet still dared to confront you?" Shangwan Jinhong replied icily. Thud! Upon hearing this, the monk Xianzhen collapsed to the ground. Within his gaze lingered an air of profound reluctance. He had not anticipated that Shangwan Jinhong would wield this ethereal sensation against him. With a gasp, as Master Xuanzhen collapsed, Shangwan Jinhong too spewed forth a mouthful of blood, having just endured a fierce blow from the monk. Chapter 190. The fall of the Azure Dragon's 3 crossings, storms arose master. At that moment, the Monk Konghai, besieged by the combined efforts of the Fat Dragon Sovereign and the Dragon Matriarch, witnessed his master fall. With a low growl, he sought to break free from their grasp and rush toward Xuanzhen. However, this shift created an opening, allowing the Fat Dragon Sovereign's iron-like hands to strike Konghai, causing him to cough up blood. At this juncture, the Dragon Matriarch wielded her staff, akin to a venomous serpent, and thrust it towards Konghai's throat. Though he managed to evade the direct blow to his throat, he did not foresee the staff's swift maneuver, redirecting towards his heart. With a sickening thrust, the staff pierced through his defenses, embedding itself within his body. Bang! At that moment, the Fat Dragon Sovereign delivered a crushing blow to Konghai's head, which burst open like a watermelon, altering the scene dramatically. "Let us join forces to vanquish these 3 bald monks," commanded the Jiu Divine Lord, his tone resolute. As he spoke, a dark energy coalesced in his palm, manifesting as 3 black serpents, bearing their venomous fangs, surging toward the trio. The Fat Dragon Sovereign and the Dragon Matriarch propelled themselves forward, the former's visage contorted in ferocity as he launched an attack from behind the crossing Tribulation Monk. His palm unleashed a surge of energy, colliding with the air and producing a deep, resonating explosion. This was an unrelenting assault, a rare opportunity to eliminate a formidable being of the celestial realm. Boom. However, upon contact with the crossing Tribulation Monk, his energy was met with a formidable resistance, resulting in a collision that birthed a whirlwind, sweeping outward. The shockwave forced the Fat Dragon Sovereign to stagger back several steps, yet he quickly regained his composure, his pupils narrowing in realization of the pain coursing through his hand. The energies of the 3 were interconnected, one becoming 3. They needed the Divine Lord to create an opening before they could strike. The Dragon Matriarch interjected. The Fat Dragon Sovereign's gaze sharpened as he assessed the formation of the Azure Dragon's 3 crossings. At this moment, the black serpents in the Jiu Divine Lord's palm transformed into a colossal python, exerting overwhelming pressure upon the trio. He was engaging them in a battle of energy. The 3 from the Azure Temple, left with no choice, were compelled to confront the Jiu Divine Lord head-on, unleashing their internal power. The Dragon Matriarch, staff in hand, seized an opportunity. A glimmer of ruthless intent flickered in her eyes as her staff erupted with immense energy. A jet of black energy surged forth from the tip of her staff, sharp as a blade, reminiscent of sword energy. Heavenly Calamity Sword Technique. The Fat Dragon Sovereign, sensing this sword energy beside him, exclaimed, "The Heavenly Calamity Sword Technique, one of the ultimate arts of the Holy Maiden of the Cold Moon Sect, the Heavenly Calamity Maiden. I cannot believe this old woman is one of the sect's former holy maidens. What a revelation." In the shadows, Helian Xiaoyao remarked. Swish. As Helian Xiaoyao's voice faded, a blade of sword energy sliced through the air, swiftly targeting one of the individuals, the monk Dunan, from behind. The air itself seemed to rip apart in its wake. The monk, caught in the midst of the Qinglong's 3 crossings, changed countenance as a vast force surged behind him, attempting to counter this onslaught. Clang. The chilling sword energy was thwarted. Yet, this strike caused a slight tremor in the alliance between Dui and the others. Their chi momentarily felt obstructed. At that moment, the Jiu Divine Monarch uttered a low roar, his internal energy surging once more. Boom. The trio was forcefully propelled backward. Bang. With a powerful stomp, the Jiu Divine Monarch leaped forth like a fierce beast, attacking the monk Dui. A dark, ominous light erupted from his palm, not resembling a venomous serpent this time, but rather a black sun. A chilling, heart-stopping wave of energy exploded from his hand. Bang! The dense black fist struck De's chest like a black sun. Before Dui could regain his balance, he was struck by the Jiu Divine Monarch's palm, instantly spitting out a mouthful of blood. Attempting to utter something, the Jiu Divine Monarch swiftly turned his hand, grasping at De's chest, unleashing a violent suction force. The chi and blood within Dui's body were immediately drawn out by this force. Senior brother. Seeing this, Dujia and Dunan roared in unison, rushing towards the Jiu Divine Monarch. The Jiu Divine Monarch seized Dui's body and hurled it towards the two. They instinctively caught the throne form. However, at that moment, the Jiu Divine Monarch transformed into a streak of blood light, appearing behind them, his claw-like hand gripping Dunan's chest. With a powerful thrust, he carved a bloody gash across his chest, emitting a foul odor from the wound. The Jiuyou divine monarch practiced a form of poison arts, exceedingly domineering, which began to corrode his opponent's body in an instant. Dunan let out a wretched scream. In that fleeting moment, only the monk Dujia remained fully capable of fighting. Dujia roared, twirling his long whip like a spirit, striking towards the Jiuyou divine monarch's throat. Yet, it was caught in the monarch's grasp. A surge of energy emanated from his hand, shattering Dujia's whip. In a mere exchange, Dujia was no match for the Jiuyou divine monarch. The monarch flickered, appearing before him. A palm struck Dujia's chest, unleashing a torrent of power akin to a raging river, directly shattering Dujia's heart meridian, ending him in a single blow. He then turned, swiftly dispatching the other two injured individuals. In an instant, all those who had come to Qinglong Temple were slain. At this moment, Shangwan Jinhong, having recovered slightly from his injuries, rose to his feet. The Jiuyou divine monarch cast a glance at Shangwan Jinhong without uttering a word, then turned to depart, followed closely by the fat dragon Venerable and Long Po. Shangwan Jinhong watched as the Jiuyou divine monarch left, then approached Hulian Xiaoyao and the others. My heartfelt gratitude extends to Mr. Shangwan Jinhong. Without his timely intervention, not only would we have failed our mission, but we would have also suffered considerable losses. The promised reward shall be promptly delivered to the Jinfeng Shiyu building upon my return, Hulian Xiaoyao declared. There's no need to deliver it to the Jinfeng Shiyu building. Instead, please take it to a manor outside the city. Here is the address, Bai Fei interjected. Although Mr. Shangwan Jinhong has taken action, it is still prudent to keep the involvement of the Qinglong Temple under wraps for the time being. Hulian Xiaoyao nodded in agreement, and the trio swiftly departed, returning to the Jinfeng Shiyu building. Meanwhile, Mr. Shangwan Jinhong entered seclusion to recuperate from his injuries. Bai Fei meticulously compiled the events of the day and discreetly sent the information to Su Chun, who awaited news at the Shanghai Gate. Within the confines of the Shanghai Gate, Su Chun perused the message sent by Bai Fei, his pupils dilating in shock. The Qinglong Temple had unexpectedly suffered the loss of 4 celestial masters in one fell swoop. It was certain that this would stir significant upheaval the following day. However, Mr. Shangwan Jinhong's ascension to the realm of celestial beings, aided by the monk Xianzhen, brought a glimmer of hope to Su Chen's heart. Yet, a grave concern weighed upon him. After all, the Jiuyou divine monarch was a formidable presence, comparable to Guanxi. While Su Chen firmly believed that Guanxi was superior, the display of power from the Qinglong Temple left him unsettled. He glanced at his current lottery cards, 2 orange cards, 1 blue card, and 3 white cards, contemplating whether he might summon some formidable allies from them. In Chapter 191, A Stunning Shot, Zhuge Jinghua, it is noted that previously, upon becoming the sect leader, he had received 1 orange card and 5 blue cards. Some days prior, he had drawn from the 5 blue cards, but they yielded only meager rewards. The single blue card he possessed now was a recent acquisition triggered by an observation. Su Chen took a deep breath, rubbing his hands together vigorously. The last time he neglected to do so, he faced utter defeat. This time, he was determined to avoid such a fate. He decided to draw from 1 blue card and 2 orange cards, while reserving the 3 white cards, as they likely contained nothing of value. Upon drawing the 3 cards, he discovered, acquired character Zhuge Jinghua, obtained a superior grade weapon, the Dragon and Phoenix Golden Ring, and received a celestial elixir, 1 Tianren. When Su Chen drew from the 3 cards, he found that the blue card yielded a character, while the orange cards did not. Zhuge Jinghua was a figure from the renowned 4 great detectives, born into the martial arts sect Zaimen, and was a legendary hero and disciple of the illustrious Wei Qingqing. His cultivation centered around the stunning shot, esoteric arts, and the true essence of the 3 realms. With his strength reflecting the unity of spirit and soul, poised on the brink of entering the celestial realm. Indeed, the characters from the blue lottery cards were limited to the realm of spirit and soul unity, Su Chen mused. He then turned his attention to the Dragon and Phoenix Golden Ring and the Tianren. The system classified the Dragon and Phoenix Golden Ring as a superior grade weapon, indicating its extraordinary nature. With Mr. Shangwan Jinhong having ascended to the celestial realm, this weapon would undoubtedly enhance his prowess. Su Chen pondered how formidable he would become when facing the challenges posed by celestial beings. Tianren, a remarkable elixir capable of elevating a master of the unity of spirit and soul to the realm of celestial beings. This particular pill might be a boon for Xiao Qiushui, Su Chen pondered. Yet, he remained somewhat perplexed. Despite Xiao Qiushui being on par with Guanxi in their studies, she was merely at the unity stage, while Guanxi had attained the formidable third difficulty of the celestial realm. Was this disparity perhaps due to the lottery card? Subsequently, Su Qian's thoughts shifted to Zhuge Jinghua, a legendary figure, renowned for his exceptional prowess with the spear. It seemed rather inappropriate to remain by his side. What type of companion did he truly require? A shadowy figure, perhaps. If he were to draw the assassin Yang Shuyan from the tale of the Duolong of the Tang dynasty, it would certainly be quite exhilarating. Yet, such notions were merely flights of fancy. Given the current circumstances of the draws, such individuals would undoubtedly be found within the orange-level lottery cards. Thus, efforts must be made to trigger more lottery cards. Su Qian summoned Zhuge Jinghua, instructing him to deliver these two items to Shangwan Jinhong and Xiao Qiushui. As for Zhuge Jinghua's arrangements, they would temporarily reside within the Qinglong Society. According to intelligence received from the Jinfeng Shiyu Lu, the specters from the ghostly Sha Mansion and the Elysium Pavilion had appeared in Lingnan County. Logically, the ghostly Sha Mansion should be targeting Jinfeng Shiyu Lu, particularly since Shangwan Jinhong had slain one of their four masters. However, the analysis of the gathered information indicated that their true intention was to confront the Qinglong Society, suggesting they had sensed the threat it posed. After bidding farewell to Zhuge Jinghua, Su Qian exited the tower. Ever since he assumed the role of the leader of the Shanhua sect, he had developed a fondness for standing atop this tower, where he could gaze far and wide. Upon his descent, Li Tianqing approached him. "Master, individuals from the Changhan Palace await you in the Master-S Hall." Upon hearing this, Su Qian furrowed his brow slightly. "Do you know who they are?" he inquired. The visitor wore a cloak, obscuring their identity, yet their voice was somewhat hoarse. Li Tianqing replied, "It appears to be that Meng Shintong. However, what business could such a figure have with me?" Su Qian's brow furrowed further as he followed Li Tianqing into the Master-S Hall. Upon entering, he beheld a figure seated upon a long bench. From this individual emanated an icy aura. However, as this chill permeated Su Qian's being, it was swiftly absorbed, leaving no adverse effects. "You may leave," Su Qian gestured, prompting Li Tianqing to exit. "Yes," Li Tianqing respectfully withdrew from the hall. "Greetings, Senior Meng. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit?" Su Qian offered a courteous salutation. "I am not Meng Shintong," the cloaked figure responded, their voice bright and melodious, akin to a lark. As they spoke, they removed the hood, revealing a stunning visage. "Might I ask how to address you?" Su Qian furrowed his brow slightly. Suspecting that this individual could be the enchanting Qinin demon, Mei Xuan, the master of the Changhan Palace branch in Lingnan County. "I, Mei Xuan, am certain you are familiar with my name. My purpose in seeking you here is to inquire about the circumstances surrounding the branch hall of Changhan Palace. I trust you possess considerable knowledge on this matter, do you not?" Mei Xuan's gaze fixed upon Su Qian. "Ah, it is the esteemed Hall Master Mei. Regrettably, I have not unearthed much regarding the affairs of the branch hall. However, the elders there might hold some insights," Su Qian replied. "Lu Wuhui was slain by Lu Wumei, and the one responsible for Lu Wumei's demise, Ni Kuan of the Heavenly Golden Gate, has also met his end at my hands. Ni Kuan bore a lethal poison within him, and there may be someone lurking behind him. Nonetheless, I have been preoccupied with matters concerning the Shanhua Gate and have not conducted further investigations. Thus, I am at a loss for words." "You speak of those elders? I have rendered them into mere vegetative states," Mei Xuan stated matter-of-factly. Upon hearing this, Su Qian's expression faltered, his eyes widening in astonishment at Mei Xuan's revelation of having incapacitated the elders. "A group of inept individuals serves no purpose. My visit here is to request your assistance." "Master Su," Mei Xuan continued, her gaze icy as if she sought to pierce through Su Qian's very soul. "What is it that Hall Master Mei requires of me?" Su Qian steadied himself under her penetrating gaze and inquired. "I hope that you could facilitate contact with the Jinfeng Shiyu building. I believe you still maintain some connections with them, do you not?" Mei Xuan articulated. At this, Su Qian's brow furrowed slightly. Given Mei Xuan's standing, a meeting with the Jinfeng Shiyu building in Lingnan Prefecture should pose no issue. Why, then, did she require his introduction? He did not deny his associations with the establishment. "Indeed, you are capable of liaising with the Jinfeng Shiyu building. The reason for seeking your assistance is primarily that I wish to collaborate with them on a matter of significant importance. Please, may I ask you to facilitate this connection?" Mei Xuan implored. "Certainly, I can assist in establishing contact. By A Fei, the head of the Jinfeng Shiyu building in Lingnan Prefecture, and I share some acquaintance. I can arrange for you to meet him, Su Chen replied. There's no time like the present, Master Su. Let us proceed to the foot of the mountain today. Mei Xuanchuang insisted, as if she intended to accompany Su Chen without delay. Su Chen pondered momentarily. Given the shifting dynamics in Lingnan Prefecture, it was imperative for him to display some connections, allowing him, as the somewhat independent leader of the Shanhua Gate, to integrate into the prevailing power circles of Lingnan Prefecture. Chapter 192, The Loot Demon, Mei Xuanchuang. By A Fei's speculation very well, I shall accompany Hall Master Mei on this journey, Su Chen affirmed. Upon hearing Su Chen's agreement, Mei Xuanchuang donned a wide-brimmed hat and approached him, declaring, Then let us be on our way. With that, she stepped out of the grand hall ahead of Su Chen. After issuing some instructions to Li Tianqing, Su Chen departed the Shanhua Gate alongside Mei Xuanchuang. Once outside, Mei Xuanchuang quickened her pace, moving with an agility that made the rocky steps seem as effortless as walking on flat ground. Su Chen followed closely behind, employing the Jinfeng Shiyu technique to effortlessly keep pace with her. At times, it was unnecessary to suppress one's own strength. In the world of martial arts, if one lacks strength, how can others regard or respect them? After a period of time, a flicker of surprise appeared in the eyes of Mei Xuanchuang as she hurried along. Before her arrival, she had conducted some investigation into Su Chen, finding no remarkable traits. However, following the death of his father, he unleashed an extraordinary power. Recently, Murong Qingchen had even sought a Wuji pill for Su Chen from the fourth prince. Considering the time elapsed since he ingested the pill, he should have only recently entered the spirit refinement realm. Yet, despite the lengthy journey, Su Chen's aura remained steady, devoid of any signs of exhaustion, indicating the profound depth of his internal energy. Moreover, when she slightly quickened her pace, Su Chen maintained a leisurely stride behind her, showcasing his exceptional skill in movement techniques. His agility resembled the golden wind and drizzling rain technique, the hallmark of the former master of the golden wind and drizzling rain tower in Qingqing. It was likely that even his deceased father had not mastered it to such an extent. Soon, the two arrived at the foot of the mountain. There, Mei Xuanchuang abruptly halted her steps, diverting her course towards a spacious carriage. Upon her approach, the coachman promptly stepped forward to pay his respects. Greetings, my lady. Please, allow us to take you to the golden wind and drizzling rain tower, Mei Xuanchuang instructed. The coachman immediately opened the carriage curtain, welcoming both Mei Xuanchuang and Su Chen inside. Inside the carriage, opulence was evident, featuring a central position occupied by a zither that exuded a menacing aura. Unlike any ordinary instrument, Su Chen mused inwardly, realizing that Mei Xuanchuang bore the moniker of the zither demon. At that moment, as they entered the carriage, Mei Xuanchuang removed her wide-brimmed hat and dark cloak, revealing a gown of pure white. In that instant, she emanated an air of cold elegance intertwined with a hint of pride, akin to an ice lotus blooming amidst the snow. Su Chen felt a stir within him. Only Murong Qingchen could rival Mei Xuanchuang in terms of appearance and grace. Regaining his composure, Mei Xuanchuang poured a cup of tea for him, saying, This is snow tea that I harvested from the snowy peaks. I wonder if it pleases you, Master Su. As the carriage moved, the tea remained perfectly still, undisturbed. Snowy Peaks. Su Chen pondered, intrigued by the name for the first time. Heavenly Pool, Snowy Peaks, a seldom trodden place where I grew up, Mei Xuanchuang revealed. Heavenly Pool. Su Chen recalled with some familiarity. It was said to be perpetually blanketed in snow, and he had not anticipated anyone residing there. However, those who could endure such harsh conditions were undoubtedly formidable individuals. As he sipped the tea, a wave of pure, chilling energy coursed through him. This energy was refined yet harmless to his meridians, possessing a fortifying effect that invigorated his internal strength. I had no idea such snow tea existed, Su Chen exclaimed in admiration. Afterward, the two fell into a comfortable silence. Meanwhile, in a manor within Lingnan County, a figure clad in green, Nye Kunlun, stood by a pond in the courtyard, observing the gathering golden koi. Have you located the Azure Dragon Society's stronghold? He inquired, his hands clasped behind his back. Beside him, Lin Zheng shook his head and remarked, Not yet, but the intent from Duan Qingya is to strike first at Jing Wuming and that A Fei. Eliminating these two should draw out Xiao Qiushui. Killing Jing Wuming and A Fei, who are merely the nominal leaders of the Zhengyue Hall, is but a preliminary step. If Xiao Qiushui does not show up or retaliates against our Guisha mansion and Jile building after we eliminate them, our losses could be substantial. After all, many of our strongholds in Guisha mansion and Jile building are open to scrutiny and easy to locate. Therefore, we must strike decisively, leaving no opportunity for the Qinglong Association's Zhengyue Hall to counterattack. Nie Kunlun spoke coldly. Have we discovered who accompanied Duan Qingya? He inquired. It should be one of the 3 emissaries beside the master of Jile building, but the exact identity remains unclear, Lin Zheng replied solemnly. The old ghost of Jile building still does not trust Duan Qingya. However, it is rather pitiful for Duan Qingya, having served as the first deputy master for so many years, to still be doubted. Do you think we have a chance to bring Duan Qingya over to our side? If he joins Guisha mansion, eliminating Jile building would be swift. Nie Kunlun suggested softly. Over the years, we have attempted to make contact with Duan Qingya, but have not succeeded. Convincing him to betray Jile building seems quite challenging, Lin Zheng said in a grave tone. It is not merely challenging. It is that the incentives you offer are insufficient. Nie Kunlun shook his head and then asked, how are the 2 from Huffing Hall and Biyun Pavilion faring with their arrangements? They have already agreed to meet with the young master of the mansion tonight. Lin Zheng responded. It appears they have recently been suppressed by the Jinfeng Shiyu building and seek to change their circumstances, which could work to our advantage in persuading them. Nie Kunlun said, a hint of a wicked smile gleaming in his eyes. The chaos in the northern 9 prefectures will begin in Lingnan Prefecture, which is advantageous for them to consolidate some power there. Both Biyun Pavilion and Huffing Hall are established intelligence networks. If we can bring these 2 major intelligence forces under our control, the information-gathering capabilities of Guisha Mansion will be greatly enhanced. Moreover, I intend to use Huffing Hall and Biyun Pavilion to strike at Jinfeng Shiyu building. In the Jinfeng Shiyu building, Nalan Rongyan sat before Bai Fei. We've received news that the leaders of Huffing Hall and Biyun Pavilion intend to meet with the young master of Guisha Mansion. It is likely aimed at countering us. She stated, they will not reach the residence where Nie Kunlun is staying. There is no need for concern. By the way, where are the people from Guisha Mansion and Jile building gathering in Lingnan Prefecture? Bai Fei asked calmly. It should be outside the city, but the exact location has yet to be determined. I suspect that Nie Kunlun's appearance before us may be a facade. Nalan Rongyan spoke in a low voice. A facade. Upon hearing this, Bai Fei furrowed his brow slightly. He then fell into contemplation, and after a moment, his eyes brightened. What you say is indeed possible. Guisha Mansion and Jile building might be utilizing Nie Kunlun and Duan Qingya to divert our attention or that of others. These 2 assassin organizations surely have other significant figures involved. Where could they possibly be? Bai Fei spoke in a low voice. And then a flash of brilliance illuminated his mind. They must be rendezvousing with the 9 Nether deity. During the battle at the Lingyue Sword Sect, there was one aspect that Bai Fei failed to comprehend. How could the entourage of the 9 Nether deity contend with the Qinglong Temple? However, with the addition of these 2 formidable assassin organizations, the lower-tier monks of the Qinglong Temple would undoubtedly suffer significant losses. After all, the strong are few, and they cannot always protect those of lesser martial prowess. At that time, it is likely that the strong from the Qinglong Temple would be lured away and dispersed. It seems I must pay a visit to Helian Xiaoyao, Bai Fei said slowly. Chapter 193. Occupying territory, numbers as an advantage in the governor's office of Lingnan. Helian Xiaoyao's figure appeared in the hall, respectfully bowing to the governor, Wen Yifan. Young Lord Helian, I thought you would not come to see me, Wen Yifan remarked. Gazing at Helian Xiaoyao. Uncle Wen, I merely wish to clarify the situation with the Zhenfu division before paying my respects to you, Helian Xiaoyao replied hastily. Your stand-in met an unjust fate. Do you know who sought to kill you? Wen Yifan inquired, observing Helian Xiaoyao intently. From Wen Yifan's words, it became clear that he was aware of Helian Xiaoyao's true identity. It must be Commander Yan, but the one orchestrating it should be Zahanyu from the Cold Moon sect. Helian Xiaoyao replied coldly. Currently, we are in a state of cooperation. Once our collaboration concludes, you may take the life of that Zahanyu, Wen Yifan stated. Your nephew understands. Helian Xiaoyao acknowledged. This time, I heard that the plan of the 9 Nether deity nearly resulted in annihilation. If it were not for your invitation to Shangwan Jinhong of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower, I fear that aside from himself, none would have escaped. Wen Yifan spoke with a cold tone, suggesting a strained relationship with the 9 Nether deity. Helian Xiaoyao chose silence, it was prudent to refrain from speaking now. Both Wen Yifan and the Nine Nether Deity were not individuals he could afford to offend. You did not come here solely to pay me a visit, did you? Wen Yifan continued to observe Helian Xiaoyao. Uncle Wen, I wish to draw the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower into our camp. May I inquire if this is possible? Helian Xiaoyao articulated. This was, in fact, the purpose of his visit. The highest authority in Lingnan County is none other than Wen Yifan, thus he sought his counsel. I have yet to ascertain the true nature of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower. The Tianyao Pavilion behind it is also a name I have never heard. This force is somewhat enigmatic. However, based on the strength exhibited by the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower thus far, it is indeed worthy of our alliance. Wen Yifan responded solemnly. Then, Uncle Wen, does this mean you agree to ally with the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower? Helian Xiaoyao inquired. I do agree, but I would like to meet someone from the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower, or rather from the Tianyao Pavilion, who is my equal, Wen Yifan expressed. Upon hearing this, Helian Xiaoyao's expression faltered. He understood that Wen Yifan's reference to equal pertained to strength. Wen Yifan's prowess was within the realm of the three difficulties of the celestial being stage. Thus, a strong individual from the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower must be of celestial being caliber to meet with Wen Yifan. He could not ascertain the existence of a transcendent being within the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion. Nephew, please communicate with the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion when the time comes, remarked Helian Xiaoyao, internally expressing her dissatisfaction. It is not that my standards are excessively high. Rather, in the struggle for the throne, lacking strength would render one mere cannon fodder. Wen Yifan spoke gravely. The nephew understood and promised to relay this situation adequately to the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion. Helian Xiaoyao nodded. As fate would have it, since you are here today, let us share a meal together. Wen Yifan said, looking at Helian Xiaoyao. It has been quite some time since I last dined with Uncle Wen. Helian Xiaoyao replied with a smile as they made their way towards the dining hall. Meanwhile, Mei Xuanchuang's carriage halted before the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion. This is my token. I wish to meet Master Bai, Su Chen declared, handing a token to the guard outside the pavilion. The guard accepted the token and swiftly made his way inside. Shortly thereafter, the guard returned and bowed to Su Chen, saying, Esteemed sir, the master requests your presence. Miss Mei, please. Su Chen addressed the still-seated Mei Xuanchuang in the carriage. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Mei Xuanchuang descended from the carriage, her stunning beauty captivating the guard. Please, lead us inside. Su Chen's voice broke the guard from his reverie, prompting him to escort them into the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion. They arrived at the door of Bai Zhangjiao's chamber. The master is awaiting you both inside, the guard announced. Su Chen pushed the door open, with Mei Xuanchuang following closely behind. I did not expect the esteemed Su Zhaojiao to take time to visit me. Shouldn't you be focused on managing the Shanhua sect? Bai Zhangjiao greeted Su Chen with a smile as he approached. Brother Bai, I have come primarily to introduce the palace master of Changhan Palace, Mei, to you. Su Chen replied, also introducing the lovely Mei Xuanchuang behind him. The palace master and brother Su share a rapport. How could I possibly be unaware of that? Please take a seat. Bai Zhangjiao gestured for them to sit down. With some acquaintance established, the palace master wishes to discuss a collaboration with you. I wonder if I should step aside for this. Su Chen stated. I would certainly hope for the participation of your Shanhua sect in this matter. Mei Xuanchuang said, looking at Su Chen. Palace master, are you suggesting that our Shanhua sect should partake in this? Su Chen replied, somewhat incredulous. To be frank, the Shanhua sect is still in a relatively weak position. To engage in the struggles of Lingnan Prefecture or the 9 prefectures of the north would likely only result in being mere cannon fodder. Recently, Tianhe sect has provoked your Shanhua sect. I will assist you in extinguishing their leader. This way, your Shanhua sect can expand. Although the number of strong individuals may not increase, the disciple count will. In territorial disputes, numbers can serve as an advantage. Your Shanhua sect is indeed qualified to collaborate with us. He then disregarded Su Chen and continued. You should be aware that someone from the capital intends to make a move against the Qinglong Temple. Certainly, it is not merely a single entity at play, but rather a multitude of forces, encompassing not only the influence from the capital, but also the local powers from the 9 northern prefectures. I shall refrain from elaborating on the local factions, as I trust you can ascertain that information. Concerning the capital's influence, beyond individual actors, there exist 4 distinct factions. Apart from our Changhan Palace, there are also the Thundergate, the Jinfu Division, and the 5 Deities sect. I am here as the representative of Changhen Palace in the 9 northern prefectures, with the intent of forging an alliance with your Jinfeng Shiyu Tower to secure substantial benefits during the impending eradication of the Qinglong Temple in the north. Mei Xuanchuang disclosed several pertinent details. What advantages would such an alliance confer upon Jinfeng Shiyu Tower? Bai Fei interjected. To be frank, I have already established a collaboration with Helian Xiaoyao. Thus, I fear we may not be able to partner with you at Changhen Palace. Although Mei Xuanchuang was brought here by Su Chun, he remained objective, speaking from the perspective of Jinfeng Shiyu Tower. His tone, however, conveyed a singular message, the pursuit of profit. Given sufficient incentive, Jinfeng Shiyu Tower would be amenable to alliances with anyone. Helian Xiaoyao's true identity is Helian Chunshui, the heir of the Jinnan Marquis. He can only represent the Marquis' estate, not the Jinfu Division. The Jinfu Division has also dispatched individuals here. I believe Master Bai will soon be informed of this, Mei Xuanchuang remarked. Chapter 194, Ghostly Sha Mansion, Niefenghan, Elysium Tower, Shaobieli. Upon hearing this, both Su Chun and Bai Fei exhibited expressions of astonishment. Their surprise was not merely due to the arrival of additional personnel from the Jinfu Division, but rather the revelation that Helian Xiaoyao was indeed Helian Chunshui. Hadn't Helian Chunshui been slain by the Qinglong Society? How could it be that this Helian Xiaoyao is Helian Chunshui? Bai Fei spoke gravely. The Helian Chunshui who was killed was but a pawn arranged by Helian Lu Wu since childhood. Though he appeared as Helian Chunshui, he was not the genuine article. Otherwise, upon his death at the hands of the Qinglong Society, would Helian Lu Wu, the Jinnan Marquis of the Great Zhou Empire, not have erupted in fury and sent forces to confront the Qinglong Society in Lingnan Prefecture? This information is relatively recent. It is only natural that you were unaware. When Helian Chunshui was purportedly killed, many presumed the Marquis would take action. After all, Helian Lu Wu, as the Jinfu Division's powerful figure, would not remain idle after the demise of his son. However, he did not. Many sought to uncover the truth, ultimately revealing that the earlier Helian Chunshui was merely an impostor. This has led to widespread admiration for Helian Lu Wu's cunning. Then, Master Mei, please expound upon your plan and the benefits we may derive from it, Bai Fei requested, taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. It's quite simple. Each of us has our own targets to address. Our Changhen Palace has encountered some difficulties, and I cannot rely on my subordinates. Thus, I wish to utilize the intelligence from your Jinfeng Shiyu Tower to better understand our adversaries. I shall take decisive action to eliminate the leaders of these factions, subsequently allowing the Shanhua sect to assume control. The profits garnered will be evenly distributed among our 3 factions, Mei Xuanchuang proposed. Her words were quite explicit. One would provide intelligence, another would execute the killings, and the last would handle the aftermath, claiming those territories. To my surprise, Master Mei was so agreeable. It seems we can indeed collaborate, Bai Fei remarked. However, I find this distribution of benefits rather unsatisfactory. Su Chen shook his head in response. The territories in question must have some connection to the Qinglong Temple. Should they retaliate, our disciples stationed there would be in peril. Thus I require 40% of the profits, Su Chen declared. There is no need for your disciples from the Shanha sect. I'm not suggesting we assist you in eliminating the Tianhe sect. Instead, you should gather the members of the Tianhe sect to occupy the forces we have eradicated, Mei Xuanchuang suggested. Upon hearing this, Su Chun was momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated that Mei Xuanchuang had already devised such a plan. At that moment, he began to suspect that the Tianhe sect's provocation against the Shanhe sect might be part of Mei Xuanchuang's scheme. In that case, I am indeed willing. I hope for a fruitful collaboration, Su Chen replied. First, help me ascertain the movements of the elders and above from these 2 factions. Mei Xuanchuang extracted a slip of paper from her sleeve and handed it to Bai Fei. Tiangi Mountain Manor, Qi West Sect, within a day. I will inform you of their movements. Bai Fei responded. Very well, I shall await your news, Bai Master. Su Zhangjiao, we can depart now. I will assist you in dealing with the leaders of the Tianhe sect. Mei Xuanchuang said to Su Chun. Let us go at once. Su Chun did not expect Mei Xuanchuang to be so swift. I am hastening your progress, and it also serves to advance others' endeavors, Mei Xuanchuang asserted. After bidding farewell to Bai Fei, Su Chun followed Mei Xuanchuang, heading towards the Tianhe sect. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit cave on the other side, 3 figures stood within. One of them was the masked Jiuyu Shinjun. The other 2 were clad differently. One wore a black robe, exuding a fierce demeanor. with a long blade strapped to his back and a sharp gaze. The other was somewhat handsome, dressed in white, his presence subtle, yet he wielded an iron fan, its edges glinting with a cold light, tinted with a layer of potent poison. Before them lay 2 large boxes. "Gentlemen, this is the deposit from the 7th prince. Once the task is accomplished, the reward will be promptly delivered." Jiao Yuxinjun spoke, gesturing with a wave of his hand, revealing neatly stacked gold bars within the boxes. These are privately sourced gold bars, free from any traceable origins. With these in hand, I trust that your 2 esteemed assassination organizations will launch a full-scale assault on the Qinglong Temple's affiliated monasteries across the northern 9 prefectures, Jiao Yuxinjun stated. "Rest assured, Divine Lord, we from the Jiao Lu and the Gui Sha Fu will commence our actions in 2 days." The man in white, holding the iron fan, replied, "Shall he be? Even the affiliated monasteries of the Qinglong Temple are not easily dealt with. Do ensure that the Jiao Lu does not suffer significant losses." The man clad in a black robe spoke. "There is no need for the Lord of the Nye family to concern himself with this matter. In fact, Lord Nye, you ought to be more mindful of your son. The Qinglong Society is not as simple as it appears, if you wish to temper him. Do not use such a formidable force as the Qinglong Society to bolster his prestige. He may not even realize the peril he faces." The man in white, known as Xiao Bieli, interjected, "You need not worry. My son Nye Fenghan possesses the capacity to withstand such pressure." Upon finishing his words, the black-clad man approached the golden chest, lifted its cover, and effortlessly grasped the heavy chest in one hand as he stepped out of the cave. Meanwhile, Xiao Bieli of the Jiao building chose to remain. "Divine Lord, the Qinglong Society may indeed be formidable. To ensure the success of our plan, we might consider utilizing the Qinglong Society," Xiao Bieli remarked, casting a glance at the Jiao Divine Lord. "Wait, I wish to observe how the Qinglong Society contends with the alliance of your 2 families. If they can withstand your combined efforts, they will certainly deserve to collaborate with the 7th prince." The Jiao Divine Lord responded before vanishing within the cave. "As I suspected, the Jiao Divine Lord holds the Qinglong Society in high regard," Xiao Bieli murmured as he watched the departing figure. At that moment, 2 silhouettes entered the cave. "Retrieve the items and inform the remaining moon by Duan Qingya's side to return. The matters concerning the Qinglong Society will be under Duan Qingya's full authority," Xiao Bieli commanded coldly. From his words, it was evident that the first deputy of the Jiao building felt overlooked, almost abandoned. On another front, Mei Xuanchuang's carriage halted at the foot of the Tianhe Gate Mountain. Inside the carriage, she grasped the ancient zither resting within, slinging it over her shoulder as she addressed Su Chun beside her. "Let us go. It is time to take lives." With that, she stepped out of the carriage. Su Chun, following behind, was taken aback by Mei Xuanchuang's decisiveness and swiftness. He was eager to witness the prowess of the one known as the Zither Demon. Chapter 195, Ascending Tianhe Sect, striking with lethality. Mei Xuanchuang, revered as the Zither Demon, had garnered Su Chen's attention. Having learned of her formidable reputation among the younger generation of Changhan Palace, a title she earned through her own strength. Her most astonishing feat was the annihilation of the Tianqin Villa, leaving no trace behind. The master of Tianqin Villa was a peak soul refinement warrior. If she could vanquish the master, her strength would likely be at the level of soul unity. Although they had dispatched some strong warriors from their ranks, one must not underestimate the martial prowess within this world. The strength of its practitioners remains formidable. Who dares to trespass upon my Tianhe sect? As Su Chun and his companions approached the gates of Tianhe sect, the resolute Mei Xuanchuang pressed forward without hesitation. Suddenly, she was confronted by disciples of the Tianhe sect, who blocked her path and spoke sternly. "Murder," Mei Xuanchuang declared with a chilling demeanor. As she spoke, her fingers flicked twice, and 2 streams of energy effortlessly pierced through the 2 disciples guarding the mountain. Her strikes were swift and decisive, devoid of any hesitation. Su Chun, trailing closely behind her, bore a glimmer of sternness in his eyes. Rumors, at times, do not mislead. The pair ventured deeper into the mountain. Along the way, any disciples of the Tianhe sect attempting to obstruct them were effortlessly dispatched by Mei Xuanchuang. "Meihong Master, if you continue with such killings, our Shanhua sect will be left without disciples," Su Chen interjected. While eliminating adversaries might seem commendable, the relentless slaying on their ascent targeted primarily ordinary disciples. The sense of belonging among the average disciples of any sect may not be particularly strong. With the skills he had mastered in his previous life, Su Chen was confident he could easily sway these disciples to serve him loyally. Those who block our path are merely lacking in discernment. Their demise is well-deserved. Mei Xuanchuang replied coldly. Her unyielding advance up the mountain was not merely irrational. It was a calculated decision to eliminate threats. As they conversed, a group of individuals materialized before them, led by a venerable elder, his hair and beard white, yet brimming with vitality. His piercing gaze and robust arms exuded an explosive power. Behind him lay a massive sword, emanating a palpable aura of menace, suggesting that its mere unsheathing would claim lives. One of the three true persons of the Tianhe sect, Tian Yunhe, Su Chen remarked, his eyes fixed intently on the elder. The presence of Tian Yunhe evoked a sensation akin to the towering giant sword he bore. This fellow practices the heavy sword technique. Su Chen continued. Heavy sword technique? A mere brute? Mei Xuanchuang scoffed, dismissing him with disdain. Who are you? Tian Yunhe inquired, scrutinizing Su Chen and his companion. Mei Xuanchuang, Su Chen. They both declared their names in unison. To kill without leaving a name. Was that the way of the world? In the realm of martial arts, sometimes murder is committed for the sake of reputation. Mei Xuanchuang, the Qin demon from Chang'an Palace. It seems we have no grievances with you, Tian Yunhe observed. Addressing Mei Xuanchuang. You need not harbor animosity towards Home Master Mei. The primary interest lies with me, Su Chen, and your Tianhe sect. Su Chen articulated from behind Mei Xuanchuang. Su Chen. Tian Yunhe's mind flickered with recognition, though he struggled to place him. The true person, Su Chen, is the current leader of the Shanhua sect, a companion whispered to him. Upon hearing this, Tian Yunhe's expression changed markedly. You dare to conspire with the Qin demon against my Tianhe sect? He commanded urgently, instructing his people to summon skilled fighters for their encirclement and extermination of Mei Xuanchuang and Su Chen. The man beside him bowed and retreated. Yet, at that moment, the Guqin behind Mei Xuanchuang suddenly soared into the air, landing gracefully in her hands. At this moment, the aura surrounding Mei Xuanchuang underwent a profound transformation. An exceedingly cold and haughty presence erupted forth. Boom! Without uttering a single word, her hand deftly plucked the strings of the zither with remarkable speed, producing a series of urgent melodies that danced through the air. In quick succession, waves of sound morphed into arrows, launching themselves towards the adversary before her. Not good. Tian Yunhe's expression shifted dramatically. Behind him, his colossal sword surged forth. Tian Chong 12 swords. Boom. A tremendous surge of sword energy erupted from his giant blade, aiming to intercept the sonic assault. Clang. Clang, clang. The arrows formed from sound waves were met with the force of his sword energy, yet Mei Xuanchuang remained unfazed, her fingers continuing to dance across the strings. Retreat. Tian Yunhe commanded the disciples of the Tianhe sect beside him. They swiftly fell back, but after merely 7 steps, they suddenly clutched their heads and emitted a wretched scream before collapsing to the ground, lifeless within moments. 7 steps of heavenly calamity. You. Tian Yunhe's face contorted with fury, his eyes igniting with a chilling brilliance as a massive wave of energy coalesced behind him. The surrounding air was swept up in this tempestuous force, creating a terrifying storm. Tian Chong 12 swords. Tian Yunhe bellowed, charging towards Mei Xuanchuang. However, his swordsmanship, reliant on sheer force, lagged significantly in speed compared to Mei Xuanchuang. Meanwhile, the zither strings in her grasp unleashed sonic waves that relentlessly assailed the descending sword energy, diminishing its potency. Observing from the sidelines, Su Chen's gaze sharpened. He discerned that Mei Xuanchuang appeared to be holding back her full strength, while Tian Yunhe was unleashing his might with the Tian Chong 12 swords, each strike more powerful than the last. Yet as each sword descended, its energy had already been weakened, rendering the full effect of his heavy sword technique ineffective. The Tian Chong 12 swords were designed such that each strike amplified the previous one, culminating in a devastating assault that would shatter an opponent's energy. Yet, this gravitational force never materialized, indicating that Mei Xuanchuang had effectively dismantled his renowned technique, the Tian Chong 12 swords. Clang, clang, clang. The sounds persisted. Suddenly, Mei Xuanchuang retreated with remarkable speed, her voice cold as she declared, "The ones I lured here are all present. And now, it is your turn to perish." As her words echoed, the tempo of her zither plucking shifted dramatically, neither too fast nor too slow. Nevertheless, the power of the sound waves coalesced instantly, piercing through Tianyunhe's sword energy barrier and invading his very being. Boom! Tianyunhe's body erupted, blood spraying forth before he fell to the ground. Demoness, you seek death. At that moment, a group emerged from the Tianhe sect, one of whom, upon seeing the fallen Tianyunhe, bellowed furiously. This voice belonged to Tianyunmu, one of the 3 revered masters of the Tianyun sect, adept in the iron arm flowing cloud palm. Standing beside him was Tianyunlong, and before them was a man clad in purple robes, the leader of the Tianhe sect, the purple crane true man. Su Chen spoke, choosing not to intervene. However, one could certainly inform the other about the identity of the arriving individual. Perhaps Mei Xuanchuang already knew who it was. At this moment, the man let out a low growl, propelling himself off the ground with tremendous force, his figure shooting forth like an arrow. As he approached Mei Xuanchuang, rather than striking with his fists, he unleashed a powerful kick. A surge of electric energy erupted from his right leg, aimed directly at Mei Xuanchuang's body. Die! At this instant, Mei Xuanchuang remained motionless, her fair hand deftly plucking the strings of her guqin. An explosive wave of sound erupted, transforming into a sonic blade that sliced towards Tianyunmu. Boom! Sizzle! An explosion resonated, yet the sonic blade penetrated through the energy, severing Tianyunmu's right leg with precision. Ah! He screamed in agony, collapsing to the ground. Sizzle! At that moment, a wave of sound energy surged into his mind, piercing through his forehead and ending his life. Witnessing this scene, the disciples of the Heavenly Crane sect were filled with dread, their expressions reflecting sheer terror as they gazed at Mei Xuanchuang. She was overwhelmingly powerful and ruthlessly formidable. The sect leader, Zhihongzhenren, wore an exceptionally grave expression. The Qin demon is indeed extraordinary. We must join forces to eliminate her, he whispered. As he spoke, he shot forth, raising his hand, a swirl of purple energy converging in his palm, striking towards Mei Xuanchuang. Accompanying him, several other sect leaders from the Heavenly Crane sect also launched their attacks. Do you think your assaults can intimidate sound waves? Su Chen scoffed with a hint of disdain. Celestial demons dance, celestial fiends claim life. At that moment, Mei Xuanchuang murmured softly, a menacing black energy enveloping her. This energy quickly flowed onto her ancient guqin, which became shrouded in its dark aura. Subsequently, Mei Xuanchuang sat cross-legged, her fingers dancing over the strings. Boom! Instantly, the sound resonated. Shadows of black materialized before everyone, rapidly transforming into alluring young women clad in revealing attire. Their exquisite beauty and captivating gazes ensnared the onlookers. As the attackers approached, their bodies froze, their eyes becoming entranced. Nearby, Su Chen felt his own mind swirl, the same enchanting scene unfolding before his eyes. This is bad. I too have fallen into an illusion, he thought internally. He then began to channel the cold energy within him, seeking to utilize it to awaken his consciousness and break free from the illusion. The chilling energy coursed through him, swiftly sharpening his mind. He quickly freed himself from the illusion, focusing intently on the meditative Mei Xuanchuang. She was extraordinarily powerful, having ensnared him in her illusion with a single strike. At that moment, those who had followed Zhihongzhenren from the Heavenly Crane sect emitted cries of despair, their eyes glazing over as they collapsed to the ground. A silent slaughter ensued. Meanwhile, Zhihongzhenren, spitting blood, emerged from the illusion, his countenance reflecting horror as he beheld the fallen disciples and elders. This task is now entrusted to you. The injured master Zihua, uncertain of whether he could be vanquished, observed Su Chen with a cold, unfeeling gaze, devoid of any semblance of human emotion. Su Chen, upon hearing this, felt his pupils constrict dramatically. He was taken aback by Mei Xuanchuang's decision to test him at such a moment. Perhaps it was a measure of his worth. Stepping forward, Su Chen contemplated the gravity of his situation. The wounded leader of the Tianhe sect was as easy to slay as a mere dog. Although Master Zihua had once possessed peak strength in the spirit refinement realm, he was now reduced to a level akin to that of the late stages of the same realm due to his injuries. Such diminished power rendered him an effortless target for Su Chen. Die! Master Zihua's eyes hardened as he perceived Su Chen, mistakenly believing that he had summoned the Qinfeng demon from the Changhen Palace to strike against the Tianhe sect. Thus, he unleashed his full might without reservation. Despite his injuries, he moved with remarkable speed, conjuring a purple vortex that erupted with a terrifying energy. Su Chen remained motionless, perceived by Master Zihua as an evasion of his onslaught. Aware of Su Qin's recent entry into the spirit refinement realm, Master Zihua's visage contorted into a sinister expression. He understood that death was imminent. However, if he could take Su Qin down with him, it would be a small victory. With a calm demeanor, Su Qin raised his left arm, releasing a surge of frigid energy from within. If you wish to perish, I shall expedite your journey, he declared, executing the Tianshuang fist with his ice Kirin arm boom. Their fists collided, and an extreme chill rapidly encased Master Zihua's energy, sweeping along his arm. The speed was so swift that Master Zihua barely had time to utter a word before being immobilized, his form transforming into a statue of ice. With a resounding crash, he plummeted to the ground, where he stood as an imposing ice sculpture. Su Qin approached the frozen figure and unleashed his palm's force. Bang! The ice shattered into countless fragments, revealing Master Zihua's body, which split apart in tandem. Host has slain the leader of the Tiana sect, receiving 1 orange lottery card as a reward. This brought a surge of excitement to Su Qin, who then turned to Mei Xuanchuang and remarked, Master Mei, I trust you find this outcome satisfactory. Master Su, your prowess surpasses my expectations. I look forward to a fruitful collaboration. Mei Xuanchuang responded, as she departed down the mountain with her guqin in hand. At that moment, Su Qin waved his hand, producing a sharp sound that echoed through the sky. Within the Shanhua sect, Li Tianxing beamed at the signal. When Su Qin had arrived at the Tiana sect from the Jinfeng Shiyu Tower, he had instructed someone to inform Li Tianxing. Upon receiving the signal, he rallied the combat disciples to take control of the Tiana sect. The leader has secured the Tiana sect. Disciples of Shanhua sect, follow me to assume command. Li Tianxing roared, eager to bolster Su Qin's reputation. Only by demonstrating the leader's strength could they instill confidence in the disciples of the Shanhua sect. Behind Li Tianxing, the disciples of the combat hall were brimming with excitement. Meanwhile, at the base of the mountain, Mei Xuanchuang settled into a carriage, still cradling her guqin. The carriage steadily made its way towards Lingnan Prefecture, as Mei Xuanchuang spoke, expressing her desire to thoroughly investigate Su Qin, whose prowess exceeded their expectations. It was no wonder that Murong Qingqian held him in such high regard. Meanwhile, the coachman, with one hand guiding the carriage, produced a small emerald-green bird from his bosom, which promptly soared into the sky, vanishing from sight. Before long, Li Tianxing and the disciples of the battle hall appeared atop the peak of the Tiana sect. The sight of the corpses strewn across the ground filled them with dread. They swiftly ascended the mountain, where Su Qin stood amidst the heap of bodies. Only a few disciples of the Tiana sect, standing at a distance, gazed at Su Qin with terror in their eyes. Today, the Mountain River sect takes over the Tiana sect. Those who comply shall live, while those who resist shall perish. Su Qin's voice resonated across the summit of the Tiana sect. Those who comply shall live, those who resist shall perish. The disciples of the battle hall roared in unison, their voices echoing like thunder. Chapter 197. To kill for the sake of killing. Jing Wuming, the Tianhe sect, had always maintained an antagonistic relationship with the Mountain River sect. With Su Qin's conquest of the Tianhe sect, his influence within the Mountain River sect soared to unprecedented heights. Among those with ulterior motives within the Mountain River sect, an initial shock was soon replaced by resignation, realizing that Su Qin's position as the sect leader was now unassailable. The destruction of the Tianhe sect sent ripples through Lingnan Prefecture. Among the 10 major sects, the Blood Flag sect had been annihilated by the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower. The leadership of the Mountain River sect had changed hands, the Lingyue Sword Sect had been eradicated, and the Tianhe sect had met its demise. While the leader of the Tianjin sect had been slain, amidst ongoing internal strife, it was clear that the martial world of Lingnan Prefecture was in turmoil. Consequently, many began to take note of Su Qin. Information regarding him rapidly circulated among various factions, with frequent mention of Murong Qingqian, the noblewoman who had endorsed him. The downfall of the Tianhe sect was attributed to the efforts of Mei Xuanchuang, the Qimen demon from Chang'an Palace. This revelation astonished many, leading them to perceive Su Qin as a pawn of these two formidable figures. However, being a pawn of such influential individuals was no simple feat. The various powers within Lingnan Prefecture began to pay closer attention to Su Qin. Outside the city, in a small village, Zihan Yue stared at the letter before her, momentarily lost in thought. Is Su Qin truly so fortunate? She murmured. During their time in Qingcheng, Su Qin had displayed exceptional talent, and she had contemplated inviting him to join the Hanyue sect. Yet, in the brief span of time since, he had ascended to the position of sect leader of the Mountain River sect. Initially, she attributed his rise to Murong Qingchen's influence. However, now that Murong Qingchen had departed from Lingnan Prefecture, Su Chun had swiftly allied himself with Mei Xuanshuang of Chang'an Palace, who had aided him in eliminating the upper echelons of the Tian'e sect. "Miss, should we make contact with Su Chun?" inquired Long Pe, who stood beside Zihanyue. "It seems necessary. Given the current circumstances, Su Chun appears to be the sole victor in this upheaval within Lingnan Prefecture." Zihanyue replied. "Then allow me to arrange a meeting with Su Chun for you, miss." Long Pe responded. Long Pe, hailing from the Lingnan County, remained unaware of Su Chun's background. However, she recognized that in such circumstances, the opponent's achievement could not solely be attributed to external factors. Sometimes, what is deemed useless is merely overlooked. "By the way, inform the headquarters about the situation here. What arrangements have they made?" Zihanyue inquired. "The headquarters has not relayed any information, but I have gathered some intelligence. It appears that the blade slave next to the sect leader has departed from the headquarters," Long Pe replied in a grave tone. "The departure of the blade slave from the headquarters indicates that he will be the one coming this time." Zihanyue exclaimed in surprise. "Indeed. If the blade slave is coming at the sect leader's behest, we shall not be so passive." Long Pe continued. "Moreover, it seems that Nie Kunlun from the ghost-killing mansion intends to take action against the Qinglong Society. Nie Fenghan aims to bolster his son's reputation to facilitate Nie Kunlun's succession as the head of the ghost-killing mansion. However, their choice of the Qinglong Society is quite a compliment to Nie Kunlun. I hope he survives this ordeal," Zihanyue remarked. "Nie Fenghan is no ordinary individual. I find it perplexing why he would undertake such a course of action," Long Pe mused. "Perhaps he has grown overly confident. The ghost-killing mansion has long dominated the northern 9 counties, fostering a sense of entitlement," Zihanyue suggested softly. Meanwhile, within the confines of the Lingnan County mansion, in a secret chamber, Nie Kunlun stood alongside his father, Nie Fenghan. "Father, is it time for your plan to commence?" Nie Kunlun inquired. "Indeed. What is your status?" "The Qinglong Society is formidable," Nie Fenghan responded. "Father, I have a ghost slave by my side, so my safety is assured. Xiao Qiushui from the Qinglong Society, with his unity of spirit and soul, will not be a match for the ghost slave. Once we eliminate Xiao Qiushui, the others will pose little threat," Nie Kunlun asserted. "My concern lies with the possibility of other forces backing the Qinglong Society. The power dynamics in the northern 9 counties have become rather chaotic," Nie Fenghan replied solemnly. He was reluctant to have Nie Kunlun target the Qinglong Society, yet his son was resolute in his decision. "Father, regardless of the circumstances, the Qinglong Society cannot persist in the northern 9 counties. The presence of the Jile Tower has already threatened our ghost-killing mansion, and it has rapidly expanded over the years, attracting many skilled individuals. If we do not make a significant impact, the Jile Tower will inevitably surpass us, making it exceedingly difficult for the ghost-killing mansion to survive in the northern 9 counties. This is a gamble. A victory would elevate both my and the ghost-killing mansion's reputation, allowing us to seize this opportunity to recruit more talents. Moreover, Father, once the bow is drawn, there is no turning back. My emergence signifies that retreat is not an option, and I firmly believe in my success," Nie Kunlun declared, his eyes gleaming with confidence. "Then proceed with your plan," Nie Fenghan nodded in agreement. Indeed, as Nie Kunlun articulated, the ghost-killing mansion faced immense challenges at present. Unable to escape, the ghostly abode may be surpassed and subsequently vanish amidst the 9 northern counties. Therefore, exercise caution on your end. I shall not linger here any longer." With that, Nie Fenghan turned and exited the secret chamber, leaving Nie Kunlun in solitude. A contemplative expression crossed his face. "If my father and the others are preparing to act, I too must hasten my endeavors." He pivoted and exited the chamber, instructing the attendant outside to notify Duan Qingya that an operation against the Azure Dragon Society would commence tonight. In another location, at the earlier stronghold of the assassin organization Frostleaf, a figure emerged, cloaked entirely in a black robe, obscuring both form and visage. "Who goes there?" As the figure appeared, 2 masked individuals stepped forward, their voices stern. "We come to pay our respects to Master Jing Wuming." The visitor's voice was hoarse, rendering identification impossible. "Please wait here while I fetch Master Jing Wuming." One of the individuals swiftly entered the stronghold. Before long, the individual returned. "Follow me." The man led the cloaked figure into the cavern. The cave had recently been expanded and arranged. The dark, oppressive tunnels evoked a sense of suffocation. However, the black-robed figure moved with calm steps and steady breaths, seemingly unaffected by the cavernous environment, as if well acquainted with the shadows within. Soon, they arrived at an inner chamber. The lighting within was dim. Jing Wuming stood expressionless in the cave, the sword energy within him flowing ceaselessly through his arm and sword. As the black-robed figure was ushered in, all the sword energy within Jing Wuming retracted, and he regarded the newcomer with a grave demeanor. "Unite the spirit and soul," he intoned, gesturing for the cloaked figure to depart. "Unexpectedly, you discern my concealed aura. Your spirit surpasses the essence of others," the black-robed figure remarked, astonished. As his eyes revealed surprise, his strength considerably exceeded that of Jing Wuming, yet he could not sense any trepidation emanating from Jing Wuming's gaze or demeanor. The aura surrounding Jing Wuming felt like a still pool, incapable of stirring any ripples. Such a person exists solely to kill. Chapter 198. Duan Qingya, Rebellion, Shao Qiushui. Heavenly Realm. What brings you to seek me? Surely, you do not intend to kill, Jing Wuming queried, acknowledging the overwhelming aura of lethality surrounding the black-robed figure. Though he refrained from uttering further words, he trusted that the other would grasp his meaning. Recently, he had acquired various resources, resulting in a remarkable surge in strength, particularly in his mental faculties. This enhancement sharpened his senses, allowing him to perceive the murderous intent emanating from the black-robed figure the moment he entered. Although the figure stood still, his mind remained ever vigilant, suggesting a singular explanation. He too was an assassin, and a formidable one at that. "I wish to meet the Hall Master of the Azure Dragon Society, Shao Qiushui." Upon hearing Jing Wuming's statement, the black-robed figure spoke. "You wish to meet the leader, but matters of business are irrelevant. You will not see him," Jing Wuming declared. "I have come to discuss a potential collaboration, and I believe you will be inclined to consider it." The figure cloaked in black responded with unwavering confidence. "Do elaborate. If your proposal holds merit, I shall summon the leader," Jing Wuming replied calmly, surveying his counterpart. "The affairs concerning the Ghost Sha Manor and the Bliss Pavilion indicate they intend to strike against your Qinglong Society," the black-cloaked man asserted. "Is that all?" Jing Wuming's brow furrowed slightly. Such matters seem rather trivial. The black-cloaked man, taken aback by Jing Wuming's indifference, narrowed his gaze in surprise. "Do you not inquire how they plan to confront your Qinglong Society? The martial world is a realm of life and death. It is a matter of either your demise or mine, quite natural," Jing Wuming replied in a low voice, icy and imbued with a sense of impending doom. The black-cloaked man stiffened at Jing Wuming's words, comprehending the depth of his apathy towards mortality. As they conversed, he removed his hood, revealing himself as Duan Qingya, the first vice-leader of the Bliss Pavilion. "I wish to meet the leader of the Zhenghua Hall. May I do so?" Duan Qingya inquired, fixing his gaze on Jing Wuming. "Very well," Jing Wuming responded with a nod, foregoing further words. "Follow me," he commanded, turning towards a concealed passage. Duan Qingya donned his cloak once more and trailed behind Jing Wuming. Soon, they emerged from the cave, with Jing Wuming continuing onward. After traversing a distance, they arrived at a secluded estate. Jing Wuming pushed open the estate's gate and entered, with Duan Qingya following closely behind. The estate was eerily quiet, devoid of any signs of life, as if uninhabited. Jing Wuming led Duan Qingya through a corridor towards the main hall. Inside the hall, Shao Qiushui was engaged in a tasting session with Zhuge Zhenghua. Upon receiving the elixirs from Zhuge Zhenghua, Shao Qiushui had successfully ascended to the realm of Tianren, bypassing the need for consolidation and directly entering the first threshold of Tianren. "Someone has arrived. I shall take my leave," Zhuge Zhenghua announced, rising to his feet. As the arrangements made by Su Chun for Zhuge Zhenghua remained uncertain, the latter felt compelled to retreat, for should the Qinglong Society reveal themselves, he would have to present himself as one of their own. "Understood," Shao Qiushui nodded. With Zhuge Zhenghua retreating to the rear chamber, Jing Wuming and Duan Qingya entered the hall. "Leader, Duan Qingya from the Bliss Pavilion wishes to see you," Jing Wuming announced. At this, Shao Qiushui's gaze shifted towards the cloaked figure behind Jing Wuming. In that moment, Duan Qingya sensed a formidable aura emanating from Shao Qiushui, pressing down upon him with overwhelming force. Instantly, his body trembled, and beads of sweat cascaded down his forehead. The figure of Shao Qiushui, not merely a union of spirit and soul, but a being of celestial realm. Duan Qingya's heart trembled. Merely sensing his aura was sufficient to subdue him. Xiao Qiushui had undoubtedly ascended to the ranks of martial artists at the celestial level. The rumors circulating in the outside world claimed that Xiao Qiushui was merely a spirit-soul unifier, which was utterly false. Duan Qingya inwardly cursed. Yet he also felt a sense of relief. Vice Master Duan, please take a seat. Xiao Qiushui spoke, retracting his gaze. As Xiao Qiushui looked away, Duan Qingya felt a wave of relaxation wash over him. He shed his cloak and stood before Xiao Qiushui. Master Xiao, I have come here to propose a collaboration. Duan Qingya stated, having steadied his mind. You, the foremost vice master of the Bliss Pavilion, wish to collaborate with me, the Azure Dragon Society? Your intentions raise my suspicion. Xiao Qiushui gazed intently at Duan Qingya. Master Xiao, there is no need for doubt. Although I hold the title of First Vice Master, I have been marginalized by the Master of the Bliss Pavilion. In truth, I possess little authority within the organization. Duan Qingya confessed. Is that so? Then what is the nature of your proposed collaboration? Xiao Qiushui replied with calm indifference, choosing not to discern the truth in Duan Qingya's words. In his eyes, reality was life, and falsehood was death. Tonight, the Bliss Pavilion and the Ghost Slaughter Manor intend to make a move against you, Master Xiao. Duan Qingya declared. They intend to strike me, yet they remain unaware of my whereabouts? How could they possibly succeed? Xiao Qiushui's voice grew grave. An invitation. The Ghost Slaughter Manor and my Bliss Pavilion shall jointly extend an invitation for you to meet at Yunhu Villa tonight. Duan Qingya explained. To invite me only to strike against me. What a clever strategy. However, the young master of the Ghost Slaughter Manor possesses mere refining spirit realm strength, accompanied by only one spirit soul unifier. Do they truly believe they can kill me? Xiao Qiushui's tone turned frigid. He was a man of lethal intent. If others sought to kill him, he would preemptively eliminate them first. The ghost servants of the Ghost Slaughter Manor are said to lurk in the shadows to protect him, and it is rumored that their strength lies within the celestial realm. Duan Qingya added. The ghost servants of the Ghost Slaughter Manor pique my interest. A flicker of solemnity crossed Xiao Qiushui's face upon hearing Duan Qingya mention the celestial realm. At that moment, a figure strode in from outside. It was A Fei. Upon seeing A Fei, Duan Qingya's expression tightened. A Fei, along with Jing Wuming, had become renowned figures within the Azure Dragon Society, excelling in the art of swift swordsmanship, lethal and incredibly rapid. Duan Qingya had already recognized Jing Wuming. Now, upon seeing A Fei, his demeanor shifted slightly. A Fei's swordsmanship bore some resemblance to Jing Wuming's. Yet their essences were distinctly different. Jing Wuming's sword energy was imbued with the aura of death, while A Fei's sword energy radiated a piercing sharpness. Master, the Ghost Slaughter Manor and the Bliss Pavilion jointly extend an invitation, welcoming us to Yunhu Villa tonight. A Fei presented the invitation in his hand to Xiao Qiushui. Xiao Qiushui cast a glance at it and set it aside, his gaze returning to Duan Qingya. The invitation has been received. However, I am eager to understand your value. Xiao Qiushui remarked, scrutinizing Duan Qingya. Today, the Bliss Pavilion and the Ghost Slaughter Manor will ambush assassins, and I shall ensure their demise. The young master of the Ghost Slaughter Manor and his companions will require the assistance of Master Xiao to eliminate them. After this incident, I withdrew from the Bliss Pavilion and joined the Azure Dragon Society, Duan Qingya respectfully stated. Upon hearing Duan Qingya's words, Xiao Qiushui cast a sharp gaze towards him. Duan Qingya, being the foremost deputy master of the Bliss Pavilion, if he could join the Azure Dragon Society's New Year Hall, it would undoubtedly elevate their influence further and open up a new landscape in the northern 9 prefectures. You alone are of little use, Xiao Qiushui remarked. In response, Duan Qingya declared, I can bring over the 3 major branches of the Bliss Pavilion. As the leading deputy master of the Bliss Pavilion, despite facing exclusion, he possessed certain capabilities. Otherwise, how could he maintain his position? Good. Xiao Qiushui nodded. He was not surprised by this revelation. If Duan Qingya lacked any ability, he would be of little value in their New Year Hall of the Azure Dragon Society. As for assassins, to be frank, in the great Zhou's martial world, as long as one could afford the price, there would be as many as one desired. What was lacking were capable assassins. Then I shall take my leave. Duan Qingya, displaying his astuteness, departed in the capacity of a subordinate. See him off. Xiao Qiushui instructed Jing Wuming. Jing Wuming escorted Duan Qingya out of the manor. Throughout the journey, silence reigned. Jing Wuming was a proud individual, having few friends in his lifetime. In his past life, he had been loyal to Shangguan Jinhong. And now in the Azure Dragon Society, he prepared to request to be by Shangguan Jinhong's side. Within the manor, Zhuge Zhenghua emerged from the back room. Mr. Zhuge, what do you think of this Duan Qingya? Xiao Qiushui inquired. Though I have just arrived, I have gathered some information from the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion. The Bliss Pavilion has been expanding rapidly in recent years, amassing many skilled individuals and growing in strength, seemingly on the verge of surpassing the ghostly Fiend Mansion to become the foremost assassin power in the northern 9 prefectures. If Duan Qingya can indeed bring the strength of 3 branches, it would undoubtedly benefit the Azure Dragon Society immensely. However, we must remain cautious of this Duan Qingya, for he is a man of deep thoughts and must not be underestimated. Zhuge Zhenghua replied. His loyalty and power would ensure his survival and even better prospects. But should he harbor ulterior motives, death would be his only fate. Mr. Zhuge, would you care to join me for an entertaining spectacle tonight? Xiao Qiushui proposed. I do enjoy a good show. Zhuge Zhenghua responded with a smile. Meanwhile, after being escorted out by Jing Wuming, Duan Qingya swiftly made his way towards the Lingnan prefecture city. Soon, he arrived at a section of the official road where a carriage awaited by the roadside. He promptly entered the carriage. Head back to the city, Duan Qingya instructed. Inside the carriage sat another individual, a middle-aged man with a cold demeanor. After traveling for a while, the cold-faced man spoke. Deputy Master, how did the discussions with the Azure Dragon Society go? The arrangements have been finalized. Perhaps I have wagered correctly this time. Xiao Qiushui of the Azure Dragon Society is far more formidable than I had anticipated, Duan Qingya spoke. Notify Sun Quan and the others on your side. After tonight, wait for my instructions to announce our intention to join the Azure Dragon Society. Duan Qingya continued. Join the Azure Dragon Society? You have made your decision. Once executed, it may result in a significant decline in the reputation of the Ecstasy Pavilion, which is the culmination of your master's efforts. The cold-faced man remarked. For years, Xiao Bieli has been vigilant against me, systematically dismantling my forces. Those who remain, 3 in total, are the ones who rebelled against me and have managed to survive until now. Moreover, Xiao Bieli's strength has been steadily increasing, while I have yet to even touch the threshold of the celestial being realm, rendering my quest for vengeance utterly hopeless. Now, the Azure Dragon Society presents an opportunity, Duan Qingya declared. Since you have made your decision, I shall notify those 3. The cold-faced middle-aged man leapt forward, parting the carriage curtain and swiftly exiting. It is also time to meet Nye Kunlun, Duan Qingya murmured to himself. Within the Shanhua sect, the disciples are currently emboldened, having subdued their long-standing rival, the Tianhe sect, which has left them in high spirits. In the hall of the sect leader, Su Chun stood with his hands clasped behind his back. How is the consolidation of the Tianhe sect progressing? Su Chun inquired of Li Tianqing. It is nearing completion. All dissenters have been eradicated. Li Tianqing replied. There is no mercy in the martial world, only slaughter. Those who comply prosper, while those who oppose perish. This principle is vividly reflected in the martial realm, mirroring the intrigues of the imperial court. Very well, expedite the subjugation of the Tianhe sect. Let our disciples lead them, for it will not be long before we will need their assistance. Keep an eye on Tianhe Villa and the Qihua sect. Someone will soon take action against them, and once it occurs, we shall dispatch our people to seize that territory. Su Chen articulated. Tianhe Villa and Qihua sect? A grave expression crossed Li Tianqing's face. Both have connections to the Azure Dragon Temple, and their leaders were once outer disciples of the temple. No matter. Our Shanhua sect shall collaborate with the Jinfeng Shiyu Pavilion and the Chang'an Palace. The Jinfeng Shiyu Pavilion will provide intelligence, while Mei Xuan will handle the assassinations, and we will claim the territory, dividing the profits among the 3 parties. Furthermore, I wonder if the Azure Dragon Temple can withstand this tribulation? Su Chen posited. Understood. I will intensify the efforts to tame the Tianhe sect's members. Li Tianqing responded. You may go and make the arrangements. Su Chen waved his hand. Li Tianqing bowed and exited the grand hall. Watching Li Tianqing's departing figure, Su Chen contemplated for a moment before utilizing the orange lottery ticket obtained from the Tianhe sect. Congratulations on acquiring the celestial being trial card. A trial card, not a character. Su Chen silently sighed. He had hoped for the emergence of a celestial being figure. Primarily, there is a scarcity of powerful beings in the celestial being realm on his side. In truth, not only is there a dearth of celestial beings, but also few in the spirit soul realm. As for those in the spirit refinement realm, none have yet stepped into the realm of spirit-soul unity. With a sigh, he lamented. Turning away from the hall of the sect leader, after a brief moment, Su Chun arrived before the study. Pushing open the door, his gaze darkened as he beheld a figure clad in black within the room. The individual was enveloped in a dark robe, with a face concealed by a black cloth, revealing only a pair of gray eyes that exuded an ominous aura. The energy emanating from this figure was unmistakably that of a peak soul refinement warrior. Your presence here uninvited suggests you are no mere guest, Su Chun spoke coldly. While a peak soul refinement warrior was formidable, Su Chun felt confident in his own foundation, capable of battling and even turning the tables with some hidden cards. Do not regard me as an adversary, sect leader Su. Given the current circumstances in Lingnan County, cooperation is the rightful path. I come representing others, seeking to discuss a potential alliance. The figure in black replied solemnly. Cooperation? You wish to collaborate with me? Yet I know nothing of your true intentions, Su Chun countered, scrutinizing the stranger. You should be somewhat aware, sect leader Su. The Grand Elder of the Mountain River sect was one of ours, until he was slain. Subsequently, you seized the opportunity to become the sect leader, the black-clad figure stated. You align yourself with them. Are you here to forge an alliance, or to exact revenge? Su Chen's voice was laced with ice. Neither intention. Their demise only proves their inadequacy. Sect leader Su, I shall not beat around the bush. Should you join us, there will undoubtedly be a place for you in Lingnan County or the 9 northern counties. You are still young. Do not let this opportunity slip away, or you may find yourself facing an untimely end, the black-robed figure warned, a hint of menace in his tone. You threaten me, and I detest threats above all else. Su Chen's gaze sharpened as he regarded the figure in black, his tone growing colder. If you intend to strike, your strength is merely at the initial stage of soul refinement. Such power, I could crush like an ant. Sensing the aura emanating from Su Chun, the black-clad figure's eyes flashed with murderous intent. I am quite eager to see if you can indeed crush me. As he spoke, Su Chun retreated into the courtyard, while the figure in black leaped through the window, landing in the courtyard and blocking Su Chen's path, mistakenly believing he sought to escape. In that moment, it felt as though they were utterly alone. The disciples who had previously guarded the outer courtyard seemed to have vanished, their presence withdrawn, leaving the area temporarily deserted. Su Chun, your only opportunity now lies in collaborating with us. Consume this pill, and you shall live to see another day, the black-robed figure urged. Is that so? I beg to differ, Su Chun replied, and as he spoke, he clapped his hands. A group of individuals appeared atop the courtyard wall, led by Cui Wuhu. The sudden emergence of Cui Wuhu caused the black-robed figure's expression to shift dramatically. He had not anticipated his plans to have unraveled so swiftly. I must thank you for aiding me in locating some individuals, Su Chun remarked. Otherwise, discovering and eliminating them would prove quite challenging. Su Chun spoke. Even if you know what of it, these individuals are easily dealt with by my hand. Since you are foolishly defiant, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. The figure cloaked in black cast a sweeping glance at Cui Wuhu and the others before fixing his gaze upon Su Chun. As he spoke, his form moved, his hand transforming into a claw as he launched an attack towards Su Chun. His strike was swift, a mere shadow of his movement. Be careful, master, some exclaimed. The adversary's speed was formidable, yet Su Chun was no slouch. As the attack approached, he glided away like a fine mist carried by the gentle breeze, evading the black-clad figure's strike. However, the assailant swiftly countered, clawing at Su Chun once more, unleashing 5 sharp waves of energy between his fingers. The force tore through the air, targeting Su Chen's waist and chest. Suddenly, a flash of blade light erupted. Within its gleam, the sword energy flickered, severing the incoming onslaught aimed at him, and retaliating with a strike directed at the cloaked figure. The blade's brilliance was fierce, aimed directly at the adversary's vital points. The black-clad man's expression shifted, retreating hastily. He had not anticipated that Su Chun would sever his energy attack with a single stroke. As he withdrew, he caught sight of Su Chen's weapon, his gaze sharpening. No wonder you possess such audacity to strike at me. Do you rely on the weapon in your hand? As he retreated, the cloaked figure raised his hand, striking out forcefully with both palms. 2 massive waves of energy coalesced into a fearsome storm, surging towards Su Chun. The air exploded under the weight of this formidable force, producing a cacophony of cracking sounds. A powerful current of air radiated outward, causing the flora and trees within the courtyard to sway perilously. Under the pressure of this overwhelming energy, Su Chen's form appeared to be affected, as though he were being suppressed by the adversary's might. Boom! Two hands swept towards Su Chen. Yet, just as they were about to land before him, he vanished. When the black-clad man lifted his hands, he found Su Chen suspended in midair. Windward blade. Su Chen bellowed. This was the windward blade technique of the character Wu Hua from the tale of Chu Yuxiang. The blade light, incredibly swift, coalesced into a singular line. In the aftermath, the previously tempestuous energy dissipated entirely, leaving the black-clad figure standing motionless. His gaze widened in astonishment as he beheld Su Chen. How could you wield such a formidable blade? He uttered, bewildered. Boom. After uttering those words, the black-clad man's body crumpled to the ground, blood streaming from his forehead, and then he was cleaved in two. Such a powerful strike. The master's strength is astounding, Cui Wuhu thought, glancing at the disciples of the Shanha sect beside him. The expressions on their faces mirrored his astonishment. A single strike to slay the opponent. So fierce, so dominant. The master's prowess is truly extraordinary. The disciples of the Shanhua sect were initially struck with terror, but soon became fervent. Let's handle this corpse and see if we can uncover anything of significance. Su Chen instructed Cui Wuhu. Understood. Cui Wuhu steadied his nerves, quickly approached the figure in the black robe, and unveiled his visage before commencing a thorough search of his body. Su Chen, however, did not linger in the courtyard. He returned to his study, awaiting the findings of Cui Wuhu. After a brief interval, Cui Wuhu entered. Master, the face is somewhat unfamiliar. I've dispatched someone to investigate. There are no other identifying tokens, but I found this waste token. He handed Su Chen a token inscribed with the character for Zhai. Master, this character likely originates from the Zhai family of the Right Bureau of Political Affairs, Cui Wuhu remarked. The Zhai family of the Right Bureau of Political Affairs. Su Chen's brow furrowed slightly. Then we must ascertain whether this indeed belongs to the Zhai family. If it does, we shall deliver this head to them. The Shanhua sect shall no longer bow to anyone. Su Chen's voice turned cold, asserting that they need not show leniency to those who have become foes. Suddenly, Su Chen's expression shifted. From Cui Wuhu's earlier words, he realized that the adversary had control over numerous individuals. This prompted a thought of Longhan Palace's Lu Wuhui. Perhaps Lu Wuhui had also been manipulated into betraying Longhan Palace. Inform the Jinfeng Shiyu Tower and the Madian Master of Longhan Palace about our situation, and let them issue a proclamation that our three factions have formed an alliance, Su Chen instructed. He sought to disseminate news of their collaboration to leverage external forces, instilling trepidation towards the Shanhua sect. Primarily, the Shanhua sect appeared rather weak, and he lacked the means to bolster their ranks with formidable experts directly. Thus, he could only ride on external momentum. However, without outsiders, the strength of the Shanhua sect was not to be underestimated in Lingnan County. Subordinate. Immediately relay this information to the Jinfeng Shiyu Tower and Longhan Palace, Cui Wuhu declared, before swiftly departing with his entourage. The courtyard fell into a tranquil silence. Before long, a disciple brought forth a sealed letter. Su Chen unsealed it, discovering that the ghost-killing manor and the blissful tower planned to target the Qinglong Association that very night. As the first deputy of the blissful tower, Duan Xingya, had defected to the Qinglong Association, it seemed that an intriguing spectacle awaited them. I ought to descend the mountain for a visit, Su Chen mused, his true energy swirling in his palm as he shattered the letter. The conflict between the ghost-killing manor and the blissful tower was a matter of great significance. Should the Qinglong Association manage to obliterate the forces of the ghost-killing manor and the blissful tower tonight, coupled with Duan Xingya's surrender of several territories, the Qinglong Association would undoubtedly make a name for itself in the northern 9 counties. After giving his instructions, Su Chen discreetly departed from the Shanhua sect, heading towards the Lingnan County capital. Such an event was one he felt compelled to attend. Moreover, while he held confidence in Xiao Qiushui's capabilities, the ghost-killing manor and the blissful tower were formidable in their own right, necessitating caution. Certainly, he wished to discuss the matter of the right Minister of Finance, Zhai Tianyun, with Mei Zhuangshuang. He intended to probe into Zhai Tianyun's background through Mei Zhuangshuang. Should anyone dare to act against him, he would ensure they never see another day. Once they became adversaries, it was best to eliminate them. However, he still needed to ascertain the details surrounding Zhai Tianyun. At this moment, in Lingnan Prefecture, Within the residence of the Right Minister of Finance, in the courtyard's pavilion at the center of a waterside gazebo, stood a cloaked woman before Zhai Tianyan. "You summoned me for a reason?" she inquired, gazing at him. "Just now, a carrier pigeon from the Shanghai gate arrived, informing me that the individual I dispatched there has been slain, and the one responsible is none other than the gate's master, Su Chun," Zhai Tianyan replied. His demeanor calm, yet his tone profoundly somber. "Who did you send?" the woman asked, her voice low. "The steward of my estate. A master at the pinnacle of the spirit refinement stage," Zhai Tianyan stated. At this revelation, the woman's expression shifted. "Does Su Chun possess the strength to kill your steward? I find that hard to believe." She, too, was familiar with the dynamics of power in Lingnan Prefecture and was aware of the recent changes at Shanghai Gate, as well as Su Chun's position as the new gate master, whose strength was at the early stage of spirit refinement. How could he possibly defeat a master at the pinnacle of that realm? Perhaps Su Chun was merely a contingency left by Murong Qingchen. If so, such strength would not be surprising. Now I understand why Murong Qingchen was able to depart from Lingnan Prefecture so effortlessly, Zhai Tianyan remarked gravely. "You summoned me to eliminate Su Chun. Given your steward's fate, I fear my own strength may not suffice to vanquish him," the woman replied. "There is no need for you to kill him. I believe Su Chun's value has increased. It would be more advantageous for us to control him while he remains alive," Zhai Tianyan countered. "Then why have you called upon me?" "It appears I cannot be of assistance," the cloaked woman said. "You can indeed assist me. Your disciple, Yin Wushuang, is renowned, hailed as the third beauty of our northern 9 prefectures. If she were to charm Su Chun, I believe it would be a straightforward endeavor. Since ancient times, many have met their demise under the allure of beauty. Su Chun, being youthful, would likely not escape such a fate," Zhai Tianyan asserted. In truth, if Su Chun were present, he might retort that he had never heard such a phrase before. Women only serve to hinder the swiftness of his sword. "You mentioned wanting to bestow Wushuang upon a significant figure. Why then do you wish to employ her now? Are you not concerned about the potential repercussions?" the cloaked woman questioned. "Yin Wushuang has been nurtured by the two of us for many years, intended to curry favor with influential figures. I trust she can secure his cooperation without incurring any loss," Zhai Tianyan replied. "This matter requires no further discussion. Inform Wushuang to return. Additionally, do not attempt to rid yourself of the poison within. I have discovered a glimmer of hope and believe I will soon procure the antidote," Zhai Tianyan concluded. Upon hearing this, the woman wearing a conical hat displayed a moment of delight. "You mean you are close to obtaining the antidote?" "Indeed, I have transcended to the unity of spirit and soul, and I have already mentioned the matter of the antidote," replied Zhai Tianyan. "Splendid, splendid," the woman exclaimed twice. After a brief moment, she managed to regain her composure. "By the way, Mei Xuanxuang from Chang'an Palace has appeared, accompanied by Meng Shintong. Do you think she might uncover our prior manipulation of Lu Wuhui?" The woman in the conical hat pondered aloud. "Lu Wuhui is already dead, and we were not the ones who killed him. Who would know?" Zhai Tianyan reassured her. "Do not dwell too much on Mei Xuanxuang, lest you attract her attention. She is quite a ruthless individual." Zhai Tianyan spoke with evident trepidation regarding Mei Xuanxuang. "Understood, I shall take my leave," the woman in the conical hat declared before turning to exit the waterside pavilion. As she departed, Zhai Tianyan produced a vial from his hand. "You are all quite naive. It was I alone who controlled you. Now that I have attained the unity of spirit and soul, there is no longer any need for poison to command your loyalty. I believe that by providing you with the antidote, you shall pledge your allegiance to me," Zhai Tianyan murmured softly. Above him was Wen Yifan, the governor of Lingnan Prefecture, a formidable figure in the realm of celestial beings. He regarded the subservient individuals with disdain, deeming it unnecessary to employ poison to subjugate them. Previously, his strength was limited to the refining spirit stage, which rendered him incapable of suppressing them without the use of toxins. However, with his recent advancement to the unity of spirit and soul, he now possessed the power to dominate them. He intended to employ this gesture of goodwill to ensure their complete submission. This reveals Zhai Tianyan's profound cunning. At that moment, a man clad in a blue robe approached along the wooden walkway, standing before Zhai Tianyan. "My lord, just now, the Lingnan branch of Chang'an Palace, Jinfeng Shiyulu, sent word of an alliance with Shanmen, stating that to contend with Shanmen would mean opposing both Jinfeng, Shiyulu, and Chang'an Palace. Furthermore, I have received intelligence that today, Guisha Mansion and Jiao Lu have invited Xiao Qiushui from the Qinglong Society for for a meeting at Yunhu Mountain Villa. Analysis suggests that Guisha Mansion and Jiao Lu intend to take action against the Qinglong Society. The man reported with a bow. Upon hearing this, Zhai Tianyun's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that Su Chan could provoke both Jinfeng Shiyu Lu and Changhen Palace to rally in his favor. Evidently, he had underestimated him. Cease all activities concerning Shanmen. Maintain close surveillance on Yunhu Mountain Villa, and inform me immediately once results are available, Zhai Tianyun commanded with a wave of his hand. Yes. The blue-robed man bowed in acknowledgement before swiftly retreating. Zhai Tianyun subsequently left the waterside pavilion. In Chapter 202, Maintaining One's Status, one of the dominant powers, Huliang Xiaoyao appeared before Bai Fei. Master Bai, your actions have been rather unscrupulous. How could you ally with Changhen Palace and Shanmen? You had promised to ally with me. Huliang Xiaoyao gazed at Bai Fei and remarked, this seems unrelated to your collaboration with Commander Helian. At Jinfeng Shiyu Lu, we prioritize prosperous business ventures. As long as it benefits us, we are willing to engage. For instance, with Changhen Palace, I can acquire 1/3 of the profits simply by providing them with intelligence. Why should we refrain from such dealings? Moreover, Commander Helian, while others have taken action in Lingnan County, we at Jinfeng Shiyu Lu have suffered considerable losses due to inaction. Bai Fei responded, Action is imminent. I have come primarily to discuss a matter with you. A significant figure behind me wishes to converse with those at Tianya Pavilion associated with your establishment. This influential individual possesses strength at the 3rd level of the heavenly human realm, though that is not the main point. It is their identity that holds importance. Helian Xiaoyao mentioned the 3rd level of the heavenly human realm, suggesting his belief that Bai Fei would grasp the underlying implications. He observed Bai Fei's expression, eager to see his reaction upon hearing about this formidable level. However, Bai Fei remained composed, seemingly unfazed by the mention of the 3rd level of the heavenly human realm. Is it that your acquaintance wishes to meet the experts of the 3rd level of the heavenly human realm within our Tianya Pavilion? Bai Fei inquired, having grown somewhat familiar with Helian Xiaoyao over time. Indeed, Helian Xiaoyao nodded. Lord Shangwan has now entered the heavenly human realm. His strength will consolidate in the coming days. Is it not permissible for him to pay a visit? Bai Fei regarded Helian Xiaoyao thoughtfully. While he was not fully aware of the influential figure Helian spoke of, he recognized that Shangwan Jinhong had indeed entered the heavenly human realm, making a meeting entirely feasible. This might be problematic. Helian Xiaoyao replied, appearing somewhat troubled. It was not that he was unwilling to agree. In terms of strength, Shangwan Jinhong was certainly qualified to meet Wen Yifan. However, Wen Yifan was not merely the county governor of Lingnan. He was also a scion of the Wen family from the capital, a person of considerable aloofness. Just having recently entered the heavenly human realm, Shangwan Jinhong might not yet capture his attention. If that is the case, then there is no need for a meeting. Bai Fei scoffed. Jinfeng Shiyu Lu was not in a position to beg for cooperation. If the other party held themselves in such high regard, collaboration was unnecessary. Please do not be upset, Master Bai. I will communicate further on this matter. In truth, if you could establish this connection, Jinfeng Shiyu Lu could certainly emerge as one of the dominant forces following the upheaval in the northern 9 counties, Helian Xiaoyao urged. Upon hearing this, Bai Fei's eyes narrowed, and he confidently asserted, Jinfeng Shiyu Lu will undoubtedly become a dominant force after the changes in the northern 9 counties. There is no need for concern, Commander Helian. At this moment, Helian Xiaoyao found himself at a loss for words. I have come not only to discuss this matter, but also to seek your counsel on another issue. Have you gathered any intelligence regarding the arrangements of the ghostly mansion and the blissful pavilion for tonight? Helian Xiaoyao inquired, shifting the topic. We have yet to ascertain the specific layout. However, it promises to be an eventful evening, Bai Fei replied. There are already individuals placing clandestine bets outside, speculating on who will emerge victorious. What are your thoughts on the matter, Bai brother? Currently, the under-the-table bets from the Qinglong Society offer a 10-fold return on victory, while the ghostly mansion and the blissful pavilion stand at a mere 3-to-1. Given these odds, Commander Helian, don't you discern anything? Bai Fei remarked. Such insights evade me, but I surmise that you, Bai Luzhu, possess a comprehensive understanding of the Qinglong Society. I trust your judgment will be astute. Helian Xiaoyao responded. Gazing at Bai Fei, I place my faith in the Qinglong Society, and I have discreetly placed my own wager. Bai Fei declared. That is precisely the affirmation I awaited. By the way, I have discovered that the Biyun Pavilion and the Huffing Hall have formed an alliance. It is likely they will make a move against your Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion within a day or two. Shouldn't you arrange for someone to deal with these two factions? Helian Xiaoyao suggested, looking intently at Bai Fei. Actions have already been taken. Soon, these two factions will announce their merger with my Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion. Bai Fei replied, unfazed. The winds of change were afoot. Bai Fei would not linger while others took initiative. Here, Lung Huishan had already commenced action, stimulated by Shangwan Jinhong. Lung Huishan had ascended from the spirit-refining realm to the realm of divine unity. Following this transformation, he proceeded to confront the Huffing Hall and the Biyun Pavilion. The undying divine dragon, upon entering the realm of divine unity, found its physical form greatly enhanced, with its energy far more profound, making it more than capable of contending with the Huffing Hall and the Biyun Pavilion. Actions have indeed been undertaken. Although Helian Xiaoyao had not received any news, Bai Fei's words confirmed that it was certain. Tonight, let us observe the movements of the ghostly mansion, Helian Xiaoyao proposed. That may not be feasible. As a significant figure from my faction, the Tianyao Pavilion is set to arrive today, Bai Fei replied, shaking his head. Su Chun has descended from the mountains and is on his way to the county city. I must be by his side this evening. He is indeed a person of great importance. Might I request an introduction to him? Helian Xiaoyao then asked. That depends on the disposition of that esteemed individual, Bai Fei remarked, casting a glance at Helian Xiaoyao, neither affirming nor declining the request. Helian Xiaoyao's identity was now clear. He was the young master of the Zhun Nan Marquis. The Marquis held a certain standing in the capital, and this connection would prove useful in the future. Hence it was prudent to maintain this relationship for the time being. Then I shall await your news. Helian Xiaoyao concluded. By the way, the ghostly mansion and the blissful pavilion plan to strike against the affiliated forces of the Qinglong Temple in the coming days. This presents an opportunity for your Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion to expand. Do not let this chance slip by. Having finished speaking, Helian Xiaoyao cupped his hands in respect to Bai Fei and departed. Are they truly set to act in the next few days? Could the Qinglong Temple be entirely oblivious? Bai Fei pondered silently. Please summon Deputy Pavilion Master Nalan. Bai Fei instructed a disciple as he exited the room. Before long, Nalan Rongyan appeared before Bai Fei. Where has Helian Xiaoyao been these past few days? The matters raised by Helian Xiaoyao today must have been influenced by some directive. This individual is likely from one of the 9 prefectures of the north, or perhaps resides within Lingnan Prefecture. Helian Xiaoyao's movements have been erratic in recent days. However, based on the extent of his disappearance, I surmise he has encountered our seldom-seen prefect Wen Yifan from Lingnan Prefecture. Nalan Rongyan spoke up. Wen Yifan, what is his background? Just moments ago, Helian Xiaoyao mentioned the other party's prowess, placing particular emphasis on his extraordinary identity. Prefect Wen hails from the illustrious Wen family of the capital. He is a blood relative of the current head of the Wen family. The head, Wen Jingtian, is also the esteemed mentor of the third prince. The previous head of the Wen family served as the imperial tutor. Nalan Rongyan replied solemnly. Chapter 203, Lung Huishan. Hefeng Hall. Upon hearing Nalan Rongyan's words, Bai Fei's gaze sharpened. The background of this Lingnan prefect is indeed substantial. I had previously underestimated it. It is only natural for someone of such stature to exhibit pride typical of the aristocracy. Lord Lung, have we reached Hefeng Hall and Biyun Pavilion? Bai Fei inquired. Lord Lung has already arrived at Hefeng Hall, where the hall's master, Jin Haiyang, is currently present. As for the master of Biyun Pavilion, I have dispatched someone to follow him and keep track of his movements, Nalan Rongyan responded. Maintain close observation of that side's developments and report anything significant at once. Additionally, you shall accompany me to Yunhu Mountain Villa this evening. After tonight, you will oversee Jinfeng Shiyu for a period, as I intend to enter seclusion and make a breakthrough. Bai Fei declared. Having ascended to the position of master of Jinfeng Shiyu, Bai Fei had also procured numerous medicinal pills to enhance his own strength. His natural talents are commendable, and with the aid of suitable elixirs, his progress has been swift. He has now vaguely brushed against the threshold of unifying his spirit. He contemplated seizing the opportunity to see if he could achieve this unification, as his current strength has lagged behind Su Chen's pace, necessitating an all-out effort to elevate his abilities. Nalan Rongyan's expression momentarily faltered upon hearing this, silently marveling at Bai Fei's extraordinary talent. She too possessed elixirs, yet lacked the formidable cultivation aptitude that Bai Fei exhibited. Tonight, a truly significant figure will arrive. Your development at Jinfeng Shiyulu will be heavily influenced by this person's perspective. This is your opportunity, Bai Fei suddenly remarked. Having collaborated with Nalan Rongyun for an extended period, he recognized her capabilities. However, she differed from them. Their unwavering loyalty lay with Su Chun, while those like Nalan Rongyun, who had been subdued, exhibited a degree of ambivalence in their loyalty. He acknowledged Nalan Rongyun's potential, yet Su Chun might not necessarily place his trust in her. Should Nalan Rongyun gain Su Chun's approval, he would bestow upon her the utmost authority. Upon hearing Bai Fei's statement, astonishment flickered across Nalan Rongyun's face as she instinctively asked, "Is it someone of equal standing to Lord Guanxi?" Guanxi currently resided within Jinfeng Shiyulu. Bai Fei had previously informed Nalan Rongyun of Guanxi's prowess, which was formidable. Thus, in Nalan Rongyun's eyes, Guanxi represented a significant figure behind Jinfeng Shiyulu. Lord Guan must also yield absolute obedience to the newcomer, Bai Fei merely stated, refraining from further elaboration. Maintain a vigilant watch over the affairs of the Hefeng Hall and the Baiyun Pavilion. Once Lord Lung resolves the skilled individuals from both factions, dispatch your men to take over immediately. Do not afford other forces any opportunity, Bai Fei commanded. His subordinate acknowledged with a bow before exiting the room. Stepping out, a smile graced Nalan Rongyun's face. Although she had joined the Jinfeng Shiyu Tower and earned Bai Fei's approval, she still felt a sense of disconnection. Now that Bai Fei intended to introduce her to the influential figure behind the Jinfeng Shiyu Tower, perhaps this was her genuine opportunity for integration. She knew she must strive diligently. Meanwhile, at the Hefeng Hall, one of the three major intelligence factions in Lingnan Prefecture, Su Chun sat at a tea house outside, his gaze fixed on the entrance of the Hefeng Hall. Upon arriving in Lingnan Prefecture, he had learned of Lung Huishan's achievement in unifying his spirit and body. Lung Huishan aimed to hone his power by eliminating the adversaries of the Jinfeng Shiyu Tower, namely the Hefeng Hall and the Baiyun Pavilion. Within the hall, Lung Huishan's aura surged, overpowering the guards of the Hefeng Hall, rendering them immobile. Those who had intended to enter the hall to procure information sensed the pressure emanating from Lung Huishan and quickly retreated. "Who is this person?" murmured some onlookers in the street. "This is Lung Huishan from the Jinfeng Shiyu Tower, who appeared during their previous confrontation." Possessing peak strength in the spirit refinement realm, came the response from a knowledgeable observer. "Is Lung Huishan here to take action against the Hefeng Hall? But can one man truly suffice?" questioned others, casting doubt on Lung Huishan's capabilities. Though they acknowledged his strength, they understood that the Hefeng Hall had maintained its position in Lingnan Prefecture for many years, not easily undermined. The hall's master, Jin Haiyang, also wielded peak strength in the spirit refinement realm. Despite rarely taking action in recent years, his presence could not be overlooked. Suddenly, with a thud, the guards of the Hefeng Hall collapsed under Lung Huishan's oppressive aura, their mouths striking the ground and splitting open, blood seeping forth. Ignoring the two fallen men, Lung Huishan prepared to stride into the Hefeng Hall. Who dares to act recklessly within the Hefeng Hall? At that moment, a tall figure emerged from the hall, accompanied by an individual wearing a fearsome mask. Clad in a black robe that concealed their form, it was impossible to discern their gender. The eyes visible behind the mask glowed a deep blue, exuding a peculiar aura. This was Nye Heihu, the deputy hall master of the Hefeng Hall. Alongside the enigmatic masked figure, the deputy hall master Tuin Shou. Upon seeing them, a patron sipping tea on the same floor as Su Chun gasped in astonishment. The Hefeng Hall's master, Jin Haiyang, has two deputy hall masters, and these are they. Nye Heihu excels in unarmed combat, boasting strength in the late spirit refinement stage. While the masked figure's true identity remains a mystery, known only for their prowess in hand techniques, killing with the ferocity of a butcher. He earned the moniker the Butcher of Shadows from outsiders, possessing formidable strength at the late stage of the soul refinement realm. The two frequently collaborated in their deadly endeavors. In the past, they had united to slay a peak soul refinement warrior. Both resided within the Wind and Harmony Hall, leaving Lung Huishan with little chance of escape. Some whispered among themselves. Seated beside the pavilion, sipping tea, Su Chun cast a glance at the duo, shaking his head. Even if Lung Huishan did not achieve a breakthrough, vanquishing these two would not pose a challenge for him. Lung Huishan was referred to as the Undying Divine Dragon, primarily due to his unparalleled resilience in combat. Relying on his body's rapid recovery, he fought without restraint, launching himself into battle with reckless abandon. Even if his opponent was slightly stronger, the mere sight of him would likely instill fear. Regardless of who they were, a hint of trepidation would present Lung Huishan with an opportunity. Seizing that moment would preclude any chance of survival. As Su Chen shook his head, Lung Huishan made the first move, intent on dispatching the Wind and Harmony Hall members swiftly before proceeding to the Biyun Pavilion, thereby denying them any chance to react. With a forceful push against the ground, the earth shattered beneath him as he propelled himself toward the two adversaries, aiming to obliterate them with two powerful punches. Outrage surged within the duo upon witnessing Lung Huishan's abrupt attack. Nia Heihu instantly sprang into action, channeling the fierce energy within him into his palm, transforming it into a black tiger that roared as it lunged toward Lung Huishan. Meanwhile, the masked individual stomped the ground, causing the earth to crack, and raised his foot, unleashing shards of rock like arrows toward Lung Huishan. As the debris flew, the cloaked figure struck with a metallic gloved hand, aiming directly for Lung Huishan's throat with astonishing speed, akin to a flash of light. Chapter 204. A crushing execution. Misinterpreted, the air seemed to split like fabric under a sharp blade, creating a rift. The cloaked man attacked with ruthless precision, and with the powerful energy emanating from Niahehu's palm, a tempest of sand and stone was stirred. Bang! Lung Huishan's fist collided with Niahehu's, while the black-robed man's hand lunged for Lung Huishan's throat. Boom! However, just as the attack was about to connect, it was thwarted by an overwhelming force. The black-robed man's expression shifted dramatically as he swiftly retreated. Realizing that Lung Huishan must have surpassed the soul refinement realm to withstand such an assault. Recognizing he was outmatched, he withdrew. Yet, in that instant of retreat, Niahehu was sent flying by a single punch from Lung Huishan. As Niahehu soared backward, Lung Huishan surged forward, transforming into a shadow that charged at the retreating figure in black. With a broad hand, he seized the opponent's mask, shattering it against their face. Crack! The masked man screamed in agony as Lung Huishan raised his foot, driving his toe directly into the heart of his adversary. The force of the energy pierced through the heart of the adversary, leaving a gaping wound. The cloaked figure collapsed onto the ground, convulsing a few times before drawing its last breath. Meanwhile, Niahehu stood with his arm hanging limply, one of his limbs rendered useless. His face marked by terror as he gazed at Lung Huishan. "Your prowess is that of a unified spirit," he exclaimed in astonishment. "Indeed," Lung Huishan replied, his form suddenly materializing before his opponent, his palm descending toward the foe's head with lethal intent. At that moment, a fierce surge of energy erupted from within the Hefeng Hall, accompanied by a figure soaring forth, launching a strike at Lung Huishan. A cold smile crept upon Lung Huishan's lips. He showed no sign of hesitation as his palm descended relentlessly. The head of Niahehu was crushed with the same ease as a watermelon beneath Lung Huishan's hand. The emerging figure also struck Lung Huishan with a powerful blow. "Lung Huishan, you are overly arrogant to dare meet my strike head-on. Even if you are a unified spirit, you shall be wounded by my blow," the assailant declared coldly. "Is that so? This level of strength poses no threat to me," Lung Huishan retorted icily. As he spoke, he raised his hand, swiftly grasping at his opponent. The adversary attempted to evade, yet Lung Huishan's speed was unmatched, seizing the arm of his foe with ease. With a forceful yank, he tore the limb free. The unfortunate individual, whose arm was ripped away, staggered back, clutching the wound. He was a man of nearly 50 years, his face a mask of horror. Clad in brocade robes, he was none other than Jin Haiyang, the leader of Hefeng Hall. "Kill him," Jin Haiyang commanded his disciples, his voice laced with urgency. Boom, boom. Lung Huishan unleashed two powerful strikes, sending those who had rushed toward him flying, their bodies shattered in a gruesome display of carnage. Seeing this, Jin Haiyang made a move to retreat into the Hefeng Hall, where he hoped to employ traps to eliminate Lung Huishan. However, at that moment, Lung Huishan's hand reached out toward him, unleashing a torrent of ferocious power. The wounded Jin Haiyang was seized within Lung Huishan's grasp. With a thunderous clap, Lung Huishan struck, unleashing a surge of energy that exploded within Jin Haiyang's body. The sound of shattering bones echoed as the leader fell lifeless to the ground. "Today, Hefeng Hall shall merge with my Jin Feng Shiyu Tower." Lung Huishan's voice resonated through the streets, commanding and imposing. At that moment, Su Chun rose to his feet, observing the powerful presence of Lung Huishan, his heart swelling with admiration. Following Lung Huishan's proclamation, figures began to swiftly emerge from the streets, flooding into Hefeng Hall. Though the hall contained mechanisms, the death of their leader and vice-leader rendered them powerless to resist. In times like these, many reveal their cowardice. Certainly, there were acts of defiance, yet they were swiftly quashed, reducing the dissenters to mere corpses. Lung Huishan chose not to linger in this place, but instead directed his steps towards the direction of Biyun Pavilion. Having dealt with Hefeng Hall, it was imperative to resolve matters at Biyun Pavilion with equal urgency. Many followed the silhouette of Lung Huishan, advancing towards Biyun Pavilion, while Su Chun, however, did not accompany them. He intended to make a visit to Changhan Palace to discuss news regarding the Right Minister Zhai Tianyun with Mei Xuanxuang. Meanwhile, within a residence enclosed by deep red walls, an elderly man, slender and clad in a brocade robe, sat upon a stone platform engrossed in a book. A servant rushed in with urgency. "My lord, something is amiss," the servant exclaimed breathlessly. The elderly man, revealing a hint of displeasure, set his book aside and spoke coldly. "What has transpired that necessitates such haste?" "My lord, Lung Huishan of Jinfeng Shiyu Tower has annihilated Hefeng Hall. I encountered him on my return as he was heading towards Biyun Pavilion," the servant managed to convey after regaining his composure. "What? You say that Lung Huishan has destroyed Hefeng Hall? Wasn't Jin Haiyang present there?" The formerly calm demeanor of the elderly man shifted to one of confusion. "Master Jintang and the others have been slain by Lung Huishan, whose prowess appears to be that of a unified spirit and soul," the servant replied. "Lung Huishan possesses the strength of a unified spirit and soul." Upon hearing this, the elderly man in brocade fixed his gaze intently. "You must proceed to Biyun Pavilion and ascertain the situation there," he commanded. "Yes." The servant promptly departed. As the servant left, an elderly man resembling a steward approached from a distance. "What is your perspective on this matter?" the elderly man inquired. "My lord, although Hefeng Hall is under the control of Jin Haiyang, it is, in fact, your influence that operates in the shadows. The actions taken by Jinfeng Shiyu Tower may very well be directed towards you. Recently, Helian Xiaoyao has been in frequent contact with Bai Fei of Jinfeng Shiyu Tower," the steward remarked. "Helian Xiaoyao, who recently met with the county magistrate," the steward added. "Are you suggesting that the county magistrate intends to take action against us?" "We have not hindered his endeavors," the brocade-clad elder responded solemnly. "My lord, the third prince and seventh prince's factions have already begun to make moves against Qinglong Temple. Our local influence aligns with the first prince and the lineage of Qinglong Temple. Thus, their actions against us at this juncture are unsurprising. It is possible that the assault by Jinfeng Shiyu Tower serves as a test from them," the steward continued. "Maintain close vigilance regarding the activities of Helian Xiaoyao and Jinfeng Shiyu Tower. Additionally, have there been any directives from Qinglong Temple?" the brocade-clad elder inquired. "None as of yet. I intend to reach out to Qinglong Temple again," the steward replied. "Go forth." The brocade-clad elder gestured dismissively, then murmured softly, "In light of such events within the county, as the left minister, I ought to pay a visit to Lord One." This brocade-clad elder was none other than Li Wei, the left minister of Lingnan Prefecture. Chapter 205. It is quite normal to die at this moment in the Longhate Palace's branch hall of Lingnan County, within the Grand Hall. Mei Xuanxuang felt a subtle shift in her brow as she listened to the report from the disciples of Longhate Palace. With a slight wave of her hand, she dismissed the disciple. Has the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion made its move? With the Hefeng Hall's demise, the Baiyun Pavilion is undoubtedly in jeopardy. Are the fangs of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion finally showing? Mei Xuanxuang murmured softly. Although she collaborated with the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion, she remained cautious of them. Behind this pavilion lurked the Tian Shiach, an unfamiliar force that warranted her vigilance. As for Su Chun from the Mountain River Sect, she did not harbor much suspicion. Su Chun was nurtured by Murong Qingchen, thus considered one of her own. Despite their mutual disdain, they served the same prince. Sharing a common goal, strengthening the Mountain River Sect effectively bolstered their own power. This was why she previously spoke of the three families sharing benefits. Such an arrangement would allow them to seize over 60% of the profits. She hoped that once the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion subdued these two major factions, they would swiftly provide her with the information she sought. The Nine Nether God and his associates were stirring. Others would likely follow suit, and she could not afford to lag behind. At that moment, a disciple entered the hall with a deep bow. Palace Master, the Mountain River Sect's leader, Su Chun, has come to pay his respects, he announced. Su Chun has come here. Could it be related to the previous news? Mei Xuanchuang pondered. Please invite sect leader Su in, she instructed. Before long, Su Chun was ushered into the grand hall by the disciple. Mei Xuanchuang scrutinized him carefully. His aura was calm, devoid of any fluctuations. It seemed she had underestimated him once more. It was the arrogance of his adversary that led to his demise. The news should have reached you, Palace Master. According to my investigations, those individuals are likely behind the hand of Zhai Tianyun, the right minister of Lingnan County. I wonder if you are aware of Zhai Tianyun's background. For I seek to eliminate him, Su Chun stated candidly, revealing his intent. Your murderous intent is quite pronounced. Your temperament aligns well with my preferences. However, Zhai Tianyun's backing is likely Wen Yifan, the county governor. I am curious if you are familiar with Wen Yifan's circumstances, Mei Xuanchuang responded, her gaze fixed upon Su Chun. Su Chun shook his head. He was indeed unaware of the county governor's situation. Although he had heard the name, the governor rarely made appearances, making it easy for him to be overlooked. Beneath the county governor were the left and right ministers. The left minister, Li Wei, belonged to the local forces, aligned with the great prince and sharing a faction with the Qinglong temple. Meanwhile, Zhai Tianyun, though seemingly independent, had secretly allied himself with Wen Yifan. Wen Yifan hailed from the Wen family in the capital, whose head was the mentor of the third prince, and the Wen family was devoted to serving him. The recent assault on the crown prince was primarily orchestrated by the third and seventh princes, with the latter's faction openly taking action. Mei Xuanchuang elaborated on the matter in great detail. Is that so? Su Chun pondered, his expression turning serious. If that is the case, eliminating Zhai Tianyun would certainly provoke Wen Yifan. We simply need to ensure that he remains unaware of who is responsible, correct? In these times, the loss of life is rather commonplace. Mei Xuanchuang responded thoughtfully. Now I comprehend the situation. However, Mei, by all logical reasoning, it should be you who takes action. The incident involving Lu Wuhui must surely be attributed to Zhai Tianyun's machinations, Su Chun remarked subsequently. I am not here to seek vengeance on their behalf. Do not expect me to confront Zhai Tianyun. Besides, Zhai Tianyun has likely attained the realm of spirit and unity. You must exercise caution if you wish to eliminate him. Mei Xuanchuang advised softly. That is of no concern. Our Shanhua sect has absorbed the Tianhe sect, and we possess ample funds. Even if Zhai Tianyun has reached the level of spirit and unity, he shall meet his end, Su Chun retorted coldly. This is an opportune moment to utilize this pretext to finance the Qinglong Club. Are you intending to enlist the assistance of the Qinglong Club? I wonder if Xiao Qiushui, the leader of the Qinglong Club, will survive the night, Mei Xuanchuang interjected. Tonight? What is happening? Su Chun inquired, perplexed. This evening, the Ghost Fiend Manor and the Bliss Pavilion are hosting a banquet for Xiao Qiushui, the leader of the Qinglong Club. Given his prowess in the realm of spirit and unity, he is unlikely to escape unscathed, Mei Xuanchuang explained. Are the Ghost Fiend Manor and the Bliss Pavilion fielding a formidable presence? Su Chun asked, curiosity piqued. In general, the focus is on spirit and unity. But the deputy master of the Ghost Fiend Manor, Nia Kunlun, is accompanied by a ghost servant, who is likely a formidable expert in the realm of celestial trials. Although the distinction between celestial trials and spirit and unity appears merely as a difference in realms, the disparity in strength is monumental. Would you care to accompany me this evening? Mei Xuanchuang proposed, gazing at Su Chun. The ghost servant, a celestial trials expert, possesses considerable strength. Under such circumstances, I shall decline your invitation, as my own capabilities are somewhat lacking, Su Chun responded, respectfully rejecting Mei Xuanchuang's offer. He intended to visit the Jinfeng Shiyu building first, and perhaps even masquerade as a member of the Qinglong Club, as he possessed a trial card for the Shuiren. This trial card, which approached the realm of spirit and unity, seemed somewhat diminished in definition. After all, Shuiren was renowned as the world's foremost swordsman. His strength at the very least should be classified as spirit and unity, or perhaps even entering the realm of celestial trials. Nevertheless, with the utilization of the Shuiren trial card, his combat prowess would undoubtedly surpass that of spirit and unity. I did not expect you to be so timid, Mei Xuanchuang remarked, observing Su Chun. It is not timidity. In matters of such magnitude, we, as lesser individuals, must exercise caution, Su Chun asserted. Yet you are now the leader of the Shanhua sect, a significant figure in Lingnan Prefecture. Do not underestimate your own worth. Mei Xuanchuang encouraged. Here are a few Peiyuan pills that can assist you in solidifying your foundation in the refinement of the soul, allowing you to swiftly advance to the mid-stage of soul refinement. As she spoke, she handed Su Chen a white jade vial. The primary concern is that the adversaries we face are not local forces of Lingnan Prefecture, but rather formidable opponents, which can be quite disheartening. I also extend my gratitude to you, Mei, but I must take my leave now. Su Chen took the bottle, expressed his gratitude to the Master Mei, and then departed. After his exit, a gaunt elder with piercing eyes emerged within the grand hall. My lady, it appears you hold great expectations for this Su Chen. However, to refrain from witnessing such a grand battle seems overly cautious, the elder remarked. He is likely to attend, just not in our company, he added. Mei Xianshuang then inquired, who do you think will emerge victorious tonight? Victory and defeat remained shrouded in uncertainty until the final moment. The elder replied without a definitive answer. Yet, this matter is not what we should focus on. Our attention must be directed towards the Qinglong Temple. It is not easily dealt with. The actions of the ghost-killing manor and the blissful pavilion may lead to complications, he expressed with concern. Upon hearing this, Mei Xianshuang furrowed her brow slightly. Ensure that our forces monitor the situation closely and report any developments immediately, she commanded in a somber tone. Chapter 206, Yunhu Mountain Manor. A gathering of Jianghu guests. I have already dispatched spies from the Chang'an Palace to the 9 northern prefectures, the elder continued. However, should they fail in their mission, confronting the Qinglong Temple may prove challenging. Meng Lao, it seems you harbor doubts about this alliance, Mei Xianshuang observed. It is not a matter of doubt, but rather whether the princes are willing to pay the price. Sometimes, without investment, one cannot achieve their objectives, the elder replied softly. As they conversed, a disciple from the Chang'an Palace arrived with news. The Biyun Pavilion had been seized by Leng Huishan. Mei Xianshuang's expression remained unchanged. It is only natural for the Hefeng Hall to fall, as well as the Biyun Pavilion. Meng Lao, what is your perspective on the Jinfeng Shiyu building? Mei Xianshuang queried. The Jinfeng Shiyu building houses experts of the celestial realm, potentially surpassing my own strength, Meng Lao responded. With such formidable beings involved, their ambitions must be considerable. I wonder if we can entice them to our side, Mei Xianshuang mused. Such powers are not easily swayed. If we can establish connections and foster cooperation, forming a mutual benefit, they may choose not to become our adversaries, Meng Lao remarked in response to Mei Xianshuang's thoughts. Thank you for your insight, Meng Lao. However, since Su Chen has established a connection with Bai Fei from the Jinfeng Shiyu building, he should possess some understanding of their motives. We must increase our investment in him, Mei Xianshuang stated resolutely. At this moment, Su Chen, having exited the Chang'an Palace, sought refuge in an inn to rest before heading to Yunhu Manor that evening to observe the movements of the ghost-killing manor. Meanwhile, within the residence of the Right Minister Zhai Tianyun, a loud crash resonated as he smashed the furniture before him. What is the Jinfeng Shiyu building plotting? Do they not realize that the Biyun Pavilion is an enterprise I control from the shadows? Zhai Tianyun's countenance darkened. He was already troubled by the destruction of the Hefeng Hall by Leng Huishan, and now faced the grim reality of the Biyun Pavilion's downfall. Sir, shall we take action against Leng Huishan? Before him, a man clad in a gray robe spoke. To subdue him, even with my intervention, may not guarantee success. Zhai Tianyun took a moment to compose himself and responded, allow me to consult and see if the esteemed ones can dispatch a master to deal with this Leng Huishan. Please keep a close watch on Leng Huishan's movements. Understood, the gray-robed man acknowledged. In an instant, the entire Lingnan prefecture stirred with unrest. The Jinfeng Shiyu Tower had seized control of the Hefeng Hall and the Baiyun Pavilion, leaving many sensing the unusual gravity of the situation. However, this news was swiftly overshadowed by the banquet hosted by the Ghost Killer's Manor and the Bliss Tower for the Qinglong Association's January Hall Master, Xiao Qiushui, at the Yunhu Villa. Compared to Leng Huishan's actions, the true battle this night unfolded at the Yunhu Villa. Within the Grand Hall of Yunhu Villa, Nia Kunlun and Duan Qingya sat in the parlor. Deputy Master Duan, your Bliss Tower seems to have sent rather few experts, counting you. There are only 2 at the Spirit Unity stage, Nia Kunlun remarked, casting a glance at Duan Qingya. Young Master Nia, our Bliss Tower is still in its nascent phase, lacking the foundation of your Ghost Killer's Manor. Having 1 Spirit Unity Master assisting me is already commendable, Duan Qingya replied. Of course, the Bliss Tower was not devoid of Spirit Unity powerhouses. The primary issue lay in Duan Qingya's inability to mobilize them. As for the reason a spirit unity individual accompanied him, it was primarily because this person was poised to succeed Duan Qingya at the appropriate moment. Deputy Master Duan, your situation appears precarious, Nia Kunlun observed, well aware of Duan Qingya's standing within the Bliss Tower. I wonder if you have given thought to my earlier proposition. After tonight, there may be no further opportunities for consideration. Nia Kunlun spoke softly. I shall not align myself with your ghost killer's manner, young Master Nia. There is no need to inquire further. My answer shall remain unchanged, Duan Qingya replied. Upon hearing Duan Qingya's words, Nia Kunlun's eyes narrowed slightly, and he mused, Duan Qingya, you are courting death. Take Xiao Qiushui tonight, and it will pave your path to the afterlife. At this moment, with no prospect of alliance, Nia Kunlun's thoughts had turned towards eliminating Duan Qingya. Just then, a disciple of the villa rushed in. Young master, news has arrived from the county city. Hefeng Hall and Bai Yun Pavilion have been taken by Jinfeng Shiyu Tower. As the disciple spoke, he handed a letter to Nia Kunlun. Upon receiving the letter and reading its contents, Nia Kunlun's expression sharpened, and he passed the missive to Duan Qingya beside him. This cannot be, Duan Qingya exclaimed, disbelief etched across his face. The letter mentioned Lung Huishan's strength at the Spirit Unity stage. Previously, Lung Huishan had demonstrated power at the Refining Soul stage, yet now he had advanced to Spirit Unity, a revelation that was utterly unexpected. Nothing is impossible. It appears I must make contact with Jinfeng Shiyu Tower after today, Nia Kunlun declared. Should you survive this night, perhaps you may yet encounter those from Jinfeng Shiyu Tower. Duan Qingya remained silent, though such thoughts surged within him. Have the arrangements in the manor been completed? The deputy master Duan inquired. Tonight, we must not allow Xiao Qiushui and his companions to leave. Nia Kunlun shifted the topic. Everything is in place. If Xiao Qiushui dares to come, he shall find himself ensnared, Duan Qingya replied. As time passed, the daylight gradually faded, giving way to a dusky twilight. Yet, the Yunhu Manor shone brightly with lights. Inside the manor, people awaited the arrival of Xiao Qiushui from the Qinglong Society. Outside the Yunhu Manor, a group of martial artists, armed with swords and daggers, appeared. At that moment, Su Chun, cloaked in black robes, wearing a mask and a dark conical hat, seemed to blend into the shadows. Suddenly, several figures emerged outside the manor, presenting an invitation that was promptly admitted into the estate. The ghost-killing manor has sent out invitations, Su Chun observed, his gaze sharpening. As time went on, individuals were steadily ushered into the manor, including Mei Xuan from the Changhan Palace, accompanied by an elder. One must enter the manor, otherwise, they shall miss the splendid spectacle. Su Chun mused. He then concealed his figure, and, while traversing a street leading to the Yunhu Manor, he ambushed a martial artist en route, seizing the invitation. The manor recognized the invitation, not the individual. With the acquired invitation in hand, Su Chun entered the Yunhu Manor. The invitation he possessed was of a standard grade. Thus, he found himself placed in a less prominent area, receiving no special attention. Within the grand hall, Nia Kunlun was busy receiving guests. Upon seeing Nia Kunlun, Su Chun shook his head in disbelief. He could not fathom how Nia Kunlun dared to show his face. The ghost-killing manor was no ordinary power. It was an assassin organization. Did he not fear for his life in such a public display? Chapter 207. Arrogance from the start. Tensions rise inside the manor. Su Chun pondered, sensing that the ghost-killing manor must have ulterior motives. After all, even if Nia Kunlun, the young master of the ghost-killing manor, lacked intelligence, could the manor's leader, Nia Fenghan, be so naive? If they were not astute, the ghost-killing manor would not hold the reputation of being the premier assassin organization in the northern 9 prefectures. Within the manor, there were others similarly masked. Some engaged in conversation, while others stood in anticipation of Xiao Qiushui's arrival from the Qinglong Society. Do you think Xiao Qiushui will come? One individual queried. I have heard that he received the invitation and is expected tonight. The question remains whether he can leave this manor, replied another beside him. Su Chun paid little heed to their discourse, choosing instead to stand beneath a tree, attuned to his surroundings. With his strength at the soul refining stage, he could perceive the nuances of the environment clearly. Suddenly, snowflakes began to drift from the heavens, landing on the guests in the courtyard, only to be evaporated by their energy. However, on the ground, delicate layers of snow formed. The weather felt somewhat frigid, and those snowflakes that touched the earth remained untouched. I wonder when the Qinglong Society's members will arrive, Su Chen contemplated. Whispers began to circulate among the gathered individuals. Although they were martial artists capable of dissipating the falling snowflakes with their internal energy, such energy was finite, while time stretched infinitely. They were uncertain when the members of the Azure Dragon Society would arrive. As their murmurs intensified, figures emerged from outside. Among them were Bai Fei from the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion, Nalan Rongyan, Mei Xuan from the Eternal Longing Palace, and an elderly gentleman. It was indeed Bai Fei of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion, who had recently assimilated both the Biyun Pavilion and the Huffing Hall. Presently, the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion stood as the foremost intelligence force in Lingnan Prefecture. However, the question lingered. Would the prices of information fluctuate in the absence of competition? Some voices speculated on this development, astonished by the annihilation of Huffing Hall and Biyun Pavilion, yet their primary concern lay with the pricing of intelligence. With three factions vying for supremacy, prices would be more favorable, but with a singular dominance, the situation remained uncertain. In the grand hall of the manor, Nia Kunlun was receiving a select group of individuals, those he had summoned to leverage the opportunity against the Azure Dragon Society. Typically, assassin organizations would refrain from such overt actions. Yet Nia Kunlun harbored intentions to bring the ghostly Kill Mansion into the open, transforming it into a legitimate power. This was the rationale behind his public appearance and the invitation extended to influential figures. Should he succeed in eliminating Xiao Qiushui today, he would announce this transformation. The northern 9 prefectures were rife with turbulence, presenting a prime opportunity for the ghostly Kill Mansion to evolve. Beside him, Duan Xingya's expression was far from pleasant. He was now acutely aware of Nia Kunlun's ambitions and was taken aback that the blissful pavilion had been manipulated by either the ghostly Kill Mansion or specifically Nia Kunlun. He pondered whether there were additional schemes beyond the ghostly servants that Nia Kunlun had orchestrated. For now, he decided to set aside these worries, resolving to first eliminate the hidden threats before taking action. Having made his choice, there was no turning back for Duan Xingya. Vice Pavilion Master, what do you think of the atmosphere? Nia Kunlun inquired as he approached Duan Xingya. Nia, the young pavilion master, truly has a cunning plan. My blissful pavilion is merely a backdrop. Duan Xingya retorted coldly. Isn't your blissful pavilion's ambition to be the foremost assassin organization in the northern 9 prefectures? Once this upheaval in the north settles, the ghostly Kill Mansion will gladly relinquish that title, Nia Kunlun stated. Are you not concerned about unforeseen complications? Duan Xingya shot a glance at Nia Kunlun, choosing to remain silent thereafter. Nia Kunlun sought to make his intentions known, whereas Duan Xingya preferred obscurity, striving to ensure his presence was overlooked. Observing Duan Xingya, a cold smile crept upon Nia Kunlun's lips. Suddenly, a formidable sword aura surged from beyond the manor. Fierce and commanding, brimming with a sense of impending slaughter. The assembly turned their gazes towards the entrance of the manor. At the threshold, 3 figures materialized. Leading them was Xiao Qiushui, sword in hand, stepping forward with deliberate grace. Following closely behind were Jing Wuming and A Fei, their expressions unwaveringly calm. However, their hands rested upon the hilt of their swords, as if poised to draw them at any moment. Within the Qinglong Association's January Hall, Xiao Qiushui, Jing Wuming, and A Fei stood amidst the gathering of martial artists within the estate, who gasped in astonishment upon seeing the trio. Xiao Qiushui gazed at the martial artists in the estate, his brows slightly furrowing. In his understanding, meetings with the ghostly Fiend Manor and the Paradise Pavilion should have been conducted discreetly, not with such grand ostentation. At that moment, in the hall, Nia Kunlun addressed Duan Xingya. Deputy Hall Master Duan, our guests have arrived. Let us go and greet them. Duan Xingya did not respond verbally, yet his figure flickered as he made his way towards the hall's exit, followed closely by Nia Kunlun. Behind them trailed a lean, elderly man. The individuals within the hall rose to their feet, eager to witness the prowess of the Qinglong Association. Outside the hall, a substantial crowd had gathered. Yet the central passageway was left unobstructed. Perhaps the estate chosen by Nia Kunlun was designed for spectatorship, lending an expansive quality to the surroundings. Su Chen's gaze turned towards the exiting Nia Kunlun, who donned a brocade robe, exuding the demeanor of a refined gentleman. Nia Kunlun, the young master of the ghostly Fiend Manor. I am curious to see what tricks you have up your sleeve, Su Chen mused inwardly. At that moment, Xiao Qiushui also scrutinized Nie Kunlun, recognizing his mid-stage soul refinement strength, a talent indeed. Having met Mr. Xiao, the master of the January Hall of the Qinglong Association, today's invitation was primarily to request that Mr. Xiao lead the members of the January Hall away from Lingnan Prefecture and the northern 9 prefectures. Nie Kunlun's initial words were courteous, yet his subsequent demand for Xiao Qiushui to shepherd the Qinglong Association's members away was rather overbearing. The atmosphere instantly froze, with several gazes shifting towards Xiao Qiushui. Xiao Qiushui maintained a calm demeanor, while A Fei stepped forward, challenging Nie Kunlun. Are you instructing us on how to conduct our affairs within the Qinglong Association? Are you unaware whether your resolve is stronger or my sword swifter? As A Fei spoke, the surging energy of his pinnacle soul refinement surged forth, transforming into a fierce sword energy that bore down upon Nie Kunlun. The elderly man beside Nie Kunlun sprang into action, unleashing a formidable energy that enveloped his form, countering A Fei's sword-infused power. The collision of their energies produced a resounding impact, reverberating through the air like ripples on water, before dispersing violently. With such feeble strength, you are hardly a match for us at the ghostly fiend manor, the elderly man stated coldly, his feet firmly planted on the ground as he regarded A Fei. An indistinct pressure emanated from Xiao Qiushui, signaling a brewing storm. However, A Fei and Jing Wuming were in the refining soul realm, capable of effortlessly slaying their foes. Who could have anticipated that members of the Qinglong Society would confront these three? As A Fei faced the elder, an aura of power erupted from him, and his gaze sharpened. At that moment, Jing Wuming, standing beside Xiao Qiushui, prepared to act, perhaps by confronting this challenge alone. He could seize the opportunity to achieve the unification of spirit and soul. Xiao Qiushui communicated telepathically with Jing Wuming. In the later stages of the ancient dragon novel, A Fei was renowned as the fastest sword in the realm. His innate talent was exceptional, and upon entering this world, he practiced diligently. Having reached the pinnacle of the refining soul stage, he was currently honing his path to the unification of spirit and soul, and this moment of pressure might serve as a catalyst. Kill. After suppressing A Fei's momentum, the elder bellowed, launching himself like a cannonball. He raised his palm, clenched it tightly, and struck with a powerful punch. The force erupted, tearing through the air like a raging tide aimed at A Fei. A Fei concentrated all his energy, eyes fixed intently on the incoming fist. He retreated to create distance. The elder smirked coldly, accelerating his speed. A fiery energy enveloped his fist, unleashed with ferocity. At that instant, A Fei's sword flashed forth with remarkable swiftness, slicing towards the elder's wrist. The sword energy cleaved through the elder's force, sending a chilling sensation coursing through his wrist, compelling him to retract his hand immediately. Yet, in that fleeting moment, A Fei advanced towards his opponent. His sword aimed directly at the elder's eyes. The speed was astonishing. The elder, who had just retracted his hand, hastily retreated while striking out with his palm. The energy from his palm countered the sword's trajectory, but a crimson line appeared on his brow. "What a swift sword!" exclaimed Mei Xuanshuang, observing the duel. "Old Meng, who do you think will prevail in this match?" Given the current exchange, A Fei from the Qinglong Society will emerge victorious, Meng Shintong replied. "Lin Bo, he is using you as a means of honing his skills to achieve the unification of spirit and soul. Do not give him the opportunity. Suppress him directly and eliminate him." At this moment, Nie Kunlun interjected, without the use of telepathy, wishing for all to recognize his insight. Boom. Upon hearing Nie Kunlun's words, the elder's expression shifted in surprise. He then lifted his palms, unleashing a whirlwind of energy that surged towards A Fei with violent force. Under this power, the air shattered, and stones from the ground were uprooted, sweeping towards A Fei. This was an attempt to restrict A Fei, impeding his swordplay and speed. "Assist him," Xiao Qiushui sighed, communicating with Jing Wuming. Jing Wuming stepped forward, advancing steadily, yet his grip on the sword tightened. Suddenly, he halted. A figure emanating an intense heat emerged from the shadows of the courtyard, standing directly before Jing Wuming. "You shall contend with me. Do not interfere with others," the newcomer declared to Jing Wuming. As he spoke, it was as if flames erupted from his mouth, causing the snowflakes on the ground to swiftly melt under his fierce energy. The temperature seemed to rise as well. The third vice-master of the Bliss Pavilion, the fiery madman. Upon witnessing this figure, someone could not help but exclaim. Jing Wuming gripped his sword tightly, the sword energy circulating rapidly into the blade. A sharp sword intent permeated the air, ready to counter the fiery onslaught of the fiery madman. Xiao Qiushui's eyes glinted with a fierce light, a powerful aura surging around him. However, at the moment his energy erupted, a chilling presence, reminiscent of the underworld, materialized in the corner of the courtyard, locking onto Xiao Qiushui. Following the emergence of this ominous aura, another blade intent targeted Xiao Qiushui, ready to strike should he make a move. Two beings of celestial realm had arrived. Since they were here, it was time for them to reveal themselves. Xiao Qiushui's gaze remained unflinching as he spoke coldly. Yet, the two lurking figures did not show themselves. Meanwhile, A Fei found himself in a state of suppression, unable to find any opportunity to retaliate. He retreated further and further. The onlookers quickly dispersed to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Observing this situation, Su Chun's gaze sharpened slightly. A Fei's strength indeed fell short compared to the unity of spirit and soul. He sensed the presence of two celestial realm experts. Xiao Qiushui was now restrained. It was time for Zhuge Jinghua to take action. Su Chen thought to himself. Zhuge Jinghua was nearly at the celestial realm level. A single strike could easily eliminate the one pressuring A Fei. Boom. A Fei was sent flying by a punch. A trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. So close. A Fei forced a bitter smile. If it weren't for Nia Kunlun's reminder, he could have utilized his swift sword to break through to a new level, achieving the unity of spirit and soul. Swift sword, swift sword. He needed to enhance his skills in this area to reach that state. Now, I will kill you. The elder known as Lin Bo bellowed. His fist aimed at A Fei, intent on crushing his skull. However, just as his fist was about to strike, a figure appeared before A Fei. The crowd then witnessed a spear shadow erupting from the stranger's hand. The spear shot forth, snowflakes swirling, obscuring the weapon, leaving only the flurry of snow in sight. Ah! A scream pierced the air, followed by the sight of the spear piercing through Lin Bo's arm, its tip appearing at his throat. One shot, and it was over. Boom. The elder's body collapsed to the ground, blood gushing from his throat. Those who beheld the scene had their expressions shift dramatically, their gazes turning towards the figure standing before A Fei, holding the spear. The newcomer, clad in a black robe and appearing to be in his 30s, exuded an aura of danger with sharp eyes. Standing firmly with the spear, blood dripped from its tip onto the ground, glimmering like silver. The person was none other than Zhuge Jinghua. Who are you? At this moment, Nia Kunlun glared fiercely at Zhuge Jinghua. I am Zhuge Jinghua, the master of the Second Moon Hall of the Azure Dragon Society, he replied. One of the 12 halls, the master of the February Hall. It seems that the Qinglong Society has also made its way to the Lingnan County. Upon hearing Zhuge Jinghua's words, the martial artists within the courtyard began to murmur among themselves. I wonder what hidden cards Nia Kunlun still possesses. Zhuge Jinghua's strength has already begun to exert pressure on me, and he must be on the verge of stepping into the realm of celestial beings. Mei Xuanchuang glanced at Zhuge Jinghua before turning her gaze towards Nia Kunlun. After Mei Xuanchuang spoke, a slender man clad in a black robe, with hawk-like eyes, stepped forward. Duan Xingya and Lai Yanquang, join me in eliminating Zhuge Jinghua, he proclaimed. Acknowledging that he alone was no match for Zhuge Jinghua, he sought the assistance of Duan Xingya and the others. Duan Xingya nodded and approached him, casting his eyes towards the raging Lai Yanquang, who was currently suppressing Jing Wuming. As Lai Yanquang's gaze sharpened, he turned to leave. However, just as he turned, Jing Wuming suddenly drew his sword, the fierce sword energy capturing everyone's attention. At that moment, Duan Xingya, standing beside the black-robed man, plunged his long sword directly into the man's body. The scene was utterly unexpected. The black-robed man had been entirely focused on Zhuge Jinghua, completely unprepared for the attack from Duan Xingya. Turning to face him, Duan Xingya withdrew his sword and coldly declared, I have joined the Qinglong Society. As his words fell, a series of anguished cries echoed from outside the courtyard. All those who had been ambushed by Duan Xingya were mercilessly slaughtered. Duan Xingya's arrangements consisted solely of assassins, who prided themselves on delivering a single fatal strike, and thus, after the initial cries, silence reigned. Thud! At that moment, the black-robed man collapsed to the ground. Witnessing this, Nia Kunlun's eyes glinted with a vicious light from a distance. He had not anticipated that Duan Xingya would strike at this moment and eliminate his ambushers. Now, he longed to see Duan Xingya torn to pieces. However, Duan Xingya paid him no mind, and instead turned to face Lai Yanquang. Today, only one of us shall leave this place, Duan Qingya said, his gaze sharp as he glared at Lai Yanquang. Lai Yanquang, in turn, fixed his eyes on Duan Qingya, taken aback by his sudden eruption after so many years of restraint. Did you truly believe the Qinglong Society could assist you? He coldly retorted. As he spoke, a surge of fiery energy enveloped him, the intense force swirling around as if the air itself were ablaze, crackling with sound. I never had the chance to kill you before. Now that the opportunity has arisen, let me see if you truly deserve the title of the first deputy master. As he spoke, Lai Yanquang soared into the air like a bird, his palms transforming into claws as he launched an attack towards Duan Qingya. In response, Duan Qingya's long sword erupted with a fierce radiance, slashing through the air with the speed of light as the fiery energy clashed against his blade. The clash of the energy force and the fiery essence erupted in bursts of flames between them. Under the impact of this strike, Duan Qingya found himself at a disadvantage. Swiftly, his swordplay transformed, his body moving in tandem with the blade, akin to a nimble serpent, targeting the vital points of his opponent. However, that fiery madman's hands were remarkably agile, enveloped in a true flame energy, effectively deflecting the rapidly changing sword. Observing from the shadows, Su Chen's gaze narrowed momentarily. Although it appeared that Duan Qingya was not in a favorable position, the fiery madman was expending immense energy. If this continued, it was likely that the fiery madman would succumb to Duan Qingyao's sword. His attention shifted to Nie Kunlun, whose expression had turned grotesque. What was once an advantageous position for them had now shifted to one of peril. If glances could kill, Duan Qingya would have perished countless times over. Meanwhile, the martial artists within the manor witnessed the unfolding scene with astonishment, never expecting such a turn of events. The first vice-master of the Jile building had defected to the Qinglong Society, dismantling the prior arrangements of the ghostly killing mansion and the Jile building. From the current circumstances, it appeared that the ghostly killing mansion had lost its chance of victory. His gaze fell upon Nie Kunlun, hoping he still had some hidden aces. Ghost slave, old Qin. Appear, Nie Kunlun murmured. The formidable strength of Zhuge Zhenghua had dispatched old Lin beside him with a single strike. Perhaps only a transcendent being could vanquish him. Thus, it was imperative to summon those lurking in the shadows. It turned out to be Qin Tianchu, the second in command of the ghostly killing mansion, surprising everyone with the number of reinforcements Nie Fenghan had brought for this scheme. Meng Shintong, standing beside Mei Xuanchuang, remarked, in that case, Zhuge Zhenghua may not be a match. It remains to be seen if the Qinglong Society possesses any other experts. As Mei Xuanchuang spoke, her gaze shifted to another individual, whose gaunt figure and pronounced wrinkles exuded an unsettling aura. This was the ghost slave, companion to the master of the ghostly killing mansion. Qin Tianchu wielded a long staff, advancing towards Xiao Qiushui, while entrusting the task of dealing with Zhuge Zhenghua to the ghost slave. Unlike him, the ghost slave merely executed orders without regard for opponents. As Qin Tianchu stepped forward, his aura surged, a dark energy swirling around the staff. With a thunderous shout, he charged at Xiao Qiushui, the staff resembling a dragon, aiming to shatter the sword energy with sheer force. Unfazed, Xiao Qiushui slashed forth with his sword. The collision between the sword and staff unleashed a wave of energy, and soon, they engaged in fierce combat, their attacks manifesting as shadows of staff and sword. Xiao Qiushui was adept not only in offense, but also in defense. Meanwhile, the ghost slave, with a chilling gaze, focused on Zhuge Zhenghua, intent on eliminating him before turning to encircle Xiao Qiushui. The shadow of the ghostly servant transformed into a streak of black light, its hand morphing into a claw as it lunged towards Zhuge Zhenghua. Unflinching, Zhuge Zhenghua stood his ground, his gaze sharp as he thrust his spear forward in a swift motion. The spear, emanating an extraordinary force, formed a vortex that countered the energy of the claw, colliding with it to produce a series of resonant clangs. Zhuge Zhenghua's eyes narrowed in surprise. He had not anticipated the claw's resilience, akin to that of gold or iron. Meanwhile, the ghostly servant's expression shifted. It had not expected Zhuge Zhenghua's speed to rival its own. Quickening its assault, the servant's aura began to shift. Despite the disparity between the realms of human and divine, the effects were palpable. Those who had attained the celestial state could harness the forces of the universe to suppress their adversaries, rendering them unable to unleash their own power under such pressure. With renewed determination, the ghostly servant struck again, intent on overwhelming Zhuge Jinhua with sheer force. Its claw aimed at his visage. Feeling the weight of the pressure, Zhuge Jinhua's expression hardened, yet within him, his spirit began to transform beneath this immense strain. As a practitioner of the spear arts, his ultimate technique was the stunning shot, meant to vanquish foes in a single blow. In this encounter, he refrained from employing his signature move, seeking the opportune moment for a definitive strike. With a resounding boom, Zhuge Jinhua unleashed a powerful thrust against the mounting pressure. The spear collided with the servant's claw, only for the latter to seize hold of Zhuge Jinhua's weapon. The immense force bore down upon the spear, and with a fierce grip, the servant aimed to wrest Zhuge Jinhua and his spear towards itself, intending to pierce his throat in one fell swoop. The overwhelming pull compelled Zhuge Jinhua's body to move towards the servant. Yet, as he neared the grasp of the ghostly servant, Zhuge Jinhua's eyes sharpened, and a surge of energy emanated from his palm. Instantly, the spear, ensnared by the servant, began to whirl, forcing the servant's claw away. He executed the stunning shot with precision, and the spear shot forth like a meteor, piercing through the ghostly servant's form before embedding itself in the wall. Chapter 210. The Strike, Slaying Nye Kunlun. Xiao Qiu Shui, the astounding sword drip, drip. Blood cascaded from the spear's tip, rousing those momentarily stunned back to reality. After being suppressed, Zhuge Jinhua had managed to unleash a strike that penetrated the ghostly servant's body. The speed and force of that thrust were formidable. A typical celestial being would find themselves at great risk if caught off guard. Beside Mei Xuanshuang, Meng Shintong's gaze sharpened as he remarked, "This is an astonishing blow." At that moment, Zhuge Jinhua took deep breaths, raising his hand to draw the spear lodged in the wall back into his grasp. He steadied it against his body, having expended all his strength in that singular strike against the ghostly servant. The battlefield was now occupied by two factions, the fiery frenzy of Lai Yin Kuang and Duan Qingya, opposed by Xiao Qiu Shui and Qin Tianqiu. Though they were engaged in their own combat, they were acutely aware of the ghostly servant's transformation. As the ghostly slave was slain by Zhuge Jinhua with a single thrust, both Lai Yin and Qin Tianqiu were taken aback. They had not anticipated that a ghostly slave of the celestial realm could fall so easily to Zhuge Jinhua. The latter, embodying the unity of spirit and essence, declared, "I desire your demise." At that moment, Nye Kunlun made his move. He soared into the air, his right hand lifting to unleash 5 silver needles that shot forth towards Zhuge Jinhua with incredible speed. His left hand aimed 5 more silver needles at Jing Wuming. The suddenness of his assault left no room for reaction. He could no longer contain his fury. The ghostly slaughter manor had suffered the loss of a unified spirit and a celestial realm powerhouse, a blow that threatened to destabilize their foundation. With 3 celestial realm figures, his father, the ghostly slave, and Elder Qin, the ghostly slaughter manor had held an advantage over the blissful pavilion, but that advantage was now compromised, igniting his wrath and prompting a direct ambush on Zhuge Jinhua. At that moment, Zhuge Jinhua stood beside the wounded A Fei, both seemingly incapable of defense. Meanwhile, Jing Wuming was parrying the silver needles with his sword. Zhuge Jinhua and A Fei's expressions shifted in alarm. Yet, in the next instant, a shadow surged forth. Wielding a long sword that cleaved through the air, its sword energy striking the silver needles and causing them to fall. The one who intervened was Su Chun. Although Zhuge Jinhua and A Fei might have been able to avert the silver needles, Su Chun took precautionary measures by employing the experience card of Shui Yiren. This experience card was familiar to him, having previously wielded the sword of Lu Sheng, whose technique bore resemblance to that of Shui Yiren, both embodying a deathly sword intent. As Su Chun emerged, a fierce sword aura erupted from him, tinged with crimson, a testament to the countless lives that must have been taken to evoke such a bloodthirsty sword energy. The appearance of Su Chun struck fear into some observers. Shui Yiren, known also as the Blood-Clad One, was a harbinger of death and a relentless specter. The aura of slaughter and bloodlust emanated from Su Chun. Having activated the experience card of Shui Yiren, "Who are you?" Nye Kunlun's gaze turned icy upon seeing Su Chun, his eyes glinting with malice. Had this individual not arrived, Zhuge Jinhua and A Fei might have perished beneath his silver needles. Behold, the dragon head envoy. At this moment, Zhuge Jinhua, A Fei, and Jing Wuming bowed in respect to Su Chun. The dragon head envoy. The words of the three caused the gathered martial artists to pause in astonishment. The Qinglong Society was rumored to have 7 dragon heads and 12 hall masters, with the dragon head envoy being a figure of great significance. Close to the dragon head himself, Uncle Meng, what is his prowess? Mei Xuanchuang inquired telepathically to Meng Shintong, yet received no response. Her gaze turned to Meng Shintong, who was intently focused on Su Chan, as if attempting to discern something. His strength eludes my probing. Yet, judging from the sword aura just unleashed, it was evident that this individual had yet to attain the unification of spirit and soul. Meng Shintong spoke in a deep voice. He has not yet reached the realm of spirit-soul unity. Mei Xuanchuang's gaze sharpened. The overwhelming aura of bloodlust emanating from the opponent pressed heavily upon her. Yet Meng Shintong asserted that the adversary's strength had not ascended to the level of spirit-soul unity. Dragon Envoy. Nia Kunlun's expression shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated that the person who appeared was, in fact, the Dragon Envoy of the Qinglong Society. Bang! As these thoughts crossed his mind, Su Chun propelled himself off the ground, hurtling towards Nia Kunlun with astonishing speed. His sword pierced the air in an instant, its lethal energy tearing through everything. Sensing the impending danger, Nia Kunlun hastily retreated. However, Su Chen's sword aura followed him relentlessly, piercing through Nia Kunlun's chest with brutal precision. Nia Kunlun let out a heart-wrenching scream. After penetrating his chest, Su Chun withdrew his sword, blood splattering in the aftermath. Thud! Nia Kunlun collapsed onto the ground, clutching his chest in a futile attempt to stanch the flow of blood. It was of no avail. Su Chun had driven his blade through his heart, leaving him with no chance of survival. Grasping his chest, Nia Kunlun cast a final glance at Su Chun, then turned his gaze towards Duan Qingya, who was engaged in combat with Lai Yan. This defeat was not due to the overwhelming strength of the Qinglong Society, but rather the treachery of Duan Qingya. Duan Qingya, may you meet a dire fate, he uttered before collapsing to the ground. Having slain the deputy lord of the Ghost Slaughter Mansion, you have received 1 orange lottery ticket and 1 blue lottery ticket. Su Chun reveled in the rewards bestowed upon him. Indeed, eliminating the deputy lord of the Ghost Slaughter Mansion yielded rewards, 2 lottery tickets, to be precise. A sense of quiet joy filled his heart, although concealed by his mask. No one could discern his elation. Observing Nia Kunlun's fallen form, Su Chen shook his head, having initially thought there might be other powerful figures lurking nearby. His earlier probing strike had proven unnecessary. Meanwhile, on the other side, Xiao Qiushui had distanced himself from Qin Tianqiu. Upon seeing the fallen Nia Kunlun, Qin Tianqiu's eyes widened in shock. Yet, he dared not linger, for Xiao Qiushui suddenly raised his sword, and a torrent of sword aura surged towards his blade. Receive my strike. If you survive this blow, you may yet escape, Xiao Qiushui declared coldly. He had been waiting to ascertain whether there were any hidden experts in ambush. But with Nia Kunlun now slain, it was evident that no hidden threats remained. Thus, he resolved to unleash his full power to eliminate Qin Tianqiu. Sensing the shift in Xiao Qiushui's sword aura, Qin Tianqiu's expression grew grave. His energy surged dramatically, enveloped in a fiery black aura, as the staff in his grip ignited with dark flames. He would not wait for Xiao Qiushui to strike first. Demon Staff Technique. Earth-shattering sword. Both parties launched their attacks simultaneously. Black light intertwined with flames, a ferocious force causing the air to tremble violently. On the opposite side, the sword aura coalesced, unleashing a strike that could shake the heavens. Swish! The clash of sword light and staff shadow ensued. The sword light tore through the staff shadow, landing directly upon Qin Tianqiu. Qin Tianqiu's body was cleaved in two by a single stroke of the sword. His corpse and the iron rod he grasped plummeting to the ground. Chapter 211. The Ghostly Manor, Paradise Pavilion, target on the street, a broad carriage progressed forward. The night exuded an aura of tranquility, with layers of white snow blanketing the ground, the wheels leaving faint imprints upon the pristine surface. The snow continued to fall, endeavoring to obscure the traces left by the carriage. Inside the carriage, Bai Zhangjiao bowed, addressing the young master. I wish to devote myself entirely to seclusion in the coming days, striving for the unity of spirit and soul. I would like to entrust the management of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion in Lingnan County to Nailan Rongyan for the time being. Nailan Rongyan, seated beside Bai Zhangjiao, appeared anxious, her gaze averted, afraid to meet the eyes of the figure opposite her, who wore a conical hat and a mask, obscuring all but the eyes, rendering it impossible to discern any details. Thus, Nailan Rongyan wisely kept her head bowed. Very well, Su Chen nodded. He recognized Nalan Rongyan's capabilities. Despite the encirclement from Hefeng Hall and Baiyun Pavilion, she had managed to preserve Tian Su Hall's integrity. Furthermore, upon Bai Fei's approach, she had decisively joined the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion, demonstrating exceptional decisiveness and cunning. Thank you, young master. Nalan Rongyan responded with a respectful bow. The northern 9 prefectures are currently in turmoil, presenting an opportunity for the expansion of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion. With Shangwan Jinhong having reached the celestial realm and the weapons bestowed upon him now in hand, it is time to reveal our brilliance. As for Guanxi, he too should make his presence known. A warrior ought to strive for excellence in times of change. Su Chen spoke. All these individuals are paragons of their era. To withhold their talents would stifle their martial spirit. I understand, Bai Fei replied. Youth Master, the Qinglong Temple may take action soon. With its long-standing dominance in the northern 9 provinces and formidable strength, the plans of several princes may not come to fruition, Nalan Rongyan remarked, bowing slightly. Originating from the northern 9 prefectures, Nalan Rongyan had been gathering intelligence in Lingnan County and possessed profound insights regarding the Qinglong Temple. In her heart, she wished to counsel against involving the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion in this affair, advocating for a more discreet approach to development. However, the young master's earlier words implied a desire for confrontation. Despite knowing she ought to remain silent, she felt compelled to caution him. The Qinglong Temple is indeed formidable, but our Tianya Pavilion is not to be underestimated. You need not worry on that front, Su Chen assured, intent on procuring high-level individuals to bolster their foundation. As he spoke, Su Chen rose, drawing back the carriage curtain, and leapt into the night. Observing his departing silhouette and the falling curtain, Bai Fei remarked, the young master has already acknowledged you. Do well, for Lingnan County may merely be the beginning. Nalan Rongyan nodded, seated quietly beside him. The carriage continued its journey towards the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion. The night remained silent. The cold wind, laden with falling snowflakes, enveloped the entire Lingnan prefecture in a profound sense of desolation. The first deputy master of the Bliss Tower, Duan Xingya, had defected from the Qinglong Society, resulting in the demise of the ghostly Fiend Manor's deputy lord and 2 formidable beings of the celestial realm. News of the fate of the Bliss Tower's 3rd deputy rapidly spread, leaving the people both astounded and deepening their recognition of the Qinglong Society. Rumors are merely whispers until substantiated, hence, skepticism lingered among some. The emergence of a second hall master and a special envoy from the Dragon's Head further showcased the figures within the Qinglong Society. In the Lingnan Prefecture, within the governor's office, in an open room, Zhai Tianyan stood, gazing at the governor, Wen Yifan, who stood with his hands clasped behind him at the entrance. Tianyan, are you contemplating an action against the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower? Wen Yifan inquired, watching the snowflakes dance down. Yes. The Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower has been unusually active lately. They must be aware that the Baiyun Pavilion is under my covert control, yet they dare to encroach. If we do not suppress the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower, they will grow increasingly audacious, Zhai Tianyun replied gravely. Helian Xiaoyao is currently in negotiations with the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower. He is indeed one of our own. I am awaiting a meeting with their representatives. When they arrive, you should also make your presence known, Wen Yifan stated, harboring his own discontent towards the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower. Hearing Wen Yifan's words, Zhai Tianyun's expression brightened. It was evident that Wen Yifan was ready to publicly acknowledge his affiliation, signifying an elevation in his standing within Wen Yifan's regard. For years, Wen Yifan had bided his time in Lingnan Prefecture, harboring grand ambitions of becoming the governor of the 9 northern prefectures. Currently, that position was held by the eldest prince. Should any issues arise with the Qinglong Temple, the governorship of the 9 northern armies would undoubtedly fall to Wen Yifan. Li Wei visited me earlier, discussing Helian Xiaoyao's recent meeting with me. It seems he suspects that the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower's actions against the Hefeng Hall were at my behest. You must have planted a spy beside Li Wei. Have him take measures to suppress the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower first, Wen Yifan instructed. Understood. Zhai Tianyun nodded in agreement. At that moment, a man clad in a blue robe entered from outside. My lord, Lord Zhai. News has arrived from Yunhu Mountain Villa. The actions of the Ghostly Fiend Manor and the Bliss Tower have failed. The deputy lord of the Ghostly Fiend Manor, Gui Nu, along with Qin Tianshu and Lin Shengnan, have perished, and the fate of the Bliss Tower's 3rd deputy remains uncertain, while the first deputy has defected to the Qinglong Society," the newcomer announced. Upon hearing this, both Wen Yifan and Zhai Tianyun displayed slight expressions of astonishment. Gui Nu and Qin Tianchu were celestial realm experts. Although merely at the first tribulation of the celestial realm, they were indeed formidable beings. How many celestial realm experts has the Qinglong Society revealed? Zhai Tianyun inquired. Only one. The solitary Xiao Qiushui. However, the second hall master of the Qinglong Society, Zhuge Zhenghua, has also appeared, possessing strength close to that of the celestial realm. Under duress, he seized an opportunity to pierce Gui Nu with a single shot. Duan Qingya previously defected and killed Lin Shengnan of the ghostly fiend manor, ultimately slaying the third deputy of the Bliss Tower, Lai Yanquan. Xiao Qiushui executed a sword technique known as the heaven-shocking sword, slaying Qin Tianchu. A witness recounted the events of that moment. "My lord, the Qinglong Society is quite extraordinary. We must take it seriously." After listening, Zhai Tianyun replied with a grave expression. "Both the Qinglong Society and the Jinfeng Shiyu building are targets we need to watch closely. This time, several imperial princes have joined forces. The 7th and 3rd princes are the main players, while the other princes are also prowling. I fear that the emergence of the Qinglong Society and the Jinfeng Shiyu building at this juncture may be connected to the other princes. Following this incident, the Jiuyo Divine Lord will likely reach out to the Qinglong Society. You should also initiate contact with the Qinglong Society, primarily to gauge their intentions. If there are financial issues, consult Steward Liu," Wen Yifan instructed. "Rest assured, my lord, I shall do so," Zhai Tianyun replied, bowing before departing. Once Zhai Tianyun had left, the man in the blue robe spoke. "My lord, will the actions of the Qinglong Society affect the movements of the Ghost Kill Mansion and the Bliss Building?" "It won't have any impact. The Bliss Building and the Ghost Kill Mansion are merely decoys, allowing the people of the Qinglong Temple to engage. The true forces at play are the other two factions. By the way, how is your contact with Guan Tianxiu of the Blade Alliance progressing?" Wen Yifan subsequently inquired. "I've made contact, but Guan Tianxiu wishes to meet with you personally," the man in blue replied. Chapter 212, Shui Shaoran. "The dilemma of heaven and man. If he wishes to see me, then arrange it. I am quite eager to ascertain how formidable Guan Tianxiu has become. Is he worth my investment?" Wen Yifan remarked. "Understood. I shall make the arrangements." The blue-robed man bowed and withdrew. Wen Yifan stood at the door, gazing at the snowflakes falling outside, lost in thought. The Lingnan prefecture had remained quiet for far too long. It was time to reveal his strength. Remaining hidden for too long would cause others to overlook his existence. The next day, the world was blanketed in white. Su Qin stood with his hands clasped behind his back on the balcony of the Mountain River Sect's main hall, admiring the snow-covered buildings, feeling a sense of tranquility. The Mountain River Sect lacked sufficient masters. It seemed reliance solely on the elders' advancement was inadequate. He needed to recruit more formidable individuals, Su Qin pondered. His public persona was that of the Mountain River Sect's leader, and no one doubted his intentions to develop the sect. He turned and entered the room, where 3 paintings adorned the desk. The first depicted 2 men clad in gray. They appeared to be brothers. Below was an introduction, the twin extraordinary swordsmen, masters of the sword, their techniques elusive and enigmatic, renowned wandering swordsmen from the 9 prefectures of the north. Their strength is at the peak of the soul refinement realm. Further down, the painting detailed their exploits, portraying them as individuals free to follow their whims. The second painting featured a figure dressed in black, known by the codename Shadow, a personal assassin. Shadow's most remarkable trait was his agility, leaving traces under the setting sun. The introduction noted that he had killed 329 individuals. No one had ever seen him, nor did anyone know his true identity. His strength was speculated to be at the pinnacle of the soul refinement realm. The third portrait depicts a robust man, whose physique is a testament to his muscular prowess, a master in the art of body refinement. His name is Qiu Hensheng, a practitioner of the Qilian Taisha Gong. Relying solely on his hands for combat, he has dedicated himself to arduous training in the mountains, achieving a formidable level of cultivation, specifically in the late stage of soul refinement. The existence of these 3 portraits serves a purpose. Su Qin intends to recruit these individuals. Directly summoning them could arouse suspicion, yet enlisting other powerful figures alongside them would mitigate such doubts. "Come in," Su Qin murmured. "Master." Cui Wu, who entered from outside, bowing respectfully. "Procure information regarding these 3 from Jinfeng Shiyu Tower." Track their whereabouts and spare no expense in recruiting them to our Shanha sect, Su Qin instructed. Cui Wuhu stepped forward to collect the 3 images, pondering, what if they refuse our invitation? Then we shall find a way to eliminate them, Su Qin replied. Based on certain triggered events, he had realized that taking the initiative to eliminate individuals or dealing with special circumstances could yield rewards. Just yesterday, he had obtained an orange lottery card and was contemplating how to acquire another. As for the white and blue cards, his desire was minimal. He sought only the orange ones. Securing a person from such a draw would guarantee entry into the celestial realm. Of course, he would later pursue some blue cards. As the unity of divine souls and strength in the realm of soul refinement are foundational in Lingnan Prefecture and the northern 9 counties. Understood, my master, Cui Wuhu affirmed. Presently, Su Qin's influence was burgeoning, imposing a certain pressure even on Cui Wuhu. The notion of recruiting powerful warriors was not surprising to him, as many sects engage in similar practices. Self-development is one aspect, but enlisting martial artists is equally critical. However, the strength of the sect must be sufficient to command respect from those they wish to recruit. Proceed, and remain vigilant about the movements in the northern 9 counties. Report any news immediately. Su Qin waved him off. Cui Wuhu bowed and exited the room, his face alight with excitement. The recruitment of warriors signified that the master was intent on propelling the Shanha sect forward, deepening Cui Wuhu's admiration for Su Qin. Master, I shall ensure their recruitment. Should they decline, I will see to their demise, Cui Wuhu vowed internally. Shanha sect's Cui Wuhu has reached an unwavering level of loyalty towards you, rewarding you with 1 orange lottery card. Within the confines of the room, Su Qin was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated hearing such a sound and receiving such a reward at this moment. Perhaps 2 orange lottery cards might allow him to draw again. With that thought, he proceeded to draw. Congratulations. You have obtained the character card for Xue Shaoran and 3 infusion cards for 10-year preternatural vigor. Xue Shaoran, along with 3 10-year preternatural vigor infusion cards, brought joy to Su Qin's heart, though he did not acquire 2 character cards at once. The emergence of a character still delighted him. Xue Shaoran, a figure from the tale of Chu Liuxiang, is renowned as the world's foremost swordsman. The brother of Xue Yiren and the leader of the assassin organization, Tian Wang, mastering the art of the killing sword. In the television series, Xue Shaoran's strength surpasses that of Xue Yiren. One contemplates the prowess of Xue Shaoran, who stands at the 2nd level of the celestial realm. The orange card is indeed impressive, Su Qin mused. He subsequently turned his attention to the 3 cards that could impart the essence of 10 years of innate energy to summoned beings. Upon this realization, Su Qin felt a surge of inspiration by A Fei from the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower, as well as the earlier appearance of Bai Tianyu and Jing Wuming from the Azure Dragon Society. If they were to receive this decade's worth of energy, they would likely achieve a state of unity between spirit and soul, thereby touching the threshold of the celestial realm. As for A Fei, who had already grasped the unity of spirit and soul, it was believed that a few elixirs would suffice. With this in mind, Su Qin promptly utilized the importation cards for the 2 individuals. In Qingcheng, Bai Tianyu maintained dominion over the area, for there was no one capable of rivaling him. Thus, he diligently honed his swordsmanship. Meanwhile, the invincible Dugu was situated beyond the frontier. Suddenly, he sensed a surge of power erupting within him, his strength escalating from the refinement of spirit stage to the unity of spirit and soul. This internal energy seemed to flow effortlessly, devoid of any discord. With a sudden opening of his eyes, a fierce glint shot forth as his long blade quivered in his grasp. With the combined might of the unity of spirit and soul, he could indeed cleave through even an ordinary adversary of the celestial realm. Bai Fei had just stepped into his chamber, intending to enter seclusion the following day to attempt to break through to the unity of spirit and soul. However, an extraordinary force surged within him, allowing him to directly attain this state without any prior indication. It appeared that seclusion was unnecessary, though he would still observe Nayland Rongyan in secret. Bai Fei spoke solemnly. At that moment, in another location, A Fei was being carried back to the Azure Dragon Society's Yuanyu Hall by Jing Wuming. I shall tend to my injuries first. Perhaps I shall achieve the unity of spirit and soul before you, A Fei remarked, gazing at Jing Wuming. Although their previous plans had been interrupted, he had gleaned some insights, thus enabling him to attain the unity of spirit and soul with the aid of elixirs. As he spoke, Jing Wuming set him down. and his aura surged, revealing the force of the unity of spirit and soul. "I have surpassed you," Jing Wuming declared before turning and exiting the room. A Fei watched Jing Wuming depart, his countenance paling. Chapter 213, Azure Dragon Temple, the appearance of a person, Li Wei's invitation outside the city of Lingnan. Within a humble temple, a figure stepped inside, adorned with a conical hat and a brocade robe. Beneath the hat, a black veil obscured the face, allowing only a vague outline to be discerned. As this figure emerged, a monk wielding a staff approached from the shadows. The cloaked individual produced a bronze token, engraved with the character for Buddha. "Please," the monk gestured in acknowledgement. The visitor advanced into the temple. Deep within the temple lay a grand hall, where 3 monks clad in robes sat upon long benches. All 3 bore red prayer beads, their imposing figures exuding a palpable aura of bloodlust, their visages devoid of any semblance of Buddhist compassion. Upon entering the grand hall, the man in the brocade robe removed his conical hat, revealing himself to be Li Wei, the deputy governor of Lingnan Prefecture. He bowed respectfully to the 3 venerable monks seated within, who were esteemed masters of the Qinglong Temple, known as Du Yuan, Du Xian, and Du Hai. "Li Wei, I have summoned you here to assist us in locating the whereabouts of the 9 nether deity," spoke the monk Du Hai. "The 9 nether deity resides in a village named Dezhu, located outside the city, which serves as a stronghold for the Hanyu sect," Li Wei responded. As a member of the Qinglong Temple, he was always vigilant of the changing tides of warfare. The appearance of the 9 nether deity in Lingnan Prefecture, his territory, compelled him to ascertain the enemy's location, leading him to uncover their trail. "Is that so? This time, I intend to personally sever the head of the 9 nether deity." Du Hai's expression twisted into a grimace upon hearing this. "Do not underestimate him. The 9 nether deity is closely associated with the 7th prince. His strength is formidable, and he likely has powerful allies. Otherwise, Brother Du Nan and the others would not have perished." "What news of Wen Yifan in Lingnan Prefecture?" inquired Du Xian. "Wen Yifan has been reclusive lately, but recently he has had dealings with Xiel Yin Xiaoyao from the capital's pacification office. He may be plotting against us," Li Wei replied solemnly. Although Jin Feng Shiulu had also acted against Bai Yunxian, he had met with Wen Yifan, yet he had already concluded that Jin Feng Shiulu was under Wen Yifan's influence. As a member of the Wen family, they could not act against him for the time being. Upon hearing Li Wei's words, Du Xian shook his head. "The major princes are already pressuring the 1st prince. Do you truly believe they would be concerned about such matters? It is not a matter of concern. Should Wen Yifan perish, the Wen family would retaliate, and many in the northern 9 prefectures, like yourself, would meet their doom," the leading monk interjected. "Are you suggesting we simply allow Wen Yifan to go unchallenged? The fundamental powers within Lingnan Prefecture have already been covertly manipulated by them. My influence now extends only below the prefectural city. If we do not curb this, Lingnan Prefecture will be lost to us," Li Wei asserted. The 3 monks known as the 3 daughters of Qinglong, who had previously fallen at the Lingyue Sword Sect, were merely the active representatives of the temple. There were many more monks of the same lineage, yet these 3 were elders from the temple's disciplinary court, having chosen the path of the avenging monk. The aura they exuded revealed their nature as fierce monks. Their mission from the Qinglong Temple was to take the life of the 9 nether deity. Wen Yifan had long sought dominion over the northern 9 prefectures, aspiring to become the governor of all 9. Regardless of whether he achieved this ambition, he would not linger in the position of governor in Lingnan Prefecture. "That Zhai Tianyun seems to be his chosen candidate. We shall assist you in eliminating him," declared the leading monk, Du Yuan. "Thank you, Master Du Yuan. However, I already possess a means to contend with Zhai Tianyun." Li Wei promptly expressed his gratitude. "A means, you say?" Du Yuan inquired, a hint of curiosity in his voice. "Recently, the Shanhua sect has undergone some changes, with a young man rising to the position of its leader. This young individual has connections with the Changhan Palace and Princess Qingchen. With the assistance of Mei Xuanshuang from Changhan Palace, he successfully subdued the Tianhe sect, and now wields considerable power. Zhai Tianyun has consistently sought to gain control over the Shanhua sect. I shall collaborate with the leader of the Shanhua sect to eliminate Zhai Tianyun," declared Li Wei. Although Li Wei, much like Wen Yifan, seldom ventures out of the estate, he possesses a deeper understanding of the affairs in Lingnan Prefecture than Wen Yifan, being a representative of local forces. Shanhua sect. Upon hearing this, Master Diyuan exchanged a glance but refrained from further comment. "As per your suggestion, We shall devote ourselves to confronting the 9 Nether God in the coming days. Once he is vanquished, their initial wave of attacks will be thwarted, Master Diyuan stated. After listening to Diyuan's words, Li Wei bowed and departed. Once Li Wei had left, Master Diyuan remarked, "The great wisdom Dharma King may have perished in the Qinglong Sect's territory. After this incident, we will also need to pay a visit to Qinglong Sect, hoping to gain some insights. Senior brother, wouldn't it be better to assign this task to Li Wei? He is already preparing to engage with the leader of the Qinglong Sect," spoke Monk Konghai. The newly appointed leader of the Qinglong Sect has ties with Chonghan Palace and Princess Qingchen. If he were to leak this information, our quest for the great collection of life and death and the relics would become increasingly difficult. Currently, our Qinglong Temple is besieged on all sides. We must proceed with utmost caution. Master Diyuan replied, "We shall set off for Daju village now. The moment we locate the 9 Nether God, we will strike." With that, a fierce murderous intent flashed across Diyuan's face, and the three departed from the small temple, leaving the interior in silence once more. Within the Qinglong Sect, a disciple approached the main hall to report, "Leader, a person claiming to be from the left minister's office wishes to see you." Li Wei, the left minister. Su Chun mused, slightly furrowing his brow. He had no prior dealings with this Li Wei, so why was he sending someone to contact him? "Let him in." Su Chun gestured. Moments later, a man clad in cotton attire, appearing somewhat cold, entered the grand hall. "I pay my respects to Leader Su." The man bowed upon entering. "May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit?" Su Chun asked. "This is a message from our Lord, which I am tasked to deliver personally to Leader Su. As for its contents, I am not privy to them," the man replied. Su Chun took the letter, opened it, and upon reading its contents, his brow furrowed. He then addressed the messenger, "Please inform your lord that I shall arrive on time." The man bowed and exited the grand hall. Watching the departing figure, Su Chun murmured to himself, "Since the left minister has summoned me, I wonder what he desires." The letter was, in fact, an invitation to meet Su Chun that evening at Bichuan Tower in Lingnan Prefecture. Though uncertain of the left minister's intentions, he resolved to attend the meeting. Chapter 214. The 3 killing monks surround the 9 Nether God outside the city, in a dilapidated village. Zihan Yu and Long Po were situated within the central dwelling. "Has the 9 Nether deity returned?" Zihan Yu inquired. "Not yet. He is likely awaiting news from the ghost-killing manor and the blissful pavilion," Long Po replied. "It seems that the ghost-killing manor and the blissful pavilion are on the brink of destruction. Once they make their move, the Azure Dragon Temple will undoubtedly be the first to strike. However, the ghost-killing manor has devised a plan. They have sent Nye Kunlun to confront the Azure Dragon Society, hoping to leverage this momentum to elevate the manor's reputation into that of a formidable power. If that occurs, the 7th prince may reconsider his stance and not abandon them. Yet, as the fates would have it, they suffered defeat. If they fail, their path will be obliterated. And should they act, they will certainly become targets for the Azure Dragon Temple's onslaught. What remains of the ghost-killing manor and the blissful pavilion after such annihilation?" Zihan Yu shook her head. "Miss, I find it perplexing. If the ghost-killing manor anticipates such outcomes, why has Xiao Bieli from the blissful pavilion not taken action? Xiao Bieli is a person of profound thought, elusive and inscrutable. He would not willingly place himself in the crosshairs of the Azure Dragon Temple," Long Po remarked. "Xiao Bieli has no choice. Perhaps he has indeed made a choice, one that favors wealth. After a single strike, he might abscond with his followers from the northern 9 prefectures. As long as there are people and wealth, his assassin organization will persist. In truth, Xiao Bieli's approach is the most prudent," Zihan Yu stated with a somber tone. "In that case, the northern 9 prefectures will fall under the sole dominion of the Azure Dragon Society. Is it possible that the Azure Dragon Society is also aligned with the 7th prince?" Long Po queried with a hint of doubt. The Azure Dragon Society is certainly not an extension of the 7th prince's influence, yet they may be a force summoned by other princes, perhaps even at their behest. However, after this encounter, chaos will ensue in the northern 9 prefectures, contrary to their expectations. Zihan Yu replied, shaking her head. "Some matters are beyond your concern." At that moment, a voice echoed from beyond the door, and a dark figure emerged, taking a seat in the grand hall. "I greet you, deity." Zihan Yu and Long Po bowed respectfully. "I require you to contact Xiao Qiushui of the Azure Dragon Society and inform him that I wish to meet and conduct a business transaction," the 9 Nether deity commanded. "Very well, I shall reach out to him forthwith," replied Zihan Yu. With that, she and Long Po exited the room. However, instead of leaving the village. They entered a smaller chamber, a concealed passageway leading out of the village. The Nine-Nether deity is formidable, yet this is the territory of the Azure Dragon Temple, which has its own spies. Prudence is advisable. Shortly after Zihanyu and her companion entered the small room, 3 figures draped in blood-red robes, wielding large crimson prayer beads, approached the courtyard. At that moment, someone spotted the trio and attempted to signal. However, a single prayer bead pierced through the throat of the would-be signaler, pinning him to the ground. The assailant then drew the bead back into his grasp, and the 3 continued their advance, unimpeded, for none dared to intervene, paralyzed by fear. The primary reason was the overwhelming strength of their adversaries, who had dispatched one with a single blow. To oppose is to invite death. It would be wiser to maintain a safe distance. The trio continued their journey when suddenly their gazes converged upon a dwelling in the heart of a small village. At last, the scent of the elusive Jiu Shinjun, reminiscent of a rodent, was detected. This is the stronghold of the Hanyu sect. Let us obliterate it. With a thunderous exclamation, the monk Duhai spoke. Although his name includes the character for sea, he practiced a fire-based technique known as the Blazing Heaven Blade. With a swift motion, he summoned a fiery energy that surged through his palm, cleaving towards the house before him. The village was comprised of thatched cottages, which ignited immediately under the force of the flame. Those who had sought refuge inside scrambled out, only to be met with a barrage of fiery energy. Cries of anguish and bloodshed filled the air. In the center of the village, the masked Jiu evil lord emerged, his eyes gleaming with a savage light upon seeing the 3 intruders. I never anticipated that the Qinglong Temple would send you here. I am eager to witness just how formidable the assassins of the temple truly are. The Jiu Shinjun had no intention of retreating. Instead, he coldly declared, "Let your life be the price of that curiosity." With a powerful leap, Duhai ascended into the air, unleashing a strike towards the Jiu Shinjun, the blade of fire descending swiftly. At that moment, the monk Du Xian also sprang into action, propelling himself forward. A golden energy manifested within his palm, forming the Da Yin dragon steel technique. With a sweeping motion, he unleashed a force akin to a dragon's claw, exuding a heavy and formidable aura. His attack was executed with remarkable speed and precision. The Jiu Shinjun initially managed to block Du Hai's fiery strike with one hand, but then hastily retreated to evade Du Xian's assault. With a resounding impact, the energy generated by Du Xian's palm struck the ground, sending dust swirling into the air. In response, Du Xian grasped at the dust cloud, directing it toward the Jiu Shinjun. As the dust approached, the Jiu Shinjun's pupils constricted sharply. He raised a hand to disperse the cloud. Meanwhile, Duhai had already closed the distance, his fist clenched tightly. With a powerful blow, he struck forth, the sound of air bursting around his fist resonating before the Jiu Shinjun. The Jiu Shinjun quickly countered with his palm, the 2 forces colliding, causing both to stagger backward. Yet, the Jiu Shinjun, under pressure, retreated more than his opponents. Truly, he is the Jiu Shinjun, capable of withstanding my blow even in haste. You are nearing the trials of celestial beings, are you not? Duhai remarked solemnly. The assassins from the Qinglong Temple's Punishment Institute are indeed extraordinary. I wonder where you rank among them. The Jiu Shinjun regarded the trio, though his primary focus remained on the monk Du Yuan, who had yet to make a move. Though Du Yuan had not engaged, he had been watching intently, ready to strike at the slightest sign of vulnerability. Moreover, the aura emanating from the opponent had drawn perilously close to the 3rd heavenly difficulty. We are merely ordinary monks of the Punishment Institute. At that moment, the monk Diyuan, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. As he did so, a series of resonating sounds reverberated around him, accompanied by a surge of thunderous energy. Thunderous strikes of 9. Diyuan unleashed his attack, his fists brimming with this formidable power, fierce and domineering. The other 2 did not relent either. The 3 of them joined forces, compelling the Lord of 9 Hells to defend himself. Not far from the village, Zihanyu and Longpa, emerging from a hidden cavern, glanced back towards the village. Upon seeing the thick smoke rising, their expressions instantly shifted. This is bad. Something has happened at the stronghold. Zihanyu turned to return, but was halted by Longpa. It must be the Qinglong Temple that has made its move. The Lord of 9 Hells may be in peril. We should enter the secret passage first and emerge later. With that, she grasped Zihanyu's hand and led her directly into the concealed passage. Chapter 215, the fisher and the caught, the golden plum vase emerges within a secret chamber. A few disheveled individuals appeared before Zhanyu. Where are the others? One of them spoke in a panic. All the others have been slain by those three. The three from Qinglong Temple left us with no means of resistance. If it weren't for the timely appearance of the Lord of Nine Hells, we wouldn't have escaped at all. Who attacked? Zhanyu inquired. The attackers were Diyuan, Du Xuan, and Du Hai from the Punishment Institute of Qinglong Temple, the three notorious killing monks. Replied the disciple. It is indeed them. I never expected Qinglong Temple to dispatch those three. They are leaving no chance for the Lord of Nine Hells to escape. I hope he can evade capture. We must withdraw and allow the others to investigate the situation here. I believe the commotion will attract numerous spies, Zhanyu asserted. With that, she swiftly led her companions to retreat. In truth, she harbored doubts about the Lord of Nine Hells' ability to escape. Yet, she wished for him to possess other means or for others to come to his aid. At this moment, the disturbances outside the city had drawn considerable attention. In the northern 9 prefectures, Lingnan Prefecture was the epicenter of the upheaval, prompting many to observe the situation closely. Swiftly, individuals began to investigate. As word of the battle spread rapidly like wildfire, martial artists of notable prowess began to converge upon the scene. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the Lord of Nine Hells wore a grave expression, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. His gaze turned with malice towards the monk Duan, who had, after one strike, refrained from further action. Just moments ago, Diyuan, in conjunction with the other two, had managed to wound him with a single blow. Although the injury was not grave, it left him barely able to withstand the onslaught from Du Xuan and Du Hai. He was acutely aware that these three were waiting for something, waiting for his allies to appear. Otherwise, he would not have been able to endure to this point. Yet, he also understood the intentions of his companions, as he waited for them to mutually exhaust each other, allowing him to reap the benefits. The Lord of the Nine Hells contemplated escape. Just then, a cold smirk appeared at the corner of the Duan monk's mouth. It seems your allies are unwilling to intervene. Thus, I shall dispose of you. With a single step forward, a formidable surge of innate energy erupted from his being, his gaze darkening with a vicious glint. He unleashed a punch, imbued with a fierce energy that crackled like thunder. It was a lethal strike, indicating the monk's intent to swiftly eliminate his opponent. One might wonder why he had not struck down the Lord of the Nine Hells from the outset. Indeed, he had only tested the waters previously, seeking to discern any hidden threats lurking nearby. However, when he had initially acted, no one had revealed themselves. Perhaps because they understood that the Duan monk could not slay the Lord of the Nine Hells with a single blow. He had been biding his time, hoping to make those in the shadows believe they were being lured into a trap, instilling a sense of caution in them. After a while, he had confirmed several suspicions. The punch, charged with a sharp energy, caused the Lord of the Nine Hells' pupils to constrict. He sensed the monk's impending strike, which was now even more powerful than before. In the next instant, he thrust his hand forward, a dark energy coalescing within it as he attempted to evade the punch, his fingers reaching for the monk's arm in an effort to seize it. However, the Duhad monk struck at that moment, his fist like a raging flame crashing into the Lord of the Nine Hells' chest. The latter's expression hardened as he pivoted, retaliating with a punch aimed at the monk's fist. At that very moment, the Dushan monk surged forward, his palm emanating a dragon's roar, striking directly at the Lord of the Nine Hells' chest. The impact sent him hurtling backward, blood spewing from his mouth. At this juncture, the Duan monk transformed into a flash of lightning, appearing before his opponent, his hand raised to press against the latter's chest. With a resounding thud, his palm struck the Lord of the Nine Hells' chest, unleashing torrents of lightning directly into his heart. Yet, in that instant, the Lord of the Nine Hells clawed at the monk's arm, yanking him closer with a fierce pull, while his other hand launched a punch aimed at the monk's heart. The Duan monk, sensing the danger, twisted to evade the blow, but the punch landed on his shoulder with a resounding impact. Both combatants were sent sprawling backward. The Lord of the Nine Hells coughed up blood again, while the Duan monk felt his shoulder shatter, his arm hanging limply at his side. In that moment, the Duhan monk, wielding his hand like a blade, delivered a decisive strike. The Lord of the Nine Hells, struck by the lightning, found himself immobilized, cleaved in two by the massive flame-imbued blade, collapsing onto the ground. From afar, the onlookers witnessed this spectacle, their hearts stirred by tumultuous waves of astonishment. The Lord of the Nine Hells has been vanquished by the people of the Qinglong Temple. Is it truly possible for such a being? who has ascended to the realm of the celestial beings, to perish in a mere backwater like Lingnan. Brother, is your arm all right? The shoulder is shattered. It will require a lengthy recuperation, remarked Monk Dun. Duhai approached Monk Dun, supporting him as they prepared to depart. However, as they advanced, two imposing figures clad in brown robes appeared. One bore a long sword, while the other was unarmed. Both stood tall, over 8 feet, their hair a striking crimson, and each bore a bloody crescent on their cheeks. The aura they exuded was suffocating, emanating an overwhelming intimidation. Even the spies observing from afar felt a sense of oppression, as if confronting ferocious beasts rather than mere mortals. The Crimson Blood Dual Demons. I did not expect the emissaries from the capital to be you. Yet, why did you not reveal yourself sooner? Monk Dun stated solemnly, gazing at the two newcomers. The life or death of the Lord of the Nine Hells is of no concern to us. As long as we eliminate you, a substantial bounty awaits. One of the Crimson Blood Dual Demons replied. As he spoke, a surge of crimson energy circulated within him, radiating outward like flames and pressing down upon Monk Dun and his companions. So they intend to take advantage of the chaos. But do they truly believe they can benefit? At that moment, Monk Dun, whose shoulder had been previously shattered, revealed a fierce expression. In his hand, a white vial materialized. A stream of energy flowed from the vial, surging into his shoulder. Instantly, his previously limp arm began to regain movement, and the strength he had expended was rapidly replenished. The Golden Plum Vase. You dare to bring forth the Golden Plum Vase. Witnessing this, the previously speaking demon's expression shifted dramatically, and he turned to flee. However, it seemed that Monk Dun and his companions had no intention of allowing them to escape, swiftly pursuing after them. Chapter 216. Escalation of Events. Buying life with money. The appearance of the Golden Plum Vase caused those hidden in the shadows to hastily retreat. Rumored to possess the ability to bring the dead back to life, they were uncertain of this claim. But they had indeed witnessed its astonishing capacity for rapid recovery and restoration of power. Thus, news of this development spread swiftly. At the Shanhua sect, Su Chan gazed intently at the message conveyed by the carrier pigeon. The emergence of the Qinglong Temple's people did not surprise him overly much. However, their arrival with the Golden Plum Vase left him astounded. According to the system's triggered events, acquiring this vase could yield substantial rewards. Yet, it was not merely the rewards that intrigued him. It was the vase's terrifying restorative power. Anyone with even a modicum of strength would be compelled to seize it. At this moment, the Qinglong Temple unexpectedly unveiled the Golden Plum Vase. What scheme could this entail? Su Chen murmured to himself, unconvinced that the Qinglong Temple was merely presenting this vessel without ulterior motives. A disciple entered, bowing deeply. Master, news has arrived from the Changhan Palace, requesting your presence there. At this moment, Su Chen surmised that the matter must pertain to the Golden Plum Vase. Could it be that the Qinglong Temple is diverting attention from various factions? Perhaps some are aware, yet cannot resist the allure of such an item. I understand. You may leave. Su Chen waved his hand dismissively. He was preparing to meet with the left Chief Minister Li Wei that evening, but decided to first pay a visit to Mei Xuanshuang at the Changhan Palace. The Golden Plum Vase, however, was something he coveted as well. He would not relinquish it to Mei Xuanshuang. He then returned to his desk and issued a command, sending a message via carrier pigeon to the Jinfeng Zilu and the Qinglong Society, urging them to keep a vigilant watch on the whereabouts of the Golden Plum Vase. They were to seize it at any opportunity. Meanwhile, at the governor's office, when Yifun's expression was grim, Helian Xiaoyao stood beside him. And within the room was another individual, the previously encountered man in the brocade robe, Lu Chun. His demeanor was equally troubled. They had not anticipated that the Qinglong Temple would send the punitive monks, accompanied by the Golden Plum Vase, to reveal themselves at this juncture. The three of them possessed formidable strength, each at a level where they thrived on violence, growing ever more powerful with each act of slaughter, compounded by the terrifying regenerative abilities of the Golden Plum Vase. It was nearly impossible to procure the vase from such relentless beings. These three were akin to fearsome beasts unafraid of death. Nonetheless, treasures like the Golden Plum Vase would always attract those willing to take risks at any faint opportunity. Those who had previously allied with them were likely also fixated on the vase and might be en route, unlikely to engage with the earlier targets. The Qinglong Temple's move has caught us off guard, Lu Chen remarked. What concerns me more, however, is the potential retaliation from the Qinglong Temple in other respects. When Yifun replied somberly, The strength of the Qinglong Temple was formidable. To contend with such power necessitated considerable sacrifice. Yet the prominent princes were reluctant to take action. Thus, the initial phase of this endeavor was primarily aimed at weakening the Qinglong Temple's might. Once diminished, support for other factions would commence to suppress the Qinglong Temple, leading to its gradual obliteration. However, following the recent alliance of the Jiuyou Divine Monarch and Shangguan Jinhong in vanquishing several of Qinglong Temple's celestial beings, the situation had escalated dramatically. Moreover, with the death of the Jiuyou Divine Monarch, the seventh prince found himself in a precarious position, with his own men deceased. Who would be compelled to fight for him? Let the news of Shangguan Jinhong's slaying of the Xianjin monk from the Tianlong Temple spread, when Yifan declared, "Since the Qinglong Temple has made its move, I shall provide the punitive monks with adversaries." With the Jiuyou Divine Monarch fallen, Shangguan Jinhong can also be made a target. Draw those three out. Let those who covet the golden plum vase turn their attention to them. This strategy employed by Wen Yifan was undeniably ruthless. When Shu, this, Helian Xiaoyao hesitated before speaking. The Jinfeng Ziyilu, with its unclear origins, is an ideal candidate for testing their true strength. There is no need for concern. Wen Yifan assured. Upon witnessing Wen Yifan's resolute decision, Helian Xiaoyao found himself at a loss for words. In truth, he held no authority to contest it. Yet, he was acutely aware that this unfolding event would inevitably lead to unfavorable repercussions for him. Regardless of the circumstances, the Jinfeng Shiyu would pursue him. Enough. This matter does not concern you. You may depart. When Yifan gestured for Helian Xiaoyao to leave. Bowing respectfully, Helian Xiaoyao exited. Observing his retreating figure, Lu Qin spoke up. "Young Master Helian, you have just established a connection with Bai Zhangjiao from Jinfeng Shiyu. By acting thus, all his prior endeavors will have been in vain." However, when Yifan merely shook his head, replying, "This is a pawn that can be temporarily utilized. Why not take advantage of it? Furthermore, if Jinfeng Shiyu cannot withstand this little obstacle, then the Tianya Pavilion behind them is nothing but a paper tiger. Of course, should they successfully block it, we can offer them greater benefits. In the world of martial forces, is it not all about profit?" Upon hearing Wen Yifan's words, Lu Qin nodded in agreement. Outside the estate, Helian Xiaoyao's countenance darkened. "Young master, what has transpired?" A woman clad in purple martial attire inquired from within the carriage. When Yifan intends to use Jinfeng Shiyu as bait to lure the three assassins from Qinglong Temple, Helian Xiaoyao replied, in a solemn tone. Hearing this, the purple-clad woman's expression shifted. "Young master, you have only just forged a relationship with Bai Zhangjiao. Utilizing him in such a manner could provoke him into taking action against you. This is my concern. My forces cannot withstand the onslaught of Shangguan Jinhong. Thus, I must temporarily withdraw from Lingnan County," Helian Xiaoyao asserted. "Inform Bai Zhangjiao of this news and accompany it with a compensation of 100,000 taels of silver. I hope this will buy me some time, allowing me the opportunity to escape," he instructed. "Go and take care of it," Helian Xiaoyao commanded, producing a stack of silver notes. Observing the notes, he felt a pang of regret, yet he had no choice but to spend money to gain a little time. The purple-clad woman accepted the silver notes from Helian Xiaoyao and swiftly dashed out of the carriage, disappearing into the street. Meanwhile, Helian Xiaoyao's carriage continued its swift journey toward the outskirts of the city, vanishing from sight. At that moment, within Jinfeng Shiyu, Bai Zhangjiao remained absent, as the affairs were being handled by Nailan Rongyan. Recently, Long Huishan had come to inform her of the ongoing efforts to investigate the three assassins from Qinglong Temple, promising to relay any news as soon as it emerged. Aware that they were targeting the Jin Meiping, she was mobilizing her resources to gather intelligence. Suddenly, a purple figure flew through the window behind her. "This is something from our commander Helian for the White Master. Please deliver it to him immediately," the figure declared before swiftly departing. Nailan Rongyan gazed at the item in her hand, momentarily taken aback, yet she dared not look further, merely taking it with her to the location where Bai Zhangjiao was in seclusion. Certainly, Bai Zhangjiao has already achieved the unification of spirit and soul, and he is merely feigning seclusion for the time being. Chapter 217. Betrayal. The storm rises in the left minister's office. A subordinate approached Li Wei, saying, "Sir, that Su Chun has entered the city. He is headed for the Changhen Palace." Li Wei inquired in a low voice. "He went to Changhen Palace, not to the Jinfeng Shiyu building?" "Indeed," the subordinate confirmed. "It appears that Su Chun is truly the banner arranged by Murong Qingchen," Li Wei remarked solemnly. The Chang'an Palace is supported by the fourth prince. It often represents his interests. Sir, should we still utilize Su Chun? He may not necessarily confront Zhai Tianyuan. The subordinate suggested. Are not all young men ambitious? I believe that with sufficient incentives, he will act. Keep a close watch on him, Li Wei commanded. Understood. The subordinate bowed and withdrew. In the Chang'an Palace, Su Chun sat opposite Mei Xuanchuang. You summoned me regarding the Jinmei vase, did you not? I fear I cannot assist you with that, he stated, acknowledging his mid-stage refining strength, which was insufficient to contend for the Jinmei vase. Not at all. I wish for you to leverage the power of your Shanhua sect to monitor the movements of the 3 notorious monks from the Qinglong Temple. You currently have ample personnel. Mei Xuanchuang insisted. With the Shanhua sect having taken over the Tian'e sect, our disciples have assimilated quickly. We are well equipped to investigate in the Lingnan prefecture, she continued. Wouldn't it be more advantageous for you to collaborate with the Jinfeng Shiyu building? Su Chen inquired. The Jinmei vase is a treasure that the Jinfeng Shiyu building will not overlook. There may be fierce competition. Mei Xuanchuang replied with a serious tone. Although we are in a cooperative relationship, once it comes to a treasure like the Jinmei vase, no one will yield. A conflict may arise, albeit with more restrained actions. Are you not concerned that I might seize the Jinmei vase? Su Chen asked. With your current strength, even if you were to take it, you could not hold on to it, she retorted coldly. Very well, I shall promptly arrange for an investigation into the whereabouts of the 3 monks. However, the emergence of the Jinmei vase seems to have disrupted our prior plans against the Qinglong Temple. Might this jeopardize our expansion? Su Chen pondered, hoping Mei Xuanchuang would take action against the other 2 sects to swiftly dominate the territory and become the leading force in Lingnan Prefecture amidst the turmoil. I have already acquired some information and was prepared to act, but this unexpected development has arisen. I must focus all efforts on monitoring the situation surrounding the Jinmei vase. He concluded. This is a fortuitous opportunity. Others are watching, and if you act, you can certainly catch them off guard. However, that may not be the case. Jinfeng Shiyu Lu has gathered information on these 2 factions, and if it were to leak, there could be formidable experts lying in ambush, putting my people at risk and jeopardizing our chance to seize the Jinmei Ping. Mei Xuanchuang decisively refused. What about our previous plan? Su Chen was momentarily speechless. He had not anticipated Mei Xuanchuang's outright dismissal. The strength of these 2 factions is not comparable to Tianhejiao. They are affiliated with Qinglong Si, and one does not become an affiliate without possessing some degree of power, does one? Just wait on your end. This uproar will soon settle down, Mei Xuanchuang commented. Such a splendid opportunity wasted. It seems my own strength is somewhat lacking. Su Chen sighed. Are you not in the process of recruiting individuals? I hope you manage to enlist some skilled experts, Mei Xuanchuang remarked, eyeing Su Chen. You are aware of my recruitment efforts. It appears that Mistress Mei is quite concerned about our Shanhe men. It is not that I am particularly concerned about your Shanhe men, but rather that your actions are rather reckless. Your subordinate, Cui Wuhu, attempted to recruit Qiu Henshang, and upon encountering refusal, he resorted to poisoning and grievously injuring him. However, the other party possesses considerable strength and managed to flee, and is currently being pursued by your man. I fear he stands little chance of survival, Mei Xuanchuang stated. Is this lad truly so ruthless? Su Chen pondered. When your subordinate Cui Wuhu attempted to recruit the martial artist Qiu Henshang, he was insulted and subsequently poisoned by Cui Wuhu, leading to a deadly pursuit. Reward: 1 orange lottery ticket. This works. Cui Wuhu is indeed quite capable. Su Chen silently commended him. Observing Su Chen's silence, she assumed he was unaware of the situation. Your subordinate is very loyal to you. I didn't realize your skills in managing people were so commendable. Mei Xuanchuang praised. Having concluded our discussion here, I shall not linger. It has been quite some time since I roamed Lingnanjun. I shall take a stroll. As for the meeting with Li Wei, Su Chen did not intend to make it public. Regarding Li Wei, he had chosen Bai Chunlu. Bai Chunlu is a renowned establishment in Lingnanjun, known for its exquisite cuisine, leaving many patrons reluctant to depart. As for how to meet the other party, they had not made it clear, likely waiting for him to descend the mountain or to head to Bai Chunlu, where arrangements would be made to notify him. Very cautious indeed. Su Chen planned to visit Bai Chunlu for a bite to eat while awaiting news. Just as he turned to leave, a disciple from Changhan Gong entered. He glanced at Su Chen. Speak, what has transpired? Mei Xuanchuang inquired directly. A piece of news is currently circulating in Lingnanjun. It concerns the monk Xianzhen from Qinglong Society, who met his demise at the hands of Shangwan Jinhong from Jinfeng Shiyulu, the disciple reported. What? Upon hearing this, both Su Chun and Mei Xianshuang's expressions shifted dramatically. The monk Xianzhen from Qinglong Society was slain by Shangwan Jinhong from Jinfeng Shiyulu. The disciple reiterated. You may leave. Mei Xianshuang waved her hand. She then turned to Su Chun and said, It appears that matters are about to take a turn. Our collaboration with Jinfeng Shiyulu may be doomed. So serious. Su Chun replied solemnly. Indeed, from the information at hand, it appears that the other party intends to utilize Shangwan Jinhong of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower to lure out the 3 deadly monks of the Qinglong Temple. The Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower has been manipulated, and it remains uncertain whether it can withstand the onslaught of these formidable monks. Mei Xuanshuang expressed her concerns. At this moment, Su Chen's heart was shrouded in darkness. The involvement of Shangwan Jinhong from the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower in confronting the monk Xuanzhen of Qinglong Temple is known only to the 9 Nether God and the mischievous Hellion Xiaoyao. If any information were to be leaked, it could only originate from these 2 factions. The 9 Nether God is deceased, and his companions would never betray him. Thus, the blame rests solely on Hellion Xiaoyao's camp. This is a treachery akin to a dagger in the back. Meanwhile, Nalan Rongyan waited anxiously outside the closed door of Bai Chofei's retreat for an extended period. She was apprehensive about Bai Chofei being in a critical moment. At that juncture, a disciple arrived to convey the news from outside. Her expression shifted dramatically, and she urgently knocked on the door of the secret chamber. Chapter 218. Conspiracy against Jai Tianyun within the secret chamber. Bai Chofei, who was familiarizing himself with his own strength, heard the knocking and immediately ceased his practice. Rising, he opened the door to find Nalan Rongyan with a worried countenance. He asked in a deep tone, What has happened? It has been reported that Shangwan Jinhong of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower has slain the monk Xuanzhen of Qinglong Temple. Moreover, this letter has been sent by Hellion Xiaoyao of the prefectural office. Nalan Rongyan handed him the letter. At this moment, Bai Chofei's expression darkened significantly. Few were aware of Shangwan Jinhong's violent act. Have there been any recent occurrences? Bai Chofei inquired. As he had been in seclusion and was unaware of the activities of the 3 deadly monks of Qinglong Temple, Nalan Rongyan promptly informed him of all that had transpired. Bai Chofei's already somber expression grew even more severe as he tore open the letter sent by Hellion Xiaoyao. Brother Bai, regarding the matter of Senior Shangwan, it was not my intention, it was the decision of the prefect. I am aware that I have wronged you, and I now offer 1 million taels of silver as a token of goodwill. My brother has already departed from Lingnan Prefecture, so please do not pursue him. Signed, Hellion Xiaoyao. When was this letter delivered? Was it before the news broke? Bai Chofei asked, inwardly acknowledging Hellion Xiaoyao's caution. Indeed. But my subordinate hesitated to disturb your meditation, hence the delay in reporting, Nalan Rongyan replied. This matter was leaked by Wen Yifan. As you suggested, they intend to use us to draw out the 3 deadly monks. This prefect indeed possesses remarkable strategy. Our Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower has no enmity with him. However, Hellion Xiaoyao cannot simply relinquish this matter. He must have left someone within the prefectural office to relay this information. 1 million will not suffice. If he cannot provide an adequate price, his fate is sealed, Bai Chofei declared coldly. Then, Master, should we make preparations on our side? Nalan Rongyan voiced her concerns regarding the safety of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower. Do not worry. Lord Shangwan has broken through to the celestial realm, and the Tianya Pavilion has bestowed upon him a formidable weapon. The power of the weapon is indeed formidable, especially with the involvement of the 7 great figures. Even if the 3 great killing monks possess the golden plum vase, they may not find favor here, Bai Chofei remarked. Before Shangwan Jinhong made her move, she was already aware that this matter would come to light. However, she did not anticipate it would happen so swiftly. Nevertheless, it matters little. While the 3 great killing monks are exceptionally strong, Shangwan Jinhong has entered the realm of celestial beings, and with the dragon and phoenix golden rings in her possession, her strength has significantly increased. Although Guan Qi finds himself in the 3rd difficulty of the celestial realm, Bai Chofei does not believe that he is limited to that level of combat prowess. By the way, the young master has instructed Elder Lung to inform us to thoroughly investigate the circumstances surrounding the 3 great killing monks. We must find a way to obtain that golden plum vase. Nalan Rongyan stated. This matter is of utmost importance. Send out your people to investigate. Bai Chofei commanded. Master, what about your strength? Nalan Rongyan inquired with concern. I have reached the unity of spirit and soul, Bai Fei replied. Upon hearing this, a look of joy appeared on Nalan Rongyan's face, though she was also astonished by Bai Fei's talent, having achieved such a breakthrough in such a short time. The two made their way towards the main hall of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower. Along the way, a servant delivered news. Master, the red blood twin demons have perished at the hands of the 3 great killing monks at the Qinglong Temple, and now the 3 have vanished. Nalan Rongyan exclaimed. The red blood twin demons possess strength in the 2nd difficulty of the celestial realm. Together, they were considered formidable even among those in the 3rd difficulty. It is shocking that they fell to these 3. We must not underestimate the Qinglong Temple. By the way, you should inform Elder Long, Lord Shangwan Jinhong, and Lord Guanqi that I will be awaiting them in the council hall. Bai Fei instructed. Understood. Nalan Rongyan quickly departed. Bai Fei then proceeded towards the council hall. Meanwhile, outside the Lingnan Prefecture city, within a mountain cave, the 3 great killing monks, Du Yuan, Du Xian, and Du Hai, sat in a circle, recuperating from their injuries. Before them, the golden plum vase floated, streams of energy flowing into their bodies, rapidly healing their wounds. After some time, the monk Du Yuan stored the golden plum vase away. Without this golden plum vase, we would have perished at the hands of our adversaries. Its healing properties are truly remarkable, yet we must not become overly reliant on it. I sense there is a certain malevolence associated with this vase, Monk Du Yuan remarked. Indeed, Monk Du Hai nodded in agreement. At that moment, Monk Du Xian opened his eyes. We have slain the red blood twin demons, and they have suffered significant losses. They will likely focus all their efforts against us. Monk Du Xian stated. We originally intended to draw them in, but I have just received news that Xianzhen has perished at the hands of Shangwan Jinhong from the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower, Du Yuan remarked. Then let us take action to eliminate him. Monk Du Hai suggested. Brother, at this time, such news is suspicious. It may be a setup to provoke us into a confrontation with the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower, or perhaps an attempt to encircle us there. Monk Du Xian said solemnly. There is no need to rush this matter. The individuals within the temple must have already taken action against the Bliss Tower and the Ghostly Palace. Once we receive news, we shall proceed to the Golden Wind and Drizzling Rain Tower to eliminate that Shangwan Jinhong, declared Monk Du Yuan. It is rumored that behind the Golden Wind and Drizzling Rain Tower lies the Tianya Pavilion. We must not be careless, warned Du Xuan. Brother, do you truly believe in the Tianya Pavilion? I suspect that the Golden Wind and Drizzling Rain Tower is the creation of some prince. Otherwise, why would it emerge at this moment in Lingnan Prefecture? If we can suppress the initial assault of several princes, I believe many will retreat from the northern 9 prefectures. And at that point, the Golden Wind and Drizzling Rain Tower may very well flee, remarked Du Hai. Let us hope for that, nodded Monk Du Xuan. In the evening, Su Chen arrived at the Bichuan Tower. Upon his arrival at the entrance, a young servant approached him. Master Su, my lord is waiting for you upstairs. The servant stated as he guided Su Chen into the Bichuan Tower, leading him to a private room on the 5th floor. The room resembled a tea chamber. Dressed in plain attire, Li Wei, the left administrator of Lingnan Prefecture, stood to greet Su Chen. Truly, heroes emerge from youth. I did not expect Master Su to be so young. Please, take a seat. Li Wei invited as he poured a cup of tea for Su Chen. Do taste this. It is the pre-rain tea I procured from Jiangnan this year, Li Wei remarked. Su Chen did not touch the tea before him, uncertain if it was poisoned and unwilling to test it. Instead, he spoke directly. My lord, please do not hesitate to express the purpose of my invitation. Master Su, you are indeed decisive in your actions. You must be aware of Zhai Tianyun. I wish to join forces to eliminate him, Li Wei stated, setting down his teacup. To eliminate Zhai Tianyun? It seems Lord Li is aware of Zhai Tianyun's control over the martial world, thought Su Chen as he looked at Li Wei. Of course I am aware, replied Li Wei. Master Su, you possess considerable information. You must understand Zhai Tianyun's temperament. I believe he will continue to target your Shanhua sect. Thus, our alliance to dispose of Zhai Tianyun would benefit both of us. Li Wei marveled inwardly at how Su Chen immediately laid bare certain matters, indicating he held significant intelligence. It was clear that Su Chen should not be underestimated. Lord Li, Zhai Tianyun is in league with Lord Wan, the prefect, and the consequences of his death could be rather unpredictable, Su Chen cautioned. Indeed, he could eliminate Zhai Tianyun without needing to collaborate with Li Wei. However, for the time being, Shanhua sect sought to develop in Lingnan Prefecture and required some support. Perhaps Li Wei could be a valuable ally. Sometimes, certain beneficial relationships could foster trust and cooperation. Zhai Tianyun may have allied with Wen Yifan, but Wen Yifan cannot remain here for long. If Zhai Tianyun is eliminated, the position of prefect in Lingnan will belong to me, Li Wei asserted. Once I ascend, Master Su, your influence will undoubtedly expand considerably. At this moment, Li Wei reveals his ambitions without reservation. There is no need to conceal his thoughts. Although Su Chen appears youthful, his mind is deeply perceptive. Lordly, you wish to employ my hand to eliminate Zhai Tianyun. I advise you to abandon such aspirations, given your advanced years. I fear you may later deny this undertaking. Su Chen stated. At this juncture, he was disinclined to engage in circles with Li Wei. If this is merely the matter at hand that summons me, I must take my leave. Do not fret, Master Su. Here is the deed and ownership of the Tong Family Bank, one of the 3 prominent banks in Lingnan Prefecture. The initial deposit has been made. The remaining payment, derived from Zhai Tianyun's assets, shall be divided equally between us. I shall also act alongside you, Li Wei replied. Lordly, you seem confident in your ability to act independently, yet wish for my collaboration. What is the motive behind this? It appears that our Shanha sect has little to offer in terms of assistance. Su Chun furrowed his brow. Master Su, you are exceedingly modest. The Changhan Palace behind you and another esteemed figure are indeed formidable allies. Should I attempt to eliminate Zhai Tianyun alone, he may not regard me with caution. However, with your presence, even Wen Yifan would think twice. The mere act of contemplation would deprive him of the opportunity to strike against me. Moreover, I have the backing of the Qinglong Temple and the Crown Prince, Li Wei asserted. He openly revealed his support, intending to instill confidence in Su Chun, fully aware that Su Chun might already be privy to this knowledge. After speaking, Li Wei observed Su Chun, who remained composed and nodded in agreement. Since you, Lordly, exhibit such sincerity, our Shanha sect is also seeking expansion, and I shall accept your proposal. Should you have further plans, do inform me. Our sect has recently seen a decline in formidable individuals, and I am in need of those who can maintain order. In a few days, Su Chen contemplated how to persuade Xue Shaoran to join the Shanha sect. At this thought, he recalled the orange lottery ticket that Shui Wuhu had procured for him earlier that day and decided to draw it. Congratulations. You have obtained a 50-year character energy enhancement card. 50 years of character energy? Su Chen's brow furrowed slightly. He had not anticipated receiving this card at such a moment, especially without acquiring a character, rendering it unusable for himself. 50 years of energy should aid them in transitioning from the unity of spirit and soul to the celestial realm. However, the enhancement of strength at the celestial level may not yield significant results. Thus, it would be wise to select an individual from those who have achieved the unity of spirit and soul for this enhancement. Bai Fei, and Jing Wuming had recently attained the unity of spirit and soul, while A Fei would also reach that state after some recovery. Hence, collaboration was currently unfeasible. The remaining candidates were Lung Huishan, Zhuge Jinghua, and Duge Wudi, all of whom had achieved the unity of spirit and soul. It would be prudent to first enhance Duge Wudi's strength. Su Chen mused that once Duge Wudi emerged, he could be forcibly elevated to unleash the combat power of the unity of spirit and soul. Subsequently, he could recuperate in Qingchang for a period before stepping into that realm. Presently, he was further aiding the Jin Feng Shiyu Lu in expanding its territory beyond the borders. Enhancing the prowess of the unparalleled Duge Wudi will enable him to firmly establish his footing beyond the borders. He promptly utilized this card. At this moment, within a tent situated in the outer regions, Duge Wudi sat cross-legged, engrossed in his cultivation. The ghost domain is governed by 10 major leaders, among which the first and second possess strength at the celestial human realm, while the true difficulties of the celestial human are, for now, unknown to Duge Wudi. The remaining 8 are in a state of spiritual unity, and his own strength resides within this unity. Hence, he feels a sense of constraint and suppression during collaborations with them, resulting in a rather sluggish progression. Suddenly, a tremendous surge of energy erupted from within him, as if it were emanating from his very being, nurturing his body and swiftly breaking through his current bottleneck, causing his strength to rise rapidly. He reached the first threshold of the celestial human realm, nearing the second threshold, before the energy finally dissipated. Grateful, he silently expressed his thanks to his master. With this newfound strength, he could negotiate with the individuals from the Ghost Domain and further develop the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion. Alternatively, he could establish a sect of his own in this desolate land. Dugu Wudi, once the master of the Invincible Sect, yearned for his own dominion. He reined in his aura and stepped out of the tent, making his way towards the area where the 10 leaders of the Ghost Domain resided. Meanwhile, Li Wei observed Su Chen deep in thought, his brow slightly furrowed, puzzled by Su Chen's intentions. I will inform sect leader Su as soon as I find an opportunity. And he may bring his people along. I hope sect leader Su can muster some experts, Li Wei remarked. Experts? I apologize. I was lost in thought about other matters. Su Chen replied. Lord Li, Zhai Tianyun is merely at the level of spiritual unity. With your strength and mind combined, eliminating him should not pose a challenge, right? Of course, if you could provide me with that item you just gave me, I could take him down single-handedly. Having already agreed to collaborate with Li Wei, it was essential for Su Chen to appropriately demonstrate his capabilities. Li Wei's strength lay in spiritual unity, and Su Chen aimed to showcase his ability to slay someone at that level. He prepared to employ his Qilin Arm and Frosty Heaven Fist to defeat Zhai Tianyun, without needing to join forces with Li Wei. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Li Wei's gaze sharpened. It appeared that sect leader Su possessed extraordinary skills. Here are the deeds for the 2 taverns. Tomorrow, Zhai Tianyun should discreetly meet some individuals. You may act then. Li Wei glanced at Su Chen and retrieved 2 deeds from his pocket. Very well, I shall await your news, my lord. I will first indulge in the fine wines and exquisite dishes at the Bichuan Pavilion, Su Chen said as he accepted the deeds and took his leave. As he departed, a figure emerged from the shadows. My lord, is Su Chen not a bit too arrogant? The man queried, bowing. He could hardly believe that Su Chen possessed the capability to eliminate Zhai Tianyun. Since he has spoken, he must possess the means to act. Keep a vigilant eye on Zhai Tianyun's movements, and notify me immediately upon any news. Li Wei spoke in a low voice, yet within his heart, he sensed that Su Chen might be even more extraordinary than he had previously imagined. It seems I have chosen the right path. In Chapter 220, The Enigmatic Xin. The Blade Slave, The Return of the Killing Monk. Previously, Su Chen had only discussed cooperation. However, after agreeing, he boldly claimed that, should sufficient benefits be provided, he would personally take on the task of eliminating Zhai Tianyun. This left Li Wei perplexed regarding Su Chen's true capabilities. Naturally, he wished to probe the depths of Su Chen's resources, so he took out the deed to the restaurant. To him, this was a minor loss, as he had amassed numerous enterprises over the years in Lingyue County. On Su Chen's side, after bidding farewell to Li Wei, he consumed a few morsels in the restaurant before departing, and he promptly informed the members of the Mountain River Sect in Lingyue County to send word back, urging them to thoroughly investigate the whereabouts of the 3 notorious killing monks. He still required the support of Mei Xuanchuang, so he needed to put on a show for her. In the Long Hate Palace, a figure appeared before Mei Xuanchuang. This figure was Meng Shintong, who had accompanied her. That Su Chen went to meet Li Wei, and they have conspired against Zhai Tianyun. What astonished me is that Su Chen has proclaimed he would personally slay Zhai Tianyun, Meng Shintong remarked as he gazed at Mei Xuanchuang. I am not surprised by his collaboration with Li Wei, nor by his intent to kill Zhai Tianyun. But does he truly possess the strength to carry out such an act? Mei Xuanchuang turned her gaze towards Meng Shintong. His prowess indeed lies in the mid-stage of soul refinement. However, I have a feeling that he possesses the means to achieve the fusion of the god of killing and his soul. Otherwise, how could he dare to recruit warriors at the pinnacle of soul refinement? Meng Shintong replied, Well then, let us observe. Has he dispatched anyone to search for the 3 killing monks of Qinglong Temple? This is what Mei Xuanchuang was currently concerned about. She needed to locate and monitor these 3 individuals. I will arrange this. However, their movements will certainly attract attention. Once they act, we should be able to discern their actions without needing the Mountain River Sect's involvement. Furthermore, given the circumstances, the 3 killing monks are likely to target Shangwan Jinhong of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower. We merely need to keep a close watch on Shangwan Jinhong's movements. Meng Shintong inquired, somewhat puzzled. I aspire to incorporate the Mountain River Sect into the Long Hate Palace, thereby augmenting my power. Of course, if Su Chen's influence grows rapidly, he could very well become my true ally. The previous battle involving the 9th Prince in Lingyue County, or in the northern 9 prefectures, was merely the beginning. A tumult that will sweep across the entire Great Zhou is on the horizon, Mei Xuanchuang declared. I fear that the Emperor of the Great Zhou would not permit such events to transpire, Meng Shintong said solemnly. He can no longer be stopped. He has been afflicted by the heavenly demon sect's leader, who has nurtured the poisonous heartflower for decades. While suppression is feasible, breaking the curse is impossible unless the Emperor achieves a breakthrough. Yet, this poison also hinders his advancement. Thus, for the time being, the Emperor can only protect himself. He is constrained in his capacity to undertake further actions, though his desires are profound. Historically, empires have been built by emperors, yet they have crumbled under the weight of beauty's grave. Meng Shuch, is the leader of the heavenly demon sect truly that beautiful? How could someone of the emperor's stature fall prey to her? Mei Xuanchuang inquired. The title of the world's most beautiful woman is not merely a whimsical title. With those words, Meng Shintong vanished before Mei Zhuangshuang. The world's most beautiful woman. Mei Zhuangshuang murmured to herself, thereafter falling silent. At this moment, in a certain location within Lingnan Prefecture, Zahanyu stood respectfully before a man with a knife at his waist and only one arm, dressed in a gray robe. His expression was devoid of any emotion. Had it not been for the knife at his side, many might have mistaken him for a destitute wanderer. I have encountered the blade's servant before, Zahanyu said with utmost deference. Not far from her, the corpulent Filong Xuanzhang stood trembling with fear, his demeanor one of utmost respect. The blade servant of the Cold Moon sect was one of the two foremost experts beside the sect's leader, a definite celestial being. Earlier, upon the servant's arrival, her tone had been rather presumptuous, nearly leading to her being cleaved in two by this man. Holy Maiden, there is news from the leader. The golden plum vase is of utmost importance. The others may be set aside for now. The blade servant's voice was somewhat hoarse. Indeed, it is currently inconvenient to take action. I have just received news that the Ghost Evil Manor and the Blissful Pavilion have suffered tremendous losses while confronting the forces of the Azure Dragon Temple. Many skilled individuals have perished, and they are now being pursued by some factions affiliated with the Azure Dragon Temple. Moreover, the master of the Ghost Evil Manor, Nie Fenghan, was slain by the great wisdom monk of the Azure Dragon Temple, while the lord of the Blissful Pavilion, Xiao Bieli, managed to escape with his men. Zahanyu relayed this newly acquired intelligence. It was unexpected that one of the three great monks, the great wisdom monk, would take action. Is this a warning to us? The situation has escalated. Attempting to intimidate and warn us may prove futile. The blade's servant spoke coldly. However, that is a matter for later. Our current objective is to seize the golden plum vase. Do we have any information on the whereabouts of the three? The blade's servant asked solemnly. We have yet to uncover their traces. However, when Yifan from the third prince's side is preparing to use Shangwan Jinhong of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion to lure out those three murderous monks, it remains uncertain if they will make an appearance. Mei Zhuangshuang replied. The Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion, the very place where Lu Tianxing and Bai Tianyu met their demise. Hearing this, the blade servant's expression turned icy. Although Lu Tianxing wielded the greatest influence among the four great monks of the Cold Moon sect, Bai Tianyu's audacity to slay a monk of the Cold Moon sect was a grave matter. Originally, the Cold Moon sect intended to deal with the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion, but now, amidst the tumult of the northern 9 prefectures, they have opted to suppress this matter for the time being, planning to take action once things have calmed. Indeed, Shangwan Jinhong previously displayed strength that merged spirit and essence. But rumors suggest that the Xianzhen monk has entered the celestial realm, indicating that Shangwan Jinhong may have also reached that level. Furthermore, the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion is backed by the Tianya Pavilion, about which we possess no information at all, Zahanyu stated. Her words were intended to dissuade the blade's servant from provoking the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion. Upon hearing Zahanyu's remarks, the blade servant's expression remained unchanged. Is that so? As the people from the Qinglong Temple took action, I have no qualms about assisting them in suppressing the situation. The assassination of my esteemed Hanyu sect's Dharma king will come at a cost. Hearing the words of the blade slave, Zahanyu's heart stirred, and her gaze involuntarily drifted towards the nearby figure of Long Pa. The old woman quickly shook her head. Zahanyu nodded slightly and spoke. I shall issue orders from my end. Arrange for a secret chamber. If those three make a move against the Jin Feng, Shiyu building, or are surrounded and attacked, notify me. The blade slave interjected. My lord, please follow me. At that moment, Long Pa stepped forward, leading the one-armed man in the gray robe away. I too shall not linger here. Inform me of any developments. The corpulent Long Zun also seized the opportunity to depart, wishing to avoid confrontation with the blade slave. After a while, Long Per returned. The Jin Feng Shiyu building is not to be underestimated. I fear it may incite upheaval, Zhanyu remarked. Once the blade slave has made a decision, we cannot alter it. I hope the three from Qinglong Temple will refrain from attacking the Jin Feng Shiyu building. Long Per replied. They are likely to act. If it weren't for the earlier news, they might have waited, but now they see no need for patience. Zhanyu shook her head. Meanwhile, Su Chun, who had not left the county city, examined the message in his hand, astonished. The ghost-killing mansion and the Paradise building had fallen so swiftly. Such speed was truly unprecedented. Given this development, the three monks from Qinglong Temple would likely target the Jin Feng Shiyu building. Su Chun mused. As night deepened, three figures clad in black robes entered Lingnan County, making their way towards the Jin Feng Shiyu building. Chapter 221. Gathering, seizing opportunity. Ambushing Zhai Tianyun, the three notorious assassins from Qinglong Temple have made their appearance. They are en route to the Jin Feng Shiyu building. Disseminate the information swiftly. At that moment, from the shadows, one individual spoke to their companion. The latter departed hastily, and moments later, several birds soared into the darkness. Within an inn, Su Chun received the information as well. The Mountain River sect had also stationed personnel in Lingnan County. With so many aware, they would certainly not remain unresponsive. Just moments ago, it was suggested they would act. Yet no one anticipated it would be so swift. The only uncertainty lay in the number of individuals who would surround and attack them. However, even if those individuals did take action, it would likely be after the Qinglong Temple struck the Jin Feng Shiyu building. Su Chun contemplated. Everyone hopes to strike when both sides are equally weakened, thus increasing their chances of acquiring the esteemed Jin Meiping. Su Chun instructed for messages to be sent to the Changhan Palace while he exited the inn, not towards the Jin Feng Shiyu building, but rather to Zhai Tianyun's residence. Presently, all eyes were on the three assassins from Qinglong Temple targeting the Jin Feng Shiyu building, providing him with an opportune moment to act. At this moment, on the rooftops of the streets, figures were hastily moving, all heading towards the Jin Feng Shiyu building. It appeared they had all received news and were making their way there. Among them, three individuals emanated an overwhelming aura that instilled a profound sense of pressure in Su Chun. Their strength seemed to surpass the realm of harmonious spirit. It was astounding that within such a short span in Lingnan County, three celestial beings had arrived. He wondered if more lurked in the shadows. As Su Chun stepped out of the inn, he pondered silently. Su Chun donned a black robe. Meanwhile, Mei Xuanshuang in the Changhan Palace received the news. The Qinglong Temple had just subdued the ghostly evil mansion and the blissful pavilion, and now it was striking at the Jin Feng Shiyu pavilion. Was this an attempt to deny the Jin Feng Shiyu pavilion any opportunity to respond? Uncle Meng, do you think tonight might be our chance? Do you believe we have a possibility of obtaining the golden plum vase? Mei Xuanshuang inquired. We could collaborate with the Jin Feng Shiyu pavilion to jointly ambush the three formidable monks of Qinglong Temple. I have recently practiced another form of martial arts, one that remains undetectable to others. With such conditions, we should negotiate with the Jin Feng Shiyu pavilion and see if they would be willing to relinquish the golden plum vase in the end, Meng Shintong replied. Currently, the first overt move by the seventh prince had failed. If they were to confront the three formidable monks of Qinglong Temple directly, they might be counterattacked. Thus it was unwise to appear openly. If we ambush together, we may not necessarily secure the golden plum vase, and there are certainly many eyes watching from the shadows. Have we clarified who these observers are? Mei Xuanshuang expressed her concerns. There are not many, only 5 individuals. Among them, the one that piques my interest is the blade slave from the Cold Moon sect, Meng Shintong replied solemnly. Do you think he will take action? Yes. The Jin Feng Shiyu pavilion killed Lu Tianxing, who had some connections with the blade slave. Moreover, the Jin Feng Shiyu pavilion ruthlessly eliminated Lu Tianxing, and the Cold Moon sect would undoubtedly seek retribution. Given the blade slave's notorious ruthlessness, he would not let such an opportunity slip by. I intend to leverage this point in our negotiations with the Jin Feng Shiyu pavilion, Meng Shintong explained. Then, Uncle Meng, you shall take charge of this matter, Mei Xuanshuang stated. At this moment, in the residence of Zhai Tianyun, the recently retired Zhai Tianyun was roused from his slumber by a series of knocks at the door. Dressing quickly, he stepped out of his chamber. What has happened? My lord, the 3 formidable monks of Qinglong Temple have appeared and are en route to the Jin Feng Shiyu pavilion. replied an elderly man resembling a steward. Hearing this, Zhai Tianyun's expression stiffened. Keep a close watch on their movements. You go investigate personally. I will await your news in the hall. Zhai Tianyun was not inclined to go himself. He possessed knowledge regarding the golden plum vase that others were unaware of. The golden plum vase could heal injuries, but it bore a sinister allure. Once one fell under its influence, they would turn against anyone. Its murderous intent was potent, and he was not confident in withstanding a single blow. It was prudent to remain here and await news. Understood. The elderly steward quickly took his leave. Before long, Zhai Tianyun had arrived in the hall. As he prepared to light a lamp, a figure abruptly appeared at the entrance. Master Zhai, there is no need for you to light the lamp. As the figure spoke, a knife materialized in their hand, its blade shimmering like a silver waterfall under the moonlight. Sweeping towards him, Zhai Tianyun's pupils abruptly contracted, his body twisted, and with a powerful strike of his palm, a surge of energy erupted from within, meeting the cascading brilliance of the blade. Bang! The torrent of blade light was shattered by this force. However, the subsequent blade strikes, akin to a gentle rain, cleaved through his energy, aiming directly for his head. Zhai Tianyun's pupils narrowed once more. He raised his right hand, the fabric of his sleeve billowing, as he instantly enveloped the incoming blade light. In that very moment, Zhai Tianyun leaped towards the window, shattering it as he entered the courtyard. Intruder! He bellowed. Several guards rushed in swiftly. Yet, the black-clad figure that followed transformed the blade in hand, sending waves of blade energy rippling outward. The guards who charged in were instantly severed in two. Witnessing this, Zhai Tianyun's gaze sharpened. The intruder's strength exceeded his expectations, and their weapon was indeed extraordinary. His subordinates appeared as mere ants before this foe. Blood drenched the courtyard. Who are you? Zhai Tianyun inquired, fixing his gaze upon the black-clad figure. As he spoke, an overwhelming aura began to surge from him, the essence of his spirit merging into one, pressing down upon the black-clad figure. In this moment, he realized that he must rely on himself. His aura surged forth like crashing waves, bearing down on the intruder. The black-clad figure was none other than Su Chen. Under the suppression of Zhai Tianyun's spirit essence, Su Chen's aura also began to swell, yet it still fell short. Sensing the fluctuation of Su Chen's aura, Zhai Tianyun's expression shifted, his eyes now cold and piercing, a look of disdain curling at the corners of his lips. Anger stirred within him. The opponent had yet to reach the realm of spirit essence unity. Such strength was no match for him, and even with an extraordinary weapon, it could not threaten him. He had previously been deceived, perhaps due to his excessive caution. So, Master Zhai believes he can contend with me now? Su Chen remarked. Observing the scorn on Zhai Tianyun's lips. I shall eliminate you first, then discover who you are, Zhai Tianyun coldly retorted. With a powerful push against the ground, he launched himself at Su Chen, his fist clenched, a surge of energy taking the form of a tiger. White Tiger's Rift. Boom. The ferocious fist struck forth, the white tiger roaring as it charged towards Su Chen. Chapter 222. The Spirit and Essence of Shangwan Jinhong, the Golden Dragon and Phoenix Rings. The opponent's agility and swordplay were impressive, thus he intended to suppress them with sheer strength. Seeing this, Su Chen did not hesitate. He immediately pivoted towards the courtyard's wall, evading Zhai Tianyun's ferocious blow. Once you arrive, do not think to flee. Zhai Tianyun's face twisted into a grimace upon witnessing the retreat. He had just exuded confidence, only to see his adversary turn and flee, inciting his wrath. He felt utterly toyed with. Unless I slay this man, my fury will remain unquenched. With that, he leaped forward, pursuing Su Chen relentlessly. However, at the very moment he took flight, just as he turned to flee, Su Chen landed with a graceful pivot, forcefully propelling himself off the ground. He soared into the air, then unleashed a swift strike. The blade danced like fine rain, illuminated by the moonlight, resembling a silver meteor. Zhai Tianyun, descending towards the ground, was utterly unprepared for the counterattack. A surge of alarm coursed through him as he slammed his palm against the earth. Using the momentum to leap upwards, his right leg raised to launch an assault on Su Chen. A silvery energy enveloped his right foot, giving it the appearance of a metallic appendage. The collision of the energy with the blade unleashed a tempestuous wave of force, sending both combatants reeling backward. On the other hand, Su Chen, also staggered by the energy, landed nimbly and appeared before Zhai Tianyun like a wraith. Receive my blade, Su Chen declared, once more drawing his weapon. The blade's radiance swirled, its energy rippling outward, only to converge into a singular, brilliant flash at the last moment. Zhai Tianyun retaliated with a punch, his energies surging to shatter Su Qin's blade aura. Yet, at that moment, the rainfall blade in Su Qin's hand vanished, and he unleashed a flurry of punches with both arms, the chilling force of the Tian Shuang fist rushing forth. Such a trivial chill cannot affect me, Zhai Tianyun scoffed, countering with his fists. His right fist struck first, colliding with Su Qin's, dispersing the cold energy. Then came the blow from his left arm. Zhai Tianyun remained unfazed by the chilling aura, but as their fists clashed, an overwhelming cold surged from Su Qin's left arm, shattering Zhai Tianyun's energy and freezing his limb in place. Su Qin's right arm may not have been a divine arm, yet when paired with the Tian Shuang fist, the cold energy wielded was powerful enough to immobilize even a practitioner of the divine soul realm if they were caught off guard. The biting chill coursed from his arm toward Zhai Tianyun's heart, leaving him in a state of shock. He swiftly summoned his energy to fend off the encroaching frost. But the previously vanished blade light reappeared. In an instant, it sliced through his throat. Zhai Tianyun staggered backward, gazing in disbelief, while his body collapsed to the ground. His neck lay bare and lifeless from the rainfall blade. Moreover, Su Qin had also triggered a reward. You have personally slain Zhai Tianyun, the right minister of the southern region of the Great Zhou dynasty. Reward: 1 orange lottery card. This news filled Su Qin, who was swiftly departing, with exhilaration. The treasures within the orange lottery card, even if they did not yield a character, were still of considerable value, and he felt a sense of eager anticipation. Not long after Su Qin vanished, the guards of the Zhai residence rushed out, gasping in shock at the sight of Zhai Tianyun sprawled on the ground. Some discreetly slipped away to spread the news. At this moment, in the Jinfeng Xiaoyu building, the largest intelligence organization in the southern region, word of the 3 notorious assassins' emergence had naturally reached them. In the lounge, the atmosphere was tense with anticipation. Bai Zhangjiao sat poised, while Nalan Rongyan stood beside him, her expression grave. Conversely, on the other side, Shangwan Jinhong and Guanqi appeared remarkably composed, their eyes shimmering with a fierce brilliance. Shangwan Jinhong had stepped into the realm of celestial beings, acquiring his own weapon, the Dragon and Phoenix Golden Ring, yet he had yet to make a move. As for Guanqi, he was renowned as the god of war, a testament to his formidable prowess in battle. Seated, Guanqi possessed a robust physique. His muscles prominently displayed beneath a crimson cloak, creating an atmosphere heavy with tension. Suddenly, a figure entered the room. Master, esteemed lords, the 3 notorious assassins are approaching. Just 2 streets away, the newcomer reported. Understood, Bai Zhangjiao replied, waving his hand dismissively. It may take some time for the young master to arrive, so I must trouble Senior Shangwan and Senior Guan. Bai Zhangjiao addressed the 2 men. Not a problem. I shall confront them first. Brother Guan, you may wait. Shangwan Jinhong responded. Despite Guanqi's strength, which placed him among the formidable, he nonetheless felt a profound sense of assurance. The previous 9 nether deity had been incapable of such prowess. Very well, Guanqi nodded, confident in his superiority over Shangwan Jinhong. Even with the Dragon and Phoenix Golden Ring, he remained unfazed, firmly believing that his innate, formless sword energy could overcome it. Here they come, Bai Zhangjiao declared, his expression shifting. 2 streets away, they wouldn't arrive so swiftly under normal circumstances. Clearly, the 3 assassins have hastened their pace. Senior Shangwan and I will meet them, he announced, rising from his seat. Meanwhile, beneath the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower, 3 figures emerged. This is the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower, previously part of the Wind Hall's territory. As they gazed upon the tower, the trio lowered their cloaks. Many had recognized them, rendering concealment unnecessary. From within the tower, Bai Zhangjiao, Shangwan Jinhong, and Nalan Rongyan stepped forth. Upon Bai Zhangjiao's emergence, he gestured, and lanterns illuminated the surrounding streets, casting a brightness akin to daylight. As if the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower awaited their arrival. The 3 assassins from Qinglong Temple. Our young master has set his sights on the golden plum vase in your possession. Surrender it, and perhaps you may leave here alive today, Bai Zhangjiao declared, his gaze steady and untroubled by the presence of the 3 assassins. What audacity the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower possesses. Do they truly believe that with merely Shangwan Jinhong, who has just entered the celestial realm, they can contend with the 3 assassins of Qinglong Temple? Some spectators questioned this unfolding scene in disbelief, recognizing that the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower could not be ignorant of the assassin's might. Shangwan Jinhong emanated an extraordinary aura. At this moment, Zihanyue, along with Dao Nu and Long Po, appeared atop a building across the street. Dao Nu, observing Shangwan Jinhong, furrowed his brow and remarked. Upon hearing the words of the blade servant, Zihanyue's expression tightened as she spoke. Senior blade servant, according to the information, Shangwan Jinhong has only recently stepped into the celestial realm. Is there something exceptional about him? Although his aura suggests he has just entered the celestial realm, I cannot shake the feeling that he is extraordinary, or perhaps even perilous. The blade servant replied in a deep tone. What? Startled, Zihanyu gasped. Could he contend with the 3 legendary assassins of the Qinglong Society? One must engage in battle to truly ascertain that, the blade servant remarked, his gaze fixed intently on the scene outside the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion. As they spoke, Shangwan Jinhong stepped forth from the pavilion, revealing a pair of pure gold rings in his hands. Intricately carved upon the rings were a dragon and a phoenix, strikingly lifelike. Chapter 223, The Might of the Golden Rings, the Golden Plum Vase, and Resurrection. Shangwan Jinhong made his move. Despite the rumors claiming he had slain the monk Xuanjin of the Qinglong Temple, few had actually witnessed this feat thus. Many harbored doubts regarding Shangwan Jinhong's capabilities. However, as he emerged, the aura he exuded made it clear that he possessed the strength to have killed monk Xuanjin. At this moment, Mei Xuanshuang and Meng Shintong appeared from the shadows. Shangwan Jinhong's presence feels profoundly unusual, exuding an aura of invincibility. How could such a sensation arise from a mere celestial realm warrior? Meng Shintong observed, his eyes wide with astonishment. He had previously investigated Shangwan Jinhong's strength, confirming his entry into the celestial realm, yet he had not exhibited such dominance before. His gaze ultimately fell upon Shangwan's weapon, his pupils constricting in alarm. That weapon is remarkable, Meng Shintong thought, feeling a chill run through him. The fact that it evoked such a reaction suggested that what Shangwan wielded was no ordinary artifact. I sense a terrifying power emanating from that weapon, Mei Xuanshuang remarked. Her cultivation in the way of the Qin, or the way of sound waves, endowed her with heightened sensitivity to unique energies. It is indeed extraordinary, though I wonder about its true might. What kind of force is the Tianya Pavilion behind the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion? At this moment of emergence, is it a boon or a bane? Meng Shintong pondered quietly. Currently, despite only being at the celestial realm's initial stage, Shangwan Jinhong stood resolutely before the 3. Do you believe that merely relying on your weapon can bridge the gap in our strength? Together, the 3 of us have slain even the 9 nether god. Diyuan Monk stated, fixing his gaze upon Shangwan Jinhong. Your strength surpasses mine, yet I am aware that once I unleash the rings, I will undoubtedly take one of you down. Shangwan Jinhong retorted, casting a glance at his opponents. As for whether the Golden Plum Vase possesses the power of resurrection. Resurrection, perhaps such treasures exist in this world, but the Golden Plum Vase does not hold such capabilities, Diyuan Monk replied. Upon hearing Diyuan Monk's words, several figures emerged from the shadows, their brows furrowing slightly. Since such efficacy does not exist, Master Diyuan, how about entrusting the Golden Plum Vase to me at the Jinfeng Shiyu building? Remarked Shangwan Jinhong. I am quite eager to see if that weapon in your possession can indeed slay me, replied Monk Dushuan. As he spoke, a golden radiance enveloped him, as if he were clad in a suit of armor. The Qingsong Temple's body-refining technique, the Buddha's golden form. Boom. With that, a punch was unleashed. Since they had arrived, they could not allow themselves to be intimidated. Otherwise, they would become a laughingstock, and so would the Qingsong Temple. Meanwhile, Monk Duhai was channeling energy within, and a surge of black flames erupted around him. Like billowing smoke, it poured forth, his gaze fixed intently on Shangwan Jinhong, waiting to observe his movements before striking. At that moment, Shangwan Jinhong's expression sharpened, his aura coalescing as he gradually raised his right hand. Although his motion appeared slow, it was indeed rapid, for his gesture was executed before Monk Dushuan's fist could reach him. Boom. Without a hint of hesitation, the twin rings in his hand shot forth instantaneously. So swift was their speed that the air was pierced by 2 golden streaks, transforming into a dragon and a phoenix. Boom. The dragon and phoenix collided with the fist, erupting in a dazzling explosion of light. In that fleeting moment, the dragon and phoenix vanished, morphing into 2 golden rings. Yet, the velocity of the rings remained unchanged. As the enigmatic fist pierced through the energy, gliding past Monk Dushuan's arm, and directly towards his neck. The first ring shattered the Buddha's golden form, while the second struck at his neck. A crack echoed as his neck snapped. At that instant, the previously motionless Monk Duyuan appeared beside Monk Dushuan like a specter, holding an unremarkable-looking vase. A surge of energy flowed into the vase, and instantly, a life-giving essence surged into Monk Dushuan's body, just as his neck had been severed. With only a breath remaining, the bones in his neck began to rapidly mend. Subsequently, Monk Duyuan thrust his palm towards the returning golden ring, altering its trajectory. Meanwhile, Monk Duhai made his move. With a slap of his palm, the fiery energy surged forth like an ocean towards Shangguan Jinhong. Shangguan Jinhong's expression shifted. Without the enhancement of the dragon and phoenix golden rings, he would undoubtedly be no match for Monk Duhai. He swiftly retreated. Just as he did, a figure stepped forth from the Jinfeng Shiyu building, exuding an overwhelming presence that enveloped the scene. Upon his arrival, he unleashed a punch, though his fist had followed later. It effortlessly blocked Monk Duhai's advancing palm. To dare wreak havoc in the Jinfeng Shiyu building is to court death. Guanxi offered no further words. After parrying Monk Duhai's punch, he unleashed another, a powerful blow that followed. The intangible sword qi erupted from the fist, tearing through the fiery energy that traversed the sea, and surged towards the monk from the sea. In an instant, the monk had no opportunity to react. His body was struck by the fist, and the formless sword qi flowed into him. A gaping wound appeared in the monk's chest, just as he had aided the monk Du Xian in prolonging his life. Du Yuan rushed to the monk from the sea, continuing to channel energy into him. A force emanated from the golden plum vase, pouring into the monk's chest. Miraculously, the blood wound torn by Guanxi's invisible sword qi began to heal rapidly. At this moment, Su Chen arrived and was taken aback by the scene before him. The golden plum vase was indeed an extraordinary treasure. One could even say it had the power to bring the dead back to life. Not only was Su Chen wide-eyed with astonishment, but everyone hidden in the shadows also gazed at the golden plum vase with fervent interest. Who could resist such a treasure? Although Su Chen felt tempted, his gaze remained fixed on Du Yuan. Suddenly, his expression changed as he noticed a black thread appearing in Du Yuan's eyes. While everyone else was captivated by the golden plum vase, they overlooked the transformation occurring within Du Yuan. The black thread, however, vanished swiftly, perhaps not truly disappearing but retreating deep into his gaze. It seemed that excessive use of the golden plum vase could lead to dire consequences. This was a sign of potential demonic corruption. Su Chen mused inwardly. After marveling at the effects of the golden plum vase, all eyes turned towards Guanxi. This robust man, emerging from the golden wind and drizzle pavilion, had dealt a near-fatal blow to the monk from the sea with a single punch. Had it not been for the golden plum vase, it was likely that the monk would have already met his demise. "You three, come at me together. Each of you is too weak," Guanxi declared, addressing the monk Du Yuan. As he spoke, streams of black energy manifested around him, sharp as sword qi. The onlookers trembled at the sight of the dark currents. Chapter 224. Guanxi, breaking the formless sword qi. Invincible in battle, the atmosphere between heaven and earth grew oppressive beneath the weight of the black energy, causing some to retreat involuntarily. The three formidable monks, Du Yuan, Du Xian, and Du Hai, gathered, their expressions grave as they regarded Guanxi. "Who are you?" Du Yuan inquired, his tone solemn. "I am Guanxi, hailing from the Tianya Pavilion, now presiding over the 9 northern prefectures of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion," Guanxi proclaimed, a commanding aura radiating from him. He was one of the 7 saints of the mysterious alliance, a master of martial prowess, and his presence alone was formidable. Guanxi. Upon hearing his name, the 3 monks furrowed their brows. They had not anticipated such a powerful figure to emerge from the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion. Exchanging glances, they felt a shift in their own energies, which coalesced into a singular force. This energy surged forth, creating waves of black ripples that coursed across their bodies, as a torrent of power flooded into them from the surrounding atmosphere. Heavenly beings, capable of harnessing the forces of heaven and earth. Of course, the potency of this borrowed power is contingent upon one's own capacity. The trio drew upon the energies of the cosmos, their internal strength surging dramatically. At Qinglong Temple, the Black Ming mixed origin technique. It remains uncertain whether Guanxi can survive amidst the combined might of these 3. Beside Mei Xuan Shuang, Meng Shintong remarked, Are they so audacious in their utilization of the heavenly forces due to that golden plum vase? Mei Xuanchuang interjected, I hold no interest in Guanxi's fate. My concern lies solely with that golden plum vase. The use of such an artifact undoubtedly incurs side effects, which we have yet to witness. If this treasure can be wielded without restraint, it would be prudent for us to depart from Lingnan Prefecture at the earliest opportunity. Side effects. Mei Xuanchuang's gaze turned to Monk Duyuan. He was the one employing the golden plum vase. If there were indeed adverse effects, they should manifest in him. Yet, upon closer observation, she noted no anomalies. Upon further scrutiny, their current exertion will surely result in ruptured meridians, necessitating the use of the golden plum vase. Meng Shintong asserted. Meanwhile, before Zihanyue, the blade slave maintained a calm demeanor. Elder blade slave, can Guanxi withstand Monk Duyuan and the others? If he can, it may compel Duyuan to resort to the golden plum vase once more. Zihanyue inquired. Duyuan cannot afford to use the golden plum vase again. Any further use would lead to Dushuan or Duhai assuming control. Should Duyuan employ the vase again, he will succumb to madness, losing his very self. The blade slave replied coldly. His words revealed his familiarity with the golden plum vase. Madness. Zihanyue's gaze sharpened as she turned her attention back to the battlefield. At that moment, as the enemy's aura surged, Guanxi was the first to act, dashing forth with a burst of energy. The immense force within him erupted like a torrential flood, pressing towards the three adversaries. Even if you draw upon the powers of heaven and earth, my own essence can subdue you. Boom. Monk Duyuan and his companions launched simultaneous punches, their combined might clashing with Guanxi's fist. Bang! The collision of their forces unleashed a tempest that swept outward. In an instant, Guanxi raised his hand, unleashing a blade of energy that cleaved through the storm, positioning himself directly before Monk Duyuan. Monk Duyuan, the strongest among the three, was the target of Guanxi's challenge. With a resounding strike, his fist aimed squarely at Duyuan's face. Meanwhile, the other two advanced to attack Guanxi. He countered with his own strikes, while Duyuan formed a seal with his hands, invoking the Dragon Tiger Grand Palm. With a mighty slap, the essence of the dragon and tiger surged forth, their roars echoing with lethal intent as they surged towards Guanxi. Alone, Guanxi stood against three opponents. Though he did not falter, he also did not gain the upper hand. The four became entangled in a fierce melee. The trio worked together with precision, and whenever Guanxi found a gap, one of them filled it. The battle was extraordinarily intense. Was Guanxi merely testing their limits? Observing the battle, Su Chen contemplated the situation. Guanxi unleashed his heartless sword aura, allowing it to manifest at various points on his body. Just as Su Chen was pondering this, Guanxi intercepted the monk from the sea crossing with a powerful punch, simultaneously delivering a retaliatory strike towards the monk Duxian. The monk Duyuan immediately moved to defend, yet at that moment, two streams of razor-sharp sword aura emanated from Guanxi's brows, piercing directly into Duxian's eyes. Ack! Duyuan let out a chilling scream as he clutched his eyes and retreated into the distance. In his attempt to withdraw and assist Duxian, Guanxi's assault had already reached its target. He had no intention of granting the opportunity for Duyuan to rescue Duxian. Meanwhile, Shangguan Jinhong made his move, launching a golden ring that flew forth in an instant. The injured Duxian, although he heard the sound of the ring, could not evade its path. His throat was struck once more, resulting in a sickening crack. This time, without the assistance of Jin Mei Ping, Duxian could not rise again, for he had drawn his last breath. At this juncture, Guanxi stepped back, refraining from further assaulting Duxian and Duyuan. He wished to observe whether Jin Mei Ping could still aid Duxian. Duyuan quickly reached Duxian's side, assessing his condition with a face that paled in horror. His expression twisted into a snarl as he glared at Guanxi. Guanxi, I will have your life, he roared. As he bellowed, dark energies began to swirl within his eyes, gradually threatening to consume them. Senior brother. Duhai immediately cried out beside him, his voice booming like a lion's roar. The black tendrils in Duyuan's gaze began to dissipate. Guanxi, today you shall surely die, he growled. To kill me, even with the three of you together. You are no match. With just the two of you remaining, how could you possibly contend with me? Were you attempting to succumb to madness just now? I am quite eager to witness your strength in that state. However, truth be told, you hold no value anymore. I have sufficiently tested Jin Mei Ping's abilities. and it is time to send you on your way. I hope the young master enjoys this Jin Mei Ping," Guanxi declared. Upon hearing Guanxi's words, the onlookers were momentarily taken aback, followed by a surge of curiosity regarding the identity of this young master he spoke of. Is Guanxi attempting to elevate my reputation? Su Chun mused silently within the shadows. In the world of martial arts, reputation is an invaluable asset, regardless of the time. A good reputation, celebrated as a hero, garners respect from all. A bad reputation, on the other hand, evokes dread. Kill. As the crowd speculated, Guanxi unleashed his full sword aura, enveloping himself in an ethereal shroud. Instantly, countless blades of energy surrounded him, sharp enough to pierce anything. They descended upon Du Yuan and Du Hai. Having gleaned all that needed to be tested, there was no need to spare the two. With the sky filled with sword energy, Du Yuan and Du Hai wore expressions of horror as they sought to escape. In the eyes of Master Du Yuan, a swirling black aura manifested. Yet under the overwhelming pressure of the energy, this dark essence began to wane. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The two combatants bore wounds upon their bodies. They attempted to resist, but their own energy was shattered beneath the invisible sword intent. Bang, bang. The intangible sword energy penetrated their bodies, causing them to collapse onto the ground, blood oozing from their wounds. The golden plum vase fell from Master Du Yuan's grasp. Guanxi slowly approached the golden vase, seizing it without hesitation. I thought someone would be bold enough to claim it, he scoffed, directing a cold snort toward the hidden figures. He tucked the golden vase into his embrace. Chapter 225. The Golden Vase, Demonic Energy, Celestial Demon Zen Seal Night, enveloped the surroundings in silence. No one dared to make a move. Lacking the confidence to snatch the golden vase from Guanxi's possession, they refrained from action. Let us depart, murmured the blade slave to Zahanyu beside him. Guanxi had just taken lives, and his aura showed no signs of weakening. He felt no assurance in overcoming him and had no desire to become a mere pawn for another. Thus, retreat was the only option. As for the others, he doubted anyone could wrest the golden vase from Guanxi. Naturally, he hoped Guanxi would make good use of it. The golden vase, also known as the demonic vase, would become increasingly corrupted the more it was used. The Buddhist practitioners were capable of suppressing some of this malevolence, which was why Master Du Yuan and his companions dared to utilize it so frequently. However, judging from Master Du Yuan's earlier demeanor, it seemed he too was succumbing to madness. The blade slave of the Lingyue sect departed without hesitation. Meanwhile, at another location, Meng Shintong gazed in astonishment at Guanxi, standing resolutely in the street. Earlier, he had sensed Guanxi's aura while investigating the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower, realizing that their realms were comparable, so he had thought little of it. However, seeing Guanxi's display of power today, he recognized it was beyond his capacity to contend with. He had initially considered intervening to assist in detaining someone, only to find that his help was entirely unnecessary. Uncle Meng, should we pay him a visit? Mei Xuanchuang inquired. Perhaps not, lest we provoke misunderstandings and become targets ourselves. Meng Shintong replied, leading Mei Xuanchuang away. Others watching from the shadows gradually retreated. Outside the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower, Nailan Rongyan, standing beside Bai Fei, observed the unfolding scene with a mix of astonishment and delight. She had not anticipated Guanxi's strength to be so formidable. Stay vigilant regarding the situation at the Qinglong Temple and the news of the 3 assassins who perished at the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower, Bai Fei instructed. The demise of the 3 assassins will surely spread throughout Lingnan County and the other 8 counties in the north by tomorrow. The Qinglong Temple will undoubtedly receive word as well and will likely target the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower, so we must keep a close watch on this information. Understood. Nailan Rongyan swiftly departed, needing to arrange personnel to monitor the movements of the Qinglong Temple and its affiliated forces. Other factions would also be keeping a keen eye on the developments. Guanxi glanced toward a concealed spot, where 3 figures swiftly vanished into the shadows. The 3 returned to the Golden Wind and Drizzling Rain Pavilion. At that moment, Su Chun entered from another location within the pavilion. As the 3 stepped into the hall, Su Chen's figure appeared before them. We pay our respects to the master. The trio bowed to Su Chun. Wearing a conical hat, Su Chen nodded in acknowledgement. Master, this is the golden plum vase. Guanxi presented the vase to Su Chun. Su Chun received the golden plum vase, feeling a surge of excitement. While he did not place much importance on the vase itself, he was eager to see if interacting with such a treasure would trigger some rewards. detected a damaged high-grade spiritual treasure, rewarded with 2 orange lottery cards. This vase is somewhat flawed and requires the essence of the sun and moon for restoration. The residual faint demonic aura within the vase can affect one's spirit, leading martial artists into madness. A series of notifications materialized before Su Chen's eyes. 2 orange lottery cards. Moreover, this demonic vase is a damaged high-grade spiritual treasure. These notifications enlightened Su Chen considerably. He now understood the hierarchy of weapons: ordinary, artifact grade, and subsequently, spiritual grade. Given that it was classified as high grade, there must also be medium and low grades. However, the demonic aura within this vase could influence the spirit and lead to madness, which was far from a benign aspect. He pondered how to purify such dark energy. Suddenly, a thought struck him. The faint demonic aura. He had previously acquired the demon sect's secret scroll and the celestial demon Zen seal, but had never practiced it. He wondered if he could utilize this demonic energy to cultivate the celestial demon Zen seal. Upon further inspection of the scroll, a prompt appeared before him. Absorbing the faint demonic energy from the vase allows you to cultivate the celestial demon Zen seal. This revelation brought a smile to Su Chen's face. He had not anticipated such a notification. This meant he could indeed practice the demon sect's secret arts, the celestial demon Zen seal. I shall take this golden plum vase for now. We have eliminated the 3 assassins from the Azure Dragon Temple. Let us closely monitor their movements. Furthermore, Mr. Guan, you should pay a visit to Wen Yifan. Utilizing my golden wind and drizzling rain pavilion without incurring any cost is implausible. Wen Yifan likely governs the 9 northern prefectures and may prove useful, Su Chen declared. Master, I have already instructed Nalan Rongyan to keep an eye on these matters. However, after this incident, our golden wind and drizzling rain pavilion may find itself at the forefront of opposing the Azure Dragon Temple. Bai Zhangjiao intoned gravely. The Azure Dragon Temple's records indicate that they might possess a formidable expert of the 9 trials of the celestial being, he continued. The mention of the 9 trials of the celestial being caused Su Chen to furrow his brow slightly. They had none of those on their side. First, let us meet with Wen Yifan, then seek out Helian Xiaoyao. Since they intend to act against the Azure Dragon Temple, they must be aware of its strength. There will certainly be individuals there capable of restraining their experts of the 9 trials. We should see if we can glean any information from them. Su Chen concluded. Understood. Bai Zhangjiao responded, accepting his orders. Su Chen turned and vanished into the night like a shadow. Upon returning to the inn, he began to prepare for his cultivation of the heavenly demon Zen seal, using the demonic energy contained within the golden plum vase. The heavenly demon Zen seal is a secret scroll, devoid of any written characters, presenting only an image. It depicts a monk clad in a black robe, seated on a mat, forming peculiar hand seals. Surrounding him are numerous women dressed in long black gowns, levitating in the air. The scene is quite surreal. When Su Chen unfurled this scroll, it remained unchanged. However, upon activating the golden plum vase, a stream of demonic energy flowed out, initially directed towards Su Chen's consciousness, but was instead absorbed directly by the scroll. Instantly, a radiant light emanated from the scroll, piercing into Su Chen's mind. In that moment, it felt as though he had entered another realm, accompanied by the resonating sounds of Zen. With the emergence of the Zen sounds, the heavenly demons from the scroll materialized above Su Chen. Calming his mind, Su Chen mimicked the monk's seated posture, positioning his hands accordingly. Immediately, a black Zen seal manifested in his palm. As the seal appeared, Su Chen experienced an enlightening revelation, entering a deep meditative state. The floating heavenly demons began to dance, and streams of demonic energy surged into Su Chen's body. These energies quickly coalesced into Zen seals, aiding Su Chen in his cultivation of the heavenly demon Zen seal. Chapter 226. The Dual Eccentric Swordsman, as long as they are convinced. While Su Chen remained tranquil and focused on his cultivation of the heavenly demon Zen seal, unrest brewed elsewhere. The 3 notorious assassins had entered the city, and many were aware of it. In the governor's residence, Wen Yifan and Lu Chun were in their study. As the architect of the events, Wen Yifan was naturally concerned about the situation of the 3 assassins. Unexpectedly, they were overwhelmed and slain by Guan Qi of the Golden Plum Pavilion, and the Golden Plum vase had fallen into Guan Qi's hands. To his astonishment, the Tianyao Pavilion had already dispatched personnel to oversee the situation. I miscalculated this time, thinking that the Golden Plum Pavilion would falter Wen Yifan remarked solemnly. Not only had the Golden Plum Pavilion withstood the pressure, but they had also eliminated the 3 assassins, thereby diminishing the arrogance of the Qinglong Temple. Nevertheless, they had now become a formidable force against the Qinglong Temple. Brother One, it is time to establish contact with them, Lu Chun suggested from across the table. Even if I do not seek them out, they will come to see me, Wen Yifan replied gravely. I will disseminate the news. With such strength, how could the Golden Plum Pavilion remain idle? Inform Helian Xiaoyao to return. This young man possesses a heightened sense of crisis and hurriedly left after my departure. Let him return and continue his dealings with the Golden Plum Pavilion. Wen Yifan stated decisively. Let us set aside the matters of the Golden Plum Pavilion for now. Regarding the death of Zhai Tianyun, what are your thoughts? Who do you believe orchestrated it? Lu Chun shifted the topic. It must be someone arranged by Li Wei. I had thought Li Wei would remain inactive, but it seems he was merely awaiting the right opportunity. I had previously underestimated him, Wen Yifan remarked. All eyes were focused on the Jinfeng Shiyu building and the 3 formidable monks, while arrangements were made to eliminate Zhai Tianyun. It was unexpected. It is hardly surprising that Li Wei has maintained his position as the left minister for so many years. He is indeed quite capable. However, even if he possesses such capabilities, what does it matter? His strength is at most at the realm of spirit unity, and eliminating him would be exceedingly simple. Should I offer my assistance in his demise? Lu Chun suggested. While killing him is straightforward, doing so might pose a risk to me. Li Wei is a pawn left in Lingnan County to balance my power. It would be prudent to let him live a while longer. I can deal with him once I become the governor of the northern 9 prefectures, Wen Yifan replied. Meanwhile, Li Wei sat alone in his study, deep in thought. Today, he received news from Su Chun regarding the assassination of Zhai Tianyun that evening. Su Chun not only possesses strength, but also wields influence adeptly. However, I am curious about how he managed to kill Zhai Tianyun. Tomorrow, I must ensure someone examines the corpse meticulously. Li Wei contemplated. He aimed to deduce Su Chun's methods of murder from Zhai Tianyun's body. Naturally, he had begun to regard Su Chun with increasing seriousness. Perhaps a deeper collaboration with Su Chun could be on the horizon. Yet, with the 3 monks of Qinglong Temple slain at Jinfeng Shiyu building and the Golden Plum vase lost, it remains uncertain how Qinglong Temple would respond, Li Wei murmured. In Lingnan County, many spent a sleepless night. The following day, news broke that the 3 monks from Qinglong Temple had been killed by Guanqi at Jinfeng Shiyu building, and that he had obtained the Golden Plum vase. Discussions erupted regarding Guanqi's strength, as he single-handedly dispatched 3 opponents with apparent ease. It seems that Guanqi could very well be the strongest individual in Lingnan County for the time being. What kind of power lies behind Jinfeng Shiyu building, and how could it be so formidable? Many speculated. Who can say? The Tianya Pavilion had previously remained in the shadows. However, while Guanqi is indeed powerful, he may not be able to protect the Golden Plum vase. Last night, the vase's power was remarkable. It could revive one even after having their throat pierced. Once this information circulates, there will undoubtedly be those who seek to claim it. One person remarked. Such remarkable power in a mere vase. Some were perplexed. Who knows? However, it is rumored that the Golden Plum vase comes from a secret location within the Great Chu. That cannot be true. If such a treasure existed, how could the Great Chu possibly fall? Some expressed skepticism. In the end, Su Chun opened his eyes from deep meditation. He had now successfully cultivated the Tianma Zen seal. A stream of dark energy began to circulate in his palm, fluid and agile as if it were a thread, gradually forming a vague black seal. As this seal materialized, a wave of energy pulsed forth from it. Su Chun clenched his hand, and the seal vanished. Although its power was formidable, the energy consumption was significant. After 2 uses, I would likely be left with little energy, Su Chun mused, sensing the dwindling power within him. His brow slightly furrowing. It cannot be employed as a conventional method. It must serve as a trump card, Su Chun mused inwardly. Given his current prowess, the utilization of the Heavenly Demon Zen seal would undoubtedly inflict severe damage upon a formidable opponent whose soul and essence are unified. However, he recognized the necessity of further cultivation to enhance his strength. Rising from his bed, Su Chun performed a brief, cleansing ritual before departing the inn. The hall was abuzz with incessant discussions, creating a lively atmosphere. Paying little heed to the commotion, he consumed a modest meal before making his way back to the Mountain River sect. This descent from the mountain had proven immensely profitable for him. He had acquired the Golden Plum vase, mastered the heavenly demon Zen seal technique, obtained the deed to the tavern and bank from Lingyue, and received 2 orange lottery tickets. Such bountiful rewards were nothing short of remarkable. Once Lingyue had taken over the assets of Zhai Tianyun, he would arrange a meeting with him. Within the Mountain River Sect, Cui Wuhu had returned, accompanied by 2 men bearing long swords upon their backs. The aura emanating from these 2 was exceptionally sharp. When the sect master returns, I urge you to temper your imposing presence. Respect must be shown to the sect master, Cui Wuhu instructed. The 2 men exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a hint of bitterness. They regarded Cui Wuhu with a mixture of resentment and wariness, recognizing him as a man of unpredictable temperament. How he had gleaned information about their origins and investigated their backgrounds was beyond them. They felt threatened, coerced into joining the Mountain River Sect under duress. They were aware of the sect's dynamics. A remarkably young individual had recently assumed leadership. Such a person, in the current landscape of Lingnan Prefecture, stood little chance of survival. While they pondered this, Su Chun had already stepped into the Grand Hall. I pay my respects to the sect master, Cui Wuhu exclaimed upon seeing Su Chun, bowing deeply. Su Chun regarded Cui Wuhu with a look of satisfaction. After all, Cui Wuhu had contributed 2 orange lottery tickets to his cause, a commendable achievement. His gaze then swept over the other 2, standing in the hall. Why do you not come forth to pay your respects to the sect master? Cui Wuhu's countenance darkened as he observed their reluctance to bow. The 2 men quickly approached Su Chun, offering their greetings. Sect master, I have not located the shadow. And Xiao Hensheng, who chose not to join, has already been slain. These 2 have resolved to align themselves with our Mountain River Sect, Cui Wuhu stated. Double extraordinary sword masters. Su Chun exclaimed, turning his attention to the 2 individuals. Suddenly, a tremendous force of energy and an overwhelming bloodlust surged from him, pressing down upon them. Though he was uncertain of how Cui Wuhu had compelled their allegiance, he sensed a defiance within them that needed to be quelled. In the Mountain River Sect, he demanded absolute submission. Chapter 227, The 5 Poisoned Boy, The Flower Compassionate Treasure. Within the hall, the double extraordinary sword masters sensed the oppressive energy emanating from Su Chun. Their expressions shifting dramatically. A fierce sword aura enveloped them, striving to pierce through Su Chun's imposing presence. Yet, their unleashed sword energy seemed to sink into a quagmire, rendering it ineffective. Double extraordinary sword masters, brothers of the Chao family, unleash your full power and demonstrate what makes you unique. Though you have been recruited, your abilities are inadequate for service under my command, Su Chun declared coldly. His intention in gathering these individuals was solely to introduce figures that would emerge on his side. Thus, their presence was dispensable. Upon hearing Su Chun's words, the 2 exchanged glances. In an instant, their long swords, which they bore on their backs, were drawn. One held in the left hand and the other in the right, creating a sense of mutual complementarity. Then I must offend. As Chao's voice echoed, the 2 lunged towards Su Chun with ferocity. Su Chun clenched his fist, his knuckles imbued with a metallic hue, and struck out with his fists, colliding with the approaching swords. The sound of metal clashing rang out. His arms were as unyielding as iron. Witnessing this, the Chao brothers' expressions shifted. Suddenly, they accelerated their sword strikes, their techniques morphing into something more vicious and cunning. The dual swordsmen employed treacherous maneuvers, their attacks becoming elusive and swift, as they sought to reverse this unfavorable situation. As they altered their swordplay, an aura of energy enveloped Su Chun, his form seemingly clad in a layer of iron. Even as their blades met his body, they could not pierce through his defenses. The brothers were taken aback by this. Your prowess has somewhat disappointed me. It seems you have yet to unveil your true abilities. Allow me to apply some pressure, he declared, invoking the technique known as diamond-shattering demons. With a thunderous roar, Su Chun's aura surged violently, a tempestuous force erupting from within. He propelled himself off the ground, cracking the tiles beneath him, and launched himself at the 2 assailants. As he unleashed his fists, they hurriedly prepared to defend. The clash of energies erupted as their swords met his fists, yet they were still sent reeling backwards. As they regained their footing, a piercing sword intent surged from within them. Since the sect master wishes to witness my hidden cards, let us oblige him. The Chao brothers, now ignited with fervor, unleashed their ultimate techniques. A mighty force erupted from their bodies, their peak cultivation unleashed, and the energy radiated outward like an overwhelming tempest. accompanied by a sharp sword aura that imposed a palpable pressure upon Su Chen. This must be contained. Otherwise, suppressing my own strength and battling them would be futile. Su Chen mused, observing the formidable sword intent. As he spoke, his body shot forward toward the two. He intended to demonstrate the power of his physical form, aiming to subdue them with sheer brute force. With a thunderous crash, Su Chen's form began to transform, resembling a colossal mountain. He propelled himself off the ground, launching forward with his palms extended. His hands struck out like massive millstones, exuding an intense wave of power as they advanced toward the duo. Watching from the sidelines, Cui Wuhu's eyes sparkled with awe at the display of Su Chen's might. The sect master's strength is truly terrifying, he exclaimed in astonishment. At that moment, the Chao brothers also unleashed their swords, and in an instant, their palms collided with the blades. In that instant, two formidable waves of energy erupted violently. Bang! The air collided with this force, producing a sound reminiscent of crashing tides. Su Chen staggered backward, retreating several steps, his feet striking the ground with such force that deep craters were formed. The entire hall trembled in response. Meanwhile, the Chao brothers were thrown back violently. Their sword energy was fierce, yet it could not breach Su Chen's defenses. Consequently, under the onslaught of Su Chen's wrathful power, they were hurled against the walls. Blood spewed from their mouths as their bodies crashed to the ground, akin to being struck by a thunderclap. Within them, a searing sensation spread, as if they were being consumed by flames, their internal energy boiling and scorching them. This filled them with dread. Previously, they had looked down upon Su Chen, believing no one would yield to him after he assumed the leadership of the Mountain River sect. Yet, they had not anticipated such overwhelming strength from him. From now on, these two shall be under your command, Su Chen declared to Cui Wuhu. Although he was unaware of how Cui Wuhu managed to recruit them into the Mountain River sect, he was pleased with the outcome. Cui Wuhu was somewhat lacking in strength, but with the assistance of these two, they would undoubtedly accomplish much more. Thank you, sect leader, Cui Wuhu said, kneeling before Su Chen in gratitude. At this moment, the Chao brothers had supported each other and were bowing respectfully to Su Chen. Take them away and ensure they receive proper healing. The Mountain River sect still needs to grow, Su Chen instructed. Understood, Cui Wuhu replied, leading the two away. This ground requires repairs once more. I never imagined I could be so violent, Su Chen remarked, observing the damage. He then turned and exited the sect leader's hall, returning to his cultivation cave to continue his research on the golden plum bottle. Obtained the golden plum bottle, completed the task, and received one side effect removal card. Su Chen was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated the task reward would arrive at this juncture. He had thought merely acquiring the golden plum bottle would suffice to receive it. The side effect removal card seemed trivial, likely of little use. As he practiced the heavenly demon Zen seal, he felt no aversion to the demonic energy within the golden plum bottle. Thus, the reward held little significance for him. Upon inspecting the side effect removal card, his eyes brightened. This card could not only be utilized by him, but also by others. It could be employed on Guanxi. After contemplating for a moment, Su Chen resolved to give the side effect removal card to Guanxi. The outside world knew that Guanxi had acquired the golden plum bottle. Should a battle arise later, Guanxi's combat prowess would undoubtedly be significantly enhanced. The fearless Guanxi would be a terrifying force indeed. Shortly thereafter, he recalled the 2 orange lottery cards he had received upon obtaining the golden plum bottle. Without hesitation, he decided to draw them. After all, there had been no notifications regarding any orange or higher lottery cards, so there was no need to hold back. He would draw 2 and reserve 1. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the character 5 Poisons Boy and obtaining a Flower Compassion Treasure Tome infusion card. This revelation filled Su Chen's heart with delight. The 5 Poisons Boy, a figure from Gulong's novel The Sentimental Swordsman, Ruthless Sword, may not possess the highest martial prowess. Yet his mastery of poison ranks 3rd among the elite. His skills in toxicology have reached an unparalleled zenith. Chapter 228, The Reappearance of Helian Xiaoyao, a Threat. The 5 Poisons Boy, diminutive as a child, has made a name for himself through his toxic arts, capable of harnessing various flora and fauna to unleash lethal toxins, instilling fear in the hearts of martial artists everywhere. His ultimate technique, the Extreme Joy Insect, is a product of the union of 7 divine entities, thriving solely on flesh and blood. In the pursuit of Li Xuanhuan, He has already claimed the lives of 392 individuals without revealing himself. One particularly horrifying scene depicts Master Xinmei and Tian Qi exchanging food multiple times to avoid poisoning. While those around them remained unscathed, they themselves succumbed to the toxins, underscoring the profound and inscrutable nature of the Five Poisons Boy's craft. Su Chen never anticipated drawing such a character. As for the Flower Compassion Treasure Tome, it is a magnum opus penned by the eccentric hero Wang Lianhua from the legends of the martial world. This tome not only contains his martial arts secrets, but also chronicles his techniques in poisoning, disguise, and the art of gu, as well as the heart-capturing techniques from Persia. With this tome, Su Chen finds himself already proficient in disguise. His primary interest lies in poison, gu techniques, and the heart-capturing arts. Naturally, he examined the realm of the Five Poisons Boy, discovering that he had not yet reached the celestial realm, merely achieving the unity of spirit and soul. However, he could likely defeat some martial artists of the celestial realm. He considered summoning the Five Poisons Boy to keep by his side. The boy's small stature, akin to that of a child, would not pose any hindrance. He then began to infuse the Flower Compassion Treasure Tome. Instantly, a figure materialized in Su Chen's mind, imparting the knowledge contained within the tome. After a single iteration, Su Chen retained the information as if it were indelibly etched in his consciousness. After a while, Su Chen opened his eyes, feeling that he had gained significantly. Rising to his feet, he stepped out of the cave. It was winter, and the air carried a chill. The 3 assassin monks had perished, and the earlier commotion at Qinglong Temple had caused quite a stir. He pondered whether others had taken any action. At this moment, at the city gates of Lingnan Prefecture, a luxurious carriage was advancing. Inside, the ambience was warm and inviting, in stark contrast to the outside. Helian Xiaoyao reclined within the carriage, sipping warm wine. After only a few days of travel, unforeseen events had transpired. After a sip of hot wine, Helian Xiaoyao shook her head. "Young master, where are we headed now?" asked the sturdy driver outside the carriage. "To the Golden Wind and Drizzling Rain Pavilion. I must make amends and deliver gifts." Helian Xiaoyao's expression darkened, burdened with the weight of another's mistakes, anticipating significant expenses. Shortly thereafter, her carriage came to a halt before the Golden Wind and Drizzling Rain Pavilion. Clad in a fur coat, she stepped into the establishment. However, at that moment, Nalan Rongyan appeared before Helian Xiaoyao. "Helian Commander, do you dare to come to my Golden Wind and Drizzling Rain Pavilion, not fearing that our pavilion master might take your life?" Nalan Rongyan addressed Helian Xiaoyao. "I have come to plead for forgiveness. I believe Pavilion Master Bai would not harm me. I kindly request Miss Nalan to convey this message," Helian Xiaoyao replied. Casting a glance at Helian Xiaoyao, Nalan Rongyan said, "Commander Helian, our Pavilion Master has been quite fond of you and often mentions how the last gift you presented was rather meager." Upon hearing Nalan Rongyan's words, Helian Xiaoyao's expression momentarily froze. She contemplated a sigh, yet refrained from doing so, fully aware that Bai Fei was dissatisfied with the previous offering. "That was a sum of 100,000 taels of silver. This time, my gift will surely please Pavilion Master Bai," Helian Xiaoyao asserted. Not wishing to prolong the conversation, Nalan Rongyan soon rapped on Bai Fei's door. "Commander Helian, please enter." After speaking, she turned and departed. Helian Xiaoyao pushed open the door, finding Bai Fei within the room, an aura of power locking onto him. "Commander Helian, I did not expect you to return," Bai Fei remarked, gazing at Helian Xiaoyao. "Why, brother, you jest. As the commander of the Lingnan Prefectural Town Defense Office, how could I not return? Moreover, during my recent excursion, I procured a few items for you, which I believe you will find delightful," Helian Xiaoyao responded, retrieving a weathered tome from her bosom and placing it directly on the table. The 3 Fingers of the Azure Dragon. Bai Fei's gaze instinctively shifted towards Helian Xiaoyao. "This is a manual of finger techniques that I stumbled upon. Although it bears the name Azure Dragon, it bears no relation to the Azure Dragon Temple. Consider it a gift, along with this 2 million taels in banknotes, which I trust will greatly benefit the future development of the Golden Wind and Drizzling Rain Pavilion," Helian Xiaoyao declared. "I did not anticipate Commander Helian to be so generous." "I shall accept it," Bai Fei replied. "I will suppress this matter for you, but next time, I may not be able to do so. However, there are certain issues that you, Commander Helian, have initiated, and now I require a resolution," Bai Fei insisted. "A resolution?" Helian Xiaoyao was momentarily taken aback by his words. "Reveal your plans. Our Golden Wind and Drizzling Rain Pavilion cannot be obstructed." Initially, We could have swiftly expanded amidst this turmoil. Yet now we find ourselves unable to open a branch. Should we open a branch, it could lead us into conflict with the Azure Dragon Temple, which may be your desire, but it is certainly not ours. You must possess a detailed strategy for dealing with the Azure Dragon Temple. Share it with me. Otherwise, while I may let you off the hook, I cannot guarantee the same for others. Bai Zhangjiao asserted. Upon hearing Bai Zhangjiao's words, Helian Xiaoyao's complexion shifted. The threat in his tone was unmistakable. The funds spent felt somewhat unjustified, and it was no wonder she had accepted so readily. The trap lay here. I do not possess much knowledge regarding this matter. In confronting the Qinglong Temple, the primary forces consist of the third prince and the seventh prince. I align myself with the faction of the third prince, while the seventh prince has the support of the nine nether deity. However, it is likely that there are additional powers backing the nine nether deity, though I remain unaware of their identities. Furthermore, it is anticipated that formidable factions from the northern nine prefectures will also partake in this matter. For further details, you may wish to consult Lord One, the prefect. He is one of the representatives of the third prince's faction in the northern nine prefectures, and it was he who summoned me back, likely with the intention of forging an alliance with you. Helian Xiaoyao remarked. We would also very much like to meet him, Bai Zhangjiao said in a solemn tone. Please inform Wen Yifan that Lord Guanxi and I will visit the prefect's residence tomorrow. We hope that the prefect will provide us with a satisfactory response. Otherwise, Lord Wen shall not leave the Lingnan prefectural office. Bai Zhangjiao added emphatically, this is not merely my assertion. It is the directive of our young master. The young master of the Tianya Pavilion truly resides in Lingnan Prefecture. Helian Xiaoyao noted. During the previous confrontation with the three monks, Guanxi of the Golden Wind and Drizzling Rain Pavilion had mentioned the young master. Indeed, Bai Zhangjiao confirmed. I will meet with Lord One, and I trust that he will provide you with a favorable answer. Helian Xiaoyao stated before hastily taking her leave to the prefect's residence to deliberate on this matter. Chapter 229, Money House, Gold Mine, and Cleansing. After Helian Xiaoyao departed, Nalan Rongyan entered the room. Master of the pavilion. The strengths of the seventh and third princes may not suffice to contend with the eldest prince. The intelligence I have gathered indicates that the eldest prince is the offspring of the empress of the great Zhou dynasty and is the most formidable among the nine princes. Nalan Rongyan conveyed. Surely you do not believe that the Tianya Pavilion is limited to this path. Collaborating with the third and seventh princes is merely a stratagem for our Golden Wind and Drizzling Rain Pavilion. The Golden Wind and Drizzling Rain Pavilion is one entity, while the Tianya Pavilion is another. Bai Zhangjiao merely remarked, leaving unspoken thoughts lingering in the air. However, Nalan Rongyan, with her keen intellect, discerned the underlying implications of Bai Zhangjiao's words, leaving her astounded. Your cultivation must also be enhanced. The Golden Wind and Drizzling Rain Pavilion in Lingnan Prefecture possesses a slight advantage over that of Qingcheng. Presently, Qingcheng is expanding towards the frontier, having already outpaced us. Bai Zhangjiao elaborated. At present, there are two branches of the Golden Wind and Drizzling Rain Pavilion in Lingnan Prefecture, both of which are entangled in a competitive rivalry. Bai Tianyu and Dugu Wudi, albeit unfamiliar to him, are undoubtedly exceptional figures who would not content themselves to remain confined within Qingcheng. Their presence in Lingnan Prefecture has compelled them to expand towards the frontier instead. Consequently, they must achieve notable accomplishments here. I understand. Nalan Rongyan replied. I will inform Senior Guanxi and Senior Shangwan of our planned visit to the prefect's residence tomorrow. With that, Bai Zhangjiao exited the room and made his way to the rear courtyard. Given that Wen Yifan might not offer sufficient sincerity, he contemplated inviting Shangwan Jinhong and Guanxi to accompany him. Their prowess at the celestial realm would undoubtedly suppress any opposition. A child has unexpectedly appeared beside Su Chun. Although many were puzzled, none dared to inquire. Within the realm of the Mountain River Sect, Su Chun has already established a semblance of authority. Inside the cave, Chui Wuhu, Li Tianxing, the Chao brothers, and a portly man stood before Su Chun. Portly man, what have you discovered regarding the current personnel situation within the sect? Su Chun inquired, his gaze fixed upon him. Though there are no overt dissenting voices within the Mountain River Sect at present, there remain individuals who harbor resentment towards him, merely suppressed in the open. Su Chun has no intention of allowing these individuals to remain alive. Master, this is the list I compiled of those conspiring with external forces against you. The portly man presented the findings before Su Chun. Upon perusal, Su Chun noted several names. Master, I shall lead the charge and eliminate them all, Cui Wuhu declared, his loyalty to Su Chun unwavering. With dissenters still lurking, he felt compelled to eradicate them on Su Chun's behalf. The Chao brothers, standing behind him, shared the same sentiment, eager to make a favorable impression upon their new leader. This task is not suitable for you, Su Chun replied, turning to the 5 poisons boy beside him. You shall undertake it, ensuring no traces are left behind. Rest assured, they will perish without a sound, the 5 poisons boy said, a cruel smirk flickering across his lips, sending a shiver down the spines of those present. Yet, the smile vanished as swiftly as it appeared, replaced by an innocent demeanor as he made his way towards the exit of the hall. Given the transformations in Lingnan County, we must continue to recruit skilled individuals. Cui Wuhu, take the Chao brothers and seek out some wandering cultivators to join our mountain river sect, Su Chen commanded. With the 3 notorious assassins of the Qinglong Temple dispatched, the once formidable reputation of the temple has dissipated. It is certain that those who wish to target Qinglong Temple will soon resurface. However, he awaited news from Bai Fei's side. Nonetheless, preparations must be made. Understood, Cui Wuhu responded, swiftly departing with the Chao brothers. Li, continue to select promising disciples and provide them with resources to facilitate their breakthroughs. The martial world is in turmoil, and we must seize this opportunity, Su Chun instructed Li Tianqing. Rest assured, Master, the war hall I oversee is dedicated to offense. I have been rigorously training the selected disciples of the Mountain River Sect, Li Tianqing assured him. Master, may we also incorporate qualified disciples from Tianhe sect into the war hall? Li Tianqing inquired after a moment's thought. There is no longer a Tianhe sect. They are all disciples of the Mountain River Sect now, Su Chen replied. Understood. With that, Li Tianqing bowed and exited the cave, leaving only the portly man behind. At this moment, the portly man felt a surge of gratitude and marveled at his own fortune. He never imagined that the ordinary disciple of the Mountain River Sect he had previously bullied would ascend to the position of its leader. Fortunately, he had decisively recognized the other as his superior at that time. Boss, I have completed my tasks here. Do you have any further instructions? He addressed Su Chun, omitting the title of master in favor of a more familiar term, which felt endearing, especially since Su Chun had not opposed it. Not for now, but I wish for you to manage Tianhe Mountain, Su Chun replied. The capabilities of the chubby one are lacking, and his management skills remain uncertain. However, there are few individuals I can place my trust in. Thus, I have no choice but to assign him to the task. I shall oversee Tianhe Mountain. The chubby one appeared somewhat bewildered, yet soon his excitement surged. Boss, do you have any specific requirements or objectives for Tianhe Mountain? He inquired eagerly. Expand resources. Currently, the disciples of the Mountain River Sect are in a phase of expansion, and both resources and funds are critically needed. Your mission is to procure resources and generate wealth. Su Chun instructed, producing the land deeds for a bank and a tavern from his robe, which had been granted to him by the Minister of Revenue, Li Wei. He handed them over to the chubby one. These are the deeds for the bank and the tavern. In due time, you will be taking over additional establishments. Ensure that some individuals from Tianhe teach you how to manage them well, Su Chun commanded. Upon receiving the deeds, the chubby one's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Boss, rest assured, I will certainly double the tavern's profits, he declared, neglecting to mention the bank. Su Chun, intrigued, asked, shouldn't the bank be the most lucrative endeavor? Why do you lack confidence in doubling its profits? Boss, the bank's business might only maintain modest profits. I've received news that the Money Guild is expanding its banks in the northern 9 counties. It is likely that we will soon see several branches of the Money Guild's banks in Lingnan County. Once they establish a presence, the local banks will face considerable challenges. The chubby one explained. The Money Guild? Su Chen's brow furrowed slightly. The Money Guild had primarily operated in the southern territories of the Great Zhou dynasty. Their emergence in the northern 9 counties suggests they are positioning themselves against the Crown Prince and the Qinglong Temple. This offensive is rather formidable, Su Chun mused inwardly. They are expanding, and we too can expand. The Golden Wind and Drizzle Tavern has a gold mine. You should establish several more banks here. In due course, we will process the gold extracted from them and circulate it discreetly, Su Chun proposed. The rationale behind taking over the banks is primarily to assist the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tavern in laundering the gold. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, the chubby one was initially taken aback, but soon his eyes shimmered with determination. Boss, if we expand the bank, we must ensure that at least 20% of the profits are reserved, he stated. They have agreed to provide us with 30% profit. The priority now is for you to open several more banks, and then you shall meet with Nalan Rongyan from the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tavern, Su Chen instructed. Understood. Boss, I shall prepare at once. With that, the chubby one swiftly departed the cave, brimming with vigor. After his departure, Su Chen fell into contemplation. The Money Guild's expansion into the northern 9 counties signifies that the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tavern must now contend with them. After all, they had previously eliminated Shangwan Shui from the Money Guild. To his surprise, the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tavern seems to have amassed numerous adversaries. Su Chen could not help but shake his head in exasperation. At that moment, a disciple approached to deliver news. Master, a woman has arrived at the mountain gate, claiming to be from the back courtyard of the Su family in Qingqing. Upon hearing this, Su Chen's expression sharpened. The back courtyard of the Su family. This was where Zahanyu had once resided. Zahanyu had come to see him. Bring her to the master hall, Su Chen commanded, rising to make his way to the hall of the sect leader. At that moment, outside Lingnan County, a man clad in a black robe and wearing a wide-brimmed hat was slowly approaching the county seat. This individual exuded a palpable aura of malevolence, causing those who passed by to experience a sudden sense of suffocation. Fortunately, his pace was swift, sparing them from a fate of asphyxiation. What an overwhelming aura of killing intent. Some martial artists, gazing at the vanishing figure, murmured in astonishment. Soon, the man in black arrived at the mouth of a cave, where 2 silhouettes emerged. As these figures appeared, the approaching black-clad man, like a specter, materialized before one of them. With a swift motion, he raised his hands and seized the other's throat. Crack! With a firm grip, he crushed the throat of the captured individual. Inform Xiao Qiushui that I, Nie Fenghan, have come to challenge him. The voice of the newcomer resonated ominously, echoing around the cave entrance. The other figure, pallid with shock, had not anticipated that the visitor was none other than Nie Fenghan, the lord of the ghost-killing mansion. It was rumored that Nie Fenghan had been slain by the Grand Wisdom Monk of the Azure Dragon Temple. Yet, here he stood, claiming that identity, causing a tremor of fear to run through him. Do not delay. Do you intend to wait until I take your life? Nie Fenghan spoke coldly. The guardian swiftly retreated, hastening into the depths of the cave. Inside the cave, Jing Wuming was honing his own strength, striving to merge his current abilities with his mastery of the Sword of Slaughter. Captain, there is someone outside claiming to be Nie Fenghan. He wishes to see our home master. A voice called from outside the cave. Nie Fenghan. Jing Wuming's gaze sharpened, and he rose to his feet. This was the man rumored to have been killed by the Grand Wisdom Monk of the Azure Dragon Temple, yet he now stood before him. He felt compelled to meet this individual. Nie Fenghan's power lay within the celestial realm, and Jing Wuming, having achieved a unity of spirit and soul, possessed some means of self-preservation, enabling him to approach the cave's entrance where he observed Nie Fenghan standing with his hands clasped behind his back. As Jing Wuming approached, Nie Fenghan sensed his arrival and turned to face him. Who are you? Why do you impersonate Nie Fenghan of the ghost-killing mansion? Jing Wuming inquired, scrutinizing the man. Upon hearing Jing Wuming's words, the man slowly removed his wide-brimmed hat, revealing the true visage of Nie Fenghan. Weren't you slain by the Grand Wisdom Monk? Jing Wuming furrowed his brow, a sigh escaping his lips. Many things in life, he mused, are not as they seem, and he informed Xiao Qiushui. I shall await him here. Should he fail to appear, I will commence a slaughter of your Azure Dragon Sect's branches until he shows himself. Nie Fenghan's voice was chilling. Very well, I shall notify the hall master at once. Jing Wuming replied before turning to leave. This matter was beyond his capacity to intervene. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Qiushui appeared before Nie Fenghan, stating, I did not expect you to be alive. However, your heart has been corroded, and you will not last long. Xiao Qiushui shook his head, having discerned that the other was but a flickering flame, destined to extinguish without his intervention. I cannot survive. I have fallen victim to the life and death heavenly tribulation of the great Wisdom King. The moment I harness my own power, I shall perish. However, this is sufficient. By slaying you, I can avenge my son, declared Nie Fenghan, the lord of the ghostly slaughter mansion. As he spoke, an overwhelming aura erupted from his body, summoning a tempest around him. His cold gaze fixated on his opponent. With one punch, either you will perish, or I shall. Clenching his fist, a layer of ominous black flames flickered around it, exuding an icy chill. Beneath this frigid fire, frost began to coat the ground. As the frost spread, Nie Fenghan's energy began to coalesce. With a thunderous roar, he propelled himself off the ground, moving towards Xiao Qiushui with the swiftness of lightning. Since you have unleashed your full might, allow me to demonstrate my swordsmanship. Xiao Qiushui gripped his long sword tightly. Raising it, a tremendous wave of sword energy erupted from him, causing the skies to roil with dark clouds. An immense sword of light formed in the heavens. Heaven-shattering sword, ghostly slaughter, celestial fist. With a resounding clash, their attacks collided. The astonishing sword energy pierced through the punch, cleaving towards Nie Fenghan's body. With a resounding thud, Nie Fenghan was sent sprawling. Blood spewed forth from his mouth as he exclaimed, "I never anticipated that in my diminished state, I would be unable to withstand even a single stroke from you." Defiance flickered in his eyes as he collapsed to the ground. Exhausted and fading, yet you seek me out. Had I known this would be the outcome, I would not have acted as I did. However, your presence here must be a deliberate mercy from the great wisdom king, Xiao Qiushui remarked. Although the Qinglong Association had temporarily avoided conflict with the Qinglong Temple, the eradication of the ghostly slaughter mansion and the blissful pavilion left only the now powerful Qinglong Association. It was only natural for the Qinglong Temple to probe their strength, examine his wounds, and then give him a proper burial, commanded Xiao Qiushui. From his injuries, we may discern some of the great wisdom king's methods. Bury him, regardless of the circumstances. Nie Fenghan is a noteworthy figure. Meanwhile, in the distance, a cloaked figure observed the unfolding events. Murmuring, he reflected, he is dead, slain by a single stroke. Although Xiao Qiushui is currently facing the tribulation of heaven and man, his combat prowess has likely ascended to the second tribulation level. This matter must be reported. With that, the cloaked figure departed swiftly. As he vanished, Xiao Qiushui's gaze followed, pondering, who has set their sights on our Qinglong Association? A glimmer of cold determination flashed in his eyes. At that moment, Zhuge Jinghua materialized beside Xiao Qiushui. Now that the blissful pavilion and ghostly slaughter mansion in the northern 9 provinces have been eradicated, this is our opportunity. I shall gather the remnants of these forces and incorporate them into our Qinglong Association, he stated, appearing in his capacity as the second hall master of the Qinglong Association. Desiring to assume another identity proved challenging, hence he resolved to cultivate his influence within the Qinglong Society. This was indeed a strategy. "And I shall have A Fei accompany you," remarked Xiao Qiushui. A Fei's prowess, having undergone seclusion, had attained the unity of spirit and soul. Accompanying Zhuge Jinghua, who had already entered the realm of celestial beings, he should swiftly consolidate the remnants of Jiao Building and Gue Sha Mansion. Chapter 231. Advancing without fear outside Lingnan Prefecture. Within a cave, dim light faintly illuminated the contours of the cavern. A solitary figure stood within, adorned with a mask. Suddenly, a shadowy figure rushed into the cave. "My lord," Nie Fenghan expended his last ounce of strength, yet was slain by Xiao Qiushui's sword. Xiao Qiushui's true combat capability must have reached the second level of celestial beings, reported the shadow, bowing. Second level of celestial beings. A mere hall master of the Qinglong Society possesses such strength. This society must surpass both Gue Sha Mansion and Jiao Building in power. We should establish contact with them, spoke the masked individual. "My lord, the origins of this Qinglong Society are shrouded in mystery. Can we trust them?" questioned the cloaked figure beside him. "As an assassin organization, they require only payment. Trust is unnecessary. Merely their strength suffices. Have we reclaimed the funds sent by Gue Sha Mansion and Jiao Building?" the masked figure inquired. "The funds from Gue Sha Mansion have been retrieved, yet Xiao Bieli of Jiao Building has vanished without a trace, and we were unable to track him down," replied the messenger. "Xiao Bieli excels in strategy and is adept at concealment. Locating him will prove challenging, so we shall temporarily cease our pursuit," the masked figure stated. "Henceforth, I shall remain in the shadows. You will adopt my identity to meet with the representatives of the Tianxiao Alliance." Tianxiao Alliance. The cloaked individual was momentarily taken aback. The Tianxiao Alliance is a force from the northern 9 prefectures, comparable in strength to Qinglong Temple. However, when juxtaposed with the entire esoteric sect, they still fall short. Should they seek to encroach upon the northern 9 prefectures, they must exert effort. After meeting with the Tianxiao Alliance's representatives, it would be time for the other 2 forces in Lingnan Prefecture to be stirred into action. They cannot merely observe without contributing. However, if the Tianxiao Alliance intervenes, the remaining 2 factions in the northern 9 prefectures may not act, the cloaked figure expressed concern. Their actions are inconsequential. Should Qinglong Temple be weakened, the other two will rise. In such a scenario, the chaos in the northern 9 prefectures will swiftly subside. Once tranquility is restored, I trust that with the Grand Prince's means, those two factions will be subdued at any moment. In that case, our involvement would be indistinguishable from inaction. Thus, the 7th Prince summoned the Tianxiao alliance to the northern 9 prefectures to ensure that the turmoil persists. This way, the Grand Prince will entirely lose control over the northern 9 prefectures. It will also serve to distract the Tianmi Shangren and the Grand Prince's attention. This is our true objective, the masked individual elaborated. Of course, in addition to the Tianxiao alliance, the money gang will also be present. There will also be some hidden forces yet to reveal themselves, such as the Jinfeng Shiyu appearing in Lingnan Prefecture and the Qinglong Society. The masked figure continued. I understand. I shall meet with the members of the Heavenly Alliance at once. With that, the cloaked individual swiftly exited the cavern. Inside the cave, silence enveloped the space as the masked man gradually removed his disguise, revealing an elderly gentleman with a gently drooping beard and an air of cultivated elegance. Should the denizens of the capital behold this man, they would undoubtedly be astounded. He was one of the esteemed mentors of the 7th Prince, the Taoist Master Tai Su. In the hall of the Mountain River Sect, Zhanyu stood at the center, adorned in a flowing gown of lavender and pale blue, her features concealed by a delicate veil. Upon Su Chen's entrance into the grand hall, Zhanyu's expression faltered, her face registering profound astonishment. She sensed an unusual wave of energy emanating from Su Chen, whose cultivation was at the mid-stage of the refining spirit realm, slightly beneath her own. Yet, combined with the vitality he possessed, it exerted considerable pressure upon her. No wonder you chose not to join my Cold Moon sect. It seems you possess such formidable strength. Zhanyu remarked, gazing intently at Su Chen. I presume, Holy Maiden of the Cold Moon, your visit is not merely to extol my virtues? Su Chen replied, scrutinizing her. Certainly not. I wish to discuss a potential collaboration with you, Su sect leader. Zhanyu responded. The current Su Chen could no longer be viewed as the former. He was now a man of considerable influence. Collaboration? I doubt we have much synergy, and I already have my own associates, Su Chen stated. The Longing Palace could be a viable partner, but it would be prudent to avoid any dealings with the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower, Zhanyu asserted. Why so? Su Chen inquired, though he had his suspicions and sought further clarification from Zhanyu, who was intimately involved in the matter and undoubtedly possessed valuable insights. The Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower, apart from their adversaries in the Qinglong Temple, are also contending with the Money Gang from the south. The Money Gang wields significant power in the southern regions and is now encroaching into the northern 9 prefectures. A confrontation is inevitable. Furthermore, with the Qinglong Temple's involvement, if both factions exert their influence, your Mountain River sect may find itself in peril, Zhanyu explained. I trust you do not wish to be caught in such a predicament. Hence it would be wise to extricate yourself swiftly. As for the Longing Palace, given your ties with Murong Qingchen, collaboration remains feasible. Since both Mei Xuanxuang and Murong Qingchen align with the faction of the 4th Prince, Zhanyu added, all that you have mentioned is already known to me. Share something beyond my current understanding, Su Chen countered, shaking his head. Such analyses can be drawn from mere information. Do you believe the Qinglong Temple will be vanquished? Zhanyu posed a counter-question. The Qinglong Temple belongs to the esoteric Buddhism. It is inconceivable that it could be eradicated entirely. At most, it may only experience a decline. Su Chen replied. Indeed, the major princes merely aim to diminish the Qinglong Temple's influence in the northern 9 prefectures, thereby keeping the 1st Prince's faction preoccupied and unable to focus entirely on their breakthrough, Zhanyu elaborated. Thus, the northern 9 prefectures are destined to become a quagmire, rife with incessant strife, Su Chen deduced from Zhanyu's insights. Precisely, Zhanyu affirmed. However, I have received news that when Yifan is set to become the governor of the 9 prefectures in the north, he is affiliated with the 3rd Prince. And once he takes office, I suspect the 3rd Prince will not let the 9 prefectures fall into chaos. Su Chen remarked. If when Yifan aims to become the governor, it will depend on the level of strategic maneuvering. Nevertheless, I am not optimistic about his prospects, Zhanyu stated. With the recent assassination of the Lord of the 9 Nether, we cannot be certain of the 7th Prince's intentions. He cannot simply disregard this matter, Su Chen pondered. I am uncertain as well. I only received orders to assist the Lord of the 9 Nether, yet it seems he was merely a figurehead. There must be others from the 7th Prince's side coming, but their identities remain unknown, Zhi Hanyue replied. It is quite complex. Perhaps it is best not to dwell on it. My current goal is to lead the Mountain River Sect to become the foremost power in Lingnan Prefecture. Since Zhi Hanyue also has no knowledge of the 7th Prince's agents, there is no point in worrying about it. Everything will be settled through strength. If we continue to develop, who shall we fear? Chapter 232, Rising Winds, the Bat Prince, and the Wandering Cloud. Speak of your true intentions. Su Chun gazed at Zhi Hanyue. After all this discourse, she still had not disclosed her purpose for coming. Collaborating with him to confront someone seemed improbable, as Su Chun was acutely aware that the Mountain River Sect had limited power and could only play a supporting role. The hidden treasure. You have individuals who can join me in the search for the hidden treasure, Zhi Hanyue proclaimed. The hidden treasure. Is it truly located in Lingnan Prefecture? Su Chun inquired, his brow furrowing slightly. It must be, as the golden plum vase obtained by the Jinfeng Shiyu building is indeed a treasure from the hidden trove. Although the circumstances of its loss are unclear, I am certain the treasure lies within Lingnan Prefecture, Zhi Hanyue asserted confidently. Lingnan Prefecture is vast. You cannot expect my people to scour the mountains, can you? Su Chun questioned Zhi Hanyue. Indeed, we will comb the mountains. I have already identified several peaks for investigation, Zhi Hanyue stated. Such a search will undoubtedly raise suspicions. I do not wish to attract unwanted attention. If we draw too many eyes, the Mountain River Sect's resources are insufficient for compensation. Su Chun shook his head. One of the mountains is Tiana Mountain, which is now under the control of your Mountain River Sect. You can conduct an internal investigation. As for the other peaks, I shall assist in eliminating the leaders of those factions, allowing you to send your people to take control. All profits thereafter will be yours. I will take nothing, Zhi Hanyue declared. This aligns with Mei Xuanchuan's plan. However, this time, we need not share the profits with others. In that case, I can indeed assist you. Su Chun contemplated for a moment. What Zhi Hanyue is proposing could facilitate rapid expansion. I hope to proceed step by step. Otherwise, I fear I may lose control. After all, one cannot become fat in one bite. It is normal for territory to attract attention, yet Su Chun was unwilling to be scrutinized over a search for mountains, as it would lead others to speculate on what they were seeking. This has drawn attention, which could lead to trouble. This is our first collaborative objective, the Qinglong Mountains. As stated by Zhi Hanyue, the Qinglong Mountains are the range where the Qin Sword Sect, one of the 10 major factions in Lingnan County, is located. The Qin Sword Sect specializes in swordsmanship, which is quite extraordinary. Fear not, I will have someone take action on my end, and I will notify you when the time comes. You can then lead your people there. I shall not linger here. I hope our collaboration proves fruitful. With that, Zhi Hanyue bid farewell to Su Chun and departed. Observing her retreating figure, Su Chun furrowed his brow slightly, although this situation appeared to be advantageous for him. As he too contemplated expansion, Zhi Hanyue was indeed no ordinary individual, and he could not afford to be careless. A lapse in judgment could lead to a fate similar to that of his previous incarnation's father. In the following days, on the surface, the 9 northern counties seemed remarkably tranquil, as if nothing were amiss. However, Su Chun received a secret letter from Bai Fei. He realized that chaos had indeed begun to stir in the northern 9 counties. The leader of the Blade Alliance, Guan Tianxiu, had appeared in Lingnan County to meet with Wen Yifan. The second vice-leader of the Heavenly Alliance, Lung Tianqi, led the 3 main halls of the Heavenly Alliance, Tianmu Hall, Tianchuang Hall, and Tianfeng Hall, into the northern 9 counties, specifically into Longbei County. The financial sect from the south, the Money Gang, established 36 banks in the northern 9 counties within a single day. Among the 3 major forces in the northern 9 counties, the Tianquan sect and the Qinglong Society commenced the eradication of the esoteric monasteries within their jurisdiction. This marked the formal confrontation with the Qinglong Temple. It was astonishing how swiftly circumstances had altered within just a few days. No wonder Qinglong Temple refrained from taking action against the Jinfeng Shiyu building. They simply lacked the time. Su Chun contemplated as he examined the secret letter in his hand. He then glanced at the lottery cards he possessed. Over the past few days, he had triggered several rewards and obtained an orange lottery card. Coupled with the orange lottery card he had acquired from defeating Zhai Tianyun, he now held 2 orange lottery cards. As the impending battle loomed, he recognized the necessity of augmenting his strength. Following the emergence of the 5 Poisons boy, he had dispatched Xue Shaoran to the Qinglong Association to assume the position of the leader of the Sanyu Hall. In his previous life, Shui Shaoran had established the Tianwang network. Now, as the leader of the Sanyu Hall, he was swiftly assembling his own faction. During this period, Zhuge Jinhua and A Fei had consolidated the remnants of the Jiao building and the Guisha mansion. It could be asserted that the Qinglong Association was the most formidable assassin organization in the northern 9 counties. However, achieving the status of a dominant-level assassin organization in the northern 9 counties still required further effort. After all, the Guisha mansion and the Jiao building were inherently weak. If they were strong, they would not have been so easily annihilated by the Qinglong Temple. The goal of the Qinglong Association is to become a dominant-level assassin organization. Perhaps once the Qinglong Association establishes itself as the preeminent assassin force in the northern 9 counties, he might trigger additional rewards. He promptly decided to draw from the 2 orange lottery cards. Acquired character. Bat Young Master Yuan Suiyun obtained a golden spiritual mushroom. A character had appeared once more. Bat Young Master Yuan Suiyun, a principal figure in the legends of the bat in the tale of Chu Liuxiang. Yuan Suiyun is the young master of the first family, the Wujing Mountain Villa, and the master of Bat Island. A seemingly refined and gentle young master, yet secretly harboring ambitions to unify the martial world and emerge as its sovereign. Notably, Yuan Suiyun's most distinguishing feature is his blindness. Su Chen assessed Yuan Suiyun's prowess, discovering he was at the 2nd tier of the heavenly human realm. This revelation caused Su Chen's brow to furrow slightly. He had not anticipated Yuan Suiyun's strength to be at such a level. At that moment, he turned his attention to the golden Lingji he had acquired. This rare herb could restore Yuan Suiyun's sight and elevate his abilities to the 3rd tier of the heavenly human realm. Would this remedy the last vestige of Yuan Suiyun's shortcomings? Yet, would the restored Yuan Suiyun still retain his essence as the Bat Young Master? Su Chen pondered these thoughts. He promptly summoned Yuan Suiyun. Clad in white, he appeared as a graceful gentleman, though his eyes lacked luster. "Greetings, my lord." Yuan Suiyun bowed respectfully to Su Chen. "This is a golden Lingji. Upon consumption, your sight will be restored," Su Chen proclaimed. "This world is not the same as before. I believe your experiences will be even more extraordinary." He presented the golden Lingji to Yuan Suiyun. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, a look of astonishment crossed Yuan Suiyun's face. Though he had grown accustomed to his blindness, the desire to see still lingered within him. "Consume it within my cave and restore your vision swiftly. We have much to accomplish," Su Chen instructed. "Yes," Yuan Suiyun nodded, accepting the golden Lingji before heading into the cave. Meanwhile, Su Chen exited the mountain dwelling. Significant affairs were unfolding, and he too needed to take action. The Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion had already forged an alliance with Wen Yifan, who had provided numerous benefits to the pavilion. The Changhan Palace and Zihanyue also required urging to mobilize. The expansion of the Shanhua sect was imminent. With this thought, a surge of ambition welled up within Su Chen. At this moment, within the Azure Dragon Society's stronghold, a figure materialized in Xiao Qiushui's courtyard. The visitor wore a mask, emanating an aura of sharpness. Chapter 233, Division of Labor, Assassination in the Harsh Winter. The air bore a biting chill. The bright moonlight cast a layer of white frost upon the estate, rendering it eerily silent. The cloaked figure exuded a formidable presence. However, within the estate, there was no sign of disturbance. It was as if no one resided there at all. Time passed. Have I come to the wrong place? The masked figure mused, having painstakingly searched for this location. Yet, what was the cause of this profound silence? As doubts crept into his mind, a figure suddenly emerged from the main hall, hurtling towards him. With a swift motion, the figure brandished a long sword, unleashing a terrifying wave of sword energy that surged forth with lethal intent and astonishing speed. The masked figure's expression turned grave upon witnessing this. Just as the sword was about to strike, he leaned back in an extraordinary manner, narrowly evading the blow. As he dodged, he clapped his palms together fiercely. A wave of air surged towards the emerging black figure. The shadowy figure, upon making a swift turn, landed gracefully in place. Cloaked in a wide-brimmed hat and wielding a long sword, the figure gazed intently at the approaching black-clad individual. "You are not Xiao Qiushui," the dark-clad man declared, eyeing the hat-wearing figure standing a short distance away. "I am the master of the March Hall of the Azure Dragon Society. This place is now the domain of my March Hall." The figure beneath the hat was none other than Shui Shaoran, who had recently departed from Su Chen's side. "Master of the March Hall of the Azure Dragon Society?" The black-clad man's expression stiffened upon hearing Shui Xiaoran's words. The Azure Dragon Society had already unveiled the January and February halls, and now, the March hall had emerged. Judging from the swordsmanship demonstrated just moments ago, this individual's prowess surpassed that of both Xiao Qiushui and Zhuge Jinghua at their initial appearances. When Xiao Qiushui appeared, he was at the realm of the unity of soul and spirit, while Zhuge Jinghua was close to the celestial realm. Now, Shui Xiaoran had reached the celestial realm. Could it be that the subsequent arrivals would be even more formidable? A sense of gravity weighed heavily upon him. Who are you? And what business do you have at my Azure Dragon Society's March Hall? Shui Xiaoran's voice was low, imbued with an inexplicable chill. In comparison to the earlier Xiao Qiushui and Zhuge Jinghua, this person exuded an aura more akin to that of an assassin, the black-clad man mused. I have come primarily to request the Azure Dragon Society's assistance in eliminating a few individuals, the black-clad man stated. Elimination? And who, pray tell, are these individuals? Shui Xiaoran inquired. At that moment, the black-clad man swiftly sent a sealed letter hurtling towards Shui Xiaoran, its speed akin to that of a flash of blade light. Shui Xiaoran raised his hand to catch the incoming missive. Longbei County, Abbot Huayuan of Puhui Temple, Gongsun family of Beatty County, Gongsun Zan, and the Lord of Kongchan City in Kangwu County, Huangfu Rong. They are all leaders of the prominent forces allied with the Azure Dragon Temple. Shui Xiaoran articulated. As an assassin, it was imperative to be well-versed in the circumstances surrounding the 9 northern counties. Upon assuming control of the March Hall, he had promptly requested information regarding the forces within the 9 northern counties from the Jinfeng Shiyu building. Indeed, do you not fear that the Azure Dragon Society might decline your request? The black-clad man queried, regarding Shui Xiaoran. 300,000 taels per individual, payable in full upfront. Once the payment is received, we shall take action. You have 3 months. If the targets remain alive at that time, we shall refund half of the fee. Shui Xiaoran replied. Upon hearing Shui Xiaoran's words, the black-clad man's expression darkened beneath his mask. He was taken aback that the Azure Dragon Society demanded payment in advance. This is our rule. If you are not certain, I kindly ask you to leave. In deep contemplation, the opposing party realized that Shui Xiaoran would not linger for a decision. Very well, I shall deliver the funds by tomorrow. The black-clad man finally conceded after a moment's reflection. No matter. Once the payment is received, we shall act. And please, do not expect us to see you off. Shui Xiaoran replied coldly. Casting a fleeting glance at Shui Xiaoran, the black-clad man departed swiftly. Shui Xiaoran watched the figure vanish before turning and entering the hall. Shortly thereafter, he activated the mechanisms within the room, leading him to an underground secret chamber. The spacious secret chamber housed 4 individuals, Jing Wuming, A Fei, Zhuge Jinghua, and Xiao Qiushui. Recent disturbances had emerged in the northern 9 prefectures. The individual we encountered moments ago was undoubtedly from the capital, possessing formidable prowess. Shui Xiaoran remarked. Despite having held back during his prior display, he had still exerted 70% of his strength. The opponent, appearing to evade hastily, had in fact already discerned the speed and trajectory of his strike. He demands that we eliminate 3 individuals. Shui Xiaoran named the 3, all of whom were leaders of factions with the strength of transcendent beings. Is this a test of the Qinglong Society's capabilities? Xiao Qiushui inquired. Each of us shall select 1 target. Subsequently, Xiao Qiushui continued. The monk Huayuan practices the esoteric teachings of the Tantric sect, specifically the Golden Cicada technique. My firearm can penetrate his defenses. Moreover, I intend to relocate the Eryutang headquarters to the Longbei prefecture. Zhuge Jinghua added. Currently, he commands the remnants of the Guisha mansion and the Jile building. Previously, the first deputy lord of the Jile building, Duan Qingya, had also come under Zhuge Jinghua's command, overseeing matters pertaining to that faction. A Fei was responsible for the Guisha mansion segment, while Xiao Qiushui and Jing Wuming remained with their original team. Shui Xiaoran was in the process of gathering figures from the northern 9 prefectures, each developing in distinct ways. Once we seize the Puhui Temple, he will establish the Eryutang in the Longbei prefecture. The Tianxia Alliance is making its move there. If you leave the Eryutang now, you may become a target. Xiao Qiushui stated solemnly. Only through martial competition can we enhance our strength. Zhuge Jinghua proclaimed. Agreed. Both Xiao Qiushui and Shui Xiaoran nodded. I shall deal with the Lord of Kongchan City in Kangwu Prefecture, Huangfu Rong, Xiao Qiushui declared. The remaining target, Gongsun Zan, will be my responsibility. Upon finishing his words, Shui Shaoran turned and exited through another passage. Not far away, a figure cloaked in black remained fixated on the estate, observing the pitch-black interior with a slight furrow of the brow. It seems there is another exit. I shall deliver the silver tomorrow and see how you act. Xiao Qiushui, Zhuge Jinghua, and another are involved, the cloaked figure murmured. With that, he turned and departed. The following day, Su Chun descended from the mountain and appeared before a tavern. This was a contact point provided by Zahanyu. Donning a wide-brimmed hat, Su Chun approached the tavern and said, "Innkeeper, please prepare a private room for me." While speaking, he revealed the token given by Zahanyu. The innkeeper, upon seeing the token, maintained a neutral expression. "Esteemed guest, please follow me," he said, personally guiding Su Chun to the tavern's rear courtyard. After traversing a small bamboo grove, they arrived at a modest two-story pavilion, adorned with rustic decor. Outside the pavilion stood a cool gazebo. Within the gazebo, Zahanyu, clad in a flowing white gown, sat gracefully at the center, her hair elegantly styled and adorned with 3 jade-colored hairpins. At that moment, Zahanyu was not veiled, revealing her stunning beauty and curvaceous figure. Though she wore a white dress, her enchanting silhouette was unmistakable. This was the true visage of Zahanyu. Her mastery of disguise was remarkable. Upon seeing this individual, Su Chun recognized her as Zahanyu. Chapter 234, Startled, the Silent Poison. Zahanyu, noticing Su Chun's arrival, slightly moved her beautiful eyes and gestured for the shopkeeper to leave. After the shopkeeper bowed and took his leave, she commanded, "Please, take a seat." As a result, Su Chun was afforded a clear view of Zihanyu's exquisite visage and her alluring figure. "Master Su, what brings you down the mountain personally?" Zihanyu inquired. Gazing at him, "I noticed your pace was somewhat slow, so I came to inquire. The northern 9 counties have descended into chaos. This presents an opportunity for the expansion of our Shanhe sect," Su Chun replied, meeting her gaze. "I did not anticipate that your visit would concern this matter. I have received news that Mei Xianshuang intends to take action against Tianhe Villa, so I am preparing to hold off for a while. Fearing you might struggle to manage both factions simultaneously," Zihanyu responded thoughtfully. "There's no need for concern on that front. I have recently recruited a master of poison," Su Chun declared with confidence. "A master of poison?" Zihanyu's expression shifted in surprise. She had not been informed of Su Chun's new acquisition. "Indeed. You need not doubt it. As long as you can take action, I can ensure they will comply with my commands, or else they shall meet their demise." Su Chun spoke coldly. "Such actions could have repercussions for you," Zihanyu remarked, her tone laced with concern. "In this current world, the realm demands not heroes, but tyrants. Those who align with me shall prosper. Those who oppose me shall perish. That is the way of the present age," Su Chun asserted with a chilling finality. His words carried weight, for he had the backing of loyal allies ready to emerge at any moment, emboldening him to act decisively. Upon hearing Su Chun's declarations, a flicker of astonishment crossed Zihanyu's beautiful eyes. "You possess the potential of an unparalleled sovereign. Very well, I shall expedite the arrangements. However, once you seize control of Lingnan County, you may encounter formidable forces. At that time, even Mei Xianshuang and I may find ourselves unable to assist you," she cautioned. "I do not rely on you," Su Chun replied. "You are already poisoned, though it was not I who inflicted it upon you." Zihanyu was taken aback by Su Chun's assertion. She had not consumed anything nor partaken of any food while seated here, and the air bore no foul odor. How could she be poisoned? "You may use your mirror to examine your forehead. However, do refrain from exerting your internal energy to expel the toxin. Doing so will only accelerate its spread," Su Chun advised, lifting the teapot before him to pour himself a cup. Zihanyu rose and proceeded into the pavilion. Inside, Longpa stared at her in shock as she entered, for a layer of purple had manifested on Zihanyu's forehead. "Miss, you have been poisoned," Longpa exclaimed, her expression fraught with tension. Zihanyu's gaze shifted, and she stood before a mirror, beholding the purple hue upon her brow, her expression one of horror. "Miss, I will assist you in expelling the toxin with my internal energy," Longpa declared. "No, the poison was administered by Su Chun. He has recruited an expert in toxins." I found myself seated across from Su Chun, without ever laying eyes on him, and yet I was poisoned, said Zihanyu in a somber tone. "Miss, you haven't moved. How could you have been poisoned if that person did not appear?" Dragon Granny inquired, her face reflecting a look of confusion. "Dragon Granny, you have been poisoned as well." At that moment, Zihanyuan noticed the same purple mark appearing on Dragon Granny's forehead and immediately spoke up. Upon realizing this, Dragon Granny instinctively began to circulate her energy, seeking to ascertain whether she had indeed been poisoned. However, as she did so, her expression shifted dramatically, and a mouthful of blood erupted from her lips. Indeed, do not circulate your energy to expel the poison from your body, Zihanyuan exclaimed urgently. Dragon Granny promptly ceased her energy manipulation and approached a mirror, whereupon seeing the purple mark on her forehead, her expression turned to one of terror. This Su Chun has recruited such a formidable expert in toxins. It is rather alarming. Miss, we previously underestimated Su Chun, Dragon Granny remarked. Just moments ago, she had thought little of him, viewing him merely as someone who ascended due to Murong Qingchen's influence. However, it was now evident that he had enlisted a master in toxins, who had stealthily poisoned both of them, revealing the true extent of this expert's skills. To kill without a trace is indeed a remarkable feat. He is certainly not to be trifled with. Let us go and meet Su Chun. He must assist us in dispelling the poison within our bodies. Zihanyuan turned and left the pavilion, Dragon Granny following closely behind as they approached Su Chun. First, have your people help us rid ourselves of this poison, Zihanyuan said, looking directly at Su Chun. Su Chun lifted a teapot and poured each of them a cup of water. Drink this, and the toxins within you will vanish, he assured them. Without hesitation, both women consumed the water he provided, and soon after, they noticed the purple marks on their foreheads beginning to fade. A sigh of relief escaped them. Anyone who discovers they have been poisoned would inevitably feel a surge of dread. Now, you need not worry about whether I can withstand these forces, Su Chun remarked, casting a glance at Zihanyuan. With someone like that by your side, I find myself somewhat intimidated by you, Zihanyuan replied, her gaze lingering on Su Chun, a hint of allure in her eyes. As she faced him, Su Chun caught a faint, intoxicating fragrance wafting toward him. This aroma was particularly captivating, though it also hinted at a deadly toxin, having absorbed the essence of the flower guardian. Though Su Chun may not have possessed the same proficiency in toxins as the five poisons child, his knowledge of poisons was not inferior. As long as you are not my enemy, you shall be safe. On Mount Tianhe, I have already discreetly dispatched individuals to conduct surveillance. I will notify you the moment I receive any news. Su Chun spoke with an air of calmness, seemingly oblivious to the fact that Zihanyuan was attempting to poison him. In 3 days, I will assist you in taking down the Qinglong sect. As Zihanyuan spoke, her gaze remained fixed on Su Chun, her beautiful eyes reflecting a tender longing. She sought to observe any changes in his expression or demeanor. However, Su Chun's countenance remained unchanged, and his body showed no signs of distress, leaving her puzzled. Could it be that the poison I administered was ineffective? Saintess, there is no need for you to regard me in such a manner, for you have once played the role of my stepmother. With your advancing years, we are ill-suited. Furthermore, I would advise against employing poison against me in the future. Your methods are rather lacking, Su Chun remarked, casting a disdainful glance at Zihanyuan. Upon hearing his words, Zihanyuan realized that her attempt had been perceived. However, his subsequent comments incited her ire. What does a woman cherish most? First, her beauty. Second, her age. Su Chun had the audacity to imply that she was aging. She was merely in her 20s, only slightly older than him. Dragon Matriarch, escort Bai Zhangjiao out, Zihanyuan commanded, instructing her people to see him off. Then I shall take my leave. No need for you to see me out, Su Chun replied, rising to don his hat and depart. As he walked away, Zihanyuan spoke in a low voice. Find out promptly who the poison expert he has recruited is. Although she was currently collaborating with Su Chun, one could never know if they might become adversaries in the future. Should he become an enemy, the presence of such a poison specialist would undoubtedly spell disaster for them. Thus, it was imperative to ascertain the identity of this poison expert to prevent any unforeseen calamities. Chapter 235, Xianin Tower, Lingyue outside the tavern. As Su Chun left, the five poisons boy did not reveal himself. As long as he remained undetected, his poison could pose a threat to many. Of course, this world was different from the previous one. There were likely masters of both poison and antidote. Caution was necessary. One must remain vigilant. The summoned entities are formidable, yet they are not invincible. They too can perish. Su Chun made his way to the residence of the left minister, Li Wei. The northern 9 prefectures were in a state of upheaval, and it was likely that left minister Li Wei was taking some measures. Naturally, Su Chen sought to meet with him to glean insight into the layout of the Qinglong Temple. Upon arriving at Li Wei's residence, a carriage approached him slowly from behind. In front of the carriage was a man clad in a black and white long robe, wielding a bamboo sword. He emanated a formidable aura of killing intent, compelling many passers-by to retreat in fear. Sensing this intense atmosphere, Su Chen turned to look behind him as the carriage passed by. A gentle breeze lifted the curtain of the carriage, releasing a fragrant aroma from within. It was a woman. Su Chen could not help but glance inside. Seated inside was a woman of astonishing beauty, her long hair cascading elegantly, her brows delicately arched. Her eyes, distinct in black and white, glistened with a certain luminescence, embodying both ethereal charm and grace. Her lips, thin yet rosy, adorned a face so breathtakingly beautiful that it exuded an air of icy aloofness, evoking a sense of trepidation. The young woman sat gracefully within the carriage, draped in a white long shawl that enveloped her delicate figure. Although she appeared quite youthful, Su Chen could faintly sense an aura of pressure emanating from her. Her prowess was not merely of the soul refinement stage. She had achieved the unity of divine and corporeal essence. Su Chen was taken aback. How could such a remarkable woman appear so suddenly? She was undoubtedly among the most stunning he had ever encountered. Certainly, beyond mere temperament, Murong Qingchen is truly extraordinary. Moreover, she is remarkably young, yet she has already attained the unity of spirit and soul. The path of martial cultivation is not solely determined by innate talent. It also hinges on available resources. The amalgamation of both elements can lead to boundless achievements, which explains why numerous factions vie for territorial control. This young woman, having reached such a profound state at her age, undoubtedly possesses exceptional talent and formidable backing. As Su Chen redirected his gaze, he continued on his way. The carriage appeared to be following the same route as him. Upon arriving at the residence of the left minister Li Wei, he noticed that the carriage he had seen earlier was already stationed at the entrance. A woman, seated within the carriage, emerged, now donning a conical hat adorned with a beaded curtain, as if to conceal her visage from prying eyes. Outside the Li residence, an elderly man seemed to have been waiting there for some time. Upon seeing the woman alight from the carriage, he promptly approached her and escorted her into the estate. Subsequently, the servants led the carriage to the courtyard for care. Su Chen observed this scene with a slight furrow in his brow. Realizing he had come to seek Li Wei, he retrieved a token from his pocket as he approached the residence. The guards at the entrance, upon recognizing the token in Su Chen's hand, swiftly made their way into the courtyard. Inside the main hall of the estate, upon the woman's entrance, Li Wei immediately exited the hall. "Why have you returned at such a time?" he inquired, his tone revealing that this woman was no mere guest, but likely a family member. "Father, if I do not return, you may be in grave danger," the woman replied, removing her conical hat. The elderly steward beside her took the hat and discreetly exited the hall. "For now, they should not act against me," Li Wei reassured. "That may not be the case," the woman countered, shaking her head. "I have now become the third princess of Xianin Tower. I have received intelligence that when Yifan intends to strike you first, when Yifan seeks to harm me. Inger, is this true?" Li Wei's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing this revelation. The woman before him was none other than his only daughter, Li Muing, a disciple of the Xianin Tower, second only to the three major factions in the northern 9 prefectures. Her strength was comparable to that of the Dao Alliance. Our Xianin Tower has been closely monitoring the Dao Alliance's movements. Guan Tianxiao, accompanied by his apprentice Gu Tong, has come to Lingnan Prefecture and met with Wen Yifan. Their discussions included plans to kill you, which is why my daughter has returned. Li Muing explained. "When Yifan dares to act against me, why have I not received any news from Qinglong Temple?" Li Wei's brow furrowed slightly. Qinglong Temple is currently retracting its influence, with factions such as the Alliance of the World and the Money Gang encroaching upon the northern 9 prefectures to suppress them. Tianquan Sect and the Qinglong Society are also overtly confronting Qinglong Temple. Even with their foundational strength, they cannot withstand the onslaught of so many factions. "How can they be concerned about your safety, father?" Li Muing replied. "Logically, Wen Yifan should not have made a move against you at this time." "What have you done?" she then inquired. "I have arranged for someone to eliminate Zhai Tianyun, severing Wen Yifan's support in Lingnan Prefecture," Li Wei stated. "Father, you are being rather hasty. Please make arrangements for us to return to the Xianin Tower at once and take refuge there for a while. Currently, the Xianin Tower is being courted by various factions, and Wen Yifan is unlikely to sever ties with us at this moment. By the way, who was responsible for the assassination of Zhai Tianyan? We can hand him over to Wen Yifan to buy ourselves some time, Li Muing remarked. Handing him over may not be feasible. Li Wei shook his head. Recently, Su Chun has formed an alliance with Mei Xuanshuang of the Changhan Palace and Bai Fei of the Jinfeng Xiu Tower. If we take action against Su Chun, these two forces will not allow him to escape from Lingnan County. My lord, the leader of the Shanhua sect, Su Chun, is here, the steward outside the door announced. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. This Su Chun is indeed the one who killed Zhai Tianyan. Li Wei said, quickly, invite Master Su in. Soon, Su Chun, wearing a bamboo hat, was escorted into the hall. His gaze fell upon Li Muing, momentarily taken aback. Master Su, what brings you here today? Li Wei was somewhat perplexed by Su Chen's visit. Lordly, I have come to inquire if you know when Wen Yifan will be leaving the northern 9 prefectures? Recently, our Shanhua sect is planning an expansion to become the foremost sect in Lingnan County. Su Chen declared. The foremost sect in Lingnan County. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Wen Yifan's pupils constricted sharply. Su Chen's ambitions are indeed formidable. Master Su, your Shanhua sect's strength cannot possibly rival certain factions in Lingnan County. Li Wei replied with a shake of his head. I am collaborating with the Jinfeng Xiu Tower, the Hanhua sect, and the Changhan Palace, my lord. The prospect of becoming the dominant force in Lingnan County is not mere fantasy. In the coming days, our Shanhua sect will be able to annex the Qinjian sect and the Tiana Villa. With such accomplishments, our Shanhua sect will become the largest faction in terms of numbers in Lingnan County. Su Chen asserted. Li Wei's face displayed astonishment at Su Chen's words. He was surprised to learn that, in addition to collaborating with the Changhan Palace and Jinfeng Xiu Tower, Su Chen was also forming alliances with the Hanhua sect, beyond his expectations. Chapter 236. Who utilizes whom? Taoist sect. The great void true person standing beside Li Wei, Li Muing gazed intently at Su Chen. Previously, she had contemplated handing Su Chen over to Wen Yifan, believing it would grant them some time to escape. However, now that he has alliances with Changhan Palace, Jinfeng Xiu Tower, and Hanhua sect, if they were to surrender him, they would likely be unable to leave Lingnan County tonight. My father will be leaving Lingnan County for a while, and I fear he will not be able to assist you. Li Muing spoke up. Leaving Lingnan County. My lord, are you planning to flee? That seems rather unbecoming. Su Chen looked at Li Wei. It appeared Li Wei, who had sought collaboration with him earlier, was now preparing to abandon him. Was he merely toying with him? Master Su, it is not that I am lacking in integrity. The current situation is increasingly perilous for those in the open, so if one can escape, it is indeed a fortuitous circumstance. Li Wei replied solemnly. When Yifan intends to kill him, can he leave unscathed? Lordly, you sought my collaboration previously, yet now you wish to depart. This is not a commendable habit. Su Chen's tone carried a hint of frost, his eyes flickering with confusion. The former Li Wei exuded much greater presence than he does now. Has he been threatened? His gaze involuntarily drifted toward Li Muing, who stood nearby. Noticing Su Chen's attention on her, Li Wei promptly introduced, Xiao Ying, this is Su Chen, the leader of the Shanhua sect. It was he who personally dealt with Zhai Tianyan. Su Chen, this is my daughter, Li Muing, the third princess of the Xian'an Tower. Upon hearing this, Su Chen furrowed his brow slightly. He had not anticipated that this woman was Li Wei's daughter and the third princess of the Xian'an Tower. The Xian'an Tower holds a status in Lingnan County that is comparable to the Blade Alliance, being one of the forces ranked just below the 3 major factions. However, in terms of true strength, the Xian'an Tower lags behind the Blade Alliance, particularly due to the formidable figure of Guan Tianxiu within the latter. Greetings, Miss Li. Su Chen offered a slight bow. Might I inquire why Lord Li is in such a hurry to depart? Li Wei was one of his strategic pieces in Lingnan County, and it was imperative that he did not encounter any mishaps or vacate his position just yet. Because you have slain Zhai Tianyu, when Yifan seeks to kill my father. Thus I must escort him to the Xian'an Tower. Li Muing interjected. Are you certain that when Yifan intends to act at this juncture? If so, we must ensure that he cannot make a move. Su Chen replied coldly. You cannot kill Wen Yifan, nor can you touch him. Li Muing gazed intently at Su Chen. Why is that impossible? Su Chen's voice was grave. Are you aware of Wen Yifan's capabilities? Do you know his background? Do you understand whom he represents? Setting aside his prowess, should he perish, the third prince and the Wen family would retaliate. And we at the Xian'an Tower would be unable to withstand it. You at the Shanhua sect would fare even worse. Li Muying retorted coldly, her expression growing more frigid. Wen Yifun's strength lies at the pinnacle of the celestial realm, and he is one of the architects of the third prince's schemes in the northern 9 counties. Yet, at times, preventing the adversary from acting does not necessitate their demise. Naturally, I desire his death. Even if he is at the pinnacle of the celestial realm, he shall meet his end. Lordly, await further news from me. Within a day, Wen Yifun will be poisoned and should then be returned to the capital. With that, Su Chen turned and departed. As they watched Su Chen's retreating figure, Li Wei and his daughter exchanged glances. He is a master of poison, Li Muying remarked. I am uncertain if Su Chen was selected by Murong Qingchen, but it seems he does not entirely follow her commands. This man harbors great ambition and poses considerable danger. It would be prudent for you to limit your interactions with him, Li Wei cautioned. Previously, he had regarded Su Chen as an inconsequential figure based on the information available. However, upon their first encounter, he discerned that Su Chen was anything but ordinary. Now, in their second meeting, Su Chen's tone conveyed an unmistakable dominance, evoking a sense of survival for allies and demise for foes. There is an inherent peril in this man. Li Muying nodded in agreement, her heart filled with astonishment. Unexpectedly, such a character has emerged in Lingnan County, seemingly of similar age to her. Of course, I am more intrigued to observe how Su Chen managed to poison Wen Yifun. After all, Wen Yifun possesses the formidable strength of the celestial realm, and inducing him to succumb to poison is no trivial feat. Upon your return, I presume your intentions extend beyond merely escorting me back to the Xianin Tower. There must be other matters at hand, right? Li Wei inquired. Indeed, father. My primary purpose for returning is to encourage you to align yourself with the 7th prince. Our Xianin Tower has covertly pledged allegiance to him. Father, are you aware of who the 7th prince has sent this time? It is none other than one of his 2 esteemed mentors, the Grand Master of the Taoist sect, Tai Suzhen Ruan, Li Muying conveyed through a private transmission. What? Li Wei was not surprised by Li Muying's suggestion to ally with the 7th prince, nor by the secret allegiance of the Xianin Tower. However, the appearance of Tai Suzhen Ruan in this vicinity astonished him. This place is one of the strongholds of the Buddhist esoteric sect. Both Buddhism and Taoism are missionary sects, distinct from other martial factions, as they focus on the development of followers. On the surface, the 2 sects maintain a facade of harmony, yet beneath lies a tumultuous rivalry. Tai Suzhen Ruan is one of the 3 principal leaders of the Qing Su Guan within the Taoist sect. His presence here could inadvertently spark a fierce conflict. Are you certain of this? Li Wei asked in a hushed tone. Li Muying nodded and replied, it was directly stated by my master, who has likely encountered Tai Suzhen Ruan. The Qinglong Temple will undoubtedly face decline, Li Wei remarked, if father consents to join the 7th prince's ranks. Once Wen Yifun departs, the governorship of Lingnan County shall be yours. Li Muying continued her private transmission. Since you have joined, I have no choice but to comply. I cannot possibly oppose my daughter. I shall agree to align with the 7th prince. A wise man recognizes the times. Unlike the common folk of the Jianghu, Li Wei, though a master of martial arts, is indeed a man of the official realm. Such a shift in allegiance is quite natural. Now, we await Su Chen to assist in bringing Wen Yifun back to the capital, Li Muying declared. In that moment, they felt themselves to be the beneficiaries of this plan. Little did they know, once Li Wei secured the governorship of Lingnan County, Su Chen would take action against him to establish control. Thus, until the very end, no one could discern who was utilizing whom or who would emerge as the true beneficiary. In another location, within Wen Yifun's residence, he was enjoying tea with Lu Chun, both wearing relaxed expressions. It is surprising how effortlessly matters have unfolded, leading to the consolidation of power within the Qinglong Temple, Lu Chun remarked, taking a sip of his tea. Indeed. However, with the emergence of the Tianming alliance, we must exercise caution. I hope, Brother Lu, that you can discreetly visit the Tianquan sect to discuss matters with that old pugilist when time permits. Wen Yifun suggested, I had already intended to do so, but I must inquire about your plan to have Guan Tianqiu arrange for the assassination of Li Wei. Given the current circumstances, I will soon depart from Lingnan County. Without my presence, the only candidate for ascension is Li Wei. Therefore, should he be eliminated, the governorship would become vacant, allowing me to appoint my own people to take over the position when I succeed as governor, Wen Yifun explained. The court and the martial arts sects are 2 distinct concepts. The martial arts sects engage in fierce power struggles, where it is a matter of life and death. each vying for territory, with the victor crowned as king and the vanquished deemed a bandit. The court, however, operates under a certain system of constraints, maintaining a semblance of order even in the shadows. Those who disrupt this order shall face dire consequences. Of course, there is the matter of killing Li Wei. He has his justification, believing that Zhai Tianyun was responsible for Li Wei's demise. In Chapter 238, titled Threats, Poison, and Resentment, Lu Chun, after taking a sip of tea, spoke up, "Since you have already made arrangements, I shall refrain from further comment. However, I have received a command from the capital indicating that Master Qin, close to the third prince, harbors intentions regarding the golden plum vase, hoping we might procure it from the Jin Fengshiyu building." Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Wen Yifun's expression hardened as he set down his teacup and replied solemnly, "While the golden plum vase is capable of healing injuries, it also leads one to madness. No one who has used the vase has escaped this fate. How could someone like Master Qin be interested in such an object? The specifics were not made clear from their end, and I am not fully informed." Lu Chen shook his head. Currently, the golden plum vase resides within the Jin Fengshiyu building. Retrieving it from their grasp is no simple task. Despite its drawbacks, it remains a life-saving artifact. The Jin Fengshiyu building may not be willing to part with it. Although we have a cooperative relationship, there remains an air of mutual suspicion. Our hopes of acquiring the golden plum vase from them appear slim. Is it possible to decline the request from the capital? When Yifan inquired, Lu Chen shook his head. Regardless of whether we can obtain it or not, we must first proceed with their request. We cannot decline outright. At that moment, a figure suddenly descended into the hall, appearing to materialize from thin air. Clad in a black robe and wearing a mask, the individual's identity was obscured, leaving no clues about their appearance or stature. Inside the hall, both Wen Yifan and Lu Chun felt their pupils constrict sharply, instinctively channeling their internal energy. Yet, in that fleeting moment, a tremendous oppressive force descended upon them, dispersing their gathered energy in an instant. Shocked, they gazed at the masked figure, sensing an overwhelming power that they could not hope to contend with. "Who are you?" Wen Yifan asked, realizing that the visitor had come to his residence and had not attacked immediately, indicating no intent to kill them. He stood, bowing respectfully. As he spoke, a streak of black light shot into his mouth, and he felt a surge of energy stir within his chest as the black light was swallowed into his abdomen. Meanwhile, Lu Chun, taken aback, attempted to speak, but was met with a similar black light that penetrated his mouth. "You both have been struck by my heavenly devastation black soul pill. Without an antidote in 5 days, your souls will be eroded, leading you into madness. In that state, you will be unable to distinguish friend from foe, succumbing only to slaughter until your energy and lifeblood are entirely depleted. If you wish for an antidote, you must retrieve the golden plum vase from the Jin Fengshiyu building for me. Remember, only 5 days remain. After 5 days, I shall return." With that, the figure turned and vanished before the two, as if nothing had transpired. Watching the departing silhouette fade away, the two exchanged glances, taken aback. They had not anticipated that at their level of mastery, they would be so thoroughly suppressed and coerced. The visitors sought the golden plum vase. It seemed the vase possessed an unimaginable significance. When Yifan spoke in a low voice, "We cannot dwell on this matter now. We must focus on how to counteract the poison within us. If we cannot resolve it, we must find a way to obtain the golden plum vase from the Misty Breeze Pavilion," Lu Chun replied solemnly. "However, if we secure the vase and deliver it to them while withholding it from Master Qin, we may invite future troubles." When Yifan cautioned, "Master Qin is merely a nuisance. The threat from this side is life-threatening. I cannot fathom why such a formidable opponent has not directly approached the Misty Breeze Pavilion," Lu Chen mused, furrowing his brow. To suppress them with mere energy indicates that their strength is at least at the level of the Celestial Six difficulties. Such a powerhouse should be capable of coercing the surrender of the golden plum vase from the Misty Breeze Pavilion. Is it possible that there are other strong individuals within? Lu Chen continued. As he spoke, he began to assess the changes in his body but found no signs of discomfort, his expression darkening. The inability to detect the poison suggested that it was more insidious than he had imagined. He cast a glance at Wen Yifan, who also shook his head, having not perceived any bodily changes. I never anticipated that 2 practitioners at the Celestial 3 difficulties could be so naive. That was not poison, but merely an ordinary pill. How could you be so alarmed?" A deep voice echoed from outside the hall. Wen Yifan and Lu Chun were momentarily taken aback. They swiftly exited the hall, scanning their surroundings, yet found no one. You cannot find me, Wen Yifan. You were not poisoned before, but now you are. It is a toxin of my design. Soon, the toxicity within you will erupt, slowly eroding your internal energy. To remedy this predicament, seek assistance from someone stronger than yourself, someone above the celestial 6 difficulties. As for the other fellow, you are fortunate to have escaped my poison. The voice resounded once more. Upon hearing this, Wen Yifan's expression shifted, as he sensed his internal energy beginning to wane. His gaze grew cold as he surveyed the area, but detected no signs of movement. The person had likely departed. How do you feel? Lu Chen inquired gravely. The initial threat was for the golden plum vase. While the latter was aimed at Wen Yifan, they had not resorted to lethal force, but had merely induced poisoning to compel the expulsion of the toxin. In the northern 9 prefectures, only the Qinglong Temple possessed individuals of the celestial 6 difficulties. Or perhaps the deputy leader of the alliance who had come to the northern 9 prefectures for the upcoming alliance conference. However, these individuals would not offer their assistance to Wen Yifan. It seems that they intend to compel Wen Yifan to depart. Within 10 days, if the situation cannot be contained, my energy will dissipate. Once it vanishes, my strength may plummet to the realm of mortals. Wen Yifan spoke in a grave tone. 10 days. Traveling from here to the capital will consume that very time, leaving no opportunity for contemplation. Who do you suppose has orchestrated this? Could it possibly be emissaries from the 7th prince? Wen Yifan stands as one of the leading figures supporting the 3rd prince in the northern 9 prefectures. Forcing him to leave at this juncture is a blatant attempt to undermine the 3rd prince's influence. It is plausible that the 7th prince, during his wanderings, has befriended numerous extraordinary individuals from the martial world. To expel me now may very well be a prelude to arranging for someone to come to Lingnan Prefecture. Is it possible that Li Wei has allied himself with the 7th prince? Wen Yifan remarked solemnly. At that moment, the housekeeper was approaching. My lord, Li Wei's daughter from the Xianing Tower has returned. The elder housekeeper announced. Lingyue, is it? It is said that she previously vied for the position of the 3rd princess of the Xianing Tower, and it appears she has succeeded. Li Wei is fortunate to have such a daughter. The 3rd princess holds considerable standing within the tower and is a candidate for the tower master. She must have formidable allies. If only disciples were dispatched by Guan Tianxiu, they would not suffice to eliminate Li Wei, Wen Yifan articulated. The strength of the Xianing Tower is only slightly inferior to that of the Blade Alliance. Should Li Wei be accompanied by experts from the Xianing Tower, it is unlikely that Guan Tianxiu would take action. Lu Chen inquired solemnly. The Xianing Tower, the 7th prince, evidently. The Xianing Tower has pledged allegiance to the 7th prince. Relay this intelligence to the 3rd prince. I shall return to the capital post-haste and strive to expedite my return to the northern 9 prefectures. Wen Yifan declared, veins of anger and frustration evident upon his brow. Today, they find themselves entirely on the defensive, ensnared by threats, and remain oblivious to the identity of their adversaries. Chapter 239, The Alliance of the World. Puhui Temple outside the estate. Hidden in the shadows, Su Chun observed a figure enter the residence. Moments later, that figure exited the courtyard, arriving swiftly and departing just as hastily. In the shadows, Su Chun dared not scrutinize further. Instead, he employed a technique to conceal his presence, ensuring he remained undetected. After a while, a silhouette approached, reaching Su Chen's ears. He swiftly turned and departed. Within an inn, the 5 Poisons boy materialized beside Su Chun. My lord, Wen Yifan has been poisoned. Within 10 days, we must locate a master of the 6 difficulties of ascension to assist in purging the toxins from his body. However, while I was administering the poison, a mysterious individual appeared, one of considerable strength, who nearly uncovered my presence, the 5 Poisons boy reported. I too witnessed that individual. What business do they have with Wen Yifan? Su Chen queried gravely. They demand that Wen Yifan procure the Jin Mei Ping from the Jin Feng, Shiyu building. Not only that individual desires it, but someone named Qin Shi from the capital also seeks the Jin Mei Ping. The 5 Poisons boy replied. Could it be that the Jin Mei Ping contains something I have yet to discover? By the way, do you have any knowledge of the strength of those who have threatened Wen Yifan? Su Chun refrained from probing further. The 5 Poisons boy may possess knowledge of the opponent's strength. The adversary's power is formidable, and I dared not probe further. However, Wen Yifan mentioned in conversation with another individual that the strength of the man in black should surpass the 6 difficulties of the celestial realm. Upon hearing this, Su Chun was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that the strength of the man in black exceeded the 6 difficulties of the celestial realm and was even here for the golden Mei vase. Su Chen couldn't help but furrow his brows. He had already entrusted the golden Mei vase to Guanqi. It was likely that even Guanqi could not withstand the power of someone at the 6 difficulties of the celestial realm. Previously, he had thought that those stronger cultivators were all gathered around the Qinglong temple, yet they had unexpectedly come here. Su Chen murmured to himself. Suddenly, his expression changed. A thought flashed through his mind. The golden Mei vase is of such paramount importance, yet the Qinglong temple has chosen to present it. This could very well be a ploy to draw away the masters of the 6 difficulties of the celestial realm. Perhaps we have been manipulated by the Qinglong temple. Su Chen pondered. With this in mind, he sought to consult Zihan Yu. She had mentioned that the golden Mei vase emerged from a hidden treasury. Thus, what were others seeking? Was it the treasury itself? If so, his collaboration with Zihan Yu could embroil the Mountain River sect in a greater storm. Zihan Yu is certainly concealing something. Clap, clap. Su Chen clapped his hands. A figure leaped through the window like a bat. Go investigate Zihan Yu and see if you can uncover the information we desire. Su Chen instructed. Yuan Suiyun's eyes had now recovered, and his strength had risen to the 3 difficulties of the celestial realm. Not only was he powerful, but his agility was remarkable as well. There would be no issue with him conducting the investigation. Of course, Su Chen was also searching for shadow assassins. Once located, he would have Yuan Suiyun eliminate them and subsequently allow him to infiltrate the Mountain River sect under the guise of a shadow assassin. No one had seen a shadow. Whoever he declared to be a shadow would indeed become one. This would grant him an additional capable ally in plain sight. Yes, Yuan Suiyun swiftly departed. He communicated the information obtained here to Bai Fei, instructing him to ascertain the identities of the newcomers. Additionally, he requested Bai Fei to secretly deliver the documents regarding the hidden treasury to the Mountain River sect, as he intended to examine them closely. Su Chen addressed the 5 poisons boy, stating, "We must ascertain who wields the power of the 6 difficulties of the celestial realm. I shall personally investigate the information regarding the hidden treasury to uncover any potential clues." After the 5 poisons boy departed, Su Chen returned to the Mountain River sect. Upon his return, Zihan Yu had already taken control of the Qingjin sect. The Mountain River sect dispatched individuals to swiftly occupy the territory of the Qingjin sect. The operation proceeded smoothly, seemingly without interference from other forces. In the county of Longbei, within an ordinary residence, Zhuge Zheng and A Fei sat in earnest discussion. They had arrived in Longbei County a day prior, seeking information regarding Puhui Temple. Master Zhuge, today I conducted an inquiry and discovered numerous watchers surrounding Puhui Temple. They are likely waiting for us to eliminate Abbot Huayuan before they make their move. These individuals, I have investigated, are members of the Alliance of the World. A Fei declared, members of the Alliance of the World? Their strength could easily conquer the Puhui Temple. Why do they not seize it directly? What is the current situation at the Puhui Temple? Zhuge Zhenghua inquired. It is quite tranquil. Only a few monks have emerged to purchase some provisions. They have begun to close the temple, publicly declaring it a time for quiet reflection and worship, and are not receiving any pilgrims. A Fei responded, "Is that so?" Zhuge Zhenghua furrowed his brow slightly, beginning to ponder deeply. He sensed that the matter was far from simple. Elsewhere, in an estate, in the sitting room, a robust man, his skin resembling ancient bronze, sat in the main chair. Behind him stood a young man with a lean figure, yet possessing an exceptionally sharp gaze. Seated to their left was a masked individual. We have already surrounded the Puhui Temple. Why are we not allowed to strike and annihilate it? The man in the main chair spoke, his voice resonant like a bronze bell. He is Lung Tianxi, the current vice leader of the Alliance of the World, who has come to Longbei County. Beside him stands Yan Xian, the disciple of the leader and the son of Yan Yu, the former commander of Lingnan County's Northern Pacification Office. The individuals I invited should have arrived. Let them take the lead in eliminating our targets, and then you may act. This is for your own good. The Puhui Temple has ties to the Qinglong Temple, and there may be adept practitioners concealed within. If that is the case, the Alliance of the World would suffer grave losses, which the 7th Prince would not wish to witness. The masked individual spoke in a solemn tone. The Qinglong Temple is currently under scrutiny. Although they dare not rush in, any who emerge may very well perish. What is there to fear? Lung Tianxi remarked. At this moment, Yan Xian interjected. Senior, you may not understand the caliber of the people you have invited. Presently, There are no notable assassin organizations in the northern 9 prefectures. The Qinglong Society, you should be familiar with it. Your father likely fell victim to its members. The masked individual stated. Upon hearing this, a chilling light flickered in Yan Xian's eyes. If it is the Qinglong Society, then let them be the vanguard. Lung Tianqi declared. Thank you, Uncle Lung. Yan Xian replied. He is the disciple of the leader of the Alliance of the World. Lung Tianqi and the leader are sworn brothers. Hence, Yan Xian refers to him as Uncle Lung. However, Senior, if the assassins of the Qinglong Society remain inactive, the Alliance of the World cannot linger here indefinitely. Thus, I propose that we stage a feigned assault on the Puhui Temple to create an opportunity for them to act. If they manage to eliminate the Monk Konghai, we can swiftly seize the Puhui Temple. Yan Xian suggested. Is it not also your intention to eliminate members of the Qinglong Society and ultimately shift the blame onto the Puhui Temple? The masked individual gazed at Yan Xian. Indeed, Yan Xian did not deny his intentions. Chapter 240, Provocation, Appearance of the Heavenly Fist Sect. Concealing one's intentions in the presence of the strong is an unwise endeavor. Thus he did not hold back. The masked man cast a glance at Yan Xian before saying nothing further. Cold Deputy Alliance Leader, I leave this to you. Secure Longbei County, and your Heavenly Alliance will have successfully entered the northern 9 counties. Having spoken, the masked man rose and departed. As he exited, only Yan Xian and Cold Tianqi remained in the hall. Uncle Cold, they are fully aware that the members of the Qinglong Society might be the ones responsible for my father's death, yet they still invite them to act. What are they scheming? Yan Xian uttered in a somber tone. What are they after? They seek to provide us with adversaries, to maintain a balance, replied Cold Tianqi. With the arrival of the Heavenly Alliance in the northern 9 counties, apart from the Qinglong Temple, no solitary force can withstand them. However, if several major factions can maintain equilibrium, the Heavenly Alliance's expansion will be considerably more challenging. Should we still strike against the Qinglong Society? Yan Xian inquired. The Qinglong Society is an organization of assassins, merely skilled in killing. The true enemy of his father lies with those who have summoned the Qinglong Society. He has been investigating and suspects it could be the Jinfeng Shiyu Tower, yet the strength of the Jinfeng Shiyu Tower in Lingnan County cannot be underestimated. To kill, even if we refrain, our opponents will still resort to murder and frame us for it. Cold Tianqi remarked. From here on, you shall make the arrangements. Just as you suggested. Cold Tianqi then looked at Yan Xian. Yan Xian's involvement is also a means to hone him. In Lingnan County, within the Grand Hall of the Shanhua sect, Su Qin sat alone in the seat of the sect leader, his gaze heavy as he fixated on a letter in his hand. The Heavenly Alliance has appeared around the Puhui Temple, remaining stagnant. Are they waiting for Zhuge Jinghua and the others to take action? From the context of the client, it seems to originate from the faction of the Seventh Prince. The Heavenly Alliance itself is affiliated with the Seventh Prince, thus encircling the Puhui Temple logically negates the need to spend money on the Qinglong Society's involvement. There must be some hidden conspiracy at play. Now, we await Zhuge Jinghua's response. Zhuge Jinghua's talents and martial skills are unparalleled, and I trust he will manage the current circumstances effectively. Nonetheless, the prowess of Cold Tianqi, the deputy leader of the Heavenly Alliance, cannot be overlooked. Cold Tianqi possesses strength equivalent to the 6th difficulty of the Celestial Realm, marking him as the second formidable expert that Su Qin has encountered who surpasses the 5th difficulty. While the identity of the first, the mysterious figure in black, remains unknown, the Heavenly Alliance has made 2 attempts to draw Zhuge Jinghua into action, yet they have underestimated him. Although Zhuge Jinghua is not an assassin by trade, he understands the necessity of striking with lethal precision while ensuring his own escape. After all, Zhuge Jinghua is from the Qinglong Society's Second Moon Hall, soon to be stationed in Longbei County. Thus he must act with caution to avoid failure. Crushing the letter in his hand, he then glanced at a second missive. This was the information regarding Li Muying sent from the Jinfeng Shiyu Tower. The 3rd princess of the Xianin Tower, a candidate for the next Tower Master. Su Chun murmured to himself. The Xianin Tower can be considered a force within the 2nd tier of the northern 9 counties, slightly weaker than the Blade Alliance, yet still formidable. Even if he were to consolidate the 10 major sects within Lingnan County, he would still be inferior to the opposing force. Of course, in terms of momentum and numbers, he was undoubtedly significant. What was lacking were the profound masters. If the sole intention was to retrieve Li Wei, there would be no need for Li Muying to come in person. Her presence in Lingnan County must serve another purpose, Su Qin pondered. placing the information regarding Lingyue Sword on the table. Further investigation was required. Congratulations, the Mountain River Sect has completely occupied the Qinglong Sect, earning 1 orange lottery ticket. To seize control of the Qinglong Sect and be rewarded with an orange lottery ticket was truly a pleasant surprise. Su Chen set aside the information on Lingyue Sword, a smile gracing his face. Although Zihan Yu acted slightly later than Mei Xin Shuang, her movements were swift. She promised to act within 3 days. In reality, just 1 day later, she had taken care of the Qinglong Sect. Subsequently, Su Chen dispatched personnel to assume control of the Qinglong Sect. With the takeover now complete, an orange lottery ticket had been triggered. Meanwhile, at Tianhe Mountain Manor, Mei Xin Shuang had also subdued the location, allowing disciples of the Mountain River Sect to enter and manage its affairs. It was believed that it would not be long before Su Chen would acquire yet another orange lottery ticket. During this period, it was imperative to trigger additional rewards within the Mountain River Sect, Su Chen mused. At that moment, a portly figure burst into the hall of the sect leader. Drenched in sweat, his breath appearing quite frantic. What event could cause such urgency? Su Chen inquired. Boss, I have been preoccupied with matters concerning the bank and neglected to investigate within the Mountain River Sect. Some elders are preparing to jointly impeach you and use force to oust you from the position of sect leader. The portly man exclaimed hurriedly. Upon hearing this, a chill swept through Su Chen's eyes as he received a list presented to him. The sight of half the names belonging to the elder generation darkened his expression considerably. He had not anticipated that during such a time of expansion for the Mountain River Sect, there would be elders plotting against him from within. There must be someone orchestrating this. Do you know who it is? Su Chen queried in a frosty tone. With so many individuals involved, it seemed evident that there was an instigator or mastermind behind it. I have not yet uncovered the details. But the instigator is wielded from the former sect leader peak. They plan to threaten you tomorrow. The portly man replied. A group of oblivious fools. If they seek death, then let it be so. Our Mountain River Sect is currently expanding, and to provoke trouble at this juncture is a recipe for disaster. I had previously considered them elders of the sect and granted them some power, but if they choose their demise, I shall gladly oblige. Su Chen retorted coldly. Then I shall inform Elder Li to apprehend them, the portly man suggested. No need. Tomorrow, don't they wish to force a coup? I am eager to see if others will emerge to join them, and if they do, they shall all meet their end together. Su Chen replied icily. Furthermore, there must be others conspiring in the shadows. Investigate discreetly to uncover the mastermind. After issuing these orders, Su Chen turned towards a corner of the hall of the sect leader and commanded, 5 poisons boy, assist the portly man. He directly dispatched the 5 poisons boy to aid him. Once the two departed, Su Chen's expression grew increasingly somber. If it weren't for the fat man reporting, he would not have noticed the situation at all. I am eager to see how you all create chaos. Su Chen snorted coldly, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. This time, he intended to demonstrate his methods and strength to the members of the Mountain and River Sect. Those who dare to cause unrest shall be dealt with mercilessly. In another location, within a mountain forest outside the Mountain and River Sect, a figure clad in black stood with arms crossed. The man appeared to be around 30, with a rugged visage, bronzed skin, and bold features that suggested formidable strength, clearly not one to be trifled with. Suddenly, an elder dressed in the long robe of the Mountain and River Sect appeared behind the black-clad man. I have come to see you, my lord. How goes the matter? Reporting, my lord. I have already convinced many people here. Tomorrow, we will capture Su Chen. At that time, I will immediately issue a proclamation declaring our Mountain and River Sect as a subordinate force of the Heavenly Fist Sect. The speaker was none other than Wielded, the fat man's acquaintance. Remarkably, the man was one of those currently confronting the Qinglong Temple on behalf of the Heavenly Fist Sect. Very well, when the time comes, I shall discreetly enter the hall. Should any changes arise, I will deliver a decisive blow to Su Chen. The speaker asserted with a domineering tone, clearly dismissing Su Chen as inconsequential. Then I thank you, my lord. Wu Yud's face lit up with excitement upon hearing this. The strength of the speaker was on par with those of the unified spirit realm. To Su Chen, facing such a formidable opponent would mean little more than a single punch. After exchanging a few more words, Wu Yud turned to leave. Once he had departed, a graceful figure in a blue gown emerged from the shadows. Does a force like the Mountain and River Sect really require such elaborate scheming? Wouldn't it be simpler to strike directly? The woman in blue questioned. Sometimes, it is wiser not to act personally. The man replied, "Our Heavenly Fist sect should bypass the confrontation with Qinglong Temple and dispatch our forces to various counties to seize some potential factions. If discovered, the Four Corners and other forces may follow suit, disrupting the plans of the young master. But why choose the Mountain and River sect? They have connections with several major factions in Lingyue County. Are you not concerned about stirring a hornet's nest?" The woman inquired. "Given the current circumstances, it seems they can eliminate Su Chun without my intervention. Based on previous intelligence, those involved are merely connected to Su Chun. If he is eliminated, those ties will sever. Can they truly stand against our Heavenly Fist sect? Furthermore, capturing the Mountain and River sect is the young master's intention," the man asserted. "If it is the young master's will, then it must be correct." Upon mentioning the young master, admiration glimmered in the woman's eyes. Although the young master of the Heavenly Fist sect was little known in the northern 9 counties, he commanded deep respect among the sect's members. Undoubtedly, he was the sole heir to the Heavenly Fist sect's leadership. No one else could claim that title. "It cannot be wrong. Your presence at the Mountain and River sect is a grave mistake." Just then, the atmosphere shifted. A voice reverberated through the mountains and forests, reminiscent of a child's laughter. Yet, the expressions of the two individuals within the woods shifted to one of tension as they scanned their surroundings. Just then, a figure emerged from the opposite thicket, revealing none other than the Five Poisons boy, who stood beside Su Chun. Wu Yud was the instigator of this encounter, and he had been followed by the Five Poisons boy upon leaving the Shana gate. Clad in a child's attire, the boy appeared indistinguishable from any ordinary child, his eyes sparkling with an innocent clarity, a rarity not found in adults. Nevertheless, the two adults grew increasingly apprehensive, for it was implausible for a child to appear before them in such a manner. "Who are you?" the man inquired, fixing his gaze upon the Five Poisons boy. "It should be I asking you. Reveal your names, for I am the harbinger of the nameless spirits." The Five Poisons boy replied, his voice ringing clear and bright. Upon hearing this, the man and the woman in blue attire shuddered. "You go ahead. I shall take care of him," the man declared to the woman beside him. As he spoke, a blood-red aura swirled around his imposing form, and a predatory glint flickered in his eyes, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he raised his fist. The Heavenly Fist sect is divided into 2 factions. One focuses on the cultivation of vital energy and the honing of the physical body, merging inner strength with vital essence to forge greater power. This faction prioritizes strength and physical prowess. With sufficient resources, one can continuously elevate their abilities, though breakthroughs to the realm of spiritual unity and transcending into the celestial man are rare. The other faction practices the refinement of energy techniques, honing their martial prowess to ultimately grasp the essence of their art. Judging by the current circumstances, the practitioners of energy techniques tend to achieve higher accomplishments. However, talent plays a crucial role in this path. Without innate ability, progress is sluggish, regardless of available resources. Thus, the strength faction remains the mainstream path within the Heavenly Fist sect. Yet, this dynamic has shifted in recent times. The sect's young master, Bai Zhangjiao, possesses extraordinary intellect and exceptional talent, capable of traversing the path of energy techniques. However, he chose the path of strength, directly entering the realm of the celestial man through sheer force. He has imparted his techniques, vital essence furnace art, and crimson blood destruction art, to others, reviving those within the sect whose vitality had waned, granting them the potential to ascend to the celestial man realm. Consequently, Bai Zhangjiao has become a legendary figure within the Heavenly Fist sect, revered and respected by all, although he seldom makes public appearances, and news of him is scarce beyond the sect's borders. With a thunderous crash, the man propelled himself off the ground, shattering the earth beneath him. Launching forward like a cannonball directly towards the Five Poisons boy, he showed no hesitation, despite the boy's youthful appearance. His speed was astonishing, leaving only an afterimage in his wake, accompanied by an intense force that surged toward the Five Poisons boy. The boy's expression shifted to one of focus as his energy surged, repelling the oncoming force, retreating with an ethereal grace. The punch struck the very spot where the Five Poisons boy had previously stood, causing the ground to erupt as if bombarded by artillery. The man who delivered the blow seemed to anticipate the futility of his action, yet he propelled himself forward towards the Five Poisons boy. Uttering a low growl, Crimson Extreme Blood Fiend Fist. The aura of blood and malice emanating from his fist blazed like the sun as it surged towards the Five Poisons boy. However, this time, The Five Poisons boy did not retreat. Instead, a chilling smirk graced his lips. Your vitality is formidable. Let us hasten its consumption. His voice was low, yet it instilled dread. The assailant failed to grasp the meaning behind the Five Poisons boy's words. His fist continued its relentless advance. Suddenly, his expression shifted. He felt an uncontrollable surge of vitality within him, as if boiling water were bubbling violently. While an increase in vitality could be advantageous, an excessive and uncontrollable rise posed a grave danger. At that moment, the energy in his fist seemed to dissipate entirely. He transformed into a furnace, his body glowing crimson, radiating waves of heat, resembling a boiled crab. With a scream of agony, flames erupted from his body, and his cries were short-lived as he was reduced to charred remains. Meanwhile, the woman observing this scene wore an expression of horror. She had not anticipated that the man she had just fought alongside would spontaneously combust. It was evident that the childlike figure before her was responsible. I have infused you with the extreme fiend poison. If you wish to avoid a fate like his, I suggest you remain still. The Five Poisons boy declared, directing his gaze towards the woman in the azure robe. The azure-robed woman trembled, her eyes fixated on the charred corpse on the ground, paralyzed with fear. Tell me who you are, and from whence you hail. The Five Poisons boy's voice resonated in her ear like that of a demon. We hail from the Heavenly Fist Sect, dispatched by the young sect master to covertly subjugate certain factions in Lingnan County to expand our influence. The azure-robed woman replied. How many of you are there? The Five Poisons boy inquired, scrutinizing her intently. As she began to respond, a glimmer of silver suddenly appeared in her hand. You shall perish, she exclaimed fiercely. Chapter 242, Yin Nantian. The 9 trials of celestial beings. Despite her earlier cooperation, she understood that this individual would not allow her to leave alive. Thus, she feigned compliance, intending to seize the moment of his complacency to launch a surprise attack. As for the poison coursing through her veins, she harbored no concerns. She believed that he must possess the antidote, and she could claim it from his lifeless form after vanquishing him. With decisive action, she swiftly unleashed her concealed weapon. The silver light pierced through the Five Poisons boy's form, and excitement illuminated her face. Yet, at that moment, the figure of the Five Poisons boy seemed to dissolve into shadow. He had already appeared before her. I offer you a tranquil demise, yet you resist, compelling me to force your hand. The cold voice of the Five Poisons boy echoed before the woman in the blue robe. In an instant, her vision blurred, consciousness fading as she collapsed to the ground. There were still matters yet to be clarified. This woman still held some value. He raised his hand, seizing her, and made his way toward a specific destination. He possessed the means to extract the information he desired from her. Within the confines of the Mountain River sect, the Five Poisons boy had returned to the main hall. 5 individuals from the Heavenly Fist sect had arrived, dispatched by the sect's young master. Upon hearing the words of the Five Poisons boy, Su Chen's brow furrowed slightly. He had not anticipated that the Heavenly Fist sect had already cast its eyes upon Lingnan County. Retrieve the information on the young master of the Heavenly Fist sect. Su Chen instructed the hefty man beside him. He sought to glean intelligence from the woman. The plan at hand had been devised by Bai Zhangjiao, the young master of the Heavenly Fist sect. Moreover, this young master was revealed to be a formidable figure, a transcendent being of the 9 trials of heaven. Caution was essential. Master, I have obtained 2 secret manuals from her, which I have transcribed. The Five Poisons boy presented the 2 manuals he had copied to Su Chen, one titled Crimson Blood Extreme Evil Art, and the other Vitality Heating Furnace Technique. Acquired Crimson Blood Extreme Evil Art, Vitality Heating Furnace Technique. First half. Reward. 1 orange lottery card. Only the first half? Su Chen's brow creased slightly. Yet, upon reflection, it was reasonable. The Heavenly Fist sect would not readily part with such techniques all at once. One must reach a certain level to access the subsequent portions of the manuals. Mountain River sect takes over Tianhe Manor. Reward. 1 orange lottery card. Surprisingly, within a short span, he had gained 3 orange lottery cards. Su Chen mused to himself. With the true experts of the northern 9 counties beginning to make their moves, it was imperative for him to bolster his own hidden strengths. Contemplating this, he promptly drew the 3 orange lottery cards. Acquired character, Yin Nantian. Acquired Guanshi Chi's internal force card for 50 years. Acquired character, A Fei's late life swordsmanship comprehension card. A look of joy spread across Su Chen's face. Yin Nantian was undoubtedly among the foremost powerful figures in Gulong's novels, appearing as an unparalleled master in the legendary twins and the great flag heroes. Few could rival him. Perhaps only Yi Di, the master of Tai Zhongtong from the great flag heroes, could compare. Yin Nantian possessed 3 supreme skills: the wedding dress divine art, southern sky divine fist, divine sword technique. He was hailed as the world's greatest swordsman and hero in the legendary twins and the great flag heroes. What was Yin Nantian's actual strength? Had he already perfected the wedding dress divine art? Martial Zen, the wedding dress divine art. If Yin Nantian had yet to complete the final form of this divine technique, he could impart his prowess to Su Chun, significantly enhancing his own strength. Investigating Yin Nantian's prowess, 9 Trials of Heaven. Su Chen's pupils dilated in astonishment. He had never anticipated acquiring such a character. The 9 Trials of Heaven. According to the information presently available, no being surpassing this level had emerged within the Great Zhou dynasty. Truly remarkable, indeed. With the trials of the heavenly man's 9 difficulties, he could venture forth in the capital. Upon examining Yin Nantian's situation, it was discovered that the rival had completed the mastery of the bridal garment divine skill. Although the scheme to acquire their martial prowess was unsuccessful, an inquiry into Guan Qi's internal energy over the past 50 years ensued. This energy was aimed at enhancing Guan Qi's strength. Su Chen directly applied it to Guan Qi. Within the Golden Wind and Light Rain Pavilion, Guan Qi had now ascended to the 4th difficulty of the heavenly man. He refrained from engaging directly, remaining in seclusion for cultivation. Guan Qi's foundation lay within himself, as he voraciously consumed elixirs to augment his internal vigor. Immune to the demonic energy of the Jinping Mei, he was able to utilize the golden plum vase for recovery, thereby pushing himself to the limits of his training. He aspired to swiftly break through to the 5th difficulty of the heavenly man. Suddenly, a surge of power erupted within him. The internal energy accumulated over 50 years surged violently through his body. An invisible wave of energy radiated outward, shaking the walls of the secret chamber. The walls were battered by this energy, expanding in size. Fortuitously, the chamber was subterranean. Otherwise, the entire structure would have collapsed. Nonetheless, the rear courtyard of the Golden Wind and Light Rain Pavilion trembled, resembling a minor earthquake. Under the explosive rise of this energy, Guan Qi's strength soared, traversing the 5th and 6th difficulties of the heavenly man. With the attainment of the 6th difficulty, Guan Qi stabilized his aura. Meanwhile, at the Shanhe sect, Su Chen delved into the late-life insights of A Fei's swordsmanship. In the realm of Gulong's novels, the aged A Fei was a paragon of mastery. Contemplating the absorption of this insight, he anticipated a boost in his own strength. However, this wisdom was solely for A Fei. Without hesitation, he activated it for A Fei's benefit. At this moment, in Longbei County, A Fei suddenly froze. His expression caught in astonishment as a blurred figure emerged in his mind, his own self, albeit aged. As this apparition appeared, waves of swordsmanship insight flooded into his consciousness. This was the wisdom of my later years in swordsmanship. Realizing the significance of this moment, A Fei swiftly absorbed the sensation. Having already achieved the unity of spirit and soul, A Fei felt a rapid advancement in his swordsmanship. Not far from him, Zhuge Jinghua sensed a shift and turned his gaze toward A Fei. The previously radiant swordplay within A Fei swiftly receded, not so much disappearing as becoming more contained. His breakthrough in swordsmanship exuded a subtle pressure, indicating its extraordinary nature. Zhuge Jinghua observed the transformation in A Fei, contemplating deeply. Zhuge Jinghua practiced the way of the spear, an offensive path. A Fei's swordsmanship, once characterized by swiftness and lethality, now seemed profoundly settled, reaching a new realm. With a deep breath, A Fei opened his eyes, a flash of sword light shimmering within them. With your spirit and vitality, it won't be long before you step into the realm of the heavenly man, Zhuge Jinghua remarked. A confrontation is necessary. The ordinary celestial tribulation poses no challenge for me to overcome, A Fei remarked. Having attained enlightenment in his later years, his mastery of the sword had significantly strengthened. He felt confident in his ability to eliminate any ordinary celestial tribulation warrior. Upon hearing A Fei's words, Zhuge Jinhua's face brightened with joy. The situation in Longbei County had grown increasingly complex, prompting him to exercise caution and refrain from taking action until now. With A Fei's enhanced strength, he could finally begin to address the threat posed by Huayuan Temple. With your newfound power, my plans can commence, Zhuge Jingwe declared. In recent times, he had not merely awaited developments, but had diligently gathered a wealth of information. The moment was ripe. Chapter 243. A Fei takes action. Zhuge Jingwe moves in another location, at the grand camp of the Tianxiao Alliance in Longbei County. Cold uncle, the Qinglong Society has remained inactive. Must we truly endure this stalemate? Yan Xian spoke up. They had created several disturbances to provide an opportunity for the Qinglong Society to act. Yet the members of the Qinglong Society remained unmoved. Have we uncovered the whereabouts of the Qinglong Society members? Cold Tianqi inquired. Our spies in Longbei County are woefully insufficient to ascertain their location, Yan Xian replied, shaking his head. Even those we control within the Ghost Sha Manor are unaware of the information regarding the Qinglong Society's visitors. They have only sent messages covertly, without showing themselves. This time, the Qinglong Society has been exceedingly cautious. Yan Xian furrowed his brow. This Qinglong Society is no ordinary entity. In that case, we need not wait any longer. We must swiftly seize Huaiyuan Temple. Cold Tianqi said in a deep voice. Make arrangements. We shall strike at Huaiyuan Temple tomorrow. At that time, stay by my side. Cold Tianqi commanded. He was not inclined to delay any further. By annihilating Huaiyuan Temple, they would amplify their control over Longbei County, allowing the Tianxiao Alliance to emerge as the paramount victor in this region. Go and make the necessary arrangements. We will act at dawn. Although night was typically the optimal time for action, Cold Tianqi preferred to strike during the day to showcase the might of the Tianxiao Alliance. I shall proceed with the coordination, Yan Xian responded. Meanwhile, in another location, Zhuge Jingwe held a piece of parchment as he approached A Fei. A Fei accepted the parchment, which bore a name, Lu Qingfeng, the leader of Tianmu Hall of the Tianxiao Alliance. Lu Qingfeng had only recently entered the realm of celestial tribulation 6 months prior. I have observed his aura and deduced that he likely relied on substances to stimulate his ascension to celestial tribulation. With your current swordsmanship, eliminating him should pose no difficulty. Zhuge Jingwe remarked. Do you mean we should slay a member of the Tianxiao Alliance? A Fei asked, somewhat perplexed. The Tianxiao Alliance has plotted against us, so it is only natural for us to retaliate. Lu Qingfeng will be changing shifts today, monitoring Huaiyuan Temple. This presents us with our opportunity to strike and eliminate him, thereby reducing the number of celestial tribulation experts on the Tianxiao Alliance's side. According to the information I've gathered, there are 2 celestial tribulation masters within Huaiyuan Temple, Abbot Huaiyuan and his disciple Huaimo. Under normal circumstances, they should lack the strength to resist. However, following several provocations from the Tianxiao Alliance, Huaiyuan Temple has been compelled to defend itself. Within the Puhui Temple, there exists an individual capable of confronting or momentarily countering the formidable Lung Tianqi. Should the Alliance of the World lose a master of the celestial realm, this would indeed present an opportunity for the Puhui Temple. I believe that if they aspire to break through or retaliate, they will seize this chance. Naturally, even if they remain inactive, I shall compel them to grasp this opportunity. A sharp glimmer flashed in Zhuge Jingwe's eyes. Very well, when should this individual meet his demise? Strike during the conflagration at the Puhui Temple, eliminate him, Zhuge Jingwe declared. In the stillness of the night, the Puhui Temple lay enveloped in silence. Even during the day, the temple exuded an air of tranquility, but at night, it appeared even more desolate. The cold of winter nights inherently evoke solitude, and under the moonlight, the temple seemed somewhat forlorn. Suddenly, a dozen figures emerged within the temple grounds. Cloaked in black robes, they moved with astonishing speed, concealing their presence and making no sound as they traversed the grounds. Each figure headed in different directions, and upon entering a chamber, they produced torches and ignited flames. Once the fires were set, they swiftly retreated, as if their sole purpose for being there was to incite destruction. Instantly, numerous flames erupted throughout the temple, illuminating the night sky. The monks within the temple began to emerge, striving to extinguish the blaze, but the flames raged uncontrollably, casting the entire Puhui Temple into chaos. Damn the World Alliance. Are they attempting to deplete our strength? In one of the chambers, several monks clad in cassocks gathered together. Among them was the venerable Huaiyuan, the abbot of the Puhui Temple, his white beard and brows lending him an air of wisdom. Speaking was a robust monk, his eyes as piercing as copper bells. Recently, the World Alliance had incessantly harassed the Puhui Temple, yet each time they engaged, the adversaries retreated without true confrontation. Now that the fire had erupted, they all believed it was the work of the World Alliance. How despicable of Lung Tianqi. Master Mingyuan, what shall we do now? The stout monk inquired, glancing towards the black-robed monk seated beside Huayuan. The abbot returned his gaze to the black-clad figure. We wait until Lung Tianqi reveals himself. We have no choice but to endure, the black-robed monk replied. Meanwhile, outside the Pu Hui temple, two figures appeared atop a pavilion, observing the inferno that engulfed the temple. One, clad in a brocade robe and youthful in appearance, was Lu Qingfeng, whom Zhuge Jinhua had mentioned. Investigate. Ascertain what transpires at the Pu Hui temple. Lu Qingfeng commanded the individual beside him, who promptly set off towards the temple. Lu Qingfeng remained atop the pavilion, gazing at the chaos below. Suddenly, his expression shifted. His gaze fell upon a young man wielding a long sword not far away, who was also watching him. The moment he laid eyes on the youth, Lu Qingfeng felt an acute tension, fixating intently on the sword-bearing figure, who exuded an ominous aura. This young man was none other than A Fei. Who are you? Lu Qingfeng gazed at A Fei, who remained silent, advancing forward with a palpable aura that steadily coalesced into a formidable sword intent. This silent energy surged into the long sword clasped in his hand. A Fei did not underestimate Lu Qingfeng. Any warrior who had ascended to the celestial realm was not to be taken lightly. As A Fei approached, Lu Qingfeng's expression hardened, an ominous sense of danger drawing nearer, instilling in him an urgent instinct to prevent his adversary from drawing his sword. Should that happen, peril would surely follow. With a sudden roar, he did not hesitate. His figure surged towards A Fei with remarkable speed, shrouded in the darkness, only a blurred silhouette visible. As the figure neared A Fei, Lu Qingfeng struck, unleashing a palm that emanated a terrifying, searing force. This was Lu Qingfeng's ultimate technique, the red sand palm, which erupted like a torrent of scorching sand from the desert. Imbued with a burning sensation, A Fei grasped his sword, his gaze sharpening as he braced against the oppressive heat. Just as Lu Qingfeng's palm was about to reach him, he swiftly drew his sword, piercing through the searing energy and aiming directly for Lu Qingfeng's wrist. With a deft twist, the sharp sword aura cleaved through Lu Qingfeng's palm. A cry of agony escaped Lu Qingfeng's lips, but it was abruptly silenced as A Fei's blade transformed into a streak of light, seamlessly penetrating his throat. Sheathing his sword, A Fei signaled with a flare that rose from his position. Outside Pu Hui Temple, Zhuge Jinhua observed the signal and nodded to his companion, who swiftly rallied others to storm into the temple, seeking vengeance for Lu Qingfeng. The echo of their intent resonated within the temple's walls. Chapter 244, A Stunning Shot. The first kill within the Zen courtyard, Huayuan monk and others gathered, their expressions shifting upon hearing the call. What had begun as arson had now escalated to bloodshed. I shall investigate, Huaimu monk declared, pushing open the Zen door. However, at that moment, a dart struck the doorframe, drawing his attention. Attached to the dart was a cloth bearing the ominous words, Lu Qingfeng is dead. Upon seeing this, Huaimu's gaze sharpened. Lu Qingfeng, the leader of Tianmu Hall, had met his demise. Without hesitation, he turned to uncover the truth behind this news. Moments later, he returned, confirming, Lu Qingfeng is dead. Who aided us in this? Huayuan monk inquired gravely. Brother, now is not the time to ponder who assisted us. Rather, it is an opportunity, our chance to retreat. Perhaps we can deliver a crushing blow to the Tianxiao alliance before we depart. Huaimu asserted, his eyes shifting towards Mingyuan monk beside Huayuan. The situation was indeed peculiar, yet it represented an undeniable opportunity. I shall engage with Lung Tianqi. You all make the necessary arrangements. Mingyuan monk rose to action. Opportunities do not wait for anyone, and they cannot afford to miss such chances. After the monk Huiyuan departed, Huaimu spoke up, Senior brother, we must retreat now. Though reluctant, he understood that this was their moment to escape. You lead the others away. I shall hold them off. Huiyuan insisted. Senior brother, allow me to stay back while you take the disciples to safety. Huaimu urged hastily. I am the abbot of Pu Hui Temple. Unless Lung Tianqi arrives, the other two will not impede my departure. Huiyuan declared. Take care, senior brother. Quickly disperse and lead the disciples through the secret passage. Huaimu instructed as he exited the meditation room, beginning to organize the disciples' escape. Pu Hui Temple had a dedicated escape route, and preparations had been underway for days. Meanwhile, the forces dispatched by Zhuge Jinhua were no match for the people of Pu Hui Temple in their rapid withdrawal. In a fleeting moment, only Huiyuan remained within the Zen courtyard. Benefactor, since you have arrived, do reveal yourself. Hu Yuan called out as he stepped from the meditation room. I did not expect the master to discover my presence. Zhuge Jinhua's figure gracefully descended into the courtyard, regarding Hu Yuan. Are you from the Heavenly Alliance? Hu Yuan inquired, observing Zhuge Jinhua's appearance. Zhuge Jinhua appeared to be around 30. With sharply defined features, his eyes flickered with an intense light, and he wielded a spear. The aura of power gathered around his spear, a presence unlike any Hu Yuan had encountered in the 9 northern prefectures, leading him to believe Zhuge Jinhua belonged to the Heavenly Alliance. I am Zhuge Jinhua, the leader of the Qinglong Society's February Hall. I have come today to claim the master's life, Zhuge Jinhua announced. The Qinglong Society, a rising force within Lingnan Prefecture, was known to Hu Yuan, though he was astonished to find someone from Lingnan in Longbei Prefecture. Zhuge Jinhua, a newly emerged figure of the Qinglong Society, was a master of spear techniques, having demonstrated his prowess by slaying a formidable opponent at the level of Tianren Yinan. From the opponent's aura, it was evident he had reached the Tianren realm. Then I shall take this opportunity to experience your spear technique, Mr. Zhuge, Hu Yuan resolved, recognizing the futility of negotiation with an assassin organization. In an instant, Hu Yuan struck, his hand raised like an eagle's claw, leaping towards Zhuge Jinhua's head. His claws gleamed like unsheathed blades, a stark contrast to the compassion expected of a Buddhist monk. Zhuge Jinhua's expression turned serious as he gripped his spear tightly, swiftly raising it to meet Hu Yuan's lethal descent. A silver light erupted from the spear's tip, clashing against the sharp talons. Hu Yuan remained unfazed, his palm morphing into myriad claw shadows, forcefully penetrating Zhuge Jinhua's spear strike. At that moment, a golden radiance enveloped him. Given the urgency of the situation, he aimed for a swift resolution, preparing to use the Jinchuan technique to defend against Zhuge Jinhua's spear thrust while simultaneously reaching out to seize Zhuge Jinhua's head. Upon witnessing the opponent's remarkable breakthrough, Zhuge Jinhua furrowed his brow slightly, swiftly retreating as he pivoted his spear to block the claws of the monk Huayuan. Instantly, a cacophony erupted at the sight of their confrontation, with Huayuan seizing the initiative, delivering a powerful strike. The monk's palm grew increasingly fierce, and the entire Zen temple was awash with golden hands. Zhuge Jinhua could only defend with his spear, yet he found himself inexorably pressured. Suddenly, with a low roar, Huayuan transformed his palm into a fist, launching a devastating blow. Within his fist lurked a fierce tiger, charging towards Zhuge Jinhua. At that moment, rather than retreating, Zhuge Jinhua advanced, colliding his spear with the energy of his opponent. The impact sent both combatants reeling. As Zhuge Jinhua staggered backward, a trickle of blood escaped from the corner of his mouth. His spear braced against the ground. Huayuan, however, merely stepped back, his internal energy swirling momentarily before he pressed forward without hesitation. With a powerful push against the ground, he surged towards Zhuge Jinhua like a descending tiger, emanating an overwhelming force that bore down upon him. In that instant, a glint of determination flashed in Zhuge Jinhua's eyes. His internal, half-broken brocade technique surged into action, a peculiar method that enabled swifter healing from wounds the greater the injury. It could also temporarily suppress the exacerbation of injuries. This dual-purpose technique allowed him to heal not only himself, but also others. The reason Zhuge Jinhua had dared to withstand Huayuan's blow was precisely due to this ability. As he gripped his spear, he prepared to counter the incoming assault. In an instant, he unleashed his spear with breathtaking precision. At that moment, all Huayuan could perceive was a burst of fireworks dazzling before him. He hastily threw a punch to intercept the strike. The clash resounded as his fist collided with the spear, and it felt as if his own force had been redirected by the spear, resulting in an explosion that sent him hurtling backward. In the fleeting moment of his flight, a silver flash appeared before his eyes, only to vanish instantly. He then realized he could not utter a sound. A spear had pierced through his throat. What was this? A hoarse, stuttering voice escaped Huayuan's lips. Stunning strike, Zhuge Jinhua declared, and in a flash, he vanished into the night. Their purpose for coming here was to eliminate Huayuan, and now, the monk had no chance of survival. With a thud, Huayuan collapsed to the ground, watching Zhuge Jinhua's retreating figure. Meanwhile, atop a nearby rooftop, a figure cloaked in black observed Huayuan's fallen form, swiftly jotting notes in a ledger before vanishing. Chapter 245, The 12 Zodiac Tokens, unveiling the secrets of the 9 trials of the celestial beings. The battle raged on, but it was no longer tied to the Qinglong Society. Zhuge Jinhua, and A Fei had already departed. Their mission accomplished. The next task was to organize the individuals from the Ghostly Mansion and the Paradise Pavilion under the banner of Beigu County, thereby amplifying the reputation of the Qinglong Society's February Hall. Before long, Yan Xian from the Alliance of the World, accompanied by 2 hall masters, arrived at the Zen temple. Their eyes falling upon the lifeless form of Huayuan sprawled on the ground. They immediately advanced to investigate. The perpetrator must be the master of the February Hall, Zhuge Zhenghua. Such a cunning strategy, Yan Xian remarked gravely. Take Huayuan's body, we shall depart. He instructed his men to carry away Huayuan's remains. With the monks of Puhui Temple having vacated, their occupancy of the temple served no purpose. In the main hall of the Alliance of the World, Lung Tianqi gazed somberly at the 2 corpses before him, Lu Qingfeng and the monk Huayuan. He had been detained by Ming Yuan, preventing him from proceeding to Puhui Temple. After severely injuring Ming Yuan, he returned, whereupon the disciples of the Alliance had already retrieved Lu Qingfeng's body. Shortly thereafter, Yan Xian and his companions returned with the corpse of the monk Huayuan. This time, we have been outmaneuvered by the Qinglong Society, Lu Qingfeng voiced. Can we ascertain who killed Qingfeng? The deputy alliance master, Lu Hall Master, was slain by a swift sword strike. The assailant was exceedingly fast, and Lu Hall Master had no chance to evade. Came the response. Within the Qinglong Society, there are 2 known for their speed with the sword, one named A Fei, the other Jing Wuming. However, neither possesses the strength to dispatch Lu Hall Master. Lu Muchuan, seated below, interjected. As Lu Muchuan spoke, Yan Xian approached Lu Qingfeng. His gaze fixed intently on the injuries sustained by Qingfeng, his brow furrowing with concern. What have you disowned, Yan Xian? Cold uncle inquired. Lu Hall Master likely fell to the sword of A Fei from the Qinglong Society. Yan Xian replied in a low tone. According to reports, A Fei has yet to achieve the unification of spirit and body. Judging by the nature of the wounds, it is evident that Lu Hall Master was struck head-on. How could a practitioner who has not yet reached the level of spirit and body unity slay a master of the celestial being realm? Lu Muchuan questioned. At Lu Muchuan's side, a middle-aged man clad in blue interjected, Young Alliance Master, have you discerned something that warrants sharing? Yan Xian, a disciple of the Alliance's leader, was referred to as the Young Alliance Master, though he was not the sole one bearing that title. Upon reviewing some records of the Qinglong Society, I found that the wounds inflicted by A Fei during his previous attacks matched those on Lu Hall Master. Yan Xian elucidated. A Fei is a swordsman. He cannot relinquish his sword to another. Thus I am certain that the assailant was indeed A Fei. The Qinglong Society's agents have slain his father. He has extensively studied their fighters, and the wounds clearly indicate the blade of A Fei, Yan Xian continued. Yet, doubts lingered in Lu Muchuan's mind regarding A Fei's prowess. Strength can be concealed. Perhaps A Fei has made significant advancements in his abilities during this time, Yan Xian speculated. The Qinglong Society dares to murder our kin. They must pay dearly for their transgressions, Lu Muchuan declared, stepping forward with determination. Deputy Alliance Master, please allow me to take charge of this matter. I shall surely uncover those responsible within the Qinglong Society. Now is not the time to seek the Qinglong Association. We have just secured Puhui Temple and must swiftly seize the territories and influence they once controlled. You 2 shall mobilize immediately, leaving no opportunity for others. Yan Xian, you remain here, commanded Lung Tianqi. Yes. The 2 bowed and departed, leaving only Lung Tianqi and Yan Xian. We have underestimated them. The Qinglong Association has sent someone. Unexpectedly, they have acted before we could steady ourselves. This individual has a keen sense of timing. We must remain vigilant, Lung Tianqi remarked. Yan Xian, too, had not anticipated that the adversary would strike at this moment. Now you comprehend the formidable nature of the Qinglong Association. At that moment, a shadow darted into the hall. A figure clad in a black mask, seated upon a wooden chair. You have been here all along. Why did you not eliminate that Zhuge Zhenghua? Lung Tianqi inquired of the newcomer. It is no longer necessary. He has slain the leader of your Tianmu Hall. Both parties are now adversaries. Why should I take further action? Replied the figure in black. Their intentions are clear. They simply seek to restrain the Tianxia Alliance. With both sides now at odds, there is no need for further intervention. Moreover, I have received news that the other 2 assassins have also been eliminated. Huangfu Rong of Kangwu County's Kongshan City was slain by Xiao Qiushui. Gong Sunzan of Beatty County was pierced through the throat by a sword, wielded by an individual wearing a wide-brimmed hat. Yet, They know this person to be the master of the Sanyu Hall of the Qinglong Association. No specific identity or appearance details are available. As for the swordsmanship, it embodies a ruthless path with a fierce and deadly energy, indicating the formidable nature of the Qinglong Association. Thus, even if the Qinglong Association did not eliminate Lu Qingfeng, they do not intend to take action. Have you come here merely to convey these words? Lung Tianqi gazed at the figure in black. Now that you have occupied Puhui Temple, I shall relay the orders from the 7th Prince. There shall be no subsidiary forces of the Qinglong Temple in Longbei County, the figure in black declared. Even without the 7th Prince's directive, we would undertake this. Lung Tianqi replied. This is only one aspect. The main figures of the Longbei County government must remain untouched. Of course, you may act if you choose, but should any trouble arise, the 7th Prince will offer you no assistance. With that, the figure in black turned and departed without hesitation. Uncle Long, the 7th Prince truly regards us as mere pawns to command. We are merely collaborators, stated Yin Xian coldly. It matters not. As you know, our primary purpose here is to uncover the 12 zodiac tokens sought by the alliance leader, which requires leveraging their connections, Lung Tianqi explained. Yet we have no clues regarding these 12 zodiac tokens. Yin Xian said solemnly. There is no need for haste. We must first stabilize ourselves in Longbei County before investigating further. However, the alliance leader speculates that the 12 zodiac tokens may be linked to the emergence of the golden plum vase. Lung Tianqi stated. The golden plum vase is currently in the hands of Guanxi from the Jinfeng Shiyu building. I will deploy our previous informants in Lingnan County to keep a watchful eye on the Jinfeng Shiyu building. Yin Xian responded. The zodiac tokens may not be sought after solely by our family. We must not take this lightly, remarked Lung Tianqi. Uncle Lung, what exactly is the purpose of these 12 zodiac tokens? Yin Xian inquired. It is rumored that the zodiac tokens contain secrets to transcend the 9 trials of the celestial realm. Our elder brother has been unable to find a path of advancement since entering the 9 trials. Hence, we must uncover the clues related to these zodiac tokens. Lung Tianqi replied candidly. Upon hearing this, Yin Xian's expression turned to one of astonishment. He had not anticipated that the zodiac tokens held the key to overcoming the 9 trials. If that is the case, many formidable beings are likely fixated on the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower. Chapter 246, A Single Slash, Collective Punishment, Purging the Mountain River Sect. Within the cave, Su Chun sat cross-legged, beads of sweat cascading from his forehead, his visage contorting as if he were enduring excruciating pain. After a considerable duration, his complexion gradually returned to normal. He opened his eyes and wiped the sweat from his brow. The great canon of life and death from the Qinglong Temple is indeed extraordinary, Su Chen reflected. Recently, he had successfully cultivated the celestial demon Zen Seal method using the demonic energy from the golden plum vase. Despite the inclusion of the term demon, this method belonged to the Buddhist school. During the subsequent cultivation process, it unexpectedly invoked the previously acquired great canon of life and death, which is also a mental cultivation technique, honing the physical body through spiritual means to render oneself immortal and indestructible. To cultivate the great canon of life and death, one must first refine the life and death grinding disc. Su Chun had just been contemplating this when his lack of mental fortitude resulted in the disc fracturing at the final moment of its formation. Thus, he resolved to continue practicing the celestial demon Zen Seal method to enhance his spiritual power, hoping it would one day allow him to successfully condense the life and death grinding disc. As he organized himself and slowly rose, a joyful expression crossed his face. He realized that his spirit was invigorated rather than depleted, and he felt an unprecedented clarity of mind. Following the failure to condense the life and death grinding disc, his spirit ought not to be so vibrant. Su Chen soon discovered that his spiritual power had significantly increased. He stepped out of the training cave. In the hall of the sect leader, upon Su Chen's arrival, Cui Wuhu reported, "Sect leader, we have discovered the whereabouts of the shadow assassin." Elated, Su Chen thought that this would facilitate the arrangement of Yuan Suiyun's identity. With a wave of his hand, Yuan Suiyun emerged from the shadows. Eliminate the shadow assassin. Take his place, and join the Mountain River Sect. Cui Wuhu, assist him. Su Chen commanded. Understood, master. Both responded dutifully, without questioning the rationale. Cui Wuhu's loyalty to Su Chen prevailed. His commands took precedence above all else. The two promptly departed. Shortly after their exit, The corpulent figure approached Su Chun. Brother, during your seclusion these past few days, wielded has already garnered quite a few followers, and they are likely to arrive soon, he announced. After dealing with the members of the Heavenly Fist sect, Su Chun turned his attention to eliminating wielded. However, during his cultivation, an occurrence prompted him to announce a seclusion for several days, thereby granting these individuals a few extra days of life. Naturally, he was also curious to see who might be swayed to his side. When the portly informant reported back, wielded had already received word of Su Chen's emergence from seclusion and immediately began organizing a group to head towards the hall of the sect leader. During these days of Su Chen's retreat, wielded seemed to possess a newfound confidence, having previously lurked in the shadows but now stepping into the light. As for why no one had taken action against him, Cui Wuhu and Li Tianqing had received Su Chen's instructions to refrain from intervening. Throughout this period, Li Tianqing had not returned to the Mountain River sect, while Cui Wuhu was actively searching for the Shadow Assassin's whereabouts. Some disciples of the Mountain River sect, noticing the elders making their way to the hall of the sect leader, sensed that something significant was unfolding and hastily followed suit. Inside the hall, a disciple entered the grand chamber and reported, "Sect leader, Elder Wu Yud is approaching with 30 individuals." With a glint of cold light in his eyes, Su Chen replied, "Let us see how Wu Yud meets his demise." An aura of frigid murderous intent enveloped him. To secure the external front, internal matters must be addressed. Although there had been some changes within the Mountain River sect, they were not substantial. This time, he aimed for a complete purge. As Su Chen stepped out of the grand hall, Wu Yud and his entourage had already gathered outside the hall of the sect leader. Upon seeing Su Chen emerge, they halted. Wu Yud spoke first. "Sect leader, you have emerged from seclusion. We have awaited you for quite some time. Are you addressing me?" Su Chen responded, his voice calm, yet laced with menace. "I do not recall summoning you to the hall of the sect leader. Are you aware of the consequences of your actions?" With a glance at Wu Yud, his gaze shifted to the 30 individuals behind him. Among them were some who had previously supported Su Chen's ascension to the position of sect leader under Li Tianqing's influence. It was unexpected that, driven by self-interest, they now sought to unseat him. As Su Chen's eyes fell upon them, they involuntarily trembled. His notorious dominance within the Mountain River sect was well known, and his subordinates, Cui Wuhu and Li Tianqing, had claimed many lives. Seeing Su Chen disregard them so openly, one of the conspirators coldly declared, "Su Chen, we have come today to depose you from your position as sect leader. Do you also support Elder Wu?" Su Chen's eyes glinted with an icy fury, resembling a predator poised to strike. "At this juncture, the Mountain River sect is on the brink of expansion. You are still too young and lack the necessary control. We wish for Elder Wu, a stabilizing presence, to lead us." One individual stammered, fear evident in their voice. With their arrival, retreat was no longer an option. "Is that so?" Su Chen's lips curled into a cold smirk as he turned his gaze towards Wu Yud. "I do not know where you derive your confidence, but those who stand against me have no chance of survival." At that moment, Su Chen's hand moved behind him, retrieving the fine rain blade, and with a swift motion, he struck towards Wu Yud. With the assistance of the Tianquan sect, Wu Yud's prowess ascended to the pinnacle of the refining soul stage. However, this peak was precarious, and he hardly regarded it with any seriousness. His blade danced like a gentle drizzle, unceasing and relentless. Wu Yud was taken aback by Su Chen's sudden aggression. Nevertheless, he had always been wary of Su Chen. Upon witnessing Su Chen strike, a malevolent expression twisted his features. Despite having attained the refining soul peak, he had yet to engage in battle. This was an opportune moment for him to showcase his strength against Su Chen. His energy surged violently, imbued with a sanguine force. As he clenched his fists and launched an assault towards Su Chen, intent on shattering his long knife with sheer brutality. However, upon unleashing his punch, he found his strength cleaved asunder by the long knife, and in the blink of an eye, the blade flashed. With a sickening sound, his body was cleaved in two by Su Chen's relentless rain of blades, blood spraying forth. Those who stood beside Wu Yud stared in wide-eyed disbelief. They knew of his formidable strength and his recent breakthrough to the refining soul peak, yet he had fallen in a single strike from Su Chen. Panic gripped their hearts. "Please spare us, master," one individual cried out, collapsing to the ground in a plea for mercy. "I warned you, there is no chance for survival." Su Chen's voice was frigid, echoing in their ears like the harbinger of death. "If you desire our demise, then we shall first extinguish yours." Driven by the specter of death, Some among them went mad with desperation, seeking to surround and kill Su Chun. Suddenly, one of them coughed up a mouthful of blood and collapsed onto the ground. As he bled, others followed suit, but their blood was black, revealing the presence of poison. In the blink of an eye, all who had come fell into a pool of blood. Dispose of these corpses. I do not wish for any bloodstains to mar the entrance of the sect, nor do I want any association with them remaining. And what of those who have lingered so long? Surely, others have noticed them. Eliminate them as well. Su Chun commanded coldly to the stout man beside him. At these words, the stout man felt a jolt of fear. It seemed a collective punishment was at hand. Aside from Cui Wuhu and Li Tianqing, it appeared that no elders of the Mountain River sect would remain. Chapter 247. The Xianin Tower, aiming to dominate Lingnan Prefecture in the estate of Li Wei. Within Lingnan Prefecture, Inger, I have uncovered the reason for Wen Yifun's departure. He has been poisoned and must seek out a master above the 6th difficulty of the celestial realm to cure it. Thus, he has returned to the capital. Li Wei spoke in a grave tone. To think that Su Chun could poison a master of the 3rd difficulty. Li Muying's face reflected her astonishment at her father's words. Given that Su Chun has the support of Murong Qingchen, it is not surprising that he could achieve such a feat. I merely did not anticipate his ability to command such individuals to serve him, Li Wei replied solemnly. Now that the Mountain River sect has successively absorbed several major powers, it has subtly emerged as the foremost faction in Lingnan Prefecture. I believe others will soon take action against them, Li Muying remarked. Though Su Chun has the backing of the Changhen Palace, the Jinfeng Shiyu Building, and covert allies, the other factions have now sensed the impending threat and will not remain idle. They cannot contend with others. Can they not deal with the Mountain River sect? At this moment, an elderly man resembling a steward hurriedly entered. Master, Miss, we have received word from the Mountain River sect. Su Chun, who has been in seclusion for several days, has emerged. The elder Wu Yud from the Master Peak attempted to force Su Chun to relinquish his position as the sect leader, only to be slain by Su Chun with a single strike. All 30 elders accompanying him have succumbed to poison. Furthermore, anyone connected to these 30 elders, as well as those who did not come forth to intervene, have all been dealt with. The steward inhaled deeply as he spoke. Li Wei and Li Muying, upon hearing this, also took a deep breath, their eyes betraying their astonishment. Su Chen's propensity for violence was formidable. With such ruthless actions, the older generation of warriors from the Mountain River sect had been entirely eradicated. This was pure martial dominance. By the way, what is Su Chen's strength? Li Wei inquired. It seems Wu Yud had reached the pinnacle of soul refinement through the use of drugs, the steward replied. To slay him with a single strike. Su Chen's combat prowess must have reached the realm of divine unity. Li Wei asserted. Have Li Tianqing and Cui Wuhu made their appearances? Li Muying subsequently asked. These two are Su Chen's subordinates. They have not appeared. Li Tianqing is outside, while Cui Wuhu seems to be pursuing that shadowy assassin, the steward responded. It appears Su Chun was already aware of this situation. His overt display of lethal force solidifies his supreme status within the Mountain River sect. Su Chun is even more terrifying than we had anticipated, Li Muying remarked. She believed that the upheaval might have been instigated by Su Chun in secret. Father, the Mountain River sect may soon become the preeminent force in Lingnan County. You should enhance your cooperation with him, Li Muying suggested. I too should meet with Su Chun. Perhaps a collaboration could improve my standing within the Xianin Tower, she contemplated inwardly. She had become the 3rd princess of the Xianin Tower and had the opportunity to ascend as its leader. However, the 1st and 2nd princesses possessed deep-rooted foundations within the tower, far beyond what she, a newly appointed 3rd princess, could rival. Thus, she sought external support. Upon her return to Lingnan County, her primary goals were to persuade her father to ally with the 7th prince and to seek potential allies within Lingnan County to expand her influence. Sometimes, an alliance serves as the most robust foundation for augmenting one's strength. At this juncture, the individual who had accompanied Li Muying with a bamboo sword entered. Miss, a confidential missive has arrived from the tower master. He handed a letter to Li Muying. Li Muying accepted the letter, tore it open for inspection, and her brow furrowed in concern. The message from the tower master instructed her to subdue the forces in Lingnan County and unify the region, indicating that the 2nd princess was en route. Why does my master wish to take control of Lingnan County at this moment? Li Muying pondered, her heart laden with perplexity. Once she takes action, she will inevitably collide with the Shanhua sect. Su Chun, unhesitant to poison Wen Yifan, clearly shows no regard for their Xianing Tower. In the Long Hate Palace, Mei Xuanchuang is nestled within a pavilion, playing the guqin. The somber notes evoke an air of impending violence, stirring a palpable aura of bloodshed around her. A figure emerges amidst this atmosphere of slaughter, prompting Mei Xuanchuang to cease her performance. "Miss, your aura of slaughter has become increasingly profound," Meng Shintong remarks. What could have compelled Wen Yifan to suddenly depart from Lingnan Prefecture? The abrupt departure of Wen Yifan has drawn the attention of many. You may be surprised to learn that he has been poisoned and has returned to the capital seeking assistance for an antidote, Meng Shintong continues. Wen Yifan, a figure of such formidable prowess, has fallen victim to poison. The perpetrator must be exceptionally skilled. Mei Xuanchuang's expression sharpens. "Do you know who administered the poison?" she inquires. "Previously unknown, but today I have learned that you might not anticipate the poisoner could be someone sent by Su Chun," Meng Shintong reveals. "Su Chun possesses experts in poison? There are none such around Murong Qingchen," Mei Xuanchuang responds, unable to mask her disbelief. Despite their differences, she shares a deep bond with Murong Qingchen and is well aware of her capabilities. There are no poison experts capable of targeting a figure like Wen Yifan. Su Chun is not as simply understood as you think. He collaborates not only with us, but also with the Cold Moon Sect. His willingness to ally with such forces indicates he must have his own trump cards. This time, he has revealed one of them while thoroughly cleansing the Shanhua sect, a display of exceptional cunning. As Meng Shintong speaks, he recounts the incident of over 30 individuals from the Shanhua sect being poisoned without a trace. Why would he want Wen Yifan to leave? Mei Xuanchuang queries. He is allied with the left minister, Li Wei. You are aware that Wen Yifan previously intended to eliminate Li Wei, Meng Shintong explains. Su Chun has quite a few collaborators. Li Wei's daughter, Lingyue, is the third princess of the Xianing Tower. It is possible that he will also engage in cooperation with the Xianing Tower. Since Su Chun has revealed a trump card, we must not delay. We have already dealt with the Tiana Mountain Villa, and only the Red Moon Sect remains. Once we eliminate the Red Moon Sect, we will achieve the primary objective of our visit here, allowing the fourth prince to report to the seventh prince. Mei Xuanchuang asserts, I shall proceed to handle the Red Moon Sect. However, I have searched extensively for the location where Jean Maping appeared and found nothing, Meng Shintong states. Uncle Meng, we need not pursue this. We can have the Shanhua sect investigate. They may possess some knowledge, Mei Xuanchuang suggests. The Shanhua sect? Meng Shintong's expression shifts in surprise. What could be the purpose of Zi Hanyue's collaboration with Su Chun? It must extend beyond merely assisting him in seizing territory. It is likely aimed at strengthening the Shanhua sect and subsequently enlisting Su Chen's help in their investigations, Mei Xuanchuang articulates. The expansion of the Mountain River sect has attracted numerous disciples. Is there anything inconvenient to investigate? Chapter 248, The Heavenly Fist Sect, by Jijin. Upon hearing Mei Xuanchuang's words, Meng Shintong's eyes sparkled. I shall first deal with the Red Moon sect. With that, he swiftly departed. Su Chun, the situation in Lingnan Prefecture is rather complex. Your ambition to become the preeminent sect in this region carries considerable risk. I wonder if you can bear such a burden, Mei Xuanchuang murmured. Although her acquaintance with Su Chun has been brief, it has been harmonious, allowing for the possibility of friendship. If the Qinglong Temple remains in a state of tension, such circumstances cannot persist for long. Once the affiliated forces of the Qinglong Temple in the northern 9 prefectures are purged, those lingering around the temple may very well withdraw. What will become of the northern 9 prefectures post-withdrawal? Mei Xuanchuang spoke solemnly. At that moment, a woman clad in black appeared before Mei Xuanchuang. Miss, the Heavenly Fist sect has made its presence known in Lingnan Prefecture, she announced. The Heavenly Fist sect, the Xianing Tower, and the Blade Alliance. Mei Xuanchuang quickly recalled the other 2 factions. The Blade Alliance has connections with Wen Yifan. With Wen Yifan's departure and the exit of the Blade Alliance's leader, Guantianqiao, his elder disciple, Daoba Luoshanju, remains in Lingnan Prefecture. Luoshanju practices Guantianqiao's notorious Tian Luo chasing soul slash, a fiercely aggressive sword technique that pursues both soul and life with a single strike. He is known for his ruthlessness. As Guantianqiao's senior disciple, it is unlikely he would remain here without cause. Monitor the movements of the Heavenly Fist sect and report back. Yes, the black-clad woman swiftly took her leave. At that moment, outside the Lingnan Prefecture, within a dimly lit cave, a masked individual began to speak. Have you determined who has disrupted my plans? My lord, We have conducted an inquiry, and it appears to be the Mountain River Sect, replied a cloaked figure below him. The Mountain River Sect, which has rapidly expanded by leveraging certain powers. Do they possess any experts in poison? The masked individual inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice. Indeed, my lord. We have received information that infighting has occurred within the Mountain River Sect. The sect leader executed the ringleader, while the rest were poisoned. The subordinate continued. After investigating Lingnan Prefecture, we found no poison experts, leading us to delve into the Mountain River Sect. The sect leader, Su Chun, has connections with the deputy prefect, Li Wei. If Wen Yifan intends to act against Li Wei, it is possible that Li Wei may preemptively force Wen Yifan's hand. Li Wei, the father of Li Muing? The Xianin Tower has already allied with the 7th Prince, and Li Wei has covertly pledged his allegiance as well. Given this situation, we shall temporarily set aside matters concerning Wen Yifan, the masked elder declared. What news regarding the Qinglong Association? The masked individual inquired further. The assignments concerning the Qinglong Association have all been successfully completed, came the reply. Initially, my subordinate intended to leverage the resources of the Tianxiao Alliance to eliminate the members of the Qinglong Society, thereby instigating a confrontation between the two factions. However, the Qinglong Society preemptively struck, assassinating the Tianxia Alliance's Taimu Home master, Lu Qingfeng, and subsequently exploiting this opportunity to successfully eliminate the Monk Konghai. Consequently, my subordinate refrained from taking action against the Qinglong Society's members. The Qinglong Society's operations in the northern counties are overseen by Zhuge Zhenhua, the master of the Eryu Hall. Additionally, we have been monitoring a certain A Fei, whose prowess may have ascended to the realm of Tianren, as he has slain Lu Qingfeng, the Taimu Hall master of the Tianxia Alliance. The individuals present immediately responded, noting that Zhuge Zhenhua possesses extraordinary capabilities. What of Huangfu Rong and Gongsun Zan? Huangfu Rong met his demise at the hands of Xiao Qiushui, while Gongsun Zan was also slain, attacked by an associate of mine, the master of the Sanyu Hall. Upon investigation, I examined the corpses of Gongsun Zan and his guards, revealing that this individual wields a vicious sword technique, his strength possibly at the 2nd tier of Tianren. The messenger conveyed the circumstances of the other two. We should consider intensifying our collaboration with them. The situation at Qinglong Temple will not remain contained for long. If it drags on, there is a risk of a counterattack from them. Moreover, the secret sect seems to be making moves, dispatching formidable experts who will soon make their appearance. Thus, it is imperative for all parties involved to expedite their efforts in clearing the area. Once we eradicate the forces affiliated with Qinglong Temple and establish our dominance. Even if Qinglong Temple manages to extricate itself, it will not immediately confront so many adversaries. Are there any other matters to discuss? My lord, the young master of the Tianquan sect has arrived in Lingnan County, likely harboring ambitions for the region. Additionally, the 2nd princess of Xianin Tower is also en route. It seems they both aim to seize control of Lingnan County. The territory has already been partitioned. Are they expecting to reap the rewards now? This is a matter for Lingnan County to address, and it does not concern us. Have you made any progress in investigating the Jinfeng Shiyu Tower and its connection to Tianya Pavilion? The messenger replied, we have yet to uncover any information. The masked figure spoke, this Tianya Pavilion is shrouded in mystery. Initially, I intended to employ Wen Yifan to probe the limits of Tianya Pavilion, but it appears that plan has gone awry. I must personally visit Jinfeng Shiyu Tower. My lord, are you truly going to intervene in person? The individuals below were taken aback. The situation at Qinglong Temple is nearing resolution. It is time for me to make an appearance. Furthermore, seek an opportunity to meet with Su Chan. He may possess insights regarding the secrets of Tianya Pavilion behind Jinfeng Shiyu Tower. The masked figure then gestured for the others to depart. Understood. The subordinates exited the cave. The masked figure also left the cave, heading towards the city of Lingnan County. At this moment, within the governor's estate of Lingnan County, in a residence with a garden and a pavilion, a young man clad in a black robe adorned with golden trim sat composedly within the pavilion. His brow bore an air of heroism, radiating a potent aura of vitality and vigor. At that moment, he was engrossed in a book. Young master, the endeavor with the Shanha sect has failed. Yen Kuei and his companions were likely slain by Su Chun, the leader of the Shanha sect. A burly man approached the young man and spoke. This youth is Bai Zhangjiao, the young master of the Tianquan sect. Beside him stood a towering figure, one of the 3 guardians of the Heavenly Fist sect, the king of Diamond Fist, Zhou Xianshan. Su Chun, the leader of the Mountain River Sect, was rumored to have ascended to power through external means, causing one to ponder the true extent of his abilities. Bai Zhangjiao, setting down the book in his hands, inquired in a somber tone. Despite the whispers circulating in the outside world, suggesting that Su Chun relied on external forces, Bai Zhangjiao dared not underestimate him. With a single blade, he had slain Wu Yud, and although his realm had not yet transcended the refining soul stage, his combat prowess was akin to that of a unified divine soul. Moreover, he had a master of poison by his side, a formidable individual beyond Bai Zhangjiao's expectations. The giant Zhou Xinshan remarked, "It seems I must pay this Su Chun a visit." Rising to his feet, Bai Zhangjiao declared, "Young master, this Su Chun has a poison expert by his side. You should not go." To which Bai Zhangjiao confidently replied, "Poison holds little significance for me. Some toxins I can ingest without worry, as the extreme Sha blood cultivated within me can dissolve them." Chapter 249. Zhou Xinshan visits the mountain young master. The second princess of the Xianin Tower, Li Shiyong, has arrived in Lingnan Prefecture. She likely harbors intentions regarding this territory. Zhou Xinshan stated, "Did not the master of Xianin Tower send his third disciple, Lingyue, to Lingnan Prefecture? Why has Li Shiyong also come?" Bai Zhangjiao pondered. Li Shiyong was adept at manipulating others, and it appeared she sought to control Su Chun of the Mountain River Sect. However, they may be underestimating Su Chun. Who is Su Chun relying on for this external assistance? Murong Qingchun, Mei Xuan Shuang, and the elusive Zi Hanyue. This trio includes the breathtakingly beautiful Zi Hanyue, rarely seen in public. For Su Chun to maintain the upper hand among such beauty indicates a remarkable resistance to allure. A mere Li Shiyong would likely find it challenging to subdue him. Suddenly, his expression shifted. Aside from Li Shiyong, there is also Li Muying. I have seen her. Her beauty is indeed extraordinary. The two sought to completely dominate Su Chun. Send an invitation to Su Chun. I wish to meet this leader of the Mountain River Sect. Bai Zhangjiao instructed Zhou Xinshan. I shall personally deliver it to the Mountain River Sect. Zhou Xinshan affirmed. The two deceased were his subordinates, and while he would not kill Su Chun, he intended to make a statement. Understanding Zhou Xuanshan's intentions, Bai Zhangjiao refrained from comment. Zhou Xinshan was merely paying a visit. As long as he did not overstep, safety would not be an issue. Furthermore, despite only being at the level of the heavenly human tribulation, his physical strength could contend with those at the second level. Within the Mountain River Sect, Zi Hanyue had already dealt with 3 sections. Su Chun, upon reviewing the reports presented to him, felt his heart constrict. The Lingnan Prefecture was home to 10 major sections. The Heavenly Crane Sect had been absorbed by the Mountain River Sect. The Blood Banner Sect annihilated by the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower, while the Crimson Moon Sect and the Tianhe Mountain Manor fell before the 9 Nether Divine Monarch, who also eradicated the Lingyue Sword Sect, and Zi Hanyue had dismantled the Qin Sword Sect. Along with their Mountain River Sect, they now constituted 7 major powers. This meant that the Mountain River Sect was on the verge of unifying all 10 sects under its banner. What does the Purple Cold Moon intend to accomplish? Among the 3 major sects, Lingnan Gate, Liquan Mountain, and Qinglong Temple should remain entirely unconnected. Su Chun pondered. Is this assistance meant to elevate me to the foremost sect of Lingnan County? It seems that I am to undertake certain tasks. I wonder what exactly you desire from me. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Su Chun's eyes. Currently, the Mountain and River Sect possesses a critical flaw in the eyes of outsiders: the lack of formidable experts. They are incapable of maintaining control over the other 7 major factions they have occupied. Should anyone attempt to disrupt this balance, those factions would likely rebel, leading to the disintegration of the Mountain and River Sect's current standing. 5 Poison Boy. Go and secretly poison the elders remaining in these sects. Once controlled, ensure they do not divulge this. Any who do shall face annihilation. Su Chun commanded. The 5 Poison Boy vanished from the hall of the sect leader. With sufficient means and expertise, Su Chun planned to gradually consolidate these forces. He envisioned subduing the 7 major factions, establishing them as the external branches of the Mountain and River Sect. At that moment, Cui Wuhu and Yuan Suiyun appeared at the sect's entrance. Cui Wuhu was a trusted confidant of Su Chun, while Yuan Suiyun, clad in black and wearing a wide-brimmed hat, obscured his features, yet the chilling aura emanating from him was palpable from a distance. It seems our Mountain and River Sect has gained another expert. The sect leader is truly extraordinary, one disciple remarked. Indeed, since the sect leader assumed control, our mountain and river sect's influence in Lingnan County has become unparalleled. If we continue to expand in this manner, we shall secure a place in the 9 northern counties as well. Those old elders who dare to challenge the sect leader are truly deserving of their fate, utterly lacking in self-awareness. It's fortunate they are so misguided. Their provocations grant us the opportunity to rise. With diligent cultivation, we shall showcase our prowess. This is the mountain and river sect we aspire to, several disciples expressed. All eyes were filled with reverence as they gazed toward the hall of the sect leader. Shortly after Cui Wuhu and Yuan Suiyun entered the hall, an edict was issued. The internal structure of the mountain and river sect underwent transformation. 3 vice leaders were appointed under the sect leader, alongside 5 elders and 8 inner halls. The positions of external and internal stewards remained unchanged. Furthermore, the status of inner disciples remained intact. All true disciples were elevated to inner disciples, while external disciples would only ascend to inner disciples upon reaching the refinement realm. True disciples could only be accepted by individuals of hall master rank or higher. Not long after this edict was issued, Yuan Suiyun was named one of the 5 elders of the mountain and river sect. The first edict did not incite much upheaval, as the elders had all perished, leading to anticipated changes. However, the news of Yuan Suiyun's appointment as one of the 5 elders astonished many. It quickly spread that Yuan Suiyun was a powerful expert summoned back by Cui Wuhu, possessing strength at the celestial level. This revelation sent shockwaves throughout the mountain and river sect. The celestial realm, such a milestone for the sect after many years of establishment. It seems that only the first leader of the mountain river sect has attained the realm of celestial being. Others have never reached such heights. Now, the mountain river sect possesses a master of the celestial realm, which instills them with newfound confidence. Although the Lingnan prefecture previously boasted 10 major sects and several prominent families, none had reported any ascension to the celestial realm. Consequently, Lingnan prefecture was regarded as the weakest among the 9 northern prefectures. Now, unexpectedly, the mountain river sect also has a master of the celestial realm. Outside the mountain river sect, Zhou Xianshan of the Heavenly Fist sect has arrived. I, Zhou Xianshan of the Heavenly Fist sect, come to pay my respects to sect master Su. He presented a letter of introduction to the sect's gatekeeper disciple. Although the disciple was unfamiliar with Zhou Xianshan, he recognized the Heavenly Fist sect as a formidable force among the 9 northern prefectures. Please wait a moment. I will report to the sect master immediately. The disciple swiftly turned and headed towards the sect master's hall. Sect master, Zhou Xianshan of the Heavenly Fist sect has come to pay his respects, the disciple announced upon entering. The Heavenly Fist sect, Zhou Xianshan? I thought it was that Bai Ji. Please let him in. Su Chen instructed. Sect master, the visitor may not come with good intentions. Let me meet him first. Cautioned Yuan Suiyun, for the Heavenly Fist sect had suffered losses at their hands, and now their envoy's visit may not be benevolent. Elder Yuan, you may go greet this Zhou Xianshan from the Heavenly Fist sect. Su Chen nodded in agreement. To establish itself as a significant sect, it would not tolerate insolence within the sect master's hall. Pressure must be exerted upon the visitor as he enters the mountain river sect, showcasing its strength. This approach would not only intimidate the visitor, but also elevate the morale of the sect's disciples. Outside the mountain river sect, Zhou Xianshan felt a twinge of displeasure. As a member of the Heavenly Fist sect, he expected to be courteously ushered into the sect upon his arrival. Instead, he was made to wait outside, a sign of disrespect towards his esteemed sect. He resolved that, upon meeting, Su Chen and the Mountain River sect must be made acutely aware of the Heavenly Fist sect's authority. Suppressing his rising anger, Zhou Xianshan suddenly felt a shift in the atmosphere. His gaze turned towards the Mountain River sect, where a young man clad in a pale blue brocade robe emerged. The moment the youth appeared, Zhou Xianshan sensed a chilling pressure radiating from him. Greetings, I am Yuan Suiyun, an elder of the Mountain River sect. You hail from the Heavenly Fist sect and wish to meet our sect master, Yuan Suiyun stated, appearing before Zhou Xianshan in an instant. His aura surged as he unleashed the power of the second tier of the celestial realm. He refrained from revealing his full strength, as displaying the power of the third tier might seem excessively astonishing. With the explosive release of his second-tier celestial power, a terrifying aura enveloped the surroundings, causing some disciples outside the Mountain River sect to tremble, their eyes wide with shock as they beheld Yuan Suiyun. This was the newly appointed elder of the sect master. The imposing aura rendered them immobile, instilling a sense of terror. You, from the Heavenly Fist sect. Previously stirred up trouble at my Mountain River sect, and now dare to pay homage. I am eager to witness the prowess of your sect. Yuan Suiyun's palm radiated a crimson hue, the vermilion sand palm. He struck towards Zhou Xianshan, whose realm was at the first heavenly trial, possessing considerable physical strength. Yuan Suiyun, newly arrived in this world, was keen to comprehend the strength of its formidable beings. Upon seeing Yuan Suiyun's immediate attack, Zhou Xuanshan's eyes ignited with fury, unleashing a surge of energy that erupted from his being. The might of the first heavenly trial surged forth as he raised his arm, a dense power manifesting within. And he unleashed a punch. The blow was swift as lightning, hurtling towards Yuan Suiyun's palm strike. He had longed to see how the Mountain River sect dared to eliminate his people. Now, with the Mountain River sect taking the initiative, although the opponent's energy was superior, Zhou Xuanshan's rigorous training was no ordinary feat even against the second heavenly trial. He was confident he could prevail. Bang! Their attacks collided, emitting a deep reverberation from the point of impact. A wave of energy swept forth from their clash, deflecting Yuan Suiyun's strike. Zhou Xuanshan's visage twisted into a grimace as he swung his fist towards Yuan Suiyun. Yet, Yuan Suiyun's figure transformed into a streak of crimson light, vanishing before him. When he reappeared, it was already behind Zhou Xianshan, palm raised high. With a resounding clap, he struck directly upon his adversary. Sensing Yuan Suiyun's imminent strike, Zhou Xianshan, in a moment of urgency, conjured a surge of energy to block the impending blow. However, under the might of Yuan Suiyun's clap, his hastily summoned barrier shattered, and Yuan's palm made contact with his back, a torrent of energy surging into his body. Roar! Zhou Xianshan growled as his internal energy surged wildly, attempting to resist the influx. Yet at that moment, Yuan Suiyun's palm flushed crimson once more, and he unleashed another strike, this time ablaze with heat, directly imprinting upon his opponent's body. Instantly, the scent of charred flesh wafted through the air. Boom! His body was propelled backward, a scorching handprint appearing on his back. A fiery toxin surged within him, incinerating his meridians. However, this toxin only battered his pathways and did not penetrate his heart, sparing him from grave danger. Were it not for the sect leader's desire to meet you, you would have perished today. Come, let us go meet the sect leader. Yuan Suiyun addressed Zhou Xianshan. Zhou Xuanshan's internal energy had just reached the first heavenly trial. His physical prowess and defenses were formidable. Yuan had first utilized a powerful clap against his energy, followed by the specifically destructive vermilion sand palm to injure him. It was through this strategy that he swiftly incapacitated his adversary. Indeed, had he wished to kill Zhou Xianshan, Yuan Suiyun possessed numerous methods to do so without even unleashing the full force of the third heavenly trial. Yuan Suiyun had mastered a myriad of martial arts, and he had nearly perfected all he had learned. A person possessing multiple martial arts skills is not inherently fearsome. However, the true terror lies in their ability to fully harness each art to its utmost potential. Such an individual, having mastered numerous clandestine techniques, can execute their moves at will. This person would swiftly devise countermeasures against their opponent's methods. Zhou Xianshan gazed at Yuan Suiyun and stated, "Sovereign Su, I must take my leave. Our esteemed deputy master of the Tianquan sect wishes to meet with you." He raised his hand, and the invitation soared into Yuan Suiyun's grasp, after which he descended the mountain without pause. Clutching the invitation, Yuan Suiyun made his way towards the Shanhua Gate. Outside the Shanhua Gate, the aura exuding from Yuan Suiyun upon his arrival left the onlookers in trepidation. It was only after Yuan Suiyun and Zhou Xianshan departed that they regained their composure. Taking deep breaths, their eyes brimmed with fervor, recognizing the formidable prowess of such a master within the Shanhua Gate. How could the Shanhua Gate not flourish? They could not help but admire the sovereign, who had the ability to subdue beings of celestial and earthly realms. Who could rival such a capability? Within the sovereign hall, Yuan Suiyun presented the invitation from the deputy master of the Tianquan sect. Zhou Xianshan must have utilized the techniques devised by this deputy master to attain the realm of celestial beings. His celestial energy was scarce, yet his physical strength was formidable. In our confrontation, I shall restrain my power within the bounds of celestial beings. I will strike first, exploiting his energy deficiency in conjunction with my own techniques to overcome his physical form. Given his strength, he is capable of engaging with typical celestial beings. Is that so? Yuan Suiyun inquired. We must not underestimate the Qinglong sect. However, what could this deputy master seek by summoning me? Su Chen opened the invitation from Bai Zhangjiao. He wishes to pay his respects tomorrow. Su Chen's brow furrowed slightly. Bai Zhangjiao was no ordinary individual, but rather a prodigious talent who had remained in the shadows until now. Seeking to meet him was unexpected. He resolved to see Bai Zhangjiao the next day and discern his intentions. Meanwhile, Su Chen shifted his focus. Fatty, how is the business arrangement with the money house in Lingnan County progressing? Is Li Wei still cooperating? He had assisted Li Wei in temporarily removing Wen Yifan, leaving Li Wei as the sole figure of authority in Lingnan County. Things are progressing smoothly. Li Wei is quite cooperative, and I am making great strides. However, I've received news that the money gang will establish its first money house in 3 days. Fatty replied solemnly. The first money house? Will it be a quiet affair? Or have they invited anyone? Su Chen inquired. They're keeping it low-key without inviting anyone. Fatty frowned. Logically, a force like the money gang should garner significant attention when opening a money house in Lingnan County. Yet they have chosen to discreetly announce the opening in 3 days. It seems they want to see who will come to congratulate them. Su Chen said coldly, on the day of the opening, Fatty, you shall represent the Shanhua Gate. Also, observe who attends the inauguration. Among those who have departed, it is certain that a faction has aligned itself with the monetary benefactors, which warrants our attention. Indeed, the corpulent man bowed and exited the grand hall. Master, shall I proceed with the recruitment on my end? After the man left, Cui Wuhu stepped forward. For now, postpone the recruitment. Assist the Wudu Tongzi in resolving his matters swiftly. There are further tasks that require your attention, Su Chen instructed. Having unified so many factions, it was likely that Zihan Yue and Mei Xuanshuang would seek him out, perhaps in search of something. Chapter 251. Ruthlessness, Xianin Tower, Li Shirong in Lingnan County. Deep within a dense forest outside the western city, a dilapidated temple stood before which a palanquin had come to a halt. For robust men, their physiques as solid as stone, carried the palanquin, while 2 young maidens clad in azure robes accompanied them. The maidens, possessing delicate features and still in the bloom of youth, stood flanking the palanquin. Second princess. One of the maidens on the right lifted the curtain of the palanquin. A woman, possessing an alluring figure with long, straight legs, emerged. Her lips were a luscious shade of red, exuding an irresistible charm, while a hint of tenderness radiated from her brow, evoking both affection and pity. Have all arrived? She inquired of the maiden beside her. Everyone is here except for Lord Blood, the maiden promptly replied. Let us proceed. The princess led the 2 maidens into the dilapidated temple. Inside, 4 individuals awaited. One, clad in black, leaned against a pillar, eyes closed in meditation, while cradling a long sword without a sheath. Not far from him sat an elder in a crimson robe, his gaze shrouded in darkness, as if capable of devouring one's essence. A man in blue, emanating a palpable aura of thunder, signaled he practiced a lightning attribute technique. He was robust, his arms adorned with gauntlets. The last was a woman bearing scars upon her visage, her gray eyes devoid of vitality. Exuding an air of death, yet standing there indicated her formidable nature. The second princess has arrived. The man in blue, sensing the shift outside, brightened and spoke. His gaze directed toward the entrance. The woman referred to as the second princess entered the temple. Greetings, second princess. The 4 bowed in unison. This time, I must trouble you once more, the princess spoke, her tone gentle. It is our honor to serve the second princess. They replied in unison. I have come to Lingnan County primarily to assist Xianin Tower in unifying the local martial forces. However, the forces of Lingnan County have already been dominated by the Shanhua sect. To assert control over Lingnan County, we must subdue this Shanhua sect. Do you possess any viable strategies? The princess inquired. From their conversation, it became apparent that this second princess was Li Shirong of Xianin Tower. Second princess. The Shanhua sect's strength is moderate. Master Su Chen is merely at the refining soul stage. Yet he has the backing of Mei Xuanshuang from the Changhan Palace and the royal princess Murong Qingchen. Yesterday, the cleansing of the Shanhe Gate was completed. Now, it seems that no one here opposes him. Once we subdue the forces under his control, the second princess will effortlessly seize the Lingnan prefecture. The man clad in blue spoke. Their ability to conquer these forces suggests they possess the means to control them. However, our attempts against these factions have yielded no results. The elder in red countered. Li, old ghost, do you intend to strike at Su Chen? the blue-clad man inquired, directing his gaze at the elder in red. Upon hearing this, the elder refrained from responding. To take action against Su Chun would be tantamount to challenging Mei Xuanshuang and Murong Qingqin. He was not foolish enough to provoke Su Chun. Observing their discourse, Li Shirong maintained an impassive expression, though a flicker of displeasure crossed her eyes. At that moment, a man donned in blood-red attire entered the dilapidated temple. He was of modest height, yet an aura of terror emanated from him, causing the temperature within the temple to plummet upon his arrival. He bore a large, ghostly blade upon his back, inscribed with runes that exuded a chilling energy. The sight of this blood-clad man elicited expressions of wariness from the other four. Without acknowledging them, he turned his gaze towards Li Shirong, his eyes ablaze with an insatiable hunger, as if he sought to devour her whole. In response to such a gaze, Li Shirong remained tranquil, unconsciously leaning slightly towards the blood-clad man. "Blood brother, what delayed your arrival?" she inquired softly. "A formidable expert from the Shanha Gate has appeared, injuring Zhou Xianshan of the Tianquan Gate within just a few moves." What? At this revelation, not only did Li Shirong's expression shift, but the others were equally astonished. An expert of such caliber had emerged from the Shanha Gate. Aside from the newly arrived blood-clad man, the others possessed only the strength of spirit unity, rendering them utterly outmatched. "You four continue to gather information on Su Chun, the second princess, and I have matters to attend to." The blood-clad man instructed the four. Understood. They promptly exited the dilapidated temple without lingering. They were well aware of the blood-clad man's intentions. Once the four had departed, he wrapped his arms around Li Shirong's waist and headed towards the temple's exit. They entered a carriage without evading anyone, and a scene of revelry unfolded within. Shortly thereafter, a scream erupted from within the carriage. Moments later, a corpse was hurled out, that of the very blood-clad man. A new prey had emerged, rendering him obsolete. "Absorbing his power will elevate my strength further. Bury his body. We must depart." Li Shirong's voice resonated from within the carriage. Two women in blue swiftly removed the corpse, while the other four robust men lifted the carriage and proceeded towards the Lingnan prefecture. At the Lingnan prefecture, Zhou Xianshan had returned. The power left behind by Yuan Suiyun had been neutralized by Bai Zhangjiao. "Young master, I have brought shame upon you," Zhou Xianshan declared. "This is inconsequential. Your inner energy is still somewhat lacking. When confronted by an ordinary warrior of the second tier, you could indeed contend with them through sheer physical prowess. However, this Yuan Suiyun possesses extraordinary strength and profound energy. The palm strike he imprinted upon you harbors a specialized force capable of overcoming formidable physical training. To withstand his might, your body requires fortification," Bai Zhangjiao remarked. "The opponent is formidable, and their movements are rather enigmatic. I couldn't even showcase the boxing techniques you imparted, young master. Next time we meet, I shall certainly demonstrate them," Zhou Xianshan responded. "The martial artist must reclaim their dignity through their fists. I harbor little concern regarding Yuan Suiyun. Rather, I am intrigued by how Su Chun managed to subdue such a master. There are no experts of his caliber in Lingnan County or the 9 northern counties. He seems indifferent to fame and fortune, yet he chose this moment to emerge and join the Shanhua sect. Su Chun's methods are indeed remarkable. Tomorrow, I wish to ascertain what kind of person this Su Chun truly is. I hope for potential collaboration. After the recent upheaval in the 9 northern counties, tranquility shall not return without formidable allies to withstand external forces." A glimmer flashed in Bai Zhangjiao's eyes. He then inquired, "The Money Guild has sent individuals to Lingnan County. Could you visit the Jinfeng Shiyu building and see if you can procure any intelligence?" Chapter 252. Underestimated, Rivals, and Augmentation. No power surpasses the Jinfeng Shiyu building in intelligence acquisition within Lingnan County. This is the principle of the strong dragon not suppressing the local snake. While the Jinfeng Shiyu building may be weaker in other intelligence circles of the 9 northern counties, it is challenging to elude their notice in Lingnan County. With the emergence of the Money Guild, the Jinfeng Shiyu building will undoubtedly take heed. Therefore, purchasing information from them is the swiftest route. Understood. Zhou Xianshan bowed respectfully and departed the courtyard. After his exit, a figure materialized before him. "Hellion brother, who would have thought we would meet again in Lingnan County after parting 3 years ago?" Bai Zhangjiao remarked upon seeing the newcomer, who was none other than Hellion Chunshui, now transformed into the charming Hellion Xiaoyao. "I did not anticipate you in Lingnan County, my brother. The waters here run deep. It would be wise for you to avoid this murky situation," Hellion Xiaoyao cautioned. Hellion brother, are you speaking to me as a friend or in some other capacity? Bai Zhangjiao inquired, studying Hellion Xiaoyao. Of course as a friend. If it were in any other capacity, I would have no reason to come. Hellion Xiaoyao replied. Then let us share a drink, Hellion brother. Bai Zhangjiao led Hellion Xiaoyao to a nearby pavilion. Inside, they sat, and shortly thereafter, servants brought in wine and accompaniments. Placing them before the two. Since you have come to visit, I have matters I wish to consult you about. Are you familiar with Su Chun from the Qinglong Sect? Bai Zhangjiao began. Su Chun, I have reviewed previous materials. He appears to be an ordinary individual. However, ever since his father's demise, he has become rather ambitious. Hellion Xiaoyao stated solemnly. With the assistance of the Changhen Palace and the hidden forces of the Cold Moon Sect, the Shanhua Gate has ascended to become the foremost power within the Lingnan Prefecture. The local pacification department cannot afford to ignore this development. He has perused the files on Su Chun, noting that following the death of Su Chen's father, the young man underwent a profound transformation, becoming fiercely ambitious. It is only natural for him to possess some level of strength, given his affiliation with Murong Qingchen. Bai Ji truly remarked. Murong Qingchen had bestowed upon Su Chun a medicinal elixir obtained from the fourth prince, enabling him to reach the spirit refinement realm. However, truth be told, I suspect that Murong Qingchen has failed to exert control over him. If he had, Su Chun would not have been allowed to expand so drastically, establishing himself as the preeminent sect in Lingnan. Hellion Xiaoyao interjected. Are you suggesting that this is solely Su Chen's personal ambition? Bai Ji inquired, furrowing his brow. Ambition is one aspect, but another might be the influence of Mei Xuanshuang and Zi Hanyue pushing him forward. However, soon enough, Su Chen will have to pay the price. It is impossible for him to reap benefits without fulfilling obligations. The tasks that these individuals require him to undertake may very well jeopardize the entire Shanhua Gate. In truth, Brother Bai, collaboration with the Jinfeng Shiyu Tower could be advantageous. Hellion Xiaoyao proposed. For those without a solid foundation, survival is indeed a daunting challenge. Although he has recruited some formidable individuals, these very strong men pose a potential risk. Therefore, I harbor little optimism regarding Su Chun. Is that so? I wish to meet this Su Chun before forming any conclusions. Hellion, I am curious to know how far the several princes intend to suppress the Qinglong Temple. Bai Ji gazed at Hellion Xiaoyao. You need not elaborate. It is evident that the outer forces surrounding the Qinglong Temple have been eradicated, and those individuals will not linger for long. They will not truly engage the Qinglong Temple forcefully, as the losses would be substantial. No one would pursue such a course. In fact, with all external forces removed, the Qinglong Temple in the northern 9 prefectures would be effectively finished, likely leading to a prolonged period of closure. It would take several years for them to reclaim their former glory, which is simply unattainable in the short term. Moreover, as one rises, another must fall. Your factions will ensure that it does not regain its strength. Hellion Xiaoyao asserted. The Qinglong Temple is indeed under duress, yet the Tianxiao alliance has arrived. As has the Money Gang. When the Qinglong Temple was at its zenith, they were not permitted entry into the northern 9 prefectures. Bai Ji remarked. This serves to better facilitate your suppression of the Qinglong Temple. The northern 9 prefectures are vast. Brother Bai, there is truly no need for concern. Hellion Xiaoyao reassured him. Our Tianquan sect cannot be compared to the Qinglong Temple, and we could be obliterated at any moment. Thus, we must remain vigilant. Nevertheless, I must express my gratitude to Brother Hellion for your guidance. After meeting with Su Chun, I hope you might introduce me to Master Bai of the Jinfeng Shiyu Tower. Bai Ji raised his cup in a toast to Hellion Xiaoyao, feeling a genuine sense of worry. Should the Qinglong Temple close its doors, chaos is certain to ensue in the northern 9 prefectures. The Tianquan sect and the Sifang Association lack the foundational strength to withstand external invaders. A sigh escaped his lips. At that moment, in the residence of the left minister, Lingyue remarked, Sister, you have arrived so swiftly. Given her nature, she will undoubtedly take action against Su Chun of the Shanhua Gate, and he is no ordinary foe. If things go awry, trouble may arise. As she addressed the cloaked figure before her, My dear miss, there is no need for concern. With a formidable figure like Yuan Suiyun emerging from the Shanhua sect, the second princess will not act recklessly. The blood fiend at her disposal possesses merely the strength of a celestial being in a precarious state, which renders her chances of overcoming Yuan Suiyun rather slim. Moreover, Su Chun is accompanied by a master of poison, the figure clad in black, holding a bamboo sword. spoke up. My apprehension does not stem from her sending others to act, but rather from her personal involvement. My sister's enchanting techniques have reached an unparalleled level. I fear that Su Chen may not withstand her allure, and should he fall under her control, the factions beholden to the Shanhua sect may very well become her subordinates. Consequently, I would lose any semblance of advantage in Lingnan County. Li Muying expressed her concerns. My lady, perhaps we ought to caution Su Chen. He is no ordinary individual. If he remains vigilant, he should not be susceptible to the second princess's charms, the figure in black suggested, grasping Li Muying's anxieties. He understood their shared predicament. The leader of the Xianyin Tower can only be one, and the three of them exist in a state of competitive enmity. Should one emerge victorious, the others may face a lifetime of confinement within the Xianyin Tower, relegated to the status of Li Muying's followers. He hoped for her triumph. It appears I must arrange a meeting with Su Chen, Li Muying declared. Lingnan County is the foundation upon which she intends to establish her power. She cannot afford any interference from Li Shurong. As this thought crossed her mind, a sudden idea struck her. Perhaps she could collaborate with Su Chen to eliminate Li Shurong. Such an alliance would not only solidify her interests with Su Chen, but also eliminate a rival. With this in mind, Li Muying grew increasingly eager. I shall personally visit the Shanhua sect. Upon concluding her statement, Li Muying returned to her quarters to prepare for her journey. Meanwhile, at the Shanhua sect, Su Chen perused the confidential letter in his hands. The second princess of the Xianyin Tower, Li Shurong, had already arrived in Lingnan County, accompanied by Jing Wuming, the rarely seen third leader of the money gang. Their intentions were far from benign, he mused. The intervention from the Xianyin Tower was undoubtedly aimed at seizing control of Lingnan County. Presently, he held dominion over more than half of the territory, making him the primary target of the Xianyin Tower. As for the money gang, conflicts had arisen as they sought to establish themselves as the preeminent force in Lingnan County. They controlled a considerable portion of both the legitimate and underground financial establishments, leading to inevitable clashes. Chapter 253. Poison, attracting firepower if necessary. I can simply eliminate them later, Su Chen murmured to himself. In truth, he was indifferent to those who had been exposed. His focus lay on the enigmatic figure lurking in the shadows. Others may not recognize him, but Su Chen was aware that this individual had set their sights on the Jinfeng Shiyu Tower and the Qinglong Society. He needed to uncover this person's identity, otherwise, he would find himself in a precarious position. Master, a formal invitation has arrived, signed by Li Shurong. The second princess of the Xianyin Tower, a disciple, entered and presented the invitation. Su Chen received the invitation and opened it, a delicate fragrance wafting forth, filling his nostrils. However, he swiftly expelled it with a burst of breath. Poison. A chill flickered in Su Chen's eyes. While an ordinary person might not discern anything amiss, Su Chen recognized it as a seductive toxin. When combined with other substances, it would swiftly yield a lethal poison. He was taken aback that Li Shurong from the Xianyin Tower would dare to lace an invitation with poison. Was Li Shurong courting death? Did she intend to control him through this venom? Such audacity. A glint of cold light flashed in Su Chen's gaze. Li Shurong had now secured a spot on his list of targets. Turning his attention to the content of the invitation, he noted it requested a meeting with Su Chen at the Mu City Manor in the county town the following evening. The Mu City Manor belonged to the Mu family, one of the notable clans in Lingnan County. Su Chen was astonished to discover Li Shurong's connection to them. In his eyes, the noble families of Lingnan County were entities he could easily extinguish at will, even without invoking the Jinfeng Shiyu Tower or the Qinglong Society. The Shanhua sect could effortlessly obliterate them. His recollection of the Mu family was due to their recent transfer of their underground banking business in Lingnan County to a hefty associate. He clenched his hand, reducing the invitation to mere dust. He had not anticipated that upon recently becoming the predominant force in Lingnan County, someone would harbor intentions against him. Henceforth, he must exercise greater caution. If he had not been knowledgeable about poisons, he might have fallen victim to Li Shurong's scheme. At that moment, at the entrance of the hall, a disciple of the Shanhua sect entered, escorting Mei Xuanshuang and Zi Hanyue. Having collaborated with them, Su Chen had instructed the mountain guards to allow these two to proceed directly to the Master Hall without announcement. Congratulations, Master Su, on leading the Shanhua sect to become the foremost power in Lingnan County. Both Zi Hanyue and Mei Xuanshuang proclaimed in unison. Did the two of you orchestrate this? If there is a matter at hand, please speak plainly, Su Chen replied. Despite their amicable relations, They had not reached a point where they thought of meeting at all times. Master Su, the Shanha sect is now robust and formidable. I wish to request your assistance in conducting a thorough search of these locations. At this, Zhanyu produced a map from her robes and handed it to Su Chun. As he examined the map, his brow furrowed. This differs somewhat from the one you provided earlier. There are 2 or 3 additional locations. Those areas are what I have included. I am willing to allocate the benefits of our previous collaboration to you. Master Su, Mei Xuanchuang interjected. Oh, so you have been waiting for me here. But with such a large-scale search, do you not fear potential complications? Su Chen inquired. I received word from the Jinfeng Shiyu Tower that a powerful figure has emerged in Lingnan County, yet they have yet to ascertain his identity. Su Chen could roughly deduce that the figure cloaked in black was affiliated with the 7th Prince. But the intelligence from the Jinfeng Shiyu Tower suggested that there might be more than one black-clad individual. He sought to glean further clues from their conversation. Do not worry, my lord. There shall be no harm to you from the Shanhua sect. He is affiliated with the 7th Prince. Though I am uncertain of his true identity, only that it is one of great nobility, spoke Zhanyu. The 7th Prince's people? Su Chen feigned a slight frown, but subsequently said nothing more. When shall we commence our actions? He inquired. The sooner, the better. If we delay, the Qinglong Temple may seal its doors, and chaos will ensue in the 9 northern prefectures. Although you have recruited a formidable expert of the celestial second tribulation, it is prudent to remain discreet, Zhanyu advised. The Qinglong Temple is to close its doors? Su Chen's expression shifted in surprise. He had anticipated a counterattack from the temple in due time, not its impending closure. The abbot of the Qinglong Temple has been severely injured by a coalition of forces. Without the temple's presence, the 9 northern prefectures will be rife with external influences, thus necessitating your discretion, interjected Mei Xuanchuang. I wish to remain low-key, yet some individuals are unwilling to allow me that luxury, he remarked, casting a glance at Mei Xuanchuang. Given the current stature of the Shanhua sect, how can one simply choose to be discreet? In terms of sheer numbers, we likely rank among the top 5 in the 9 northern prefectures. You both have come for a specific purpose? Su Chen subsequently inquired. Indeed. And it would be best if you distanced yourself from the Jinfeng Shiyu building of late. They have acquired the Jinmei Ping, and the 7th Prince's envoy may have intentions regarding it. Furthermore, I have learned that the 3rd Prince in the capital, Master Qin, is also interested in the Jinmei Ping. When Yifun's return to the capital is not solely due to his affliction, he is primarily evading this task. Mei Xuanchuang articulated. Such a cunning old fox. No wonder he returned to the capital so readily. Su Chen inwardly scolded, recognizing the opponent's exceptional cunning. I shall visit the Jinfeng Shiyu building in due course and assume control of our collaborative efforts. I will conduct a large-scale search of the mountains, but it will only last for 5 days. If there are no developments within that time, I shall cease the search. Mountain searches are no trifling matter and cannot be sustained indefinitely. There are inherent dangers in the mountains, Su Chen stated. Upon hearing his words, the two pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. At that moment, in a dense forest at the foot of the Shanhua sect, 2 figures stood facing one another. One was the blade servant of the Hanhua sect, and the other was Meng Shentong from the Chang'an Palace. Blade servant, have you brought the half-map? Meng Shentong inquired. Of course I have. Did you bring yours? The blade servant replied, gazing at Meng Shentong. Meng Shentong produced a yellowed half-map from his bosom, and upon seeing it, the blade servant also retrieved his own half-map. Our master desires the Tianma Jiuyin Ju from the secret location. It must not be copied. Meng Shentong declared. My master requires the blood drop steel inscription. It must not be replicated. The blade servant echoed. Very well, we shall divide the remaining items equally. Meng Shentong concluded, extending his half of the map, to which the blade servant responded by presenting his own, joining them together. Jing Wuming Feng. Upon gazing at the map, both individuals furrowed their brows, as they discovered that the secret location was not situated in Lingnan County, but rather in Qingqing. Here, there were Zhanyu and Mike Xuanchuang, who, alongside the disciples of the Mountain River sect, would divert the attention of others. We shall proceed to Qingqing, where we will remain unnoticed. We shall embark together on the morrow. With that, Meng Shentong swiftly pivoted and departed. From their conversation, it became evident that Zhanyu and Su Chen were merely utilized as distractions to draw attention away from the two.